XXII Late Jacobean and Caroline Prose. Burton. Robert Burton, author of The Anatomy of Melancholy, would have been despised by Overbury both as a mere fellow of a house and as a melancholy man. While to Milton he must have seemed one of those spiritual pastors whose hungry sheep look up and are not fed, with sufficiency of sermons. Burton, born 1577, was of a landholding family, in Leicestershire, was educated at the grammar schools of Nuneaton and Sutton Coldfield, went to Brasenose, Oxford, in 1593. And got a studentship, the house's name for a fellowship, at Christ Church. He never married, though he professes himself not ignorant of love, and he held one living in Leicestershire, and another in Oxford. He lived to do the work that he was born to do, The Anatomy of Melancholy, first published in 1621, with great success and with a following of later and amplified editions. He escaped the Civil War, which hit no class of men harder than the clergy, by dying in 1640. Melancholy, we have seen, was then a literary and social fashion. Burton analyzed it, reduced it to a vast number of classes or categories, explored all its causes, physical, pathological, amorous, magical, witchcraft, and, immediately from God. All its cures, lawful and unlawful, incantation, prayer, diet, exercise, all its moral alleviations, all medical prescriptions, bloodletting, purging, herbs, everything. He made an encyclopedia of melancholy. The reader had but to ask, what kind of melancholy is mine, amorous, worldly, witch-sent, or religious? Look up the right chapter, and forget his gloom in the huge collection of anecdotes and curious, vast, classic, medical and pleasantly useless learning. The Anatomy was what Thackeray called a bedside book, but for the inconvenience of the edition in folio. The modern reader escapes trouble by using Mr. Sholito's edition in 3 handy volumes. To the modern reader trouble is otherwise caused by the abundance of Latin, and by endless names of authors whom all the world has, for the most part not unjustly, forgotten. Under Exercise Rectified will be found matter for Isaac Walton, matter on angling, from which pastime, says Nick Hainselius, in his Silesiagraphia, the Silesians are so eccentric as to suck great pleasure. James de Bravius, an author dear to Walton, once met a Moravian nobleman in waders, booted up to the groins, but this unworthy earl was not angling, he was netting, or, as he described his pitiful pastime, hunting carps. In England, says Burton, many gentlemen wade up to the armholes, but not after salmon, not in Franks, glittering in resolute streams of Tweed, with salmon rod in hand. They are hunting carps, a fish that loves the mud, a kind of ground game. Burton admires false flies, he does not appear to have used them much. But he is always wise, so much so that he steals the contemplative man's consolation, when his creel is empty, without acknowledgment, from the charming passage in the Treatise Pertaining to Fish, printed by Wynkyn de Ward in 1496. This treatise influences all angling books, Leonard Maskell's, Walton's, and the rest. Burton cannot have been a melancholy man, he was too laborious in omnivorous reading, and in writing was so copious and so pleasantly successful. His face, if his portrait at Brasenose be authentic, the rough seams of an earlier date, is that of a pleasant old humorist. He is charitably disposed towards suicides, we know so little. He leaves them to the measureless mercy of him who, understanding all, can pardon all. He is a very serious consoler of persons under religious despair. Perhaps Cooper studied him unavailingly, Bunyan probably did not try his cures. It is vain, he says, to reason with the insane, the hallucinated, who hear and see, many times, devils, bugbears, and mormalooks, noisome smells, etc. He has prescribed for these curses when they arise from normal, internal causes. Sapphires, chrysolites, carbuncles may be worn by the afflicted, pennyroyal, rue, mint, angelica. Peony may be exhibited. There is no harm in trying St. John's wort. The physician of the Emperor Augustus relied on betony. Where spirits haunt, fumigations are useful. A stout Protestant, Burton has no belief in exorcisms, though Presbyterians used them in the 18th century. The clerical father of the poet James Thomson tried exorcism on a ghost, but failed, and was slain by a ball of fire, says legend. Ye wretched, hope. Ye that are happy, beware. Ends Burton. Burton's style is admirable, if we do not weary of very long sentences, weighted with a dozen references to his queer authorities. But the art of skipping can meet the occasion, and Burton can write as tersely as any man when he pleases. If Burton left his rural parish to a curate, he preached well and wisely to the largest of congregations. If he really were, at heart, a melancholy moping man, he found happiness in the long task of his life, the book which teaches the lesson of the vanity of melancholy. Herbert of Cherbury. Born in 1583, the brother of George Herbert, the poet, Lord Herbert of Cherbury is best remembered for his curious and amusing autobiography, edited and published by Horace Walpole in 1764. Wealthy, beautiful, and, by his own account a desperate swordsman, Herbert was deaf in childhood, spoke late, and then asked his nurse how he had come into this world. For an answer to this problem, I could not imagine, and no wonder. He pursued his reflections on the theme of birth and death in Latin verse and in prose. His soul, he averred, had developed faculties, almost useless for this life, hope, faith, love, and joy. They must therefore be destined to higher employment upon subjects not transitory, the perfect, eternal, and infinite. But he was not orthodox, his De Veritate, and Religio Laici, both in Latin, are deemed heretical. He was privately educated till he went to University College, Oxford, where he preferred Greek to Latin composition. While he was a very young undergraduate his father died, and he was married. He was all accomplished. Astrology and medicine, many languages and music were mastered by him, with fencing, of course. He dilates on the fencer's need of good feet and eyes, on the lunge, and on equestrian duels. Having provided himself with a family, Herbert went abroad, distinguished himself at the siege of Juliers under the Prince of Orange, snubbed de Balligny, a great French duellist, behaved like a paladin, and writes of himself like a Bobadil. His triumphs with the sex are equally celebrated, and a husband who deemed himself to be, but was not, injured, lurked, to murder Herbert, in Scotland Yard, not now a favourite ambush for criminals. In the fight that followed of 1 man against 5, Herbert, with a broken sword, fought in a manner to be described only by himself or Alexander Dumas. If he fought like Le Brave Bussy, he was also favoured by a miracle like Colonel Gardiner, a miracle sanctioning the publication of his book, De Veritate, 1624. In 1629 he became a peer of England. In later politics he deserted the cause of Charles I, finding himself at 60, 1643, extremely debilitated, and quite disinclined to draw his sword. He died in 1648, his History of Henry VIII, much praised by Horace Walpole, was published in the following year. His verses, in which he uses the metre of In Memoriam, were never so popular as his brother George's, but his autobiography is highly diverting in its exhibition of character. Browne. Thomas Browne, best known as Sir Thomas Browne, came of a Cheshire family. He was born in London on October 19, 1605. Early left fatherless, he was, according to the common fate of orphans, says Dr. Jonson, defrauded by one of his guardians, who seems to have lacked opportunity to strip the orphan absolutely bare. Browne was educated at Winchester, went on to Broadgates Hall, Oxford, graduated, 1629, travelled in Ireland, took a doctor's degree at Leiden. Is said to have practiced medicine at Halifax, and about 1637 settled at Norwich for the 50 remaining years of his life. His earliest and probably his most popular book, the Religio Medici, appears to have been written about 1635 to 1637. Several transcripts existed. In 1642 one of them, imperfect enough, was printed without Browne's knowledge and consent, and was criticized by Sir Kenelm Digby in others. Browne therefore issued an authorized edition, and the work was extremely successful both in England and on the continent. Naturally this confessor of his private ideas about religion was attacked on all sides, as an atheist, a papist, a deist, by the scribblers of the hostile sects. Browne, in fact, was a Christian who did not, as at that time was especially common, regard hatred of all who differed with him about a surplice or a sermon as a holier thing than the virtue of charity. In his preface he says that almost every man suffers by the press, and that he has lived to behold the highest perversion of that excellent invention, the king defamed, the honour of Parliament impaired. A flood of printed falsehoods submerging everything, and carrying erroneous copies of Browne's private papers into the market. Browne opens his work by declaring that, in spite of his profession, and of the proverb, 1 doctor out of 3 is an atheist, he is a Christian, and a tolerant Christian. Holy water and crucifix, dangerous to the common people, deceive not my judgment, nor abuse my devotion at all, I should violate my own arm rather than a church, nor willingly deface the name of saint or martyr. At the sight of a cross or crucifix I can dispense with my hat, but scarce with the thought or memory of my Saviour. At Norwich in the cathedral the Puritans publicly destroyed and burned all works of art, including the organ, which they were pleased to regard as monuments of idolatry, a bitter sight for Browne. I have no genius to dispute in religion, says he. As for sturdy doubts and boisterous objections, wherewith the unhappiness of our knowledge too nearly acquainteth us, more of these no man hath known than myself. Which I confess I conquered, not in a martial posture, but on my knees. In that world of frenzied pamphleteers, hating each other for the love of God, the charm and fragrance of Browne's style, the peace, which, like Falkland, he ingeminates, his refined humor, and smiling pitying sympathy, and curiosity about all things knowable, made his book delightful. And delightful to readers tolerant of exquisiteness in manner the Religio Medici can never cease to be. We are astonished, today, as much by the things which Browne knows, or believes, as by those which he does not know and does not believe. I do now know that there are witches, has a surprise in it, but what does he precisely mean by witches? I think at first a great part of philosophy, science, was witchcraft. Here he agrees with modern writers who regard magic as an early and uninstructed sort of science. He believes in guardian angels, but his metaphysics of them are very shallow, and, in modern terms, what he believes in is the subconscious self. As for hell, the heart of a man is the place the devils dwell in. Lucifer keeps his court in my breast. Legion is revived in me. In short, this good physician is a mystic. We must therefore say that there is something in us that is not in the jurisdiction of Morpheus, we are somewhat more than ourselves in our sleep. And the slumbering of the body seems to be but the wakening of the soul, a very old belief of the Greeks. In Pseudodoxia Epidemica, Vulgar Errors, 1646, Browne's manner somewhat resembles that of Burton, but his medley of strange stories, scientific, pseudo-scientific, or plainly superstitious, is even more entertaining and much more carefully and artfully written than The Anatomy of Melancholy. He consciously aims at harmony and balance of style, and at selecting the right word, lo emoti propra, while he ranges over all ancient knowledge and modern fable. Many and false conceptions there are of mandrakes, and Browne thinks but little of them, and less of the false etymologies from which his age had not delivered itself. He is engaged, like the scholar in Lytton's novel, The Caxtons, on a history of human error, and with his humor, sympathy, learning, and irony, he makes a most entertaining book. His Urn Burial, with The Garden of Cyrus, 1658, begins with antiquarianism, and ends with the famous passages on the vanity of desiring to subsist in lasting monuments. But man is a noble animal, splendid in ashes, and pompous in the grave, solemnizing nativities and deaths with equal lustre, nor omitting ceremonies of bravery in the infamy of his nature. The Garden of Cyrus, concerning the mystic virtues of the quincunx, like sink in dice, is more fantastic and Pythagorean. The motto for the posthumously published Christian Morals might be selected from one line in its counsels. Yet hold thou unto old morality. It wears better than the new article. To know Browne's works is no small part of a liberal education. He lived in quiet and opulence, his whole house and garden being a paradise and cabinet of rarities, says Evelyn. He was much occupied in correspondence with the learned and with his eldest son, and with local history, till his death on October 19, 1682. Charles II had dubbed him Knight at Norwich in 1671. Charles, Indiar. Jonson's phrase, had skill to discover excellence, and virtue to reward it, with such honorary distinctions, at least, as cost him nothing. Caroline Prose. Milton. The greater part of Milton's prose works is so deeply concerned with politics, mainly religious or concerned with church government, that it cannot easily be criticized without controversial interruptions, here out of place. His earliest important piece, 1641, treats of the Reformation in England. It had never come up to Strafford's standard, thorough, never shaken off, the rags of Rome, that is Milton's theme. Nor, in Scotland, had Reformation really been more successful, for the preachers claimed at least all the powers of the priests over the liberties of the subject. Milton at once attacks that which, to Laud, was part of the beauty of holiness, Jewish and Catholic survivals of fantastic dresses, palls and mitres, gold and gewgaws fetched from Aaron's old wardrobe. The piebald frippery and ostentation of ceremonies, the church-styled decency, Henry VIII stuck where he did. Under Edward VI, if his sister Mary were not to be persecuted most righteously, who were the slaves that interfered to secure for her liberty of conscience? Who but bishops? Bishops were therefore followers of this world, they always were and always will be. You reply that they, Cranmer and Latimer, were also martyrs. Well, says Milton, what then? A man may give his body to the burning and yet not have charity. The bishops had not charity, clearly, or they would have aided in depriving the princess of freedom of conscience. Elizabeth, aided by bishops, persecuted Puritans, but then Puritans have a right to freedom of conscience, for themselves, and a right to prevent other people from exercising the same privilege. If there are to be bishops they must be of popular election, but when preachers with powers in some respects greater were elected by the people in Scotland, Milton did not approve of them either. His next important tract, The Apology for Smectymnuus, 5 preachers, Marshall, Calamy, Young, Newcomen and Spurs Toe, who had attacked episcopacy, is of 1642. Bishop Hall, who, in youth, had boasted that he was the first English satirist, had replied to the 5 in his defense of the Remonstrance. Milton had answered. Hall in his turn published A Modest Confutation, and Milton's Apology for Smectymnuus ensued. The adversary had made scurrilous remarks, had attacked Milton's manners and morals, quite causelessly, in the controversial fashion of the age. Milton replied that his adversary was a rude scavenger, and then gave that account of his own way of life in youth which lends its value to this passage in the discussion. He had never haunted bordellos, houses of ill fame. He calls the women who keep them prelatesses. A bishop, to Milton, is a male of the same species. As for the theatre, he had seen his fellow students act at college, prostituting the shame of that ministry, which either they had, or were nigh having, to the eyes of courtiers and court ladies. He had always, he declares, been a remarkably pure young man, hence his lifelong love of romances of chivalry, where every knight is bound by oath to defend, with his life if need be, the chastity of ladies. The first and chiefest office of love begins and ends in the soul, he says nobly. We need not dwell on his Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce, written, it seems, a few weeks after his hapless marriage in 1643. If all men were Milton's and all women worthy of them, his doctrine of freedom of divorce would not have thorny consequences. His Tenure of Kings and Magistrates was published in February, 1649, Charles I had been slain on January 30 of that year. It is desirable, in a history of literature, to keep King Charles's head out of the memorial. In the Areopagitica, 1644, Milton, defending freedom of printing against these friends of liberty, the then dominant Presbyterians, in many passages gives us the prose of a great poet. Here is a passage which must have irritated the Puritans who were not so after the manner of Milton. If we think to regulate printing, thereby to rectify manners, we must rectify our recreations and pastimes, all that is delightful to man. No music must be heard, no song be set or sung, but what is grave and Doric. There must be licensing dancers, that no gesture, motion, or deportment be taught our youth but what by their allowance shall be thought honest, for such Plato was provided of. It will ask more than the work of 20 licensers to examine all the lutes, and violins, and the guitars in every house. They must not be suffered to prattle as they do, but must be licensed what they may say. And who shall silence all the airs and madrigals, that whisper softness in chambers? The windows also, and the balconies must be thought on. There are shrewd books, with dangerous frontispieces, set to sale. Who shall prohibit them? Shall 20 licensers? The villages also must have their visitors to inquire what lectures the bagpipe and the rebeck reads, even to the ballatry, and the gamut of every municipal fiddler, for these are the countryman's Arcadias and his Monte Mayors. The famous sentence, "I cannot praise a fugitive and cloistered virtue," is familiar to all memories. But such things are not common in his prose, the search for the limbs of slain and mutilated truth compared to the search for the fragments of "the good Osiris," by Isis. Might not have been written had Milton remembered the details of that savage fable, common to ancient Egypt and the Australian Arunta. His cause has triumphed, as triumph it must, in a world where no all-wise and infallible licenser of books can be found. The defense of the people of England, in answer to Salmasius's defense of the king, had not, perhaps, the right client. It was not the people of England who slew the king. Milton tells his own story of that unhappy reign, in Iconoclasts, his reply to Icon Basilique, attributed to Charles. Really, as is believed, by Gauden, it may be read with more profit in the history of Mr. S. R. Gardiner. Milton declares the charge against the Scots of selling their king to be a foul infamy and dishonour. The Scots, every soul of them who had a touch of chivalry, took up the sword to cleanse the blot, died on the field, or on the scaffold, or were sold as slaves, or were starved to death in Durham Cathedral. There are, in short there could not but be, noble and harmonious and stirring passages in Milton's prose. But poetry was his native language, and his themes were such as to place sobriety of view, and delicate discrimination of good and evil almost beyond his power. For, as Argyll said, of himself, he was a distraught man in distraught times. Otherwise Milton, the proudest of men, would not have answered railing with railing. Jeremy Taylor. Among the pulpit orators of the 17th century, none has left a name more fragrant than Jeremy Taylor. His devotional works, such as Holy Living, and still more, Holy Dying, are still in the hands of the devout. But it is not easy to suppose that many readers who are not profound students of style and prose often read the many volumes of sermons, works of casuistry, and works of controversy which Jeremy has left. He is not of our world or way of thinking. He dwells, for example, on special and easily distinguishable providences. Now when a tempest flooded a river, so that Montrose's men could not cross and despoil the lands of a contemporary of Jeremy's, Brodie of Brodie, that devout Covenanter confided to his journal the occurrence of this special providence. But when the river fell, and Montrose crossed and drove the Kye, Brodie remarks in his journal that we ought not to interpret the divine will, for we may be mistaken. Jeremy insists on his own interpretations. From Adam to the flood, by the patriarchs were 11 generations. But by Cain's line there were but 8, so that Cain's posterity were longer lived, because God, intending to bring the flood upon the world, took delight to rescue his elect from the dangers of the present impurity and the future deluge. In the same way Abraham lived 5 years less than his son Isaac, and Jeremy knows why. The Jewish doctors inform him that the idea was to prevent Abraham from seeing the iniquity of his grandchild, Esau. Later, speaking of other times and lands, Jeremy says that such fancies do seldom serve either the ends of truth or charity, for which he has the highest authority in the gospel. We are no longer apt to reason as Taylor does about the patriarchs, or on hundreds of other points, and this cannot but diminish our pleasure in reading his books. But he pleases us, exactly as Burton does in The Anatomy of Melancholy, by illustrations drawn from his amazing knowledge of books. Thus, immediately after the passage last cited, he says, Pierre Cauchon died under the barber's hand, there wanted not some who said it was a judgment upon him for condemning to the fire the famous Pucelle of France, who prophesied the expulsion of the English out of the kingdom. They that thought this believed her to be a prophetess, as she certainly was, but others that thought her a witch, were willing to find out another conjecture for the sudden death of the gentleman. The sudden death of the gentleman is a courteous phrase to apply to Cauchon, and very unexpected in The History of the Life and Death of the Holy Jesus. But whence did Jeremy get his story of Cauchon? From the Latin hexameters of Valorandus, a book so entirely out of the common way that perhaps not 3 persons in the England of today have read it. So our author runs on, telling of that famous person and of excellent learning, Jacetus of Geneva, whose morals were not Jean Van, while his death was, in an extreme degree, remarkable. Jeremy more than once insists that many thousand men were slain, in one night, in the Assyrian camp, for committing the offense of that famous person, Jacetus. Nobody has ever found out his authority for his statement. He may have learned it from the Jewish doctors. In any case, however entertaining and instructive his divine works may be, he often raises a smile which he never dreamed of provoking. Other times, other tastes. Jeremy Taylor was born under James VI and was the son of a barber in Cambridge, and was baptized on August 15, 1613. Unless he was christened 2 years after his birth, it is not plain how he could have been in his 15th year when, August, 1626, he was admitted to Caius College as a sizar, at Oxford, servitor. Jeremy's eloquence attracted the notice of Archbishop Laud, who had him made a Fellow of All Souls, Oxford, 1636. At Oxford, a Cavalier university, Jeremy studied casuistry, the topic of his large book, Ductor Dubitatium, a guide to the doubting. In 1638, Jeremy obtained the cure of souls at Uppingham, and in the same year preached, in the university pulpit, a Guy Fawkes Day sermon. In 1639 he married. In 1640, Laud was impeached of treason. In 1642, as chaplain, Jeremy served under the standard of King Charles. Parliament abolished bishops, Jeremy defended episcopacy, of the Sacred Order of Episcopacy. In February, 1645, he was captured in a royalist defeat, but was protected by Lord Carbery, and became his private chaplain at Golden Grove in Carmarthenshire, where he was saved from the persecution of the Friends of Freedom of Conscience that called themselves the Godly. At Golden Grove, though far from what had been his library, he wrote An Apology for Liturgy, abolished by Parliament in 1645. In 1647 appeared his Liberty of Prophesying, a plea for toleration. Such pleas always came from the religious party which was being persecuted, though, even when persecuted, the Covenanters always denounced the vomit of toleration, their aim being, in power or out of power, to force all mankind to be Presbyterian Covenanters. The frenzy of armed religious fanatics made Taylor, like Falkland, as described by Clarendon, ingeminate peace. But he himself was to be in prisons often, under the persecution of the Commonwealth, and when he unhappily became, under the Restoration, Bishop of Dromore in a covenanting part of Ireland, he replaced the Presbyterian ministers by Anglican clergymen. Taylor's plea for toleration was an offense to all parties. These years of the king's disasters and death must have been bitterness to Taylor. He now composed his work, The Great Exemplar, A Life of Christ, filled with persuasions to godliness, with reflections far-fetched but charmingly phrased, and he did not disdain legends destitute of scriptural authority. In the country of Thebais, whither they first arrived, the child Jesus being by design or providence carried into a temple, all the statues of the idol gods fell down, like Dagon at the presence of the ark, and suffered their timely and just dissolution and dishonor. The book makes no attempt at criticism, and is of an immense length. In those days, a great book was not deemed a great evil. He also wrote his Manual of Devotion, Holy Living, 1650, followed in 1651 by the more charming, Holy Dying. Sermons for each week in the year, Sermons Preached at Golden Grove, appeared in 1653. In 1655, Unum Necessarium, a treatise on repentance, was thought less than orthodox, and gave displeasure to the retired bishop to whom it was, without his permission, dedicated. Jeremy had his doubts as to whether man, after the fall, was so abjectly and utterly corrupt a creature as other divines held him to be. From 1655 onwards he suffered much, losing his refuge at Golden Grove, reduced to extreme poverty, and now and again imprisoned. In 1657 he lost 2 young sons. He wrote a work on friendship for a very friendly lady, Catherine Phillips, a poetess, called The Matchless Orinda. In this he quoted the ancients freely. Later, unfortunately, he was employed in Ireland as chaplain to Lord Conway at Portmore, and was much disturbed by the Presbyterian preachers. Then came the Restoration, May 29, 1660, and by August 6, Taylor was sent to the Irish bishopric of Down and Connor, and Dromore, where he was so troubled by the Presbyterians that he asked the Duke of Ormond to let him withdraw to a parsonage in Munster, or to reorganize Trinity College, Dublin. But, after ejecting a number of the Presbyterian ministers, he died in September, 1667, worn out, it may be, by the civil and religious ferocities of his time. Taylor's writings are by no means all of them very copiously decorated with ornaments of style, and musical with organ tones of language. Even when highly decorated, and when the music of his periods is prolonged, his sentences are lucid. So have I seen, thus he introduces his similes, a rose newly springing from the clefts of its hood, at first it was fair as the morning, and full with the dew of heaven, as a lamb's fleece. But when a ruder breath had forced open its virgin modesty, and dismantled its too youthful and unripe retirements, it began to put on darkness, and to decline to softness and the symptoms of a sickly age, it bowed the head and broke its stalk. And at night, having lost some of its leaves and all its beauty, it fell into the portion of weeds and outworn faces. It is not Herrick's and Ronsard's lesson of the roses. With Taylor it is a persuasion to piety, nor is any preacher more sweetly persuasive. But Jeremy, though he wrote a work to persuade the Irish Catholics of the errors of Rome, did not alter their doctrines, and, as to them that are the godly party, the good people of God, he speaks his mind thus: they may disturb kingdoms, and break the peace of a well-ordered church, and rise up against their fathers, and be cruel to their brethren, and stir up the people to sedition. And all this with a cold stomach and a hot liver, with a hard heart and a tender conscience, with humble carriage and a proud spirit. Preaching to the little but excellent University of Dublin, Taylor laid before them every way by which men, since the Reformation, had sought religious peace and had failed to find it. The last way was toleration, a way of peace rather than of truth. If we cannot have both, for heaven's sake give us peace, was the view of some good men, but, as each sect thought that it possessed truth, each, as it had the opportunity, tried to make peace by forcing the others into conformity. The godly are not content that you permit them, for they will not permit you, but rule over your faith, and say that their way is not only true, but necessary. Taylor gave his own counsel thus: the way to judge of religion is by doing our duty. And theology is rather a divine life than a divine knowledge. Let your adversaries have no evil thing to say of you, and then you will best silence them. Leighton tried this method in Scotland, Taylor in Ireland, but who can number all the horrid things they said about these prelates in both countries? Other Anglican divines can scarcely be treated within our space. Of these Robert South, born at Hackney, 1634, and educated at Westminster and Christ Church, lived till 1716. He was in controversies often, and a rather tart critic of both Fuller and Jeremy Taylor. He had much force and not a little wit. Chillingworth, Hales, and others, are to us little more than shadows of great names, with Isaac Barrow, equally great in Greek and mathematics, and a preacher whom Charles II could hear with pleasure. Richard Baxter, 1615–1691, whose conscience after the Restoration caused him to throw in his lot with the Nonconformists, by his Saints' Everlasting Rest, 1650, won and deserved popularity. He shared with Glanville and Henry Moore the love of a good ghost story, and has left on record an excellent death wraith. Ralph Cudworth, 1617–1688, and Henry Moore, 1614–1687, in verse and prose a mystic and a Platonist or Neoplatonist, are still dear to a fit though limited audience. Thomas Fuller. Thomas Fuller, born, 1608, like Dryden, later, at the village of Aldwinkle, is a writer of the same group as Jeremy Taylor and Sir Thomas Browne, that is, his manner is quaint and his matter is full of learning from all quarters. Though a royalist and in orders, during the Civil War, he was not an extremist, and his humor and love of a jest qualified him for the post of a chaplain in a cavalier army. No great harm befell him when the royal cause was ruined, but he died, 1661, too soon after the Restoration to be rewarded or disappointed. His Holy and Profane States, 1642, is a set of sketches of historic characters. Most readable, especially in the first edition, with the curious engravings. Despite the vivacity of Fuller's most popular work, he is but little read, in face of the hearty commendations of Charles Lamb, a critic who imparted his own merits to all his favorites. Fuller never could resist a joke, a humorous parallel or allusion, and in works on serious subjects, The Worthies of England, and Church History, his severe contemporaries detected more than a little judicious levity. Fuller loved antiquarian details and historical study, but history to history as Amurath to Amurath succeeds, and Fuller is read, when he is read, for his quaintnesses and for the humor that runs away with him. Hobbes. It is impossible, within our space, to give an adequate account of the life and works of Thomas Hobbes. Born in April, 1588, when his mother's fear of the Spanish Armada is said to have hastened his appearance in this world, Hobbes lived into the reign of terror of the Titus Oates plot, in 1679. He was born at Malmesbury, the son of an unlettered clergyman, and, about 1603, went to Magdalen Hall, Oxford, where he liked neither the puritanism of the seniors, nor the roistering ways of the juniors. He took no interest in logic and philosophy as then taught in Oxford, and is said to have never seen in Euclid till he was middle-aged. It might have been better for him had he never seen Euclid at all. Taking his degree in 1608, Hobbes became tutor in the family of the Earls of Devonshire, Cavendish, and, with a few interruptions, was their obliged friend till he died at Hardwicke Hall, built by the famous Bess of Hardwicke, the she-jailer of Mary Queen of Scots. Hobbes travelled with his pupil, making the acquaintance of foreign men of science. In England, in 1629, a man of 40, Hobbes published his first book, a translation of the great Athenian historian, Thucydides. The English is excellent, but the translation is extremely free, and of no use to the reader who desires a crib or literal version. The ideas of Thucydides about the qualities of a democracy, as in Athens, were congenial to Hobbes, while the task of rendering into idiomatic English a writer so condensed as Thucydides, combined with study of the other classics, and practice in Latin prose composition, made up for the indolence of his youth. In 1631 he became tutor to the new young Earl of Devonshire, and gave him an admirable education, including law, astronomy, logic, rhetoric and the opinions of a good Christian. In 1634 he went to Paris, Florence, and Rome with his pupil, returning to England in 1637. He now, at 55, began to reckon himself as a philosopher in a kind of metaphysics, and physics about which he did not know much. An unfortunate accident had led him to read Euclid, Book I, Proposition 47. "Begad," said Hobbes, "this is impossible." He pursued his studies, found out that it was possible, and became convinced that it is also possible to square the circle. Easy as it seems, this feat has never been accomplished with pedantic accuracy, and Hobbes, from about 60 to 80, was engaged in controversy on the subject. Oxford mathematicians, annoyed by his attacks on the university, replied with scientific precision, and such banter as mathematicians enjoy when they would be merry among themselves. In this long war, Hobbes was mercilessly handled, partly by way of discrediting his ideas in politics and religion. He had laid out for himself a system of the universe, of the body, of the man, of the citizen. In the political storm and stress of the Great Rebellion he wrote, in Latin, his book of The Citizen, De Civ, much of which he had already done, with other such work, in English. These papers had been circulated. Hobbes thought himself in danger, it was time for him to go, and in 1640 he fled to Paris. He hated Puritans without loving bishops. In 1642 he published De Civ. He then turned to philosophy, and next worked at his great work on the relations of rulers and ruled, and on religion, called Leviathan. In 1646 to 1647 he tutored Charles, Prince of Wales, in Jersey, and Charles always liked him as a witty companion. In 1647, believing himself to be on the point of death, he behaved in an orthodox manner. To the witness, Dr. Cosin, later Bishop of Durham, he always referred when his orthodoxy was doubted. When Charles I had been slain, in 1649, Hobbes, who in 1650 had published his Human Nature, the briefest statement of his general view of mankind, thought of returning home, for now a government, that of Cromwell, was firmly seated. And Hobbes's main political principle was settled government. By 1651 he had Leviathan fairly written out as a present for Charles II in Paris. But the king's advisers thought it a most unholy book, not that Charles himself cared, or had a bad opinion of Hobbes, he was rebuffed. He was afraid of being murdered for his religion, which, says De Quincey, is a high joke, Tom Hobbes afraid of suffering for his religion, and he fled back to England. Hobbes, by 1655, had published his De Corpore, and with that and Leviathan, his most popular work, his philosophy of the universe was before the public. He gives his natural history of religion, as, saving Christianity, the result of curiosity about first causes, belief in ghosts, of which he is said to have been afraid, of superstitions about luck, and of priestly imposture designed to keep men in order. In politics he believes in an imaginary state of nature, or anarchy, from which men, who are naturally equals, sought shelter in a contract, never to be broken, with a sovereign power, in fact with the state, though Hobbes prefers a single despot. The sovereign is supreme in religion as well as in secular matters, and Hobbes hates nothing more than the so-called kingdom of Christ of the Presbyterian preachers, which really, he says, means their own domination. Hobbes's general doctrine, with its reservations and subterfuges, cannot be discussed here. It made enemies for him in every camp, religious and political, and now his unlucky mathematics were fallen upon. While he had an endless controversy with Bishop Bramhall on the freedom of the will. At the Restoration Charles II renewed his friendly intercourse with his old tutor, granting him a pension, when Hobbes could get it paid. In 1666 he was threatened with a persecution for heresy, and went to church, but did not wait for the sermon. His Behemoth, A History of the Civil War, was suppressed by the king, and was posthumously published. He translated the Iliad and the Odyssey into very poor verse. He wrote his autobiography in Latin verse, and was still writing in 1679 when he died on December 4. The style of Hobbes is lucid and succinct, without added ornaments. He had a clear idea of what he wanted to say, though inconsistencies appear as his mood varied, or as his argument led him into difficult places. His ideas provoked many replies which pervade English literature for long after his death. But such exercises in psychology and metaphysics belong rather to the history of philosophy than of literature. The doctrine of Hobbes is not optimistic. When all the world is overcharged with inhabitants, then the last remedy of all is war, which provideth for every man, by victory or death. The idea is that expressed in a Greek poem, the Cypria, of about 750 BC. Hobbes thought himself an authority on epic poetry, among other things, and especially commended, in Davenant's Gondibert, the really pleasing passage which describes the birth of love in the heart of Bertha. Hobbes expanded his ideas about the epic in his translation of Homer. We do not know what he thought of Paradise Lost. Isaac Walton. Born near Stafford in 1593, Isaac Walton went to London, lived in Fleet Street, 2 doors west of Chancery Lane, and was in business as an ironmonger. Donne the poet was then vicar of the neighbouring church of St. Dunstan's. Walton and he became friends. Walton was also intimate with Hales of Eton, Sir Henry Wotton, Bishop King, and Ben Jonson. In 1640 Walton's brief Life of Donne, already quoted, was published. In 1651 Walton had the dangerous task of carrying secretly to a royalist in London the smaller George Jewel of Charles II, after the king's crushing defeat at Worcester, on September 3. A royalist and a sound churchman, his wives were of the families of Cranmer and Ken. Walton's natural cheerfulness, his sincere religion, and his habit of angling with N and R. Roe, were needed to keep him from melancholy in the evil days of 1642 to 1660. But he, for a writer of his age, is strangely free from the melancholy then in fashion, and his Complete Angler, first published in 1653, might have been composed in days of idyllic peace. This famous work is too well known to need description or praise. The natural history is as fantastic as that of Euphues. The instructions on angling come from a mere fisher with bait, but the beauty of the style, the sweetness of the thought, keep the book fresh as with lavender and rosemary. To later editions Charles Cotton and Colonel Venables added practical instruction on fly fishing, upstream, in clear water like Cotton's own Dove in Derbyshire. The brief biographies by Walton of Donne, Wotton, Herbert, Hooker, and Sanderson are little masterpieces in their manner. Walton lived in old age at Farnham with Bishop Morley and then at Winchester where he doubtless fished with worm in the pellucid streams of the Itchen. Walton's connection with a pastoral poem, the Alma and Clearchus, is of doubtful nature. Was he author, or did he edit the work of Chalkhill? He died at the age of 90, and is buried in Winchester Cathedral. Byron is almost the only critic who has thrown a stone at the kind memory of Isaac Walton, to which Wordsworth devoted a sonnet. John Bunyan. The two writers of this period whose works now come most closely home to men's bosoms and business, are John Bunyan and Isaac Walton. Copies of the little plain volumes clad in sheepskin which they published at a shilling or 18 pence, fetch spurns like £1,000, more or less, when they come into the market. The masterpieces of both are constantly being republished, and though perhaps few people have a fairly good knowledge of the contents of The Pilgrim's Progress, or The Complete Angler, yet most people have had these works in their hands. The popularity of Bunyan, the non-resisting ever-preaching dissenter, and of Walton, the angling churchman, rests to a great extent on their characters. Differing as they did about the right of bishops to exist, and about justification by faith, could the two men have met, and kept off these topics, they would have had good talk. Each had abundant humor, each was a keen observer of nature and of human nature, each was a lover of peace, each had a modest little fount of poetry within him. Of each it may be said, as of Scott, he is such a friendly writer, and each is plain and intelligible. Bunyan had no artifices of style, though Walton sometimes, by study, is able to rival the harmonies of Sir Thomas Browne. Bunyan, who came of a very old landed family which had steadily lost all its lands to the last acre, was born in a cottage at Elstow, near Bedford, in 1628. He was taught reading and writing, and pursued his father's trade, that recommended by Mr. Dick for David Copperfield. He was a brazier, or tinker, but not a wandering tinker. In early youth he was a leader in sports and games. You would have said, he wasna the stuff they made Whigs o'. Far from that, a native genius for expression first declared itself in his being, the ungodliest fellow for swearing, which was not recognized as a literary exercise. He was under arms, like other lads of his age, but we have no reason to suppose that he was ever under fire, and his militia, parliamentary, probably, was soon disbanded. In his Grace Abounding for the Chief of Sinners, 1666, he writes his religious autobiography, a work composed in prison, to which he was consigned because he would not cease to be instant in preaching. The Philistines understand me not, he says in his preface. He writes for lowly devotees, have you forgot the close, the milk house, the stable, the barn, and the like where God did visit your souls, with terrors of conscience and fears of death and hell? Even in his joyous youth, Bunyan had dreamed of devils and wicked spirits, which probably did not trouble Shakespeare or Walton. At 9 years old he suffered from the nightmares that haunted R.L. Stevenson. His book is the most vivid description possible of the life of an imaginative lad, standing between gross pleasures and terrors of hell. A voice and an appearance came to him while playing at a kind of rudimentary cricket. He went on playing, but fell into religious hypochondria. The vividness of his imagination conjured up such scenery as he uses in his great allegory. He beheld comforting words, that seemed to be writ in great letters, and so at last found consolation in faith. Thus, and in his conflicts against the magistrates, he acted and suffered, in his youth, all the adventures of his own Christian and faithful, in The Pilgrim's Progress, published in 1678. He left an unfading picture of some elements in English society. 70 years later he might have been a Fielding. He was a born novelist, it has been said, but the novels of his day were the interminable romances of the French type of Scudery. His Grace Abounding is as brilliant in its way as the Confessions of St. Augustine. His secular characters in The Pilgrim's Progress are as good, by way of sketches, as are the finished portraits in Tom Jones. In 1680 he published The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, in which Mr. Wiseman gives convincing reasons for his opinion that Mr. Badman has gone to hell. Mr. Badman, in life's gay morn, like XXIII. Augustine, had great pleasure in robbing orchards and gardens. The beginning of the Lord's Day was, to Mr. Badman, as if he was going to prison. As for his eloquence he was a damn blade. In literature his taste was all for beastly romances. In church he either slept or flirted, like Mr. Pepys. In the long run, Mr. Badman departed from his prodigal life, quietly, peaceably, and like a lamb. It cannot be said of Mr. Badman that he had no redeeming vices. He was ill-tempered and envious, he occasionally went on the high Toby lay, and his masterpiece was a fraudulent bankruptcy. Mr. Badman is amusing, but his history, interwoven with many strong and simple anecdotes of other ruffians, cannot be compared in merit with The Pilgrim's Progress, where the characters are so many and various. The imagination so vivid, many passages so rich in poetic qualities, and the language so simple. It is a great prose epic, a great novel of the road, and beside it, The Holy War is tame and indistinct. Bunyan wrote many works, now forgotten, on religious themes, and in controversial style his weapon was the cudgel. In his later days he was the most popular of dissenting preachers. He died just before King James was walked out of his kingdom, in 1688. If critics sneered at Bunyan throughout the 19th century, Dr. Jonson, at least, heartily appreciated the genius of the nonconformist Brazier. With Bunyan the student of the religious ferment of England in his age may well read the journal of the founder of the Society of Friends, Quakers, George Fox, 1624–1691. Like Bunyan, Fox was an untrained thinker and author. Like Bunyan he was persecuted, he had not the genius, but he had the art of Bunyan in drawing, with his eye on the object. Clarendon. Edward Hyde, later Earl of Clarendon, 1609–1674, of a Cheshire family, was educated at Magdalen Hall, in Oxford, and proceeded to the Middle Temple. He inherited his family's property, was distinguished for his legal knowledge, sat in Parliament when the strife between the King and the Parliament began, and took part in preparing the indictment against the great Strafford. None the less, when a general attack was made on the order of bishops, he came over to the King's party, in 1641. And in 1646 accompanied the young Prince of Wales in his flights and wanderings, in March, to the Scilly Isles, where he began his history, and presently to Jersey. He remained with Charles II after the death of Charles I, and, if he and Montrose had been heard, the young king would never have disgraced himself by signing the covenant. And consequently his cause would never have been defeated at Dunbar, nor his very life imperilled after Worcester fight. Clarendon, 7 years after the Restoration, was banished by the influence of faction, as Thucydides was exiled at an early period of the war which he chronicles. It is not conceivable that histories written in such circumstances should be free from partisanship and bias. In fact, no historians are exempt from prejudice. Clarendon's history was, in the making, somewhat of a patchwork. What he wrote far away from books and papers, in 1646 to 1648, depends much on his memory. The book improves when he obtains contemporary narratives and letters. In exile, in 1668 to 1670 he wrote a life of himself, which he later interwove with his History of the Rebellion. Clarendon's heirs did not permit the publication of his history till 1704, from regard to the feelings of the descendants of the king's opponents. The book, in one respect, resembles the history of the Peloponnesian War by Thucydides. Much of it was written during the actual course of the events by one who bore a great part in them. Whether in favor or in exile, Clarendon was too loyal to say all that he knew and thought about Charles I and Charles II. But when we look at his pages, touching the Scottish canons, which preceded the despotic introduction of the liturgy, the cause of the Bishops' Wars, 1639, we perceive the fairness of Clarendon. He makes it perfectly clear that these canons could only be accepted by a people inclined tamely to endure the worst excesses of tyranny. But, on Scottish affairs, Clarendon is not always trustworthy. For example, he dislocates the dates as to the General Assembly of 1638, permitted, though he does not say so, by the king, and the subscribing of the covenant, which he places after the assembly. Mr. Gardiner, a fair historian, speaks of Clarendon's usual habit of blundering. In his remarks on the Catholics, too, under Charles I, Clarendon can scarcely be acquitted of unfairness. Considering how bitterly, in Scotland at least, they were persecuted under Charles I, and how loyally they stood by him. However, a historical examination of Clarendon's great work is not here in place. The occasional defect of his style is the enormous bulk of some of his sentences. Two occupy 2 large pages and each contains some 400 words. Here are structureless agglutinations of parentheses, with the promising word lastly left stranded far from the conclusion. But such examples are not very common, and Clarendon describes action and intrigue with lucidity, and especially excels in his set pieces, delineations of characters, for example of Cromwell 35 and Argyle. His characters may not be exact, of course, but his knowledge of secret motives was extensive, and such knowledge, if not always accurate, is ever entertaining. All histories, as sources of knowledge, are sure to be superseded by the discoverer of new information. But the history of Clarendon can never cease to be of the highest interest, moral, political, and personal. He possessed, in his own words, the genius, spirit, and soul of an historian, combined with knowledge of great affairs, important personages, and intrigues of court. Among writers of prose of the age it would be ungrateful not to mention an author so familiar and readable as the gossiping James Howell, 1594–1666, of the Epistolae Hoyleani, a favorite bedside book of Thackeray. Howell was imprisoned by the Puritans, and wrote essays in form of letters which are full of curious anecdotes and reminiscences of travel. Much later comes the Prince of Gossips, Mr. Samuel Pepys, 1633–1703, whose diary in shorthand, written for his personal diversion, can never cease to divert, and, in a way, as a picture of a strange age and a strange character, to instruct. Each new dip into Mr. Pepys's manuscript, by each bolder editor, makes us like him less from the extended candor of his unparalleled confessions, which is a pity. John Evelyn, 1620–1706, depicts the same period as Pepys, as it was seen by a gentleman of stainless honor, unblemished virtue, and great curiosity in the arts, and in the nascent science. His diary is much more entertaining than his memoir of the lady in the Comus of the Merry Monarch's court, the lovely and religious Mistress Margaret Godolphin, née Blogg, to whom Evelyn was virtuously devoted. Roger North, 1653–1733, is admirably readable, and very modern in the tone of his satire of the godly Whigs. In the Examen, when he drops into slang it is with the careless grace of Thackeray. His Lives of the Norths, himself and his brothers, is most interesting. XXXIV. Caroline poets. It is difficult, or even impossible, to mark out the Caroline from the Jacobean poets, who, again, overlap with the Elizabethan poets. The chief schools of the Caroline poets were, 1. The writers occupied mainly with holy things, such as Crashaw, Herbert, and Vaughan. Next, 2. Come the crowd of gentlemen who wrote with ease, now and then triumphantly well, but often loosely and carelessly, such are Lovelace, Carew, Suckling, and minor names. Herrick stands by himself as a consummate lyrist, but his mood is often, though he was a parish priest, that of the gay cavalier. Marvell had many facets, and Milton, of course, is a world of poetry in himself. Crashaw. Richard Crashaw, the son of a controversial Protestant preacher, was born in London, early in the second 10 years of the 17th century. He went to the Charterhouse School and to Peterhouse in Cambridge, where he took his master's degree in 1638. His earlier verses were Latin exercises. He was expelled from his fellowship at Cambridge because he would not take the Solemn League and Covenant. In 1644, that odd document was forced on men under the New Liberty. He had written a hymn to Saint Teresa while still a Protestant. When he retired to France he became a Catholic. In 1646 the poet Cowley, his friend, found him in great poverty, and induced the almost equally poor exiled Queen of England to use her influence in his favour. He obtained a canonry at Loreto, where he died in 1649. His poems, Sacred and Secular, Steps to the Temple, were published in 1646, another edition, with an interesting preface concerning his saintly life at Cambridge, is of 1648 to 1649. Pope, at the age of 22, criticized Crashaw with much superiority. He writ like a gentleman, that is, like an amateur, not to establish a reputation. What Pope did in his anxiety to establish a reputation was not done like a gentleman. Nothing regular or just can be expected from him. No man can be a poet who writes for diversion only. Crashaw's pious outpourings were scarcely writ for diversion, but things, just and regular, are not his chief care. A fiery vehemence, an overloaded ornament are his quality and his defect. For example in The Weeper, St. Mary Magdalene, he writes, "Not in the evening's eyes, when they red with weeping are, for the sun that dies, sits sorrow with a face so fair, nowhere but here did ever meet, sweetness so sad, sadness so sweet. Here he has his style in hand. But when he calls the Magdalenes tears, ye simpering sons of those fair eyes, he has certainly found the most inappropriate epithet." Many of his sacred poems are a kind of brief religious epigrams in 4 lines. His Hymn of the Nativity is a fade thing, compared with Milton's. In longer poems he uses rhymed decasyllabic couplets with some skill. On a prayer book sent to Mrs. M. is a good ode in the irregular verse and conceited manner of the time, but to speak of what Carew does speak of as Mrs. M.'s heavenly armful, is to remind us of a letter of Robert Burns on a purely secular subject. Save for the hymn to St. Teresa, with That Not Impossible She, The Flaming Heart, and some pretty translations, Crashaw, like all the Cavalier poets except Carew, is usually on a low poetic level. But in the pieces mentioned, and above all towards the close of The Flaming Heart, singing still he soars and soaring ever singeth. Herbert. George Herbert, author of The Temple, was born on April 13, 1593. Was of noble descent, and a younger brother of Lord Herbert of Cherbury. From his 5th to his 12th year George probably lived at Oxford with his mother. He then went to Westminster School. Thence to Trinity College, Cambridge, 1609, where he obtained a fellowship, 1616, and early in 1619 was chosen public orator. In this capacity he wrote the letters of the university to kings, princes, and the great in general who visited it. He became a friend of Bacon and of Bishop Andrews, Ludovic, Duke of Lennox, and James, Marquis of Hamilton. As a schoolboy he had written Latin epigrams against the Hildebrand of Scottish Presbyterianism, the learned and truculent Andrew Melville. For whose tyranny in Scotland James VI and I took an unconstitutional revenge when safe on the throne of England. In a war of Latin verse Andrew was very capable of holding his own. Herbert, while at Cambridge, was a somewhat assiduous courtier of gentle King Jamie, though we do not know that he gratified the monarch by adopting the Scottish and continental pronunciation of Latin and Greek. The death of James probably disappointed any hopes he may have had of state employment. In 1627 he resigned his oratorship, and according to Isaac Walton retired to a country place in Kent where he meditated on the choice of a secular or saintly life. He preferred the saintly, took holy orders, lost his beloved mother in 1627, married Jane Danvers in 1629, and was presented to the living of Bemerton, between Wilton and Salisbury, in the next year. He died in 1633, and Walton must be consulted for an almost incredible story of the great sanctity of the short remainder of his holy life. On the Sunday before his death he rose, took a musical instrument, and sang to it such hymns as the angels and he and Mr. Farrer, of Little Gidding, now sing in heaven. His poems, The Temple, were published in 1633, and their great popularity is a proof that piety had not wholly deserted the Anglican Church for the sects. The Temple opens with The Porch, a series of moral and religious counsels, in verses of 6 stanzas. The poem Affliction is autobiographical. At first, in his career, there was no month but May. Then came maladies and the deaths of friends. Whereas my birth and spirit rather took the way that takes the town. Thou didst betray me to a lingering book, and wrap me in a gown. Ah, my dear God, though I am quite forgot, let me not love thee, if I love thee not. Sacred poetry is of all kinds the most difficult. Herbert's is full of conceits, though he has not the extravagances that mar the work of Donne and Crashaw. Verses in the shape of altars and of wings are examples of extreme decadence, but these are rare. Herbert's simplest poem is his best, the famous Sweet Day, so cool, so calm, so bright. The bridal of the earth and sky. The dew shall weep thy fall tonight. For thou must die. The Pearl is also of great beauty and autobiographic interest. He knows the ways of learning, honor, and pleasure, and he has chosen the better way. The British Church is commended as the midway between Her on the Hills, the 7 Hills, and Her that in the valley is so shy of dressing, that her hair doth lie about her ears, while she avoids her neighbor's pride. She wholly goes on th other side, and nothing wears better than wearing rags of Aaron's old wardrobe, said Milton. The quip hath a certain holy gaiety, as of a ballad. Herbert was not a great poet, he never storms the cloud-capped towers, and flaming walls of the world, like Crashaw. But he has been dear to many holy and humble men of heart. Vaughan. Henry Vaughan and his twin brother Thomas were born in 1622, at Newton St. Bridget, on the Usk, in South Wales, hence he chose to style himself Silurist, from the name of the ancient tribe of that region. There is some confusion between him and his brother Thomas, who certainly went, 1638, to Jesus College, Oxford, while Henry's name is not on the books. Henry is said to have studied law in London. In the Civil War he may have taken up arms, at least he saw, if he did not fight in the Battle of Roden Heath, September 24, 1645, and he commemorates in a poem the courage of a friend, Mr. R. W., who fell on the Cavalier side. In some humorous verses about a huge cloak borrowed from another friend he speaks of wearing it during the Royalist retreat from the Dee, and about the Puritan soldiery that seized him. In a Latin poem, Ad Posteros, he says that he merely lamented the war, in any case he won no laurels and probably shed no blood. The bard does not fight, says a Gaelic proverb. He studied medicine, and lived retired at Brecknock. His first verses, 1641, congratulate Charles I on his return from Scotland. In 1646 appeared his Poems, including a rather tame translation of the 10th satire of Juvenal on The Vanity of Human Wishes, with some pretty love lyrics to Amrit. Unlike suckling and carew, these volatile hearts, I not for an hour did love, or for a day desire, but with my soul had from above this endless holy fire. He courted the mind, not the body. His volume, Oler Iscanus, The Swan of Usk, appeared in 1651, opening with a eulogy of his beautiful native river, in smooth rhymed octosyllabic verse, mixed with decasyllabic couplets. There are also epistles to friends. One deplores the antiquated dullness of Brecknock, another celebrates the matchless Orinda, Mrs. Phillips, and there are translations from Latin verse. Vaughan lives, not by these poems, nor by Talia Rediviva, but by his Silex Scintillans, the sparkling flint, sacred poems of 1650 to 1655. He professedly follows George Herbert, being the least of his many pious converts. Direct imitations of Herbert are not infrequent in these hymns, which, like Herbert, sigh for the faraway days when angels sat at Abraham's board. Oh, how familiar then was heaven! There is a party who prefer Herbert to Vaughan, another that prefer Vaughan to Herbert. The Silurist perhaps strikes the higher and the deeper note, when he does strike it, for all the cavalier poets, sacred or secular, blossomed but rarely into perfect and memorable song, they would excel in an opening verse, in a phrase. But their full inspiration was occasional. A line like the second in Vanity of Spirit is rare. Quite spent with thoughts, I left my cell and lay where a shrill spring tuned to the early day. The retreat. Happy those early days, when I shone in my angel infancy, is perfect, and has a forenote of Wordsworth's Intimations of Immortality. Like Wordsworth, Vaughan finds the divine near him everywhere. There's not a wind can stir, or beam pass by, but straight I think, though far, thy hand is nigh. Silence and stealth of days is excellent, but never quite recaptures the charm of the opening phrase. The burial of an infant has the purity of a snowdrop, and, they are all gone into the world of light, haunts the memory. While, the timber, is a set of variants on a brief melancholy note of Homer. There are lovely lines, not unlike Herrick's, on Saint Mary Magdalene and her locks, which with skilled negligence are shed about thy curious, wild, young head. Vaughan lived to see another revolution, and died in 1695. Herrick. Robert Herrick, son of a prosperous goldsmith of a Leicestershire family, was born in London, in 1591, and for 12 years was an Elizabethan, though his poems are Caroline. In 1607 Herrick was apprenticed to his uncle, in 1613 entered as a fellow commoner at St. John's, Cambridge. He migrated to Trinity Hall, and took his master's degree in 1620. He had friends and patrons at court, was one of the sons of Ben Jonson, and lived on his wits and on his patrons, in a poetical, musical, pleasant idleness. He took holy orders, not in the spirit of George Herbert, and in 1629 received the living of Dean Prior, in Devonshire. He did not desert, and probably did not neglect, his parish, from which he was thrust by the Puritans in 1647. In the next year his Noble Numbers, and Hesperides, was printed in a rich disorder. The lines are on various levels in this most desirable volume. The frontispiece shows a fleshly, muscular rather Roman-looking poet to whose lips the bees bring honey. At the Restoration, Herrick was restored to Dean Prior, where he died in October, 1674. Dull Devonshire, he calls the county, in his verses. He did not live long to resent its rural torpor. His delightful poems are all full of the country life, they smell April and May. His book is like a large laughing meadow in early June, all diapered with flowers, and sweet with the songs of birds, some a mere note or two of merry music, some as prolonged and varied, though never so passionate as the complaint of the nightingale. I sing of brooks, of blossoms, birds and bowers, of April, May, of June and July flowers. I sing of maypoles, hawk carts, wassels, wakes, of bridegrooms, brides, and of their bridal cakes. Everything is sweet, spontaneous, glad and musical. Some pieces are far from straight-laced of course, but, even setting these apart, the Hesperides hold the greatest and richest bouquet of English songs. Favorites are, Delight in Disorder, Gather ye rose buds while ye may, Corinna's going a-maying. To Anthea, Bid me to live and I will live. Thy Protestant to be. To meadows, ye have been fresh and green. Ye have been filled with flowers. To daffodils, fair daffodils, we weep to see. To blossoms, fair pledges of a fruitful tree. Why do ye fall so fast? And so on, every reader culls and chooses for himself, and cannot go wrong. Herrick speaks in his Noble Numbers of my unbaptized rhymes, writ in my wild unhallowed times. But his Noble Numbers, or poems on sacred themes, show an almost unregenerate happiness. The child of his Ode on the Birth of Our Saviour is, first of all, a human child to Herrick, and he was in love with children as with roses. His Litany to the Holy Spirit is extremely human in its foresight of death. When the artless doctor sees no one hope but of his fees. His Grace for a Child is a miniature of the pathos of a child's devotion. Of Herrick's epigrams, as of Ben Jonson's, there is no good to be said. We can only marvel how the poet stooped to imitate the worst faults of Martial, their Latin model. Carew. Thomas Carew was one of the famous Carews or Careys of the West. His family was settled in Gloucestershire. He was probably born about 1598, Clarendon says that he died about the age of 50, and his death was in 1638 or 1639. His life was spent with less severity or exactness than it ought to have been, but he made a good end. He seems to have been at Corpus, Oxford, where he took no degree. He was sewer, a court office of value, to Charles I, and was among those of the tribe of Ben Jonson. His poems were published, 1640 to 1642, after his decease. Suckling, in his Sessions of the Poets declares that Carew's poems were seldom brought forth but with trouble and pain. In fact he did take trouble, and it is a pity that most of his contemporaries took none. His Persuasions to Love is a most musical version of that old lesson of the brief-lived rose which is taught by the Greek lyrists of the Anthology and by Ronsard and Herrick so sweetly, and so often. Give me more love or more disdain, when thou, poor excommunicate, he that loves a rosy cheek. The poems, in absence, mark how the bashful mourn in vain. The Elegy on Maria Wentworth, ask me no more where Jove bestows. And many other pieces by the lover of Celia, are admirable in versification, and in their own philosophy, which is not remarkable for severity and exactness. Carew never approaches the elevation of Lovelace at his best, but he perhaps never falls to the pitch of Lovelace when uninspired. There are graceful turns and songs in his Masque, Colum Britannicum, 1634. Carew's verse is a moment in the development from careless speed towards the less varied and more correct style that passed from Waller to Dryden and onwards. Lovelace. Richard Lovelace is when at his best the greatest of the Cavalier poets, and is personally one of the most sympathetic of men. The eldest son of Sir William Lovelace of Woolwich, he was born in 1618, educated at Charterhouse School, and at Gloucester Hall, in Oxford. He is styled Adonis in some pleasant verses by a friend, and, like that more glorious cavalier, Wogan, as described by Clarendon, was accounted the most amiable and beautiful person that I ever beheld, according to the Oxford Antiquary, Wood. Under Goring, to whom he wrote a ringing song of camp revelry, he served in the inglorious expedition of Charles I to Scotland, in 1639, and wrote a lost play, The Soldier. For presenting a royalist petition from the county of Kent to Parliament, April, 1642, he was imprisoned for some weeks, and then let out on bail of £40,000, not to leave the parliamentary lines. He and his brothers were devoted to each other, as appears from poems which passed between them. He provided Francis and William, slain at Carmarthen, with money and men for the royal service, and Dudley with the expenses of a military education. In 1646 he raised a regiment for the French service, was wounded at Dunkirk, and was reported dead. His Lucasta, Lucy Sacheverell, then married another man, and, in 1648, Richard returned to England, and, with Dudley, was taken and imprisoned. In 1649 Bede published his Lucasta, with engravings after Lely, who signs himself P. Lilly. It is a strangely ill-printed little volume. After the death of Charles I, Lovelace was reduced to great poverty, and died, in Gunpowder Alley, near Shoe Lane, in 1658. His friend, Charles Cotton, the pupil and friend of Walton, is said to have helped to support him. A second part of Lucasta, containing little of merit, was published by Dudley Lovelace in 1659. Like so many of the poets of his day, Lovelace was inspired but seldom, and, when uninspired fell into sterile conceits and below mediocrity. His unrivaled poems of true love, to Lucasta, going beyond seas, to Althea, from prison, to Lucasta, going to the wars, strangely attributed by Scott to Montrose, are beyond praise or rivalry. "Honor is my life," wrote Montrose in his Bible. Love and honor inspire Lovelace with faultless and immortal verse. To Amarantha, that she would dishevel her hair, but shake your head and scatter day, is also a charming song. And Suckling could not exceed the cheerful impudence of, "Why shouldst thou swear I am forsworn? Since then I vowed to be. Lady, it is already morn. And 'twas last night I swore to thee." That fond impossibility. We can but wish for Lovelace that he had ridden with Wogan from Dover to the north, and died with the last of the loyal on the hills. Suckling. Sir John Suckling, the son of a wealthy man, who held various offices at court, was born at Witton in 1609. Not much is known of his education, but in town he was one of the tribe of Ben Jonson, wits and courtiers, such as Davenant, Carew, and Endymion Porter. His Session of the Poets is an elegant banter of his friends. His plays, the Glora, the Goblins, Brennerald, are very decadent in style, and a man must have a strong passion for the drama who can read them, for human pleasure. In Charles's expedition against the Scottish Covenanters, in 1639, each army occupied itself in observation, Charles at Berwick, Leslie at Dunn's Law. The commanders on both sides were dispirited, and if a troop of horse, equipped by Suckling at great expense, ran away, it was probably from Kelso, where a small royalist command was driven in. We know nothing with certainty, but derisive ballads were made against the poet's courage, though there never was a braver man than Colonel Gardiner, whose dragoons on every occasion used their spurs, in 1745. Suckling died in Paris in 1642. Various tales are told of the cause of his decease. Suckling is the typical jolly, audacious, amorous, now constant, now amusingly volatile cavalier poet. His verses are well made but seldom so well as Carew's. And though he is not always on pleasure bent, he never approaches the heights of Lovelace. The first edition of his poems, Fragmenta Aurea, is of 1646, and the frontispiece exactly meets our natural theory of Suckling's personal aspect. He looks very pleasant in his armor. Among his successes in verse are, "'Tis now since I sate down before that foolish fort, a heart," and "A Ballad of a Wedding, the most charming thing of its kind in English poetry. Out upon it, I have loved 3 whole days together. When, dearest, I but think of thee, and why so pale and wan, fond lover?" It was with very slight trouble that the gay Suckling stormed the gates of poetic immortality. Habington. William Habington, 1605–1654, was of a Catholic family. His father, of Hindlip in Worcestershire, had suffered on the occasions of Babington's and of the Gunpowder plots. The poet was educated abroad, St. Omer's and Paris. He married Lucy, daughter of Lord Powys. His muse was the domestic, and he ceaselessly celebrated his wife under the name of Castera. His play, The Queen of Aragon, had some success. Many of the lyrics to Castera are quite pretty, whether they be prenuptial or written in wedlock, whether Castera is sick, or in a trance, or beginning to recover, or weeping, or setting forth on a journey. In lines to the celebrated first and only Marquess of Argyll, Habington applauds those feats of military daring which history does not recognize in the vanquished of Inverlochie and Kilsyth. A Catholic who thought the cause of the Covenant just, must have had a very open mind. Wood says, in fact, that Habington did run with the times, and was not unknown to Oliver Cromwell. Habington's relations with Argyll are rather puzzling. In addition to his many poems on his wife, Habington composed 8 elegies on the death of George Talbot, Esquire. Cartwright. William Cartwright, 1611–1643, must have been a most amiable man, agreeable university wit, and florid and seraphical preacher. He passed much of his life at Oxford, being a student of Christ Church. He was an active military organizer when King Charles and the court were at Oxford. He was junior proctor, lectured on the metaphysics, was lamented by the king and university on his death, and was admired in his life by Dr. Fell. His poems are mainly birthday odes, and complimentary addresses to ladies. In the person of Lady Carlisle he celebrated masses of ivory blushing here and there. And he wrote disdainfully of what is called platonic love. He also wrote a song called The Ordinary. Davenant. Sir William Davenant, 1606–1668, was more interesting as a man, and in his relations with greater men of letters, than as a poet. His vast epic, Gondibert, concerned with the heroic age of Lombardy, and written in quatrains of alternately rhyming decasyllabic lines, is a monument of misplaced ambition. Davenant's father was landlord of the Crown Inn, at Oxford, and Davenant did not discourage the legend that Shakespeare was his mother's admirer. At a very early age, Davenant wrote the briefest of elegiac odes on Shakespeare's death. His best lyric is "The lark now leaves his watery nest, and climbing, shakes his dewy wings. He takes this window for the east, and to implore your light, he sings. Awake, awake, the morn will never rise, till she can dress her beauty at your eyes." Davenant was of Lincoln College, Oxford, was one of the London wits, and is bantered by Suckling in The Session of the Poets, for a sad misfortune. To Lombardy, Davenant turned, in 1629, for the topic of his tragedy of Albovine, a theme with which poets have rarely been successful. In 1638 Davenant was made poet laureate. He managed a theatre. In 1641 was accused of being engaged in a cavalier enterprise, escaped to France, returned, was knighted, 1643, for his services at the siege of Gloucester. Failed, in 1646, to make Charles accept the terms of the Covenanters, and, after various loyal adventures, was placed in the Tower, 1650. Milton is said to have pleaded for him, and he, later, for Milton. On the Restoration he was rewarded by the patent of a theatre, where he produced plays by no means Shakespearean. He forms a link between the Shakespeare of his childish years, Milton, and the young Dryden. Waller and Cowley wrote the only recommendatory verses for his Gondibert, which is dedicated, with Davenant's ideas on the art of poetry, to Thomas Hobbes. Davenant modestly compared himself to Homer. He trusts that his verses in Gondibert will be sung at village feasts, like the works of Homer ere they were joined together and made a volume by the Athenian king. A stranger combination of vanity with erroneous pedantry has seldom been printed. Cowley. The name of Abraham Cowley is likely to live as long as histories of English literature are written, and yet some students who are not passionately fond of Lydgate would much liefer read Lydgate than Cowley. To Charles Lamb, on the other hand, Cowley's was one of the sweetest names, which carry a perfume in the mention. He was born in London in 1618, and Dr. Jonson suspected that his father was not only a Puritan but a grocer. A copy of The Faerie Queen, which lay on the window-seat of his mother's chamber, is said to have wakened Cowley's ambition. He lisped in numbers, and published his verses at Westminster School, whence he went on to Cambridge. There he is said to have written much of his biblical epic, the Davideis. The poem is in the heroic couplet, thus. Riced with the news he from high heaven receives. Straight to his diligent God just thanks he gives. To divine Nob directs he then his flight. A small town, great in fame, by Levi's right. The poem breaks off at the passage where Jonathan, after fighting all day, tastes some honey of the wild bees. To compare with Milton's Satan, the Satan of Cowley. Thrice did he knock his iron teeth, thrice howl. And into frowns his wrathful forehead roll. Is to perceive that the Cavalier was no match for the Puritan poet in sacred epic. Cowley had done much secretary's work for Charles I during the war. He was employed by the Queen in Paris, and returned in 1656 to England, where he was arrested, but presently released. He returned to France just as the star of Molière was rising, came home at the Restoration, was dissatisfied with such reward as his loyalty obtained, and left town for a very pleasant house at Chertsey, where he died in 1667. His set of amatory verses, The Mistress, holds a high place in collections. He revelled in what Dr. Jonson called metaphysical conceits. Odes he wrote in great numbers, in imitation of Pindar. One of them is addressed to the Royal Society and hails the new birth of divine science. Pindaric odes became a fashion that lasted long, and, in its day, produced little of merit till Dryden came. Not much of Cowley in verse is now read for pleasure except the lively and graceful chronicle of the names of his mistresses. If we could suppose that without Cowley the great odes in the language would not have been written, Cowley might be regarded as an important influence. But when we turn to his Praise of Pindar, Pindar is imitable by none. The phoenix Pindar is a vast species alone. Cowley does not seem very inspiring. But Dr. Jonson held that Cowley was the first who imparted to English numbers the enthusiasm of the greater ode, and the gaiety of the less, while he left such specimens of excellence, in versification, as enabled succeeding poets to improve it. Denham. The poems of Sir John Denham, 1615–1669, might, had they perished, have been reckoned in the valuable part of things lost. He was of the Royalist party, and his occasional political rhymes are humorless libels. In 1642 he published The Sophie, and surprised the wits, for he had been best known as a dicer and gambler. In 1642 his Cooper's Hill, an early example of local poetry, appeared, and in this was little of what Dr. Jonson called the old manner of continuing the sense ungracefully from verse to verse, which disfigured his translation of the second book of the Aeneid. For restricting the sense to the couplet, Denham was reckoned with Waller among the reformers of English poetry. For lines of Cooper's Hill, admired by Dryden, are all that men remember. He wrote not ungracefully on Cowley, and he succeeded in getting £10,000 for the royal cause from the Scottish traders in Poland. He is no longer, as by Dr. Jonson, deservedly considered as one of the fathers of our English poetry, who improved our taste and advanced our language. Sherburne, Stanley, Browne, Cotton. It is customary to mention among English poets of the 17th century Sir Edward Sherburne, Thomas Stanley his kinsman, Alexander Browne, and Charles Cotton, whose birth and death dates range from 1618 to 1702, Sherburne's life occupied the whole space. All but Cotton, the latest born, 1630, were of the Royalist party. Sherburne dealt most in translations and sacred verses, Browne in ditties of love, wine, and politics, with epistles and elegies. Stanley was a scholar, his amorous verses often approach excellence. Cotton celebrated Chloris with little inspiration, wrote angling songs, and was the friend of Isaac Walton, a fact that preserves his name in lavender. He wrote the part on fly fishing, in which Walton was no expert, for a late edition of The Complete Angler, and, 1681, celebrated in verse, the wonders of the Peak, as he had sung the praises of his well-loved river, the Dove. His Scaronides or Virgil travesty, in the manner of Scarra gave offence to reverent admirers of the Aeneid. Waller. Edmund Waller, certainly the greatest wit of his time, for it would be sacrilege to speak of Milton as a wit, was born at Coleshill in Bucks, on March 3, 1606. He was early left a rich orphan, was educated at Eton and King's, Cambridge, entered Parliament at 18, and was familiar with the court of James I. His first known poem, on The Escape of the Prince at St. Andrew, is in the same correct and elegant heroic verse as that of his later measures. Waller had at 18 command of the instrument to which Dryden fell heir. Possibly the poem, with some of his other loyal pieces of almost the same period, may have been improved by Waller in later days. But his ear was already as excellent as that of Davies in his Nos Te Ipsum, or of Fairfax in his translation of Tasso. Waller had no taste for the venturesome irregular lines of his contemporaries, and seldom, like so many of them, drew amorous conceits from the depths of the fanciful science of the age. Adulation of people in power from Charles I and his queen to Charles II and his queen, or to Cromwell in The Panegyric, was the common theme of Waller. As he is always tuneful and always vivacious, he may be read with interest, whether he congratulates Prince Charles on his escape from shipwreck, or the king on his fortitude when he heard of the murder of Buckingham, or Cromwell on his victories. Or Mary of Modena on a tea party, or Monmouth on the defeat of the Covenanters at Bothwell Bridge. His love verses to Saccharissa, Lady Dorothea Sidney, or to Amrit, Lady Sophia Murray, are seldom tedious, and his On a Girdle, and Go, Lovely Rose, and Tell Me, Lovely Loving Pair, are among the imperishable flowers of the English anthology. While he lived, and he lived to be 81, Waller always wrote well, nor was he less distinguished as an orator in Parliament, and a delightful companion. In the short and long Parliaments he appeared as a moderate member of the parliamentary party, and opposed the abolition of episcopacy. Revolution, not reform, was the winning card, and Waller slid into what was called Waller's plot. He organized what may be called a scheme of constitutional resistance to the king's enemies, but with this coexisted, as usually happens, a more strenuous and violent conspiracy under Sir Nicholas Crisp. The affair was detected on May 31, 1643, Waller and his brother-in-law, Tomkins, were arrested. Waller lost head and heart, confessed all that he knew, and more that he conjectured. Lost honor, and kept his life at the ransom of a heavy fine, and exile, at Rouen. He made his peace with Cromwell, who had nothing to fear and something to gain from him, the famous panegyric of 1654. When Charles returned, Waller's congratulations were deemed by the king less good than his compliments to Cromwell. Poets, sir, answered Waller, succeed better in fiction than in truth. The treacherous politician was forgiven on every side, the witty poet was welcome in Parliament and everywhere. Waller's first wife was rich, his second was fertile. When at last his doctor pronounced his sentence of death, he quoted some lines of Virgil, and went home to die. John Evelyn had been his worthy friend, to no man were men more charitable than to Waller. His Battle of the Summer Islands is mildly mock-heroic, the compliments which he lavished on other poets, as to Evelyn on his translation of Lucretius, outlived their works which he praised. Dryden esteemed him generously, and all the more because he was judiciously applauded by Sir George Mackenzie, the Bluety Mackenzie of the Covenanters. With his songs Waller has one foot in the paradise of Lovelace and Suckling in Carew. As represented by his heroic couplets he almost enters the Augustan age. Waller well understood the transitoriness of poetic popularity, shifting with every change of manners, language and taste. Poets that lasting marble seek must carve in Latin or in Greek. We write in sand, our language grows. And, like the tide, our work o'erflows. Chaucer his sense can only boast. The glory of his numbers lost. Happily the glory of Chaucer's numbers has been recovered. Nor is that of Waller's lost, his sense sometimes can only be appreciated by aid of some knowledge of history. Marvell. In a sense and as regards the better part of his poetry, Andrew Marvell may be reckoned among Cavalier poets. He had not, in full measure, the occasional but unique inspiration of Lovelace, but he is comparatively free from wanton conceits, and never falls into the abyss. He has, in addition to the charm of the Cavaliers at their best, a certain delicacy and reserve, and a sense of natural beauty and a rural felicity in which they do not abound. He has none of the stains of the tavern. Marvell was born on March 31, 1621, at Winstead, near Hull, being son of the parson of Winstead. He went to Trinity College, Cambridge, at an early age, did not wait to take his master's degree, and in 1641 to 1646, travelled widely on the continent. In 1649 he wrote commendatory verses to Lovelace's Lucasta, and in these he speaks as a sympathetic cavalier, though, like other quiet people who loved a settled government, he later addressed Cromwell as an angel, which may have made Noel smile grimly. In 1650 Marvell became tutor to the daughter of Lord Fairfax, the parliamentary general, but no regicide. At Appleton House, near Bilborough Hill, Marvell wrote his most charming poems of country life and innocent loves. He compared the hill to the delicately penciled curve of an eyebrow, and assures mountains more unjust, such as the Alps, that they, the earth deform, and heaven fright. For more than a century any peaked mountain or rocky eminence was reckoned horrid. Marvell made at this time the acquaintance of Milton, who recommended him as acquainted with foreign languages and classical literature for the post of assistant secretary, which he obtained in 1657. In the circle of government, Marvell learned to appreciate and was induced to applaud Cromwell on his return from his visit of conquest and massacre to Ireland. This poem contains the familiar and beautiful lines appreciative of the behavior of Charles I on the scaffold. In 1659 to 1660 Marvell entered Parliament as member for Hull. In 1663 to 1665 he went abroad on various embassies, and, after playing the part of a fierce satirist of the sinners of the Restoration, he died on August 18, 1678. His prose satires, The Rehearsal Transprost, and others, 1672 to 1678, were inspired by that terror of a restoration of Catholicism, which flamed up in the cowardly ferocities of Titus Oates's Popish plot. Though a Catholic in sympathy, Charles II knew well that if he announced his change of religion he would be sent off on his travels again, and to travel he was not inclined. The satires of Marvell in verse we still read, says Swift, who speaks of the author's genius. It had none of the majesty of Dryden's nor of Pope's polish, and Marvell is best known for what is best in his poetry, the nymph complaining for her fawn, the garden, which has much of the merit of Milton's L'Allegro, and Il Penseroso. The mower to the glowworms, Bermudas, to his coy mistress, with its charming humor, and the definition of love, which scarcely maintains the level of its first noble stanza. Such poems on divine subjects as The Coronet are reminiscent of Herbert, but less conceited, retaining Marvell's grace of flowers and gardens. Milton. John Milton, son of a money scrivener, was born in Bread Street, London, on December 9, 1608. His father, though a Puritan, was in sympathy with literature, and his wealth permitted his son to devote himself, as long as he pleased, to studies of many kinds, and to train himself sedulously for the great poetic task which he deemed himself born to do. Milton was thus one of the first of our strictly professional non-dramatic poets, like Shelley, Tennyson, Browning, and Wordsworth 36, who were able to devote themselves deliberately to the cultivation of their genius. Milton never wrote for his livelihood, and, except when he gave himself up to political and theological controversy, he was always preparing himself for the great poem which he was determined to make. He entered at St. Paul's School in 1620, and thence went to Christ's College, Cambridge, where his beauty and refined morals won for him the name of the Lady of Christ's. He put on his master's gown in 1632, and then for 6 years resided at his father's place, Horton, in Buckinghamshire, the county of John Hampden. A man's best poems are usually written before he is 30. Milton was 21 when, 1629, he produced the Ode, on the morning of Christ's Nativity. In this splendid and immortal piece he invokes, as always, the heavenly muse, and, in addition to the beautiful measure of the hymn, in harmony rivaling Spenser's, he already strikes his own sonorous note. As in The Trumpet Spoke Not to the Armed Throng, a glorious combination and harmony of sounds. Here advance the helmed cherubim and soared seraphim, who are, in paradise lost, to make the floor of heaven ring to the roar of an angel onset. The stanzas on the flight of the ancient classic deities, even the genius of haunted spring and dale, and the nymphs, are of a high and melancholy imagination. But Milton found the subject to be above the years he had when he wrote it, and was nothing satisfied with what he had done. After deliberately selecting and weighing many themes, for example that of Arthur, he returned when old, blind, and fallen on what he deemed evil days, to the topic of wars in heaven, and man's fall and redemption. L'Allegro and Il Penseroso are impeccable early poems. Milton is not yet so Puritan as to denounce Merry England, the jocund rebecks, the dancing youths and maids, the tales of Fairy Mab and the Brownie, and the stage, if Jonson and sweetest Shakespeare be the playwrights. Milton was deeply learned in the classics, but there is none of the pedantry of his age in his allusions to Prince Memnon, or that starred Ethiop queen, though now many readers must turn to notes for information about them. Octosyllabic lines had never before been written with such variety of grave and gay as by Milton, who in verse is a supreme master and inventor of harmonies. Spenser had not his variety, in Milton's poems, as in his lines, on a solemn music. The bright seraphim, in burning row, their loud uplifted angel trumpets blow. Yet Milton's party in the state set its face like a flint against the solemn music of the churches as against the joyous rebecks of the lads and lasses. In 1634 Milton produced a masque, the one great and enduring masque of the many that were played in the halls of princes and peers. Comus was presented at Ludlow Castle, the house of Lord Bridgewater, President of Wales, and the actors were his family. The muse is heavenly, the theme is divine chastity. There is no such awful contrast to the purity of the lady as that which Fletcher, in The Faithful Shepherdess, presents in the person of the deplorable Chloe. As in the plays of Euripides, an explanatory prologue is spoken by a spirit, who later appears as the shepherd Thyrsis. We learn that Comus, Revelry, the son of Dionysus the wine god and Circe the enchantress of the Odyssey, has settled in this ominous wood, in Britain. Tempts travellers with the crystal cup of his sorceries, and changes them into beast-headed adventurers. Then Comus enters with his torch-bearing company, swine, bulls, goats, bears, and in beautiful lines, recommends his unholy ethics. Come, let us our rites begin. 'Tis only daylight that makes sin. But something warns him that a chaste being draws near, he dismisses his troop. The lady enters, she has lost her way in the dark wood, her brothers have strayed apart, she hopes to meet merry peasants who will guide her. She calls them by a song, and Comus appears, summoned by the notes. How sweetly did they float upon the wings of silence, through the empty vaulted night. At every fall smoothing the raven down of darkness, till it smiled. Thinking Comus an honest shepherd, the lady follows him, her brothers enter in search of her, the spirit warns them of her danger, and gives them such virtuous herbs as Hermes gives to Odysseus in Circe's isle. Armed with these they scatter the satyrs of Comus, but only Sabrina, nymph of the Severn, called and replying in lyrics of ineffable beauty can release the lady from the enchanted chair of Comus. The majesty, delicacy, and beauty of the ideas are matched by the exquisite music of the blank verse and lyric passages, for at the age of 26 and in his poetic prime of youth, Milton was already a master of every technical resource of poetry. Of everything, except humor and the power of creating human characters. He might compose poetry more august and sustained than Comus, but he never could be a better poet man he was in 1634. Sanity, order, form, absence of vain conceit and ingenious antithesis were as natural to Milton as they were unknown to Donne and the Fletchers. Milton's next great poem, Lycidas, was composed shortly before he left Horton, early in 1638, on a visit to Italy. The occasion, which other Cambridge poets celebrated, was the death of a friend, Edward King, drowned in crossing the Irish Channel. We do not know from external evidence that Milton was more attached to King, personally, than Shelley was to Keats. Lycidas is not a cry from an almost broken heart, as are parts of the In Memoriam of Tennyson. It has been said that admiration of Lycidas is a test of a man's capacity for appreciating poetry, a hard saying for Dr. Jonson. That Milton had a true affection for King the classic allusions and the pastoral guise of his ode may cause some to doubt. But there is deep natural feeling in the plangent words. But oh! The heavy change now thou art gone. Now thou art gone and never must return. The story disguised as a friendship between Theocritian shepherds is really that of a college friendship between two boyish poets, and no later friendships can be so tender, close, dear, the lost voice ever echoing in the memory. The verse is a solemn music, the mingling of the figures of classical mythology with Saint Peter, and with Camus, Reverend Sire, vexed Dr. Jonson, but he would have been equally vexed by the only Oxford pendant to this Cambridge lament, the Thyrsis of Matthew Arnold. Indeed, what really annoyed the good doctor was the certainly regrettable introduction of an attack on his beloved Church of England, and the ominous mention of that two-handed engine at the door, which did not strike once, but often. Nor only at the neck of an archbishop, but slew Strafford, Hamilton, and the king. The dread voice comes across the shepherd's dirge, the Sicilian muse, the muse of Theocritus, is bidden to return, but to Milton she will not come again. We think of him, at this time, as young but intolerably severe, like Apollo in Matthew Arnold's Empedocles on Etna. Like Wordsworth and Shelley he was devoid of humor, and thus fails, as Shelley did not fail, thanks to his geniality, and kindness and charms, to win universal sympathy. Think of Shakespeare, who does not love the man, and who does dare to love Milton. He was not vain with the childlike vanity of some poets, but he was as proud as his own Satan. He not only had genius next to the highest, but he knew it, tended it, cared for it, and could scarcely find a task that was great enough for his powers. We respect his self-knowledge, applaud his resolution, and are much happier with Shakespeare and Scott, who never gave a thought to their genius. On returning from Italy to his country, the country of the Bishop's Wars, Milton, in Aldersgate Street, devoted himself to the education of his nephews, to sonnets, and then to prose works, as already mentioned. All written in the cause of sacred liberty. He, like the old Scots earl, did not love the new liberty, as offered by the Presbyterian, whose name was old priest writ large. His marriage, in 1643, to a lady of a loyal family, Mary Powell, was unhappy. She went back, in a short time, to her own people. In 1645 she returned, had 3 daughters, and died in 1652. His private unhappiness made Milton plead vainly for freedom of divorce, a remedy which has its own unsatisfactory aspect. In 1652 Milton lost his eyesight, like his blind Thamyris and blind Maeonides, and Tiresias and Phineas, prophets old. His sonnets are his only poems of this period, when he argued for divorce, and for liberty of printing, defended the slaying of his king, wrangled with political opponents in English and Latin, and was Latin secretary to the Commonwealth. An accomplished sonneteer in Italian, Milton in English observed, usually, the strict Petrarchian rules, and had the wisdom and self-restraint to write not too many sonnets, most of them choicely good. Even that in which he commemorates the noble Aboyne, and the son of Coll of the left hand, and Gillespie Grumac is a good sonnet. He mourned for the late massacre in Piedmont, but not for those of Drogheda and Dundee. His nobility of soul never declares itself more gloriously than in the sonnets on his blindness, of these eyes. Overplied. In liberty's defense, my glorious task. But there was no liberty left for Anglicans, Catholics, or Presbyterians in Scotland, who were turned out of their Court of General Assembly. After rejecting many topics which had occurred to him as possible subjects for his lifelong purpose to write a great epic, Milton returned to the inspiration of the heavenly muse, and settled, 1655 to 1667, on Paradise Lost. He did wisely, for a human epic like the others, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and all the Greek, Roman, Italian, and French imitations of these, demands a pell-mell of human characters, noble, treacherous, and humorous. In creating human characters Milton had little skill, and, in Paradise Lost, there are but 2, Adam and Eve. In Genesis they are extremely human, but Milton had to make them at first perfect, and place them in a situation where no other human beings ever were. For the rest, he had the magnificent Satan, fallen through a pride and independence of character with which the poet was in sympathy, while Belial and Abdiel are also, each in his own way, heroic. The heavenly angels are less clearly marked and discriminated. In Athens, Milton would have rivaled Aeschylus, with Euripides he does not pair. He has the greatest of stages, the universe, chaos, heaven and hell. His theme is the mystery of human fortunes, man, what he might be, what he is. He uses a non-biblical poetic legend, the war in heaven, which had been treated, we saw, by an Anglo-Saxon poet, and has a parallel in the mythology of the Kadish, a savage tribe of Central Australia. There too the great self-created Atnatu of the highest heaven hurls his disobedient children down to earth. It was inevitable that Satan, not Adam, should become the hero, as Mephistopheles, not Faust, is the hero of Goethe's play, is the interesting character. Milton in his Puritan way describes himself as not sedulous by nature to indite wars, hitherto alone heroic deemed, while modest domestic patience and heroic martyrdom are unsung, or as in the case of Jeanne d'Arc, have proved too lofty a theme for any poet. But Milton being a poet is subject to inevitable poetic limitations. The patience which Eve displayed in everyday domestic life, after her expulsion from paradise, would not be a theme for the epic. And Milton never stoops his wing, when he sings of the raising of the banner of Satan, and the banner cry of hell. In the true spirit of epics, his poem ends with no clash of arms, no blare of trumpets, but with a dying fall. They, hand in hand, with wandering steps and slow, through Eden took their solitary way. In such manner, too, ceases the Gilead. Thus held they funeral for knightly Hector. Milton's blank verse is the stateliest, most variously tuneful, and most relieved by varieties of pause, most sonorous with the mysterious music of ancient names. All in this is perfect. The verse paragraphs, the opening paragraph is of 30 lines, could only be arrayed by Milton. We do not often meet what seems to us a bathos, as when Satan, fallen from heaven, views the dismal situation. After viewing the dismal situation Satan is himself again. All is not lost. The unconquerable will. And study of revenge, immortal hate. And courage never to submit or yield. And what is else not to be overcome? That glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me. Milton is not pedantic, but as Homer has his catalogue of ships and heroes, Milton outdoes him with his catalogue of fallen angels, gods of the nations, Moloch, Chemosh, Ashtoreth, Dagon, Osiris, Isis, Horns, the Ionian gods of Javan's issue. And they, who with Saturn old, fled over Adria to the Hesperian fields, and o'er the Celtic roamed the utmost isles. Milton's knowledge was equal to every demand, and his were the unconquerable will, and courage never to submit or yield. But, magnificent as he is, Milton has always his eye on that Achaean, father of the rest, and he copies Homer's bridal bed of Zeus and Hera. Underfoot the violet, crocus and hyacinth with rich inlay, broidered the ground. And beneath them the divine earth sent forth fresh new grass, and dewy lotus, crocus, and hyacinth. But Milton gives 20 lines where Homer gives 4. In comparing the two greatest of epic poets, the first, Homer, with the last, Milton, we observe that each sums up in himself the whole thought and experience, and the poetic expression of a world that lies behind him. Each takes his own where he finds it, makes all men's with his own, as Ben Jonson said, in an invidious sense, of Shakespeare. Homer has his debts to old nameless poets. Milton displays his debts to Homer, and to Greek, Roman, and Celtic poets and historians, to Anglo-Saxons, Dutch, Italians, to all song and all learning, and all that he takes he transfigures, and rounds into a harmonious whole, the immortal epic. Paradise Lost was published in 1667, 4 years after Milton's third marriage. It is not apparent that he was in any danger from the government of the Restoration. Charles II avowed to Clarendon, in a scribbled note now in the Bodleian, his constitutional dislike of hanging men. The book did not sell badly for a Puritan poem produced while the revel of the company of Comus was maddest, and, when Milton died, Dryden, the literary dictator, gave due praise to the greatest of literary epics, the loftiest, the most splendidly adorned. And poets of the 18th century adored the style which became ridiculous, or dull, in their imitations. In Paradise Regained, a sequel which Mr. Elwood, a Quaker, reports himself to have suggested to Milton, the great qualities of the poet are unimpaired. His verse is that which he alone could wield. His sonorous catalogues, the music of names, the eagle glance over all the kingdoms of earth and the glory of them, the triumph of the pure spirit over carnal joys. Nay, the haunting memories of old romance. Of fairy damsels, met in forest wide. By knights of Logres, or of lions. Lancelot, or Pelias, or Pellinore. These are all present, all are captivating. It is natural to wish that, while young, Milton had followed his dominant motive into Arthur's fairy land, and told the story of Galahad and the Holy Grail, the purity that wins the beatific vision. His Samson Agonists, in the severest style of Greek tragedy, sets forth his own strength foiled by blindness, mocked by the dull triumphs of the wanton crowd, and triumphant in death. The occasional unrhymed verse of the chorus, not in decasyllabic lines, stands for Milton's curious antipathy for rhyme, in which, when he chose, he excelled. The subtleties and sophistries of Delilah express his idea of one type of womanhood, the other type shines in the steadfast love of the repentant Eve. The poem, with all the strength, has less of the charm of Milton than his other great works. Milton died in 1674, a poet who in one sense might be styled self-taught, for while he was so deeply read, his verse was no echo, nor ever can be re-echoed. It is foolish but natural to appraise the relative greatness of great poets, but, Shakespeare apart, it is to the lonely Milton that the world has always awarded the crown of England's greatest. Samuel Butler. If we could take the God-gifted organ voice of England, Milton, as representing the anti-royalist parties in the Civil War, and Samuel Butler, with his Hudibras, as the representative of those who stood for church and king, we could not hesitate in our choice between the two factions. But Milton's was a soul that dwells apart, making its own special music, while Butler produced a unique epic satire on the furies and follies of the once triumphant Presbyterians, Independents, and a multitude of wild contending sects. Of Samuel Butler's life but little is known. Born at Strensham in Worcestershire in 1612, he was educated at the School of Worcester, but could not afford to proceed to either university. He was clerk to a justice of the peace, was later in the service of the Countess of Kent, where he had leisure for study, at rest in Bedfordshire, during the war, and in the same shire resided with Sir Samuel Luke, an active Presbyterian, who, however, was opposed to the regicide. Butler thus saw plenty of the people whom, in 1663, he satirized in the first part of Hudibras. That Presbyterian Don Quixote, with his independent squire, Ralph, is the wildest caricature of a type, not of an individual, and the adventures of the pair are merely burlesque. The discussions and descriptions are a tempest of ridicule falling on the fallen cause in showers of jigging and strangely rhymed octosyllabics. Often so piquant that many of them are still commonly quoted though the historic allusions are forgotten. The associations of ideas in the author's mind bring out a learning as multifarious as that of Burton or of Browne. The book was adored at court, not least by the king, and was pirated. All three parts were put forth by Walton's publisher, Richard Marriott, though they may have been little to the taste of the pacific author of The Complete Angler. Butler seems to have been no roisterer, but a retired, bookish, sardonic humorist, who asked for nothing and got nothing. The court wits who sought his acquaintance did not find in him what they expected. He certainly received no notable rewards, and later poets found in him the type of neglected merit. He died in London in 1680. After a war of religion in which all the countless factions felt certain of their own infallibility, Butler, a disillusioned wit, saw nothing in the strife but what the saintly Leighton called a scuffle of drunken men in the dark. The parliamentarians call fire and sword and desolation a godly thorough reformation, which always must be carried on, and still be doing, never done, as if religion were intended for nothing else but to be mended. They with more care keep holy day the wrong, than others the right way. For Christmas was kept as a fast, and Good Friday as a feast. The whole poem has rather less of a constructed plot than Tristram Shandy. And the strange rhymes, as of flambeau to damned blow, tickled the merry cavaliers more than they amuse later generations. What is topical in Hudibras is, of course, transitory, but much of permanent and brilliant wit remains and is current in quotations, for example. Compound for sins they are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to. Still so perverse and opposite, as if they worshipped God for spite. Butler wrote other things. The best is a dialogue in which Puss and Cat mimic the conversations of the lovers in the heroic tragedies of the Restoration. XXV, Restoration Theatre. In England, when the king came to his own again, May 29, 1660, and the reign of the saints was ended, it was certain that the theatre also would come to her own. The stage had been bad enough, in verse, taste, and manners, before the doors were closed in 1642. When the dramatic muse returned, she brought with her, like the man in the parable, 7 other devils worse than herself. The morals and tastes of the town and court were what, after so many years of Puritan sway, they might be expected to be. They are most livelily delineated in the Diary of Mr. Pepys. And the drama of the Restoration was their child, and worthy of them. At first the stage was occupied by the older plays of Fletcher, Jonson, and Shirley. No new names of note appear till Dryden's Wild Gallant failed in 1663, and Sir George Etheridge's Love in a Tub prospered in 1664. No age will be content with old plays, the mould and fashion of the time must be exhibited. Pictures of the brutal mirth and the horseplay of triumphant license, of the flirtations and intrigues of lackeys and lords and ladies, all genteel and witty à la mode of the court and town as we know them from Pepys and Grammont, were presented. Everything must be new. As we hear of the new morality, the new theology, and so on, so, in The Rehearsal, 1671, a burlesque by the Duke of Buckingham and other hands, on the plays of the last 10 years, the word new is constantly reiterated. You must know this is the new way of writing, and these hard things please 40 times better than the old plain way of writing. The butt of The Rehearsal, Bayes, a mixture of Davenant with the mannerisms of Dryden, keeps bragging that this or that absurdity is new. New, certainly, and not worthy to wax old, was the extravagant, heroic tragedy, copying the flights of the French school of bombastic romances, and written in rhyming couplets. The authors of The Rehearsal stitch together scraps and parodies of the new plays, in that which is being rehearsed, with plenty of farcical business under Mr. Bayes, who gives amusing snatches of his Ars Poetica, while there are jibes at the new style of prologues and epilogues, which Dryden wrote so copiously. But The Rehearsal is less witty than Sheridan's The Critic. As for the new, rhyming, heroic plays, Dryden ascribes their origin to Davenant. Forbidden to act the old sort of plays under the reign of the saints, he introduced examples of moral virtue, writ in verse, in rhyme, and performed in recitative music. He combined the Italian opera with characters in the manner of Corneille. At the Restoration, he turned his Siege of Rhodes into a just drama, but without design and variety of characters. Dryden took the manner up, and, inspired by Ariosto, made love and valor the theme of the new heroic tragedy on a superhuman scale, and with supernatural incidents, ghosts for example. Then came rant and extravagance expressed in rhymed couplets, and even triplets, till Dryden returned to blank verse, and Lee and Otway and others followed him. But the drama remained as heroic and absurd as when Dryden wrote that masterpiece, The Conquest of Granada. In this he has a ghost, the ghost of the mother of the heroic Almanzor. Scott supposes that she was brought in to prove the courage of her son, even in face of an apparition. Really, the courtesy of Almanzor is more to be admired. The stage direction shows that he bowed to the spectre. Many critics of the age regarded the heroic tragedy with no more respect than we are apt to do now. Dryden replied with arguments which are not quite to the point. The heroic tragedy is a perfectly legitimate form of art. The Greek tragedies deal with divine heroes and gods, and Aeschylus in The Persians does not disdain the ghost of Darius, and in The Eumenides introduces the Furies. Dryden pleaded for a similar license in the heroic play, but all depends on the manner of the doing. His ghosts are not majestic, like that of Darius, they are absurd. For boldness of language he also claimed a privilege. Persons engaged in superhuman struggles may talk above the pitch of ordinary men. But they must not, like the heroes of the Caroline tragedies, soar or slip into bombast, they must rise on the wings of poetry, not on bladders full of gas. Are all the flights of heroic poetry to be concluded bombast, unnatural, and mere madness because they, the critics, are not affected by their excellences, asks Dryden, in his Apology for Heroic Poetry in Poetic License. No, not all, the critics might have answered, but many of your flights of heroic poetry are bombast, and they might, indeed they did, produce examples. For instance, in his The State of Innocence, in which, accepting Milton's permission given in blank verse, you may tag my verses if you will. He rhymed Paradise Lost into an opera. Dryden wrote thus: Seraph and cherub, careless of their charge, and wanton, in full ease, who live at large, unguarded leave the passes of the sky, and all dissolved in hallelujahs lie. The spectacle of wanton seraphs lying dissolved in hallelujahs naturally provoked laughter, but glorious John did not see the absurdity of the situation. He took his image from Virgil, he says, where the Greeks enter Troy which lay buried in sleep and wine. But Trojans were not seraphs, and sleep and wine are not dissolving hallelujahs. In the same way Virgil, following Homer, describes the Cyclops as a monster of mountainous height, as in fact he was. Goliath was only about 10 feet high. But Dryden applauds Cowley for writing of Goliath. The valley, now, this monster seemed to fill. And we, methought, looked up to him from our hill. The passage is horrible bombast, says Scott. Not living in an early heroic age, in which exaggeration is natural and pardonable, but in the age of skepticism and the Royal Society, Dryden exceeded the ancient license, and, as when a hero takes off his hat to his mother's ghost, mingled modern manners with more than heroic audacities. Criticism should look for beauties, not faults, said Dryden, but the critics could reply that the whole scheme of the heroic drama was faulty. The result is extravagance and rant, indeed rant was then the fault of the actors on the French stage. Molière had to warn his company that a king, conversing with his minister, does not necessarily speak like a demoniac. Turning to comedy, we find it but little instructed, in refinement, creation of character, and wit, by the example of Molière. Etheridge's 3 plays, Love in a Tub, 1664, She Would If She Could, 1667, and The Man of Mode, or Sir Fopling Flutter, 1676, are the work of a courtier and amateur concerning whose life and death little is known. The merriment of Love in a Tub is a picture of contemporary manners. Compared with its prose, the rhyming 10-syllabled couplets of the graver and sentimental characters are almost a relief. The author, 1635–1691. In the prologue, admits that wit, dramatic genius in this case, has now declined, avers that the older and graver sort would decry new plays in the manner of Fletcher and Ben Jonson, and bids the audience only think upon the modern way of writing. In an epilogue to Sir Fopling Flutter, Dryden characterizes the hero admirably. True fops help nature work, and go to school, to file and finish God Almighty's fool. If these pieces have wit, they have not wit enough to keep them sweet. Thomas Shadwell, 1642–1692, was made immortal when he became the butt of Dryden's satire. His plays are useful to students of contemporary manners, and he was the laureate of William and Mary in succession to Glorious John. Sir Charles Sedley and Mrs. Aphra Behn have left nothing imperishable but a few songs, the swan songs of the dying muse of lyric. All these playwrights had before their eyes the inimitable and immortal comedies with which Molière was endowing the literature of France. But, even when they tried to follow this model, their imitations were barbarous, for compared with the literary taste and manners of the court of Louis XIV, those of the reign of Charles II were brutal. The least unsuccessful of those who directed themselves by the light of Molière was William Wycherley, 1640–1716. Here we sketch his career and that of his successors, reserving for a separate section the great name of Dryden. Wycherley was of an old family in Shropshire, had a handsome person, was brought up, in boyhood, at Paris. In the literary circle of Madame de Montausier, later resided at Oxford, and, if we could believe what Pope says that Wycherley reported of himself, wrote his first play, Love in a Wood, before he came to London. To the Middle Temple. This would make Wycherley prior to Etheridge, but either his own or Pope's memory is supposed to have been incorrect. The play was not acted till 1672, it was not much in advance of Etheridge in merit. Of The Gentleman Dancing Master, 1673, The Country Wife, 1673, and The Plain Dealer, 1674, the last is by far the best. In the prologue, the line, "And with faint praises one another damn," was remembered, unconsciously, by Pope, in his Damn with Faint Praise, in the character of Atticus, Addison. The Plain Dealer is a comedy of humors, like John's Sons, the chief humorist being the benevolent railing Manly, taken from the Alceste of Molière's Le Misanthrope. Manly, of an honest, surly, nice humor, is a gallant British sea captain, who holds all the world in contempt but his friend and his love, who, of course, betray him. He is beloved by Fidelia, who, for his sake, has abandoned her large fortune, and taken service as a seaman with Captain Manly. Many scenes of conversation, in imitation of Molière, are vigorous. One perhaps was in Sheridan's mind when he wrote The School for Scandal. Wycherley defends his country wife from the assaults of a false prude, who, at least, shows us that, even under Charles II, the country wife was thought superfluously indecent. The widow Blackacre, a female Peter Peebles, a litigious she-lawyer, with her oaf of a son, is, in very gracious fooling. The intrigue, and the part assigned to Fidelia, are odious enough, and impossible enough, but the nobility of Fidelia is demonstrated by allowing her, occasionally, to talk in blank verse. When we remember Wycherley's French education, we may suppose that he dealt so much in matter which a French audience would not have endured, because he knew the taste of the theatre-going part of his countrymen. Wycherley is said to have suffered much from a jealous wife of noble birth, who caused him a world of legal troubles by the bequest of her money. He married again at 75, and shortly afterwards died. The most interesting thing in his later years was his acquaintance with Pope, then a lad, and the characteristic use which Pope made of his opportunity. Congreve. Heaven, that but once was prodigal before. To Shakespeare gave as much, she could not give him more. Then she conferred on Congreve. So wrote Dryden, and probably half believed what he wrote. Dryden was a literary dictator. Literary opinion followed his lead, and there was a period when the town recognized the equal of Shakespeare in the sprightly author of comedies no longer ravishing. William Congreve was born, 1670, near Leeds. His family was of Staffordshire. His father settling in Ireland, Congreve was educated at the Grammar School of Kilkenny, and at Trinity College, Dublin. He was a very handsome man, with an air of greatness. He easily conquered both the courtly and the literary world when he came to London. He won the admiration and affection of the generous Dryden, who applauded and opened the doors of the theatre to his first comedy, The Old Bachelor. The play is not better than a fair specimen of Wycherley's manner, but The Double Dealer, 1693, is much more readable and interesting. The complicated passions of Lady Touchwood have a kind of greatness, the more complicated plots of Maskwell nearly lead to a sanguinary conclusion. Maskwell being as near an approach to the regular villain of comedy as the conditions of comedy permitted. Lady Froth is rather more learned than Mrs. Malaprop, and as vicious under her zeal for astronomy and mathemacular proof as the unkindness of man will allow her to be. The haughty refusal of Lord Froth to laugh, even when he is amused, is amusing. Brisk and careless are agreeable rattles. Sir Paul Pliant is almost to an incredible degree an uxorious, foolish, fond old knight, and the heroine, Cynthia, is a good girl. The constant bustle, and the involutions of a plot full of surprises ought to have made the play more popular on the stage than it was at first. Leigh Hunt, who edited the Comedies of the Restoration, or rather of the date from the Restoration to Queen Anne, candidly says, speaking for ourselves, we can never attend sufficiently to the plots of Congreve. They soon puzzle us and we cease to think of them. The student who would enjoy Congreve must first peruse each play very carefully, and make out a summary of the plot, with diagrams illustrating the secret staircases, back doors, screens, and other places of ambush. He must also master the details of the various marriages which are arranged for the various heiresses, amiable bankrupts, and old gentlemen. When the reader has thus given his full attention to the details he may reread the plays with more ease and pleasure. In Love for Love, 1695, Sir Sampson Legend has some of the diverting traits of Sir Anthony Absolute. There are unlooked-for glimpses of romance in the assumed madness of his impoverished son Valentine, the sympathetic rake of comedy, the Charles Surface of an earlier day. The sailor's son, Ben Legend, is the stock simple sailor, with some gross sense under the breezy manners of the untutored mariner. Forsyte, with his rich collection of superstitions, is a character part of interest to the folklorist. One scene between two moral sisters who simultaneously detect each other's sins is diverting. The wit of Jeremy the valet, however, does not come within sight of the wit of Molière's Mascarille. And Miss Prue is a tomboy not remarkable for innocence. The pearl of The Way of the World, 1700, is the high-hearted Millamant, who, when she at last rewards one of the thousands that sigh for her, makes a very spirited private marriage contract with her adorer. Her song, "If there's delight in love, 'tis when I see that heart which others bleed for me," is famous among the lyrics of Congreve. We do not often care for Congreve's characters, nor do they try to win our affection, but Millamant conquers all hearts. Congreve's tragedy in blank verse, The Mourning Bride, holds much the same place in his plays as Don Garci de Navarre does in those of Molière. After a long, fashionable, and applauded life, Congreve died in 1729, deeply lamented by the Duchess of Marlborough, daughter of the great Duke, and by the once beautiful and delightful actress, Mrs. Bracegirdle. He held rich sinecures under government, as did other wits while the Tories were in office. Vanbrugh. He writes your comedies, draws schemes, and models, and builds dukes' houses upon very odd hills, is a contemporary couplet which sums up a few of the accomplishments of Sir John Vanbrugh. His family seem to have been Protestants driven from Ghent in the Wars of Alva. He was born in 166,637, in a French Bastille, he said. He was educated in France, entered the English army, produced his first play, The Relapse, in 1696, and was the architect of Castle Howard, the Earl of Carlisle's house, in 1701. Carlisle procured for him the herald's post of Clarenceux. As a Whig he was sent to carry the Order of the Garter to the Elector of Hanover, later George I. He built the Palace of Blenheim, and, like all who met her, was insulted by Sarah Duchess of Marlborough. He seems to have been friendly with the wits of both parties, being as jovial as versatile. He died on March 26, 1726. The Relapse, or Virtue in Danger, is a kind of continuation of Colley Cibber's Love's Last Shift. As Fielding's Joseph Andrews continues and burlesques Richardson's Pamela. From the preface we learn that, as the second title leads us to think probable, The Relapse was accused of obscenity and blasphemy. The prologue, spoken by Miss Crosse on the first night, would, in our delicate age, clear all the women out of the stalls and boxes. The piece opens with a long dialogue in blank verse, between Lovelace, a newly married rake, rejoicing in the happy cause of my content, and Amanda, his bride, that sappy cause. They are going to town, and Amanda is afraid that Lovelace's virtue will relapse. An amusing character is Lord Foppington, a knight newly made a peer. While I was but a knight I was a very nauseous fellow, he confesses. He holds an absurd levee with his tailor, wigmaker, and hosier, and snubs his brother, Tom Fashion, who is penniless. Through an old nauseous matchmaker, Coupler, Tom learns that the peer is contracted to a rustic heiress, whom he has never seen, Miss Hoyden, daughter to Sir Tunbelly Clumsy. Tom decides to go down, personate his brother, and marry the wealthy Miss Hoyden. Yet he has a qualm of conscience and will give Foppington another chance. Arrived in town, Lovelace and Amanda drop blank verse for prose. Amanda confesses her distaste for the obscenities of the stage. Lovelace admits that he has admired a lady at the play. Amanda flutters with jealousy. Her cousin, Berinthia, enters. She is the woman admired by Lovelace. Enter Lord Foppington bent on the conquest of Amanda. He dislikes the quiet of a country life, for 'tis impossible to be quiet without thinking. Now thinking is to me the greatest fatigue in the world. His lordship is a lover of books, of their bindings, the inside, I must confess, I am not altogether so fond of. For this he gives his exquisite reasons, and describes the glories of his everyday occupations. From 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. he drinks. Thus, ladies, you see my life is a perpetual round of delights. This peer is worth a wilderness of Sir Fopling flutters. On Sundays, a vile day I must confess, Foppington imitates the course of Mr. Badman. He ends by making a declaration to Amanda, who replies with a box on the ear. Lovelace and Foppington fight, Foppington falls, exclaiming, ah, quite through the body. Stab my vitals. Like Shakespeare, Vanbrugh has brave notions, and like him, as Ben Jonson said, he needs to be stopped before swords are drawn in ladies' company. His lordship, of course, is no more killed than was the master of Ballantrae when the sword hilt dirled on his breastbone. Berinthia and Amanda now discuss not the practical part of unlawful love, that is abominable. But for the speculative, that, we must all confess, is entertaining. Amanda admits an interest in a speculative inquirer, her husband's friend, Mr. Worthy, and, most unnaturally, for she is very jealous, invites Berinthia, a merry widow, to be her guest. Lord Foppington, happily recovered, airs his original philosophy of life for his brother's edification. Look you, Tam, of all things that belong to a woman I have an aversion to her heart. For when once a woman has given you her heart, you can never get rid of the rest of her body. This philosopher declines to give Tom a penny, and Tom returns to the raid upon Miss Hoyden and her fortune. Lovelace is now found, ah! Woeful change, not only talking in blank verse, indicative of a serious passion, with Berinthia, but kissing her, the discovery is made by Worthy, her old lover. O God, exclaims Berinthia. Worthy now knows that Berinthia adores Lovelace, and Berinthia, that Worthy adores Amanda. They contrive a plot against Amanda very worthy of their ingenuous principles. We next find Tom at Sir Tunbelly Clumsy's door, which is garrisoned like the Tower, and all to seclude that Danae, Miss Hoyden. Both Tom and Miss Hoyden are eager to be married with no more delay than Tom Jones and Sophia, but Sir Tunbelly is more set on ceremonies than Squire Western. The proceedings of Berinthia now justify the censures of the moralist, and, turning the other page, as Chaucer recommends, we find Tom and Miss Hoyden privately married by Chaplain Bull. When Foppington arrives with 2 coaches and 20 footmen, the military skill of Sir Tunbelly, convinced that the newcomer is an impostor, enables him to rout Lord Foppington's guard and arrest his person. Presently as Sir John Friendly arrives, he knows and recognizes the genuine Foppington, who has admirably preserved the calm dignity of his philosophy. The blushless hoyden now avows to her nurse and the chaplain her resolve to prevent trouble by at once wedding the real Lord Foppington. Meanwhile, by aid of virtue and blank verse, Amanda converts the passion of Mr. Worthy into profound admiration and esteem. The natural denouement follows. Miss Hoyden is recognized as Mrs. Tom Fashion, and Lord Foppington, who would have gone to the guillotine as gallantly as any gentleman, congratulates his brother. Dear Tam, you have married a woman beautiful in her person, charming in her airs, prudent in her conduct, constant in her inclinations, and of a nice morality. Split my windpipe. Vanbragh's quality, his absence of sentiment, his large and lively handling of old comic types, may be guessed at from this brief analysis of his first play. He was thought to have surpassed it in The Provoked Wife, 1697, and The Confederacy, 1705. He also adapted pieces by Molière, and a French writer nearly forgotten, Boursault. George Farquhar. George Farquhar, born 1678, at Londonderry, was the son of a clergyman, and was a university wit of Trinity College, Dublin. He early became an actor, and early left the stage, it is said because he had done accidentally what Mr. Lenville proposed to do of set purpose to Nicholas Nickleby, severely wounded a fellow player in a stage duel. He then obtained a commission in the army, and wrote plays, A Trip to the Jubilee, Sir Harry Wildair, The Way to Win Him, The Recruiting Officer, The Beau's Stratagem, 1707, and others. The characters, such as Scrub, Sergeant Kite, Archer, Lady Bountiful, Captain Plume, and others, were great favourites with Sir Walter Scott, and by him are often quoted. Farquhar died young, at about the age of 30. George Farquhar, with his gaiety, his gallantry, his happy military swagger, his heroes who are not lost to honour, his plots, so comprehensible, and sources of so many merry adventures, wins more sympathy and affection. Dying in the arms of victory as he did, during the triumph of his last and best play, than any of the other comic writers of the Restoration. Otway. Otway, like most dramatists of his day, cannot be fairly judged by his printed works. They want the splendid costumes and decor, the setting of the stage, and the pathos and brilliance of the beautiful actresses, for Otway was most successful in such tender and distraught heroines as Belvidera and Monimia. Born in 1652, Thomas Otway, the son of the rector of Woolbeating, in Sussex, entered Christ Church, Oxford, in 1669, but soon left it, on the death of his father, for London. Here he hung about the Duke of York's theatre, where he failed as an actor. In 1675 he produced a play, Alcibiades, though, as he says in a preface to his Don Carlos, I might as well have called it Nebuchadnezzar, for Alcibiades acted in a way not consistent with his character. The caprice of the witty, miserable Earl of Rochester won the goodwill, if nothing more substantial, of the Duke of York for the poet, who dedicates to him the heroic play of Don Carlos, 1676. In this, according to Otway, Dryden declared that, I know not a line I would not be author of, so the play must have been, and in fact was, a success. It is written in rhyming couplets, and even triplets, the rhymes are often surprisingly bad. The history of the death of Don Carlos, who was mad, is obscure, and Otway treats it with extreme poetic license. Philip of Spain is here a tender, though avenging, father and husband, who repents and rants monstrously, though rant is not the common fault of Otway. There is tenderness and pathos enough to account for the popularity of the play. Moreover, Otway was known to be hopelessly in love with Mrs. Barry, the beautiful actress, Rochester, who presently satirized Otway, being his rival. After a luckless campaign with Monmouth in Flanders, Otway, following Dryden's example, abandoned rhyme for blank verse in The Orphan, 1680, based on a stock situation in a novel of the 17th century. The intrigue, though the crucial situation is not acceptable now on the stage, is ingeniously contrived to bring out the characters of the rival brothers, and Monimia, a very pathetic character, must have drawn many tears. There is the usual number of deaths in the last act. The blank verse has no great distinction, and abounds in redundant feet. Otway, in fact, did not take by literary perfections, but The Orphan has no lines so far below the tragic level as the words of the Queen in Don Carlos. How hard it is his passion to confine. I'm sure 'tis so if I may judge by mine. The phrase of Monimia when she learns the depth of her misery, oh, when shall I be mad indeed, is of other metal. In 1682, Otway produced his Venice Preserved, certainly his best play, which long held the stage, and was acted now and then up to the middle of the 19th century. The conspirators in the play may be said to rant, but moderation of language does not mark the eloquence of violent revolutionaries with the most bitter personal wrongs to avenge. Belvidera may be stagey, but she has genuine tenderness and pathos. There is dramatic development of character in Jaffier, the moving incident is abundant, the absence of poetry was not marked or missed. The scenes with Antonio, a caricature of the Shaftesbury of Titus Oates's plot, with his, I'll prove there's a plot with a vengeance, a bloody, horrid, execrable, damnable, and audacious plot, must have delighted audiences who had just escaped from Oates's reign of lies and terror. The bloody ghosts who appear in the conclusion are an unhappy reversion to the devices of Chapman. Otway wrote other things, the comedy of The Soldier's Fortune, for example, which, even then, was so filthy, no modest woman ought to be seen at it, as, Otway tells us, a woman of a nice morality declared. Certainly Otway had no real comic genius. Before he wrote Venice Preserved, Otway was destitute, till relieved by the Duchess of Portsmouth, to whom the play is dedicated. On the death of Charles II the Duchess ceased, it appears, to succor the poet, who died in deep distress, in April, 1685, as to the manner of his death, stories vary. Probably he was not a careful liver, profits from plays were slight, and patrons were niggardly. Otway is undeniably more coherent, more capable in construction than the majority of the tragedians from Chapman to Ford. But he did not inherit that remarkable, if occasional, gift of greatness in style which was their common portion. Nat Lee. The reader of the plays in which Nat Lee, 1653–1692, employs blank verse, finds it much more satisfactory in its cadences and in movement than the blank verse of Otway. There is something of the old ring in. For I am dozen so weary with complaining, that I could stand and listen to the winds. Or, for straight when the sick priest had breathed his last, the sacred oil which for 100 years supplied the sun behind the golden veil, went out and all the mystic lights were quenched. Undeniably there was poetry in Lee, but to the pathos, concentration, and construction of Otway he does not attain. He was born in Hertfordshire, and educated in Westminster, and Trinity, Cambridge. He was at intervals insane, and while reading the speeches of his characters we sometimes seem to stand and listen to the winds of a wild night of autumn. There is a kind of furious magnificence in the tempestuous tirades of Farnes's with which the play of Mithridates opens, and throughout the terrors of that piece, the old winds cease not blowing and all the night thunders. The same vigor displays itself in his first tragedy, 1675, written partly in new, rhymed heroic couplets. The ghost of Caligula would burn palaces, like thunder I would rove, tear the tall woods, and rend each sacred grove. Lee is, by the way, far too prodigal of his ghosts. His age, at all events the theatre-going part of his contemporaries, was apt to jest at ghosts, following Webster and Wagstaff, and unconvinced by Henry Moore, Glanville in Saggicismus Triumphatus, and the other founders of psychical research. In 1677, Lee, with The Rival Queens, made a success which long held the stage, and the names of Statira and Roxana, rivals for the love of Alexander the Great, live in memory. Dryden wrote the prologue of the piece, protesting that he was not log-rolling, and comparing the poet to Titian and Angelo. Lee loved a ghost, and that of Philip of Macedon shakes his truncheon at the conspirators against Alexander, whom two queens adore with furious passion. Statira's first words demand a knife, a draught of poison, flames. But, instantly relenting, for she has heard that Alexander loves Roxana, she praises the faithless conqueror. Not the spring's mouth, nor breath of jessamine, nor violet's infant sweets, nor opening buds, are half so sweet as Alexander's breast. Though, well matched for a pair of quiet ones, Statira, of the two, is of milder mood. The staging of the play must have been arduous, a battle of crows and ravens fills the air, an eagle and dragon meet and fight. The eagle and birds drop dead, the dragon flies away, and soldiers walk off, shaking their heads, and no wonder. Especially as the ghost of Philip is still walking, and a monstrous child is weeping blood into a silver bowl and throwing the gore over the percipients. When the jealous Roxana reaches Babylon, she is as passionate as Statira, and cries to the spectators, "Away, be gone, and give a whirlwind room." The two queens meet with gentle words, but when their blood is up their language is on the level of the situation. Roxana is the readier with her knife, the dying Statira forgives her. Alexander dies in a delirium, with a lucid interval at the close. Dryden and Lee work together in The Duke of Guise, assassinated by order of Henri III, and in Oedipus. The last is worth reading as an example of the taste of the time. The foundation is the Oedipus Tyrannus of Sophocles, from which passages are translated in blank verse. In the preface we learn that Corneille's Oedipe is inferior to the original. The Oedipus of Lee and Dryden goes very far beyond, and in that sense surpasses, the masterpiece of the Athenian. All that one could gain out of Corneille was that an episode must lie, but not his way. For, custom has obtained that there must be an underplot of second persons, as, alas there is, while the over-elaboration of the loves of Oedipus and Jocasta, very curious and disgusting, would have seemed to Sophocles the work of Laestrygonians or some such uncouth barbarians. Jocasta murders all her children, she hangs the girls and stabs the boys, which proves that the taste of Englishmen was infinitely more brutal than that of the prehistoric framers of the original legend. Oedipus, after putting out his eyes as in the Greek, commits suicide, by jumping out of an upper-floor window. The love affair of Eurydice, and the charge against her of being the murderess of Laius, are supremely absurd, while the ghost of Laius drives about in a chariot with those of 3 of his retainers. Even this nonsense is capped by a song about fiends who use red-hot tongs, and boiling cauldrons, and torture, with molten lead in it. Lee and Dryden seem to have stimulated each the other's ambition to outdo the worst excesses of the most frantic Elizabethan playwrights. They knew, of course, that Oedipus, in the Attic myth, did not kill himself, like a distraught housemaid, by jumping out of a window. They knew that he lived, and that the children of Jocasta lived and furnished the materials for 2 noble dramas of Sophocles. But they thought that the blood could not be spread too thick. 38. Dryden. Though Dryden was a dramatist of the Restoration, he was so much else, was a link so strong in the golden chain of our poetry and prose, that he must be considered apart from smaller wits. John Dryden was born in 1631, at Aldwinkle, Northamptonshire. His name is common in Teviotdale, his family was landed, and had a baronetcy. In Scotland it is not a landed name. From Westminster School Dryden went to Trinity, Cambridge, where he was known to Mr. Samuel Pepys. He entered in 1650, at 19, an age later than was usual. For some reason he did not like his university. Thebes did his green unknowing youth engage. He chooses Athens in his riper age. That is Oxford, the home of lost causes, like his own. In 1663 married Lady Elizabeth Howard, wrote plays for a livelihood, his rents were small. In 1670 became Poet Laureate and Historiographer Royal, acted, we may say, in both capacities in his great satires of the troubles following on the Popish plot and other poems down to the birth of the Prince of Wales, June 10, 1688, and, after the Revolution, supported himself by playwriting, translating Virgil, by his Fables, and other works, till his death on May 1, 1700. Setting aside Milton, who dwelt apart, Dryden was by far the greatest man of letters of the Restoration in the reign of our Dutch deliverer. Under Dryden, and to a great extent through his versatile and manly genius, English literature matured and clarified itself. Though not averse to far-fetched conceits in his early poems, Dryden shook them off. He made the heroic couplet the instrument for Pope and his successors. He gave it a nobility, a richness and depth of music which it had not possessed. It was stronger, more varied, more poetical, in his hands than in those of Pope. Prose, touched by him, became much more lucid and rapid than it had been in the long involved periods of Clarendon, if not so purely simple as the prose of Swift. It was, in a sense, the misfortune of Dryden that he was the poet of an age immersed in its own complicated and exciting, and now, to all but careful historical students, not easily understood affairs. We have no adequate and intelligent history of the Restoration. Dryden's verses, for the most part, are topical, deal with events of the day. There is little time for meditation on what is universal. He is an urban poet, too. Nature and landscape are rarely handled by him. If our ideal of poetry is derived from study of Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, Tennyson, and other recent moderns, we do not and cannot find in Dryden what they have taught us to desire and expect. His themes are of his time and of the men and the political passions of his time. His plays, many of them rhymed, are but little read. Nobody strongly recommends his comedies, which are more coarse than comic. He did not, himself, think that comedy set his genius. His lyrics, though spirited, have not the sweet spontaneity of the true English lyric from "Love Has Come with Lent to Town" to those of the best 19th-century makers. To read his best satires with entire enjoyment we need to be well acquainted with the obscure intrigues of an age of plots, royal, political, and religious. Yet, through all his poetic work, from his early, heroic stanzas, on the death of Cromwell, down to Alexander's Feast, we see the note and hear the voice of a great poet, a voice new, noble, sonorous, and his own. There is, in almost all that Dryden did, in his criticism in prose not less than in his verse, a kind of conquering supremacy, an ease, an impetus, and a consciousness of his own greatness which is not arrogance, but lends facility and a triumphant speed to his verse. While his criticism is that of zest, of delight in excellence wherever he finds it, from Homer to Virgil, from Virgil to the then little understood Chaucer, to Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton. His heroic stanzas, published in 1659, in quatrains, may or may not have been inspired by appreciation of Cromwell. Dryden's kinsfolk were Presbyterian and Parliamentarian. But his heart and natural inclinations as a man and a poet, were more engaged, 1660, in his Astrea Redux, and verses to Charles II on his coronation. Dryden, like Waller, was, to our taste, more successful in praising the great usurper than the merry monarch. The first stanza in the poem on Cromwell strikes a ringing and a novel note, but the reader also requires a footnote on Roman imperial funereal ritual before he can understand what is meant. To say of Cromwell, "To our crown he did fresh jewels bring," while, in fact, he sold the jewels, was to invite satire. To talk of stanching the blood by breathing of the vein was thought an odd way of alluding to regicide, though Dryden may perhaps have spoken of the wars in general. Her safety rescued Ireland to him owes, is a strange compliment to the man of the Drogheda massacre. Dryden, at this time, wrote as a Protestant. Much later he was reconciled to the ancient church. His Astrea Redux, and poem on the coronation of Charles II show his early mastery of the heroic couplet. Scott thought that in these poems the muse awoke, like the sleeping beauty of the fairy tale, in the same antiquated and absurd vestments in which she had fallen asleep 20 years before. This means that the so-called metaphysical style of far-fetched conceits and comparisons, which Sir Walter heartily hated, still prevailed. There are, indeed, traces of the habits attributed by fable to elephants, and remote classical allusions. And abrupt changes of metaphor from anatomy to bait fishing, of which Dryden was fond, and it is rather absurd to make a ship of war groan beneath the weight of a lad like the Duke of Gloucester. But the verse is excellent, and the spirit high and joyous, as became the great occasion. As much may be said of the lines addressed to Clarendon. In the Annus Mirabilis, 1667, concerning the naval war with Holland and the Great Fire of 1666, Dryden reverted to the quatrains made fashionable by Davenant's Gondibert. Mr. Pepys, of the Admiralty, thought this a very good poem. It came home to his bosom and business, and, as a poem of war, is much superior to Addison's Campaign. There are still conceits, as when Dutch mariners killed on board a ship laden with spices and oriental porcelain, by shattered porcelain fall, or, by aromatic splinters die. To appreciate the poem the reader needs a good chart and an intimate knowledge of naval history, but the vigor of the verses on the fire carries them on like the conflagration itself. The prayer of Charles II is royal, and worthy of David, to whom Dryden had already compared him in Astrea Redux, as later in Absalom and Achitophel. Indeed, Charles in certain points of conduct resembled the psalmist. For some 15 years Dryden was now to be occupied with playwriting, and his tragedies and comedies, as his latest editor says, supply the historian with the most troublesome and perhaps the most thankless part of his task. But Dryden does not live by the merits of his dramas. When we have said that Scott, with all his zeal for old plays, did not like Dryden's, it is clear that people less omnivorous in literature and less devoted to the drama, will leave them alone. Of Dryden's first comedy, The Wild Gallant, 1663, Mr. Pepys said it was "so poor a thing as I ever saw in my life." It was condemned, but was amended and repeated. The judgment of Mr. Pepys was well deserved. The play is in prose. The Rival Ladies, published 1664, was reckoned innocent and most pretty witty by Pepys. It is partly in poor blank verse, partly in rhymed couplets. In the preface Dryden says that Waller first showed us to conclude the sense. Most commonly in distiches, which, in the verse before him, runs on for so many lines together, that the reader is out of breath to overtake it. The plot is reckless of probability, but, on the whole, the thing is not coarse as well as shocking to the credulity of the reader. In The Indian Queen, 1664, Dryden added some scenes to a heroic play by Sir Robert Howard, and is credited with the part of Montezuma. The heroic play resembled the immense extravagant romances of the day. Gondibert is a versified romance of this kind, written by Mgli de Scudery and her imitators. Intricate prolonged extravagance was then characteristic. And Sir George Mackenzie, Bluety Mackenzie, who wrote such a romance about the Civil War, reckoned these heroic tales the final and perfect type of the novel. The Indian Emperor, in Rhyme, 1665, was a contribution by Dryden to this class of drama. Cortez and Pizarro go conquering together, which is odd, in a pleasant Indian country, within 2 leagues of Mexico. The high priest's morning sacrifice has disposed of 500 human victims. Love scenes with ladies of such Mexican names as Almeria and Sideria follow. Cortez and Pizarro approach in arms, Sideria and Cortez fall in love, in a song, and after much heroic passion, all ends happily for the lovers. The merits of the versification and the rhetoric are great. Montezuma is racked on the stage, and holds a dialogue about religion, in fine distiches, with his equally tormented high priest. The priest expires, but Cortez releases Montezuma, and throws the blame on Pizarro. The Conquest of Granada, 1670, was a yet more triumphant play of the heroic variety. The Rehearsal, a satirical piece, partly by the Duke of Buckingham, partly by collaborators, derided Bayes, as we have seen. And as Dryden received the laureate's Bayes in 1670, he is, at least, in part, the object of the mockery. He took it very unconcernedly, and went on writing heroic plays, but in 1677 to 1678, in All for Love, abandoned rhyme for blank verse. The Spanish Friar, 1681, was a topical play, full of the Protestantism of Oates's Popish plot. The sequels of the Whig and Protestant lunacy of the Popish plot, and the political turmoil and Whig conspiracies in the interests of Monmouth, and against the succession of the Duke of York, James II. Found Dryden on the side of the king, and gave occasion for his greatest works, the political satires, Absalom and Achitophel, Monmouth and Shaftesbury, and The Medal, 1681–1682, while more amusing if less monumental, is Macflecknoe. The attack on the Whig playwright and versifier, Shadwell. The Hind and Panther, the Roman and Anglican churches, is not very appropriate in its allegory, but magnificent in many passages of verse. Dryden came into the religion of the Duke of York, apparently from conviction, and so threw in his lot with a doomed cause. After the Revolution of 1688, no longer laureate, he simply worked hard at literature for his livelihood. He translated Virgil with much spirit, into rhymed 10-syllabled couplets, and wrote that ode to the pious memory of Mrs. and Killigrew which contains his repentance for the prostitution of the Muse throughout the revel of the Restoration. O gracious God, how far have we profaned thy heavenly grace of poesy, made prostitute and profligate the Muse, debased to each obscene and impious use, whose harmony was first ordained above, for tongues of angels and for hymns of love. Dryden's old age, as the dictator to the wits at Will's coffee house, was tranquil and happy. He had sown his literary wild oats, his life was one of peaceful and honored industry, without failure of mental force. He died in May, 1700, and was buried near Chaucer in Westminster Abbey, with strangely maimed rites, according to Farquhar, the author of The Beaux' Stratagem, who was present. Dryden's prose, chiefly critical, was addressed to that part of the literary world, the court and the town, and the Templars, which was mainly interested in the theatre. He could thus write with freedom, alertness, and gaiety, to appreciative readers concerned with the problems of the drama. It had almost expired by a kind of natural decay, moral and literary, before the theatres were closed by the Puritans. Now writers of plays looked back on the glories of the former Temple, to Jonson, Fletcher, and Shakespeare, and also looked abroad to the French stage then flourishing under Corneille and Molière. Which was the better way? Was the rhyme of French tragedy, and of many French comedies, to be imitated? It was imitated, and in his rhymed tragedies Dryden acquired his mastery of the couplet. What was to be said for and against the English practice of an upper and an under plot? What were the famous unities of time, place, and action? Should deaths be merely reported or presented on the stage? Dryden observes that the audiences used to laugh at dying scenes in tragedies. It is the most comic part of the whole play. Having such topics to discuss, Dryden adopted the prose style so justly appreciated, though it was the reverse of his own manner, by Dr. Jonson. Dryden's prefaces to his plays have not the formality of a settled style, in which the first half of the sentence betrays the other. The clauses are never balanced, nor the periods modeled, every word seems to drop by chance, though it falls into its proper place. Nothing is cold or languid, the whole is airy, animated, and vigorous, what is little is gay. What is great is splendid. The most famous essays are those of dramatic poesy, and the preface to the fables, adaptations or translations, of Chaucer and Boccaccio. The former essay is, in form, a dialogue, held in a boat on the Thames, while the thunder of the guns, in a great naval battle against the Dutch, June 3, 1665, dies away from the English shores, with promise of an English victory. The speakers are Lord Buckhurst, Sir Robert Howard, Dryden's brother-in-law, the poet himself, and Sir Charles Sedley, the gayest of the four, though his knowledge of Aristotle's Poetics is far from adequate. The speeches are rather long. There is no rapid interchange of opinions. In Dryden's lips are placed the words, Shakespeare was the man who of all modern, and perhaps ancient poets, had the largest and most comprehensive soul. Yet he is many times flat, insipid. His comic wit degenerating into clinches, his serious swelling into bombast. Dryden, here, and in the preface to the Fables, was much more keen to praise Shakespeare than to blame him. In the second place the zest with which he applauds Shakespeare and Chaucer, whose scansion, unluckily, he did not understand, is worthy of himself and of them. He translated Virgil, but, when he did some Homeric passages into English, we see how entirely the Greek, to his taste, overcomes the Montuan poet. I have found, by trial, Homer a more pleasing task than Virgil. The Grecian is more according to my genius than the Latin poet. Dryden himself, at the meeting of the ways of the 17th and 18th centuries, belonged by genius more to the past than the immediate future. His criticisms are like the conversation of a great artist, speaking of his art, and also, Dr. Jonson thought him too copious on this subject, of himself. But here Jonson resembles Dryden when he rebukes Andromache, at her last leave-taking with Hector, for speaking of her utter bereavement of father and brothers by the spear of Achilles. The devil was in Hector, says Dryden, if he knew not all this matter, as well as she who told it him, for she had been his bedfellow for many years together, an error in fact, and an example of Dryden's occasional frivolity. The work of Thomas Southern has for long been neglected, though Garrick, by making excisions and modifications, restored part of it to the stage. Southern was born before the Restoration, 1660, and lived to see the last effort of the Stuart cause crushed in 1746. Born in Dublin, he went to Oxford, neglected the law, gave his first play in 1682, paid court to the Duke of York, got a commission in the Duke of Berwick's regiment, and wrote, in 1687, a play, not acted till 1721, in which he satirized Mary, the daughter of James II. Dryden doubled, in Southern's case, the price of a prologue, raising it from £5 to £10, but Southern raised the gains of authors, getting £700 for a single piece, while Dryden never received more than £100. Southern's new comedies were popular after the Revolution of 1688. The plot of his Innocent Adultery, Dear to Lydia Languish, was taken from a novel, by Mrs. Aphra Behn. The play, in 1758, was revived by Garrick, from Mrs. Behn. Also Southern dramatized Orinoco, or The Loyal Slave. This piece, with the licentious comic scenes removed, was revived in 1759, and a new age saw how Southern touched their fathers' hearts with generous woe, and taught their mothers' youthful eyes to flow. Though with ribald mirth he stained his sacred page. In 1725, the poetic fire of Southern died out in Money the Mistress. The author was liked by everybody, even by Pope, known to all as Honest Tom, and addressed by the Earl of Orrery in a letter as My Dear Old Man. Southern did not affect the development of the stage, and the better part of his Orinoco is due to Mrs. Behn. People who laughed at the subplot were easily amused. Of Nicholas Rowe, 1674 to 1718, space suffices only for the statement that he was made poet laureate under George I, edited Shakespeare, and wrote Jane Shore, in imitation of Shakespeare's style. Here is a sample of the imitation. If poor, weak woman swerve from virtue's rule, if strongly charmed she leave the thorny way, and in the softer paths of pleasure stray, ruin ensues, reproach and endless shame, and one false step entirely damns her fame. The blank verse 2 is remote from the Shakespearean. The stage, like the world after the death of Don's Miss Drury, continued to exist after the death of Steele. Young and Jonson, Thomson and John Home wrote tragedies, and acting comedies abounded, but we do not find comedies that live and give pleasure in the reading till we come to Goldsmith and Sheridan. XXVIII. Augustan Poetry. Alexander Pope. Alexander Pope, the son of Catholic parents in the trading class, was born in the year of Revolution, 1688. His education was private, priests were his tutors, but he acquired Latin, and was from childhood a great reader of poetry, and an imitator of what he read. He was not born deformed, but overstudy, perhaps, or a noted accident, made him the stunted and crooked thing that he became, while his health, and the hideous personal insults which his enemies used as freely as Hazlitt did in later times, exasperated his temper. His parents withdrew to Windsor Forest, a centre of Catholic families like the Blounts and Englefields. Pope was early introduced to the coffee-house wits by the most chivalrous and accomplished of men, Charles Wogan, who, in 1719, rescued from prison in Austria, and brought to her affianced prince in Italy, Clementina Sobieska, mother of Prince Charles. Pope corresponds very early, on literary subjects, with the veteran Wycherley, of whom Pope's account is, as always, quite untrustworthy, and with knowing Walsh. He taught himself verse by translating the Latin poet Statius, and at 21 published, in 1709, his Pastorals, written at the age of 16, according to Pope. It is not possible here to examine all Pope's statements about his works, all his really ingenious ways of fishing for fame, of mystifying. And, with none of the coarseness of our contemporary literary advertisement, of acting as his own interviewer and his own advertiser. He had no need to practice these arts, but his methods are amusing as exposed by his learned and hostile editor, Elwin. Pope's great delight was in literary quarrels, and he managed to pick some very pretty quarrels out of remarks on his pastorals and those of Phillips which appeared in The Guardian. Pope preluded his pastorals by an essay on pastoral poetry in general. A genre of which it may be said that Theocritus, using literary models, such as Stesichorus, and also familiar with the songs of Sicilian peasants, introduced it in immortal poems. Virgil imitated Theocritus, and Pope thinks that Virgil refines upon his original, and in all points when judgment is principally concerned, he is much superior to his master. It would have been pleasant to set down Pope to the construing of a few passages from Theocritus. Pope kept pretty close to his originals, and follows his own advice, the numbers should be the smoothest, the most easy and flowing imaginable. The brevity of the pastorals, their smoothness, and their avoidance of the burning questions of the day, so commonly intruded into Elizabethan pastorals, permit Pope's to be read with ease and even with pleasure. In the Essay on Criticism, 1711, we find Pope with an ambition to reform the world of literature. It is not easy to find out exactly what he would be at, for he uses such terms as nature, wit, judgment, in various ways. Nature seems permanent enough, but human views of nature differ perpetually, and when Pope says, first follow nature, what does he mean by nature? Why are wit and judgment at strife? The poet refers them to nature as interpreted by Greek art for a verdict, and of Greek art he knew very little. Read Homer and Virgil, especially Virgil, he says. The poem, though it teaches us little about criticism, is full of lines so witty and so pointed that they are now proverbial. In 1713 he published Windsor Forest, admired by Swift, his lifelong friend. With Addison he was on apparently good terms, but he was already suspicious. He attacked Dennis, who had assailed Addison's Cato, and he did so in a style which Addison, through Steele, repudiated. Addison's praise of Phillips's pastorals, with their fairies, to Pope appeared dispraise of his own, and in an article in The Guardian, he made fun of Phillips with ingenious irony of commendation. Pope's great work, his version of the Iliad, appearing in portions, 1715 to 1720, met a kind of challenge in Tickell's version of the first book. Addison spoke well of Tickell's specimen. Did he write it, or inspire it, or set it up as a rival to Pope's? Pope, much later, told his own story of his wrongs and of his noble and dignified treatment of Addison. His most loyal biographer cannot accept the tale. At all events Pope wrote, and much later published, his famous verses on Addison, Atticus. Published, 1722, after Addison's death. The two men ceased to be friends, but Addison never hit back. Pope had also suspected him for doubts as to the wisdom of adding to the first shape of The Rape of the Lock, 1712, the machinery of sylphs and gnomes in the second form, 1714. The addition was deservedly successful, but Addison might well hesitate to recommend a change in that tiny mock-epic of a quarrel about the stealing of a lock of hair. It is perfection in its way, in its wit, sauciness, and gaiety. The Iliad, a terrible task for Pope, executed through long years of advice from all quarters, of doubt, and of weariness, was a triumph, celebrated in charming verses by Gay's Welcome to Mr. Pope on his return from Greece. In that strange age the noble, the great, the beautiful swelled Pope's triumph, literature was fashionable. Pope's Iliad can never be superseded as a masterpiece of English literature. He was no scholar, but he had many friends to help him, and his plan was to give the spirit of the epic, as he conceived it, in a form which his age could appreciate. It is almost as if he had taken Homer's theme and written the poem himself. The minor characteristics of the antique manner are gone, but his age would have thought them barbarous and fatiguing. Wherever there is rhetoric, as in the speeches of the heroes, Pope is magnificent. Where there are pictures of external nature he is conventional. But he is never slow. His conventions were those of his age, and are extinct, but time cannot abate the splendor of his spirit. In doing the Odyssey, of which the first part appeared in 1725, he was aided by Fenton and Broome, who, under his supervision, wrote exactly like himself. With them, too, there were quarrels. They were not paid in what they reckoned a satisfactory style. Pope received about £10,000 in all for Homer, a large sum in those days, and not likely to be equalled by the gains of any later translator of Homer. He dabbled in the shares of the South Sea Bubble, and appears to have been rather a winner than a loser. He had accumulated quarrels to his heart's content, hence, the Dunciad of 1728 to 1729, a satire on minor men of letters, in which he shows wit and ill nature enough, with a vein of true poetry in the conclusion. But the dirt and the personalities are now rather amazing than agreeable, while the necessary notes below drive the text into the garrets of the page. Not even Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who had laughed at Pope's attempts to make love to her, escaped a flick of the whip of scandal in the Dunciad. Perhaps Pope had not been gently treated, but nobody admires his revenges. The business of publication was managed with all the intricate wiles and subterfuges in which he took such strange delight. One of his butts, Cibber, retorted in kind, and was successful in giving pain. Theobald, a useful editor of Shakespeare, Pope assailed, because Theobald had not spared the errors in his own edition, 1728. His later works, Epistles to Burlington and Arbuthnot, the Essay on Man, the Imitations of Horace, are full of the wit and polished verse that were natural to Pope, and were fostered by his friendships with St. John, Bolingbroke, Swift, Gay, and Arbuthnot, friendships that never failed, and eternally testify to the better part in Pope, despite his tempers of malice and his feline arts. His enthusiasm for Atterbury, exhibited in letters written before the bishop's too well-merited exile, is the most romantic point in his career. Late in life he was kind to Jonson and Thomson, he had been a good son. His character greatly irritated his most learned editor, Mr. Elwin, but nobody suffered so much from his faults of jealousy and suspiciousness as Pope himself. He died on May 30, 1744. Ever since the Romantic movement of the early 19th century, people have asked, was Pope a poet? He was, in the highest degree, the kind of poet that his age and the English society of his age desired and deserved. A town poet, where rural nature is concerned, conventional and unobservant, where man is concerned, a poet of man, literary, political, and fashionable. In the great fight over Pope's claim to be a poet, of 1819, when Bowles was the assailant, Byron was the champion of Pope, Byron himself being a satirist and a poet of mankind, urban, political, and fashionable, as well as piratical. Horace was busied with the same field of human nature, not with the desperate pirate and remorseful GR, but nobody has asked, was Horace a poet? Pope wrote in reaction against the conceited poetry of the 17th century. He did well, though the manner was already dead, but he never came within sight or hearing of the inspired songs of Lovelace and Carew. The world of Pope was in many ways a limited and evanescent and artificial world. But in his verse it lives eternally, and that is enough for his fame, and testimony sufficient to his genius. He brought his instrument, the decasyllabic couplet, to the perfection required for his purpose, each couplet existing in and for itself. But in reading him we feel that, paper-sparing Pope wrote down his best passages, detached, on the backs of letters. They are separate inspirations, and are fitted into the whole like fragments of a mosaic. For example, the lines on Atticus are fitted into the Epistle to Arbuthnot. His rhymes, as fault to thought, are not the things on which he bestowed most pains. Concerning other poets, Chaucer, Spenser, Shakespeare, we feel that, in any age of literature, in any period of taste, under any conventions, they must have been great. Pope, on the other hand, cannot easily be thought of as having the capacity for greatness, except in the literary conditions of the early 18th century. But in that period he was supreme. Prior. From the galaxy of wits who dined with Harley and St. John and were addressed in that splendid society by their Christian names, Jonathan or Matthew Prior stands somewhat apart. His duties as a diplomatist carried him abroad. He owed his diplomatic posts to his wit, not to his birth, which Queen Anne spoke of as unpleasantly obscure. He was born on July 14, 1664, at Wimborne or Winburn, in Dorsetshire. Westminster was his school, and St. John's, Cambridge, his college. Here he took his degree, in 1686, and obtained a fellowship in 1688. He attracted the notice of the Whigs by parodying Dryden's Hind and Panther, in The Town and Country Mouse, aided in the jest by Charles Montague. Dryden is very improbably said to have wept. The Whigs, at all events, laughed, and in 1691 made Prior secretary to the embassy in Holland. He held the same post at Versailles later. At this time he was a sincere eulogist of our Dutch deliverer, William III, whom he celebrated in the Carmen Seculaire, 1700, indeed constantly, like Horace, he, praising his tyrant sung. Reviewing history, he places William before a number of Roman heroes, and, remembering that William's wife is a Stuart, bids the god Janus. Finding some of Stuart's race unhappy, pass their annals by. But, as thou dwell'st upon that heavenly name, to grief for ever sacred, as to fame. Oh! Read it to thyself, in silence weep. Is the name Charles or Mary? At this time there was a fashionable cult of Mary Stuart. This long ode, granting the mythology, has considerable merit, though, says Dr. Jonson, who can be supposed to have labored through it? Not the doctor, as he candidly confesses. Under Queen Anne, Prior was tempted over to the Tory party, and his doings, as a negotiator with France, were thought, and perhaps not unjustly, to smack of Jacobitism. He was in Paris when Beatrix Esmond's Duke of Hamilton was about to go thither on a mission, and there seems little doubt, from a record by Lockhart of Carnwath, the leader of the Scottish Cavaliers, that Hamilton was to bring over to England. In disguise, the exiled son of James II, the Pretender, as Colonel Esmond does in Thackeray's novel. But Hamilton fell in a duel with Mohun, and that chance was lost. As acknowledged ambassador, Prior was at the French court from August, 1712, to August, 1714, when the death of Queen Anne scattered the Tories. Early in 1715 he was locked up on suspicion of treason, and was not released till 3 years later. The hope of the Whigs was to decapitate Harley, who lay in the Tower. But Harley could have involved Marlborough, possessing a fatal letter of his, and finally Prior and Harley were released. He had now no resources except his college fellowship, but his friends by securing a large subscription for his poems, and by the generosity of the family of Harley, placed him beyond want. He died on September 18, 1721. Prior does not live by his Alma, or the Progress of the Mind, a long poem in rhymed 8-syllable couplets, in the manner of Butler's Hudibras. This work is a kind of comic history of psychology, and ends with Barry Lyndon's rhyme to Aristotle, "Here, Jonathan, your master's bottle." Prior's Solomon, on the vanity of knowledge, pleasure, and power, in heroic rhymed verse, is best remembered for 2 lines to Abra, and might, so easily does the author take his theme, be called the vanity of melancholy. Though it closes in serious admonitions to the weary king ecclesiast. Prior's tales in the manner of Fontaine's Conte are lively, like these, and like these, may have seemed coarse to such a moralist as Sir Richard Steele. Prior, in fact, lives by his merry, tender, light, and bright social verses, in tripping measures, for example, thus Kitty, beautiful and young, forgaze patroness, the Duchess of Queensberry, to a child of quality, the merchant. To secure his treasure, dear Chloe, how blubbered is that pretty face, and many other things. The best reminding us more of the charming trifles in the Greek anthology than of Horace. Gay. The spoiled improvident child in the group of wits was John Gay, to whom Pope and Swift were attached by the most tender affection. Gay was an author who never aimed high, but who almost always hit his mark and pleased the town. But his success was so much the consequence of choosing the happy moments, his poems are so completely poems of his age, that he is now praised at a venture rather than read. He was born at Barnstaple, in Devonshire, 1685. Though of an old family he was without prospect of hereditary riches, and was placed apprentice with a silk mercer, in London. Perhaps some fair customer discovered that he had a soul above silk. The Duchess of Monmouth, the heiress of the Scots of Buccleuch, made him her secretary, 1712. Becoming acquainted with Pope, Gay dedicated to him, 1713, his Rural Sports, in the usual heroic rhymed couplets. Gay's descriptions of nature, and his praises, are more genuine than, in that age of the town, such things usually were. He writes of angling with his eye on the object, in Wordsworth's phrase. His remarks on fishing with the worm, a theme unworthy of the muse, are judicious. As to fly fishing, Gay is among those who advocate a search for the insect in the waters and an exact imitation. He would have us fish, fine and far off, with a single hair next the hook, and perhaps he is the first to recommend the use of the dry, or floating fly, upon the curling surface let it glide, not sunk. The catching of a salmon is not ill described, but as Gay retains his single hair, he must always have been broken if he did happen to hook a fish. For his own part, he never uses either worm or the natural fly, never tries for coarse fish, pike, perch, and so forth, and this justifies the affection of his friends. In The Shepherd's Week, 1714, his idylls describe real peasants with their folklore superstitions, but Virgil, or Theocritus, is still imitated. The pastoral is an extinct species of literature, but Gay's were more natural and popular than Pope's. Dedicated to St. John, in verses celebrating the recovery of Queen Anne, who presently died, the poems were ungrateful to the Hanoverian court, and Gay lost the secretaryship to an ambassador. Gay's Welcome from Greece, to Mr. Pope on his having finished his translation of the Iliad, has already been mentioned as one of the most charming relics of that golden age of letters, wit, and friendship. Friendship did not aid wit, when Pope and Arbuthnot took hands in, and ruined, Gay's 3 Hours After Marriage, a comedy which was not comic, 1717. In 1720 his collected poems brought Gay £1,000, but a gift of stock in the South Sea bubble was profitless, as Gay would not sell out in time. In 1727 he was offered by George II a court place so small and ludicrous that it was declined. Gay next made an immense but not a lucrative success with The Beggar's Opera, which had an unexampled run of 7 weeks. A sequel was not licensed by the censor, Gay was recouped by a subscription, and fell out of court favor. The Duchess of Queensberry, Prior's Kitty, carried him to her place in the country, and here he was petted till his death, which seems to have been caused by indolence and the pleasures of the table. His Trivia, or The Art of Walking the Streets of London, is a vivacious picture of the crowds, dirt, and bustle. His Fables, though original and witty, are, like pastorals, an obsolete form of literary entertainment. He wrote his own epitaph. Life is a jest, and all things show it. I thought so once, but now I know it. He took a different view of this important theme in Thoughts on Eternity. Ambrose Phillips. But for his friendship with Addison and the collision of his pastorals with those of Pope, producing Pope's famous ironical review, Ambrose Phillips, 1675–1749, would scarcely be remembered. The modern art of booming was illustrated in Phillips's case. A whole Spectator was devoted to a puff of his adaptation, The Distressed Mother, of the Andromache of Racine, and another told how it affected Sir Roger de Coverley. As has occasionally happened more recently, though advertised by Addison, and by his own threat to Birch Pope, Phillips became ridiculous, without his own fault, by the absurd admiration of his friends, and his Christian name, Ambrose, became the ludicrous nickname, Namby-Pamby. But for Phillips there was not lacking a patron, Boulter, primate of Ireland, and in Ireland places were found for the exile. Phillips translated several odes of Pindar, and though he had not the pinion of the Theban eagle, the sentiments of Pindar are plainly visible in his versions. Tickell. Among the minor stars in the golden galaxy of Queen Anne's reign scrutiny detects Thomas Tickell. Born in Cumberland in 1686, educated at Queen's, Oxford. He is best remembered in connection with Pope's story that to damage his translation of the Iliad, Addison translated the first book and published it, averring that Tickell was the author. That Addison was guilty of a villainous action is, says Macaulay, highly improbable. That Tickell was capable of a villainy is highly improbable, that the twain were united in a base conspiracy is improbable, out of all whooping. But that Pope's mind, resentful, brooding, and inventive, came to believe in the conspiracy, is, unfortunately, only too natural. We know the figments of all sorts which the imagination of Shelley imposed on him, they were, at least, more romantic than the figments of Pope. In both cases there is a resemblance to the fancy of persecutions which haunts the insane. Tickell had the honor and happiness to be a friend of Addison, and wrote verses commendatory of his opera, Rosamund, and of his tragedy, Cato. His translation of the first book of the Iliad is really good, when we consider the poetic conventions of the age, and the inevitable use of the rhyming heroic couplets. He who would estimate the difficulties of Pope's and Tickell's task, should endeavor, himself, to do a few of the lines of Homer into the classical metre of Queen Anne's day. When Tickell makes Agamemnon, speaking of Chryses, say, not Clytemnestra boasts a nobler race, a sweeter temper, or a lovelier face. He is comically remote from what Agamemnon does say in Homer. And the sweetness of Clytemnestra's temper was never famous. Tickell's, thou fierce-looked talker with a coward soul, is much less spirited and literal than Pope's, thou dog in forehead and in heart a deer, drunkard, with eyes of dog and heart of deer, is the literal version. Tickell, more bound by the taste of his age than Pope, shirks the dog and deer. None the less Tickell's version is spirited and lucid. The course of events can be easily followed, the reader is enabled to understand the tragic situation from which the whole epic evolves itself. If Pope had not written, if Tickell had finished his version as well as he began it, he would have satisfied public taste, and won considerable fame. Tickell, following Addison, was a Whig, most Whiggish of Whigs, Swift said. This makes his line on an original picture of King Charles I, taken at the time of his trial, all the more curious. The portrait, of which several replicas exist, was mezzotint from the All Souls copy in Tickell's day, about 1714. Bower was the painter. How meagre, pale, neglected, worn with care. What steady sadness and august despair! Says Tickell. The look is one of melancholy scorn rather than of despair. Tickell falls foul of the artist. Thy steady hands thy savage heart betray. Near thy bad work the stunned spectators faint. Nor see unmoved what thou unmoved couldst paint. Bower, in fact, produced the most sympathetic portrait of the king. Tickell proceeds to curse Cromwell, bless the Restoration, and salute Queen Anne as a Stuart. Not much Whiggery here. But when the Hanoverian dynasty and the Whigs came in, Tickell was strong on the winning side. His Epistle from a Lady in England to a Gentleman at Avignon, from a Jacobite Lady to a Gentleman at James's Court, is very prettily written, and the following lines are true. Then mourn not, hapless prince, thy kingdom's lost. A crown, though late, thy sacred brows may boast. Heaven seems, through us, thy empire to decree. Those who win hearts have given their hearts to thee. On his side James reckons half the fare. Say, will he come again? Nay, lady, never. Say, will he never reign? Ay, lady, ever. Sings a modern poet, whose heart is true to George. However, Tickell's lady reflects that the Hanoverian sway is good for trade, and in the end prefers London to Avignon. In 1717 Addison made Tickell his under-secretary. Tickell had always been his understudy. In 1740 Tickell died, in the enjoyment of one of these lucrative places which rewarded the loyalty of literary Whigs. With Tickell, the name of Thomas Parnell, 1679–1718, goes naturally. He was a minor light among the wits, was befriended by Swift, and is remembered for The Hermit, The Night Piece on Death, and one or two other effusions. XXVII Augustan Prose. Steele. Steele and Addison are the twins among the stars of the age of Queen Anne. Swift impresses us as a greater genius than either Steele or Addison, but he is not loved, and he is not read as they are. Their lives, till 2 or 3 years before Addison's death, were united. They were schoolfellows at Charterhouse, fellow undergraduates at Oxford, each was apt to take a hand in the other's play when the stage attracted them. They wrote together in the 2 famous journals, The Tatler, and The Spectator, which Steele created. Some essays therein are a patchwork of pieces from both hands. They were both anxious to cleanse the stage. To bring decent morals and manners into fashion in the original manuscript of Steele's comedy, The Conscious Lovers, 1722, are rough notes for a preface, written after Addison's death. The 4th act was the business of the play. The case of dueling I have fought nor shall I ever fight again. Addison told me I had a faculty of drawing tears. Be that as it will, I shall endeavor to do what I can to promote noble things. Both men were moralists, but while Addison was the more moral, Steele was infinitely the more greatly given to moralizing. His heart was in the right place. He honored women and pure affection, and temperance, and the wedded state. But his many brief notes to his second wife, Prue, Miss Scurlock, written from all manner of places and at all sorts of hours, prove that poor Prue had often to dine alone. Business detained her Richard. He came home with the milk, and had a terrible headache next day. With the posts which he held under government, with what he gained by his pen, and he was the owner of his own paper, and his own paymaster, with Mrs. Steele's fortune, they had resources enough, but Richard at intervals sends Prue a guinea or 2, Richard is constantly in hiding from the bailiffs, is never out of debt, sometimes there is no coal, candle, or meat in the house. Steele was the most affectionate of men and the most generous. He boasted that the world owed Addison's essays to him, because he had made Addison overcome his laziness, and he told the world how greatly Addison was his superior. He wishes that they might write together some work to be called The Monument, the memorial of their friendship. He took the side of poor discharged soldiers, whipped from parish to parish for their poverty. He adored children. His tears were as ready and heroic as the tears of Homer's warriors. But when he yielded to the temptations of the bottle and of extravagance, his wife and children had to suffer just as much as if Richard, in place of being a Christian hero, had been no better than the wicked. Like Balzac, he was a man of debts and of projects. He even wasted money on alchemy, and had a scheme for getting wealth in connection with a lottery, a scheme which even then was found to be illegal. Mr. Swinburne called Steele a sentimental debauchee, and indeed he shone more in preaching than in practice. Addison calls him Poor Dick. He is Poor Dick to all the world now, if he were Sir Richard to all Europe. But, when Lip preached, he meant what he said, and his pleasant sermons, or rather pleas for goodness, kindness, faith, did promote noble things, and he left the world more decent and more human than he found it. Steele was born in Dublin in 1672, his family were not Celtic Irish folk, his father was in what is reckoned the less noble branch of the legal profession. When Sir Richard assumed heraldic bearings he calmly annexed those of another family of Steele, as the elder Osborne, in Vanity Fair, was supplied by his coach-builder with the arms of the House of Leeds. Like the cousin of Mr. Isaac Bickerstaff, in The Tatler, No. 14, he was guilty of treason against the kings at arms. Of his childhood we know only what he tells in that pathetic passage about his father's funeral. I had a battledore in my hand and fell beating the coffin, and calling Papa, for, I know not how, I had some idea that he was locked up there. My mother was a very beautiful woman, of a noble spirit, and there was a dignity in her grief amidst all the wildness of her transport, which methought struck me with an instinct of sorrow that, before I was sensible what it was to grieve. seized my very soul and has made pity the weakness of my heart ever since. Tatler, No. 181, hence it is that in me good nature is no merit, but having been so frequently overwhelmed with her tears before I knew the cause of any affliction, I imbibed consideration, remorse, and an unmanly gentleness of mind, which has since ensnared me into 10,000 calamities. So a Night of Memories and Sighs is consecrated by Richard to his beloved dead, when my servant knocked at the door with a letter, attended by a hamper of wine, of the same sort with that which is to be put on sale at Garraway's coffee house. Upon the receipt of it I sent for 3 friends. We drank 2 bottles a man, and, as Mr. Arthur Pendennis says, found that there was not a headache in a hogshead. The fluid, in fact, as we know from the advertisement in this number of The Tatler, was extraordinary French claret. Dick conscientiously tested its merits, and gave it a puff in addition to the advertisement which was paid for. Thus he promoted everything noble, including the vintage of Bordeaux, and, as Thackeray saw, there is no more characteristic essay of Steele's than this meditation on death and grief and loyal memory, a leal souvenir. Steele lost his mother also in his childhood. He had an uncle, Henry Gascoigne, who, like Swift's uncle, provided for his education, but more generously. Attached to Erin's High Ormond, Gascoigne obtained for Steele a nomination to Charterhouse, 1684, Thackeray's school, where Steele met Addison, and their friendship began. In 1689 Steele went up to Christ Church, Addison being at Magdalen. In 1691 Steele gained a postmastership, a scholarship, at Merton, a college to which he was warmly attached, presenting its ancient library with the volumes of The Tatler. He left just before his schools, that is his examination for a degree. In 1694 he entered the Duke of Ormond's Guards as a trooper, apparently gentlemen did this as a way of approaching a commission. Steele got his as a reward for a poem on the death of Queen Mary. The piece was dedicated to Lord Cutts, Colonel of the Coldstreams. He befriended Steele, who, stationed at the Tower, made the acquaintance of Congreve and the wits, and defeated Captain Kelly in a duel. Probably the contrast between the delicacy of Steele's sentiments, and his vein of sincere piety, on one hand, with his addiction to mundane pleasures, on the other, made him as notable in his regiment as Aramis, Abbé d'Herblay. Among the musketeers of Louis XIV. Steele, when once he took a pen in his hand, wrote much against dueling, exposing the ludicrousness of the institution. His remarks had no effect. What killed the duel in England was the use of the pistol, unromantic, fatal, and fortuitous. His duel may have made men more wary of bantering Steele, but his Christian Hero, a work of military devotion, 1701, lowered his character in the regiment. To restore it he wrote his comedy, The Funeral, 1701. To show that blasphemy and intrigue were no necessary components of a play, for he was wholly of the party of Jeremy Collier. The idea of the plot, the revival of Lord Brampton while his coffin is waiting for him, and his watching of the manoeuvres of his hateful widow, while his fair ward, Lady Charlotte, escapes in the coffin from her enemies, a common situation in ancient ballads, is too grotesque. But the scenes with the hired mutes, with the poor broken soldiers, with Lady Brampton and her maid, are very amusing. Steele's exposure of the low tricks of lawyers, his appeal for cheap and accessible justice for all, are much in Dickens's manner, and the loves of Lord Hardy and Lady Charlotte are as pure as Bonnie Kilmeny, while Lady Charlotte, in her encounter with Lady Brampton, gives proof of high spirit, and Lady Harriet is a flirt as harmless as lively. Like the other wits, Steele was presented with lucrative posts, such as the editorship of the colourless official Gazette. In the same year, 1707, he married his second wife, Miss Scurlock, the adored Prue, a woman of some property. He had a house at Hampton Wick, horses, gardeners, footmen, everything handsome about him. In 1709 he founded The Tatler, a folio sheet of printed matter, appearing thrice a week and containing news, political and social, correspondence, and the charming essays which soon became most important. Steele wrote 188 of these papers, Addison, 42, in 36 both men took a hand. Swift wrote very seldom. The essays, with those which he wrote in The Spectator, and in other papers, are the foundation of the fame of Steele. They vary much in theme and style. To digest the Iliad into a journal, and reckon up the days of the events, cannot have much amused the public. There is plenty of dramatic criticism. Steele openly avows that he is a member of the Society for the Reformation of Manners, blames the plays of Wycherley and the rest, and calls in the name of virtue for frequent representations of Shakespeare. The apt use of the theatre is the most agreeable and easy way of making a polite and moral gentry, which would end in making the rest of the people regular in their behaviour, a pleasing opinion which is not quite justified by experience. Dick was a constant patron of the best plays, but regular his behaviour was not. Various, excellent, and amiable as are Steele's essays, neither in style nor in thought do they wear quite so well as Addison's. Yet it is scarcely just to draw a distinction which may rest only on individual taste. The Tatler's last appearance was on January 2, 1711. Steele ended with a paper in which he generously attributes to his friend the essays which he deemed of most value. On March 1 the first number of The Spectator appeared. It ceased to exist on December 6, 1712. Steele's new journal, The Guardian, lasted for 6 months in 1713, he was elected as member for Stockbridge, and then came a quarrel of Whig and Tory with Swift, who wrote in The Examiner. The arrival of George I from Hanover procured various lucrative posts, a patent for a theatre, and a knighthood for Steele. He edited The Englishman, and attacked Swift's fallen friends, Harley and St. John. And in 1716 he got an income of £1,000 a year as one of the commissioners of the estates forfeited by the Scottish Jacobites who were out for their king in the rising of 1715. This was not a pleasant appointment to a man of feeling. Of the coolness between Steele and Addison we speak elsewhere. In 1722 Steele's Conscious Lovers, with another attack on duelling, was acted with success, and dedicated to the gracious and amiable sovereign, George I. Cibber the actor added scenes rather more gay than the rest, for so moral is this drama that Fielding's Parson Adams, in Joseph Andrews, said, it contains some things almost solemn enough for a sermon. His connection with the theatre brought Steele into more than one lawsuit, his failing health, and the assiduities of his creditors caused him to prefer to reside in Wales. He died in Carmarthen on September 1729. Like Goldsmith, Charles Lamb, Walton, and Scott, he has made all his readers his friends, and if his plays are not acted much, the Lydia Languish of Sheridan, and the Tony Lumpkin of Goldsmith are reflections from his Biddy Humphrey in The Tender Husband, a not successful comedy of 1705. Addison. There were few forms of literature, from the sacred hymn to the libretto of an opera, in which Addison did not adventure himself with success more than respectable. It is, however, as an essayist that he survives, and is read and admired. Born on May 1, 1672, he was the eldest son of the Rev. Lancelot Addison, who, after acting as chaplain to the garrisons of Dunkirk and, later, of Tangier, obtained the small living of Millstone, married the sister of a bishop, and in 1683 received the deanery of Lichfield. He was something of a Jacobite, and as an author had pleasing traits of humour and irony. His son Joseph passed through 2 local schools, and thence to Charterhouse, Thackeray's school, whence first to Queen's, then to Magdalen, Oxford, where he held a demyship, scholarship, and was later a fellow. Addison's walk is in the little wood round which 2 branches of the Charwell meander with a mazy motion. Addison was soon admired for the excellence of his Latin verses. He made Dryden's acquaintance, and complimented him in verse. He began a translation of Ovid for Tun's son, in the usual 10-syllable rhyming couplets. Some of the stories of the Metamorphoses remain, with notes of literary criticism, including a compliment to William III. The smoothness of our English verse, he casually remarks, is too much lost by the repetition of proper names, which, in fact, are sonorous ornaments of the verse of Milton, Scott, Tennyson, and others. But Addison, bent on smoothness, had not yet come to appreciate Milton, still less, in his early Account of the English Poets, Spenser, who Can charm an understanding age no more? The young champion of smoothness and common sense unblushingly rhymed success to verse. Reluctant to take orders, without which his fellowship must lapse, Addison, through Congreve, was introduced to Charles Montague, later Halifax, who, with Somers, wished to enlist Addison for his powers as a writer. They obtained for him a travelling pension of £300 yearly, and in December, 1699, left Marseilles for Italy. His published remarks on Italy, written in a simple and easy style, are of interest mainly because they are so unlike modern ecstasies about the country. What most pleased Addison was to compare the scenes and towns which he saw, with the descriptions of them which, in Latin authors, he had read. To the natural beauties of the land, and to the works of Christian art, he is almost blind. Paul Veronese leaves him cold. At Verona he says nothing of the tomb of Romeo and Juliet, which, perhaps, was not yet shown. At Venice he is most concerned about the military strength of the place. Tintoret is in greater esteem than in other parts of Italy, and that is enough about Tintoret. The Venetian comedies are more lewd than in other countries. Addison paid a good deal of attention to ancient coins. And Pope wrote commendatory verses for his Dialogues on Metals, and hoped that, on metals, Addison and Craggs will be represented. Craggs's effigy is to have an inscription in 6 heroic lines. Though the dialogues be antiquated as archaeology, the description of collectors of coins is amusing. One of the speakers hastens to add that the science must appear ridiculous to those who have not taken the pains to examine it. Addison, in a kind humorous way, strove to convince his age that ignorance is not the best judge of the historical, social, and artistic value of numismatics. Returning to England in 1703, Addison was poor, and had no prospect of employment. The Whigs, however, wanted to make the most of Marlborough's victory at Blenheim. Strange as it seems to us, poetry had influence, a poet was needed. Halifax recommended Addison. The Chancellor of the Exchequer found him up 3 pairs of stairs, and The Campaign was written. The scene is familiar to readers of Esmond. Thackeray, devoted to Addison as he was, asks how many fourth-form boys at Mr. Addison's school of Charterhouse could write as well as that now, as well as Addison writes in several passages of The Campaign. Probably no fourth-form boys would write. With floods of gore that from the vanquished fell, the marshes stagnate, and the rivers swell. However, the simile of the angel has been reckoned fine, and the poem fulfilled the purpose for which it was written. It strengthened the position of the Whig ministry, what a task for the muse, and obtained patent places for the poet. As Under-Secretary of State, Addison had leisure to write the libretto of Rosamond, an opera, in which Queen Eleanor does not poison Rosamond, but gives her, like Juliet, a sleeping draught. The king says, "Oh, quickly relate this riddle of fate. My impatience forgive. Does Rosamond live?" Eleanor explains the situation. Soon the waking nymph shall rise, and, in a convent placed, admire the cloistered walls and virgin choir. With them in songs and hymns divine, the beauteous penitent shall join. Finally the king and queen sing, who to forbidden joys would rove, that know the sweets of virtuous love. Who indeed? The rise of Blenheim Palace is prophesied, and Marlborough is flattered ingeniously by the muse of Whiggery. The understanding age was not charmed, it was not absolutely destitute of humor. Nor was Addison. The intentionally funny parts of the opera, though not so comic as the serious passages, are not unworthy of Sir W. S. Gilbert. Sir Trusty, finding Rosamond's corpse, as he supposes, says, "The king this doleful news shall read in lines of my Inditing. Great sir, your Rosamond is dead, as I'm at present writing." Addison's unacknowledged comedy, The Drummer, based on the famous rapping spirit at Tedworth, 1662, was a failure, and died on its 3rd night, 1715. Of his lucky tragedy, Cato, he seems to have written 4 acts in Italy. As early as April, 1711, Addison confided his ideas on tragedy to the Town, Spectator, No. 39. They show us how far the wits of the understanding age of Anne had moved from the taste of the Restoration stage. Addison is very much offended when I see a play in rhyme, which is as absurd in English, as a tragedy of hexameters would have been in Greek or Latin. But blank verse is, in such due medium between rhyme and prose that it seems wonderfully adapted to tragedy, as the Elizabethan tragedians had not failed to discover. The thoughts of English tragic writers, especially of Shakespeare, are often obscured by the sounding phrases, hard metaphors, and forced expressions in which they are clothed. These expressions, however, have been admired by many. The English tragedian is apt to make his hero successful in the fifth act. Addison does not approve of a modernization of Lear, in which, as in the chronicles which told the story, King Lear and Cordelia triumph in the end. Aristotle says, Addison reports, that the populace preferred tragedies which ended ill, but Addison himself has made the tale of Fair Rosamond end happily. He makes no universal rule, only protests that a tragedy should not be compelled to conclude with comfort. There is nothing which delights and terrifies our English theatre so much as a ghost, especially when he appears in a bloody shirt. A spectre has very often saved a play. Addison applauds the handling of the ghost in Hamlet. Ghosts, in fact, need delicate handling. For the moving of pity, our principal machine is the handkerchief. And the introduction of an orphan or two, but not of half a dozen fatherless children. That dreadful butchering of one another, with the use of racks, thumbscrews, and other instruments of torture, gives occasion to French critics to think us a people who delight in blood. In practice, Addison produced a tragedy which political accidents made highly successful at the moment, and which has enriched the stock of quotations. But Dr. Jonson described it as rather a poem in dialogue than a drama, rather a succession of just sentiments in elegant language than a representation of natural affections. The events are expected without solicitude, and are remembered without joy or sorrow. The love interest, Pope says, was a popular afterthought, and Pope told Addison that the play was better fitted to be read than to be acted. Thanks to the habit of mingling literature with politics, the play, April 13, 1713, was expected with solicitude by Whigs and Tories. All the foolish industry possible has been used to make it thought a party play, says Pope. The leaders of each party clapped loudly at each remark that might be twisted into a political allusion, while Addison, with Dr. Berkeley and 2 or 3 friends, in a side box had a table and 2 or 3 flasks of Burgundy and champagne, with which the author, though a very sober man, thought necessary to support his spirits. A run of 35 nights, a great marvel then, also sustained the spirits of Addison. Addison does not hold his high and enviable place in our literature by virtue of his plays, poems, and work on medals, but of his brief essays in The Tatler and The Spectator. We have already seen how Steele and he worked, in the most pleasant, kindly, and humorous tone, for the improvement of morals and manners in the court and town. The aim of Addison was to temper wit with morality and to enliven morality with wit, and he succeeded so well that, to this day, if one opens a volume of The Spectator, for any reason, one cannot lay it down. The spectacle of that world comes before us in all its aspects: toy shops, theaters, streets, coffee-houses, masquerades. There are allegories, sportive or serious, reflections at the opera, or among the monuments of the dead at Westminster Abbey. There are letters, real or done in the office, asking for advice on points of etiquette. There are musical strains of solemn prose, or passages of exquisite banter. There are creations of character, Sir Roger de Coverley, Will Wimble, and the rest. There are criticisms, as of Milton, which led taste back from the fantasies of the Restoration to that great poet who lived lonely, fallen on evil days and evil tongues. Even the folk poetry of the past, songs and fables that are come from father to son, and are most in vogue among the common people of the countries through which I passed, give Addison a particular delight, he says, in his paper on Chevy Chase. The favorite ballad of the common people of England. In our time, a critic would fall back on the history of the ballad, showing how Chevy Chase is a later version of Audubon, a poem common, with patriotic variations, to England and Scotland. For Addison, Chevy Chase is an heroic poem, as such he treats it, and shows how touches of nature make it akin to Homer and Virgil. Here we are far away from the Restoration, and the age of conceits. We are on the way to the Romantic movement, to Scott and The Lay of the Last Minstrel. In quite another style take Addison's musings on a lady's library, mixed with 1,000-odd figures in china ware, Japanese lacquer, and old silver. Leonora has all the classic authors, in wood, dummies. A set of Elzevirs, small classic volumes of the famous Dutch press, by the same hand, the cabinetmakers. There are several of the huge wandering heroic French romances, and Locke of Human Understanding, with a paper of patches in it, Clelia, which opened of itself in the place that describes two lovers in a bower. Most of the books were bought, not for her own use, but because the lady had heard them praised, or because she had seen the authors of them. Addison, it must be confessed, did not take the learning of the sex very seriously. Now the learning of many of them is serious indeed, but, we ask, are either men or women more seriously inclined, on the whole, to study than they were in Queen Anne's day? Addison, says Thackeray, walks about the world watching women's pretty humors, fashions, follies, flirtations, rivalries, and noting them with the most charming humor. It was not he, but Steele, who found in a lady's society a liberal education. But it was Addison whom Lady Mary Wortley Montagu proclaimed to be the best companion in the world. There is still no better companion, we can still hear him sweetly talk and sweetly smile in his essays. He knows so much, and he is never tedious in giving information. Like Coleridge in Talk with Keats, he deals in ghost stories, and this child of an age of reason does not scout them. He makes the judicious remark that Lucretius, the Roman materialist, does not believe that the soul can exist apart from the body, yet makes no doubt of the reality of apparitions, and that men often appeared after their death. He was so pressed with the matter of fact, which he could not have the confidence to deny. He explains by one of the most absurd unphilosophical notions that was ever started, in a different way of statement this theory of Lucretius has lately been revived. What a variety of themes Addison illustrates and adorns. His writings are like better conversation than was ever held save in the Fortunate Islands by the happy dead. The humor and the drawing of character in the papers on Sir Roger de Coverley, have a delicacy, a minuteness, a happy humor, which we scarcely meet again in our literature till they reappear, a century later, in the novels of Miss Austen. It must be admitted that Addison's manner of writing Sent Sun Vieux Temps, is not up to date, but this only lends an agreeable quaintness. Nobody, today, in writing of the scene in the Odyssey, where the hero beholds, in the next world, the far-renowned brides of ancient song, would speak of them as a circle of beauties, the finest women. Nor, when the hero says, each of them gave me an account of her birth and family, would a critic now say, this is a gentle satire upon female vanity. To give such an account is the universal practice in Homer, when strangers meet, whether men or women. The Spectator was dropped after running for about 2 years, not before Addison had praised in his paper Pope's essay on criticism. Steele introduced Pope to Addison. Perhaps they never were very attached friends, for a man of Addison's sense could not but be watchful of himself in the company of the vain and irritable little satirist. Pope's jealousy and suspicions produced a coldness, and, after Addison was dead, Pope emitted his venom in the poisonous character of Atticus. Blessed with each talent and each art to please, and born to live, converse, and write with ease. Yet bears, like the Turk, no brother near the throne. And so forth. Nothing that inspired skill and spite can do is better than this satire. Had Addison been alive when it was given to the world he could not have hit a return blow, for cruelty was not in his nature, and Pope was so sensitive that any retort on him was cruel. In 1715 Addison conducted for 6 months another paper, The Freeholder, in the Whig interest, was made one of the commissioners for trade and the colonies, and married the Dowager Countess of Warwick. He died in 1719, 3 years after that splendid but dismal union, says Thackeray. A dowager countess is not usually splendid, and we really have no reason to think that the union was dismal. Addison's position as Secretary of State was sufficiently good, not to speak of his fame, popularity, and genius. In 1719 Addison was matched against Steele in a newspaper controversy. Steele probably was not welcome to Lady Warwick at Holland House, but the two men, says Steele, still preserved the most passionate concern for their mutual welfare. When they met they were as unreserved as boys. Addison with Steele founded a school of essayists of merit, who never came near the supremacy of their masters. Addison not only delighted his world, but left it better than he found it. Not by preaching violent sermons, not by lashing the vices of the age, but by sensibly lowering the tyranny of the fashion which insisted on the duty of being vicious. Swift. Concerning the genius, character, and career of Jonathan Swift there are interesting varieties of opinion, but nobody denies that the genius was great or that the career was sad, strange, even mysterious. In an old-fashioned comedy of humours, Swift would have been cast for the part of Wycherley's Captain Manly in The Plain Dealer, the man of tender heart who hates an age and a society that do not come up to his ideals. Swift had, indeed, depths of affection, and a noble capacity for friendship, but, unlike Captain Manly, he would never have made Fidelia, or any other woman, happy. He lived in this world the life of a flogging schoolmaster. He expresses a hope, at about the age of 26, that, in his poems, each line shall stab, shall blast, like daggers and like fire. He hopes, at the same hopeful period, that my hate, whose lash just heaven has long decreed, shall on a day make sin and folly bleed. He lashed away, but sin and folly remained more than usual calm. They did not hear, they did not heed him. And the presentable part of his most comprehensive and ferocious satire of humanity, the one book published by him which is still generally known, Gulliver's Travels, has been an innocent source of amusement to many generations of children. At about the age of 37, Swift, in a private letter, wrote thus of his own case: I envy very much your prudence and temper, and love of peace and settlement, the reverse of which has been the great uneasiness of my life, and is like to continue so. He recognizes one source of his sorrows. As to prudence, Swift had even too much of it, if prudence were the motive which made him put off marriage with the woman, Stella, Esther Jonson, whom he loved, and who loved him. But for peace and settlement, he had no partiality, and his temper was no better than he deemed it. The curses of Swift were, first, his just consciousness of powers far superior to those of the great politicians who adulated, and used, and failed to reward him. With their wine, and their amours, and their bitter, petty jealousies, they let the great opportunity go by, and, lo! Harley is in the Tower. And Bolingbroke, a fugitive, drinks, and loves, and intrigues in France, vituperating the prince whose cause he has helped to ruin, while Swift eats out his own heart in that Ireland which he hated. Another curse was that he had attached himself as a priest to the Church of England, while the author of The Tale of a Tub, however loyal he might be in practice, certainly cannot have been a trusty and undoubting Church of England man. Of all the creeds, of all the churches and sects, in his heart he thought like the Jupiter of his poem. You, who in various sects were shammed, and come to hear each other damned. This bleak lucidity of soul, this consciousness of being able to see forward with a fatal clearness, this knowledge of the greatness of his own genius, thwarted by poverty, driven wild by servitude, lacerated by the torments of a mysterious disease, crushed by terrible forebodings of the appointed end. These things drove Swift to cut himself among the tombs, and to curse in the wilderness. Though born in Dublin, November 30, 1667, Swift was no Irishman. His father belonged to an old Yorkshire, his mother to an old Leicestershire family. But on his father's death, his mother being left ill-provided, Swift's was the position of a poor relation. His training at Kilkenny School and Trinity College, Dublin, was paid for by his uncle, Godwin Swift, who was either poor or penurious. Men like Swift seldom yield much attention to their tutors, and Swift, though he did well in Greek and Latin, failed in physics and took no pains with his Latin essay. He was, however, allowed to pass. In 1688 he went to England, to his mother at Leicester, and in the following year entered the household of Sir William Temple, a politician and diplomatist, retired from active life, busy with literature and gardening, but in friendly relations with William III and with men of affairs. Sir William Temple, 1628–1699, was himself a writer admired for his style, especially in his essay on poetry. His periods, though long, are graceful and well balanced, but seldom have such brief melancholy cadences as this reflection: when all is done, human life is, at the greatest and the best, but like a froward child, that must be played with and humoured a little to keep it quiet till it falls asleep, and then the care is over. Swift's position, at first, was between those of a secretary and an upper servant. He left Temple's house for Ireland, in 1690, returned in 1691, next year obtained a degree at Oxford, and in 1694, in Ireland, took orders, and received a small benefice, Kilroot, near Belfast, where the people were Presbyterians, and he had no congregation worth mentioning. He entangled himself with a Miss Waring, Verena, and wrote Pindaric poems. Dryden, a remote cousin of his, told him that he would never be a poet, and no other reason has been discovered for Swift's flouts and jeers at Dryden's reputation. The anecdote may be untrue, and, as a Catholic, Dryden would be disapproved of by Swift. In 1696 Swift was reconciled with Temple, and during the next 2 years was treated with more favour, met politicians, met the king. Educated Stella, an inmate of Temple's house, then a girl of 15, read much in Temple's library, and was about to attach himself to the double-dyed trader, Sunderland, when Sunderland was dismissed from office. Swift went back to Ireland, held a living at Larricourt, lived much with Lord Berkeley at the castle, Dublin, wrote lively verses of the lighter sort, wrote a political pamphlet which was successful, and showed leanings towards the Whig party. In London, 1704, his Tale of a Tub was published anonymously. It had been composed in 1696 to 1697. In An Apology, 1709, Swift, still, as always, anonymous, writes, "The book seems calculated to live as long as our language and our taste admit no great alterations. In taste great alterations have been admitted." Though excellent judges still applaud this whimsical allegory, few readers who approach it with high expectations are likely to escape disappointment. The allegory of Peter, Rome, Martin, Anglicans and Lutherans, and Jack, Presbyterians and all other Protestant sects, is utterly incoherent. At present no self-respecting person would write of the religions of Islam and Buddha in such terms and such temper as Swift wrote about the churches and sects of Christianity. Whatever we may think of transubstantiation and vestments, we do not make uproarious fun of them. Already Swift indulges his half-insane delight in malodorous references, the wit of the dirty schoolboy scrawling on the walls. Few things in the work are more witty than this on Dryden. He has often said to me in confidence, that the world would never have suspected him to be so great a poet, if he had not assured them so frequently in his prefaces, that it was impossible they could ever doubt or forget it. Thackeray remarks, "I think the world was right, and the bishops who advised Queen Anne not to appoint the author of The Tale of the Tub to a bishopric, gave perfectly good advice. James IV did not give Dunbar a benefice, the line must be drawn somewhere." Swift, in his Apology, denied that he had attacked religion. Be it so, he had written on matters ecclesiastical with amazingly bad taste. His Argument against Abolishing Christianity, 1708, is not the sort of argument that we expect from a bishop postulant, but its irony seems as charming and dexterous now as it did 2 centuries ago. In The Tale of a Tub, on the other hand, we seldom find a passage that wins a smile, except in Those Fine Curses, which Peter spoke, and in some of the gambols of Jack. The apologue, in Feet, is heavy-handed. The author does not clearly know where he is making for, the perfect clearness of his later style is absent. These observations, entirely candid, are at odds with the usual applause of The Tale of a Tub. With The Tale of a Tub was published, in the same volume, The Battle of the Books, written about 1697. This was a now belated contribution to the controversy as to the relative merits of the ancients and the moderns, begun in France by Charles Perrault, the author of our most familiar fairy tales. As it happened, Temple, in an essay, had taken up the cause of the ancients, and had chosen, as proofs of superiority of the oldest books, the fables ascribed to Aesop, and the letters attributed to Phalaris, the half-mythical tyrant of Agrigentum. The matter of the fables is prehistoric, but the crooked slave, Aesop, did not contribute their form, and the letters of Phalaris were a literary exercise composed long after the tyrant's date. Wotton, with some help from the greatest scholar of his day, Richard Bentley, King's Librarian, and, 1700, Master of Trinity, Cambridge, replied to Temple, and Charles Boyle, of Christ Church, Oxford, introduced a personal squabble with Bentley. The Christ Church wits, including the formidable Atterbury, sided with Boyle. There was a war between elegant scholars, on Boyle's side, and the nascent science of the Royal Society allied with perfect scholarship and Bentley, on the other. Boyle did not insist that the letters of Phalaris were genuine. Bentley displayed his sagacious learning in his proof that they were not. Temple was discreetly silent, but Swift espoused the cause of the wits in The Battle of the Books. The books in the King's Library, ancient and modern, meet in a parody of a fight in Homer. The goddess, Dullness, befriends the moderns, as Aphrodite, in Homer, protects Paris and Aeneas. The mock Homeric manner was not then outworn, and it amused. While Swift heaped personal scorn on Bentley, and, of course, on Dryden, who is ridiculed for being old. Bentley, crooked-legged and hump-backed, is armed with a flail, and a vessel full of ordure. Boyle transfixes Bentley and Wotton as a cook spits a brace of woodcocks, and that is the humor of it. Infinitely more amusing were Swift's predictions of the death of a prophetic almanac maker, Partridge, 1708, and the sequel of that jest. Swift styled himself Isaac Bickerstaff, and lent the name to Steele, for use in his new paper, The Tatler. He lived in close friendship with Addison, Steele, Congreve, and Prior. And began his love affair with Miss Vanhomrigh, the unfortunate Vanessa, rival of Stella. Like Lord Foppington, Swift probably coveted nothing less than her heart, which she gave, and his difficulty was, to get rid of the rest of her body. After a visit to Ireland, Swift returned to find the Tories in power, A New World, September, 1710. He met Harley, Lord Oxford, took service under him, and for 3 years was the Achitophel of the Tories, writing for them lampoons and political pamphlets which were cried up to the skies. For half a year, 1710 to 1711, Swift's papers appeared in The Examiner. Swift dined with Harley and St. John, they called him Jonathan, he snubbed their attempts to treat him as a mere gentleman of the press. And in the delightful pages of his familiar Journal to Stella, he paints the age, and himself, triumphant, adulated, powerful, but, seeing all his own mischance, I believe they will leave me Jonathan as they found me. Among the pamphlets of this period are The Hue and Cry After Dismal, Lord Nottingham, ancestor of Horace Walpole's Black Funereal Finches, and the more important, Conduct of the Allies. By 1713 Swift hoped that the present age and posterity would learn who were the real enemies of the country. The old question of Tory Short and Whig Codlin. But he had cruelly offended the Duchess of Somerset by The Windsor Prophecy. And the Queen could not endure the author of The Tale of a Tub. He asked for his reward, and with much trouble obtained the Deanery of St. Patrick's, Dublin, June, 1713. He went to Ireland, but he could not get rid of Vanessa. Her letters pursued him, other letters called him to town, Harley and St. John were at odds, and he was needed. He engaged in a paper war with Steele, now an enemy. He wrote The Public Spirit of the Whigs. He offended the Scottish members, and the Duke of Argyll, the hero of Malplaquet, an ill man to meddle with. He was consoled by the friendship of Pope, Gay, and Arbuthnot, a good man and a great humorist. They founded the Martineau Scriblerus Club, for the writing of facetious papers, but politics went ill. Harley and St. John quarrelled in the Queen's presence, her death was near, Harley was overthrown by St. John, St. John had no courage, and, on the death of Anne, was checked by Argyle and his regiment. Bishop Atterbury would have proclaimed the king, King James over the water, the layman dared not back him, the Elector of Hanover occupied the throne. And of Swift's great friend St. John fled to France, and Harley was imprisoned in the Tower, while Swift, hooted by the pressmen whom he had bullied, made for Ireland. The Jacobite cause was lost, and we cannot here ask, would Swift, as St. John says in Esmond, have accepted the primacy of England from La Bonne Cause, the young Catholic king? My life is now a burden grown to others, ere it be my own. Swift wrote. He corresponded, 1716, with Atterbury, and Atterbury was at the head of the Jacobite party in England. In 1719 Swift dedicated to a Swedish diplomatist, Count Gyllenborg, a history of England. My intention was to inscribe it to the king, your late master, for whose great virtues I had ever the highest admiration, as I shall continue to bear to his memory. This king, Charles XII, in 1716 meant to land in Britain with an army in support of the Jacobites, and Gyllenborg, his ambassador, managed the plot in England. Charles had invited Swift, at an earlier date, to Sweden. Now Swift dwells, in a most obscure disagreeable country, Ireland, and among a most profligate and abandoned people. All this does not look like zeal for the Protestant succession. The years 1719 to 1723 saw the completion of Swift's ambiguous poem, Cadinus and Vanessa, and the arrival of Vanessa in Swift's neighborhood. In vain he protested, he vowed, he soothed and bullied. The news of the Dean's marriage to Stella at last reached her, and it killed her. Vanessa died of that passion, Thackeray. The marriage is still matter of controversy. In 1724 Swift, who hated the English government if he did not love Ireland, wrote the famous Drapier's Letters against a job in copper currency, and gained high popularity. In 1726 he gave to the world the most famous of his books, Gulliver's Travels, in which his gift of narrative, his amazing power of being truthful in the minutest details of the most extravagant imaginations, his misanthropy, his irony, and his delight in unsavory things, are all carried to the highest perfection. In 1729 came the Modest Proposal for Eating Irish Children, in 1738 his Polite Conversation and Directions to Servants, with the same merit of humor, and the same inveterate fault. In Visits to London, 1726, 1727, Swift had enjoyed the society of his old friends and comrades in letters, and hoped there, perhaps, to find a fountain of youth. He felt himself slipping into the vice of hoarding, and rusting in a second-rate society. Bolingbroke had been allowed to return from exile, the banished king had found him worthless as a statesman, he had said his worst against the banished king. Nobody wanted Bolingbroke and nobody was afraid of him. He played the philosopher, and Swift did not believe in his affectation of philosophy. Arbuthnot, Swift loved, Pope he had always admired. And he tried to protect Gay from his own reckless improvidence. He ridiculed, in Gulliver, the proofs brought against Atterbury as a Jacobite agent. If Swift was not convinced by the evidence he must have shut his eyes very hard. In January, 1728, Stella died. Swift tried to fill the gap in his life by activity in Irish politics. His disease, apparently some malady of the ear which gradually affected the brain, became more unendurable, but he had still to write some of his most powerful satires in verse. Then his memory began to fail, and he drifted slowly into the half-unconscious dotage of his last 5 years, dying on October 19, 1745, unconscious, probably, of the meteoric adventure of Prince Charles. The failure of his party, of his political ambition, and measureless hopes of greatness, gave Swift the retirement and the leisure to produce his greatest works. If fortune had bantered us, as Bolingbroke said, he turned and bantered fate and mankind. In the long array of his volumes, so seldom opened, are many brief flights, in verse and prose, which are full of entertainment, of wild fancy, orderly and gravely presented. And there is the Journal to Stella, with its infinite tenderness of affection. And the letters, the confidences of the wits from romantic Charles Wogan, who rescued from prison the bride of a king, and died as governor of the appropriate province of La Mancha, to those of Pope and Arbuthnot and Gay. The works of Swift are a library in themselves. Defoe. One man in his time plays many parts, and no man played more parts than Daniel Foe or Defoe. The son of a butcher in St. Giles's, born in 1661, he received at a nonconformist school an education that was a sufficient basis for literary undertakings, but not tending to such classical flights as led young university men to profitable sinecures under government. He is said to have been out under Monmouth in 1685. He betook himself to commerce of various kinds, thus acquiring little or no money. In 1692 he broke, like Mr. Badman, but a competent knowledge of the currents of trade, and the courses of financial speculation, exhibited in his Essay on Projects, educational and social as well as financial, 1698. In 1701 his True-born Englishman, showing in the interest of William III that the English are a mixed race, was successful. In 1702 his famous Shortest Way with the Dissenters was discovered to be, not a candid plea for the Church of England, but an irritating parody of high church pretensions, nearly as serious as Swift's apology for cannibalism. Defoe was pilloried, but not pelted, and imprisoned for his waggery, was released, probably through the agency of Harley, Lord Oxford, the wavering and enigmatic dragon of Swift's correspondence. And while editing and indeed writing a weekly review, the precursor in its social columns of Steele's Tatler, Defoe served Harley in diverse subterranean ways. In Scotland, in the autumn of 1706, he acted as Harley's spy and newsagent. His letters to Harley contain an admirable picture of the struggles for and against the union of Scotland and England, and of Defoe's own versatile, acute and daring character. He made himself all things to all men, could talk to each citizen as a member of his own trade, explained all the economic conditions of the country, understood, and did not revere, the kirk, and the preachers. And, by securing the services of that lively and humorous rogue and sham fanatic, Ker of Kersland, broke up an unholy alliance between the extreme Cameronians and the Jacobite gentry and clansmen of Perthshire and Angus. They had intended to break up the Parliament, but the wild Whigs did not keep tryst. It is plain that Harley treated Defoe very ill, and that, like most spies, he was underpaid. Still he was working for a cause which he had at heart. As he was later, when, to all appearance, playing the part of journalist in the Tory or even Jacobite interest under government. The needy Defoe was a man of dark corners, an absolute Johannes factotum. Swift called him a grave, sententious, dogmatical rogue. He professed that he received assistance from the divine spirit. No man who wrote so much and so variously has written so well. His favorite topic, if we may judge by the frequency with which he handled it, was psychical research. Like Glanville, Henry Moore, and other writers in the skeptical age of the Restoration, he collected, and told in his own inimitable manner, many current anecdotes of wraiths, death warnings, second sight, and phantasms of the dead. The most prominent merit of Defoe, in fiction, is his power of convincing the reader by the minute and sober realism of his details. Some of his novels, in autobiographic form, have caused disputes as to whether they be romances, or actual memoirs. A true relation of the apparition of one Mrs. Veal, on September 8, 1705, published in 1706, has been described as the first instance of Defoe's wonderful lies like truth. This relation is matter of fact, said Defoe in the preface. Sir Walter Scott, a ghost hunter himself, explained the fact by saying that Defoe invented and wrote the story as a puff of Drelincourt on death, which the appearance of Mrs. Veal, on the day after her death recommended to her friend, who believed her to be alive, Mrs. Bargrave. But Mr. George Aitken has proved that the piece was, as Defoe said, a true relation of matter of fact, that is, Defoe merely wrote the story as told by Mrs. Bargrave, the percipient, the person who saw and conversed with the dead Mrs. Veal about her gown, a scoured silk, newly made up. Mr. Aitken found a manuscript note of May 21, 1714, by someone who had interviewed Mrs. Bargrave, and for whom Mrs. Bargrave made 3 or 4 minute editions. As for Mrs. Veal herself, she died on September 7, appeared on September 8 to Mrs. Bargrave, and we have the record of her burial on September 10, in the Register of St. Mary's, Dover. In another case, the Bothethan Ghost, told in an appendix to Defoe's Duncan Campbell, the tale was really written, as Defoe says, not by himself, but by one of the people who saw the spectre, the Reverend Mr. Ruddle of Launceston in Cornwall, in June, 1665, the narrative was written on September 4 of the same year. Thus Defoe's extraordinary gift of making things fictitious seem true has caused him to be charged with inventing stories which he merely retold, or printed from the manuscript of another. Defoe was 60 years of age, and had suffered from apoplexy, when he wrote the masterpiece which made him immortal, Robinson Crusoe, 1719. New editions appeared in May, June, and August, a sequel followed which few read. Still more scarce are readers of Defoe's Serious Reflections and Vision of the Angelic World, 1720. The metapsychical world was always very near Defoe, practical and shrewd man as he was. Crusoe is based on Captain Rogers's narrative of the adventures of Alexander Selkirk, a mariner of Largo, in Fife, marooned, 1704, on the island of Juan Fernandez. An allegory of Defoe's own life has been suspected. The idea is unimportant. It is superfluous to dilate on the sterling merits of Robinson Crusoe. Before he published it, a critic had recognized the little art he is truly master of forging a story, and imposing it on the world for truth. The style is as simple as Swift's, and more homely. The tale of love was not Defoe's trade, any more than The Moving Accident was Wordsworth's. Moll Flanders, and Roxana, are no doubt meant to have a moral influence. But their readers are looking for something else, like the readers of the edifying Monsieur Zola. Defoe was one of the fathers of journalism, and almost the only begetter of the story of adventure, the desert island romance, and, in Memoirs of a Cavalier, and A Journal of the Plague Year, of the historical autobiographical novel. It was about the beginning of September, 1664, that I, among the rest of my neighbors, heard, in ordinary discourse, that the plague was returned again in Holland. That keynote reverberates in scores of the historical romances of 1885 to 1900. The modern novelist, of course, avoids Defoe's strict statistical method. Defoe's story reads precisely like a historical document, and the modern reader dislikes nothing more than that sort of reading. Defoe's hero saw a number of people looking at a ghost walking on a gravestone. Less fortunate Mr. Pepys went forth to see, God forgive my presumption, whether I could see any dead corpse going to the grave, but, as God would have it, did not. By a truly realistic touch, Defoe's contemplative Sadler closes his journal with a coarse but sincere stanza of my own. A dreadful plague in London was in the year 65, which swept 100,000 souls away, yet I alive. The modern reader finds that Defoe's fictions are too like facts, and, often, in the moral and religious reflections, too like tracts, for his taste. On the other hand, to a contemplative mind, Robinson Crusoe, carefully read, and compared with its descendants in fiction, is a source of delight. Defoe, at the age of 60, must have been, while he wrote it, as happy as his innumerable readers. For example, we compare Robinson's felling of a cedar tree 5 feet 10 inches diameter at the lower part, and his construction of a vessel, fit to carry 26 men, a vessel quite unlaunchable, with the practicable coracle, the most homemade of things in Treasure Island. We compare the trial trips of the two crafts, Robinson's second boat. We see that R. L. Stevenson has produced the less impossible narrative of the twain, and that both rejoice the heart. The mass, and the variety, of what must be called the pot-boilers, of Defoe are unequalled. In better conditions of authorship he would have been a rich man, but he died poor, in distress, and under a cloud, in 1731. A history of literature is not necessarily a history of philosophical, metaphysical, and theological speculation. In such speculation the age was rich that saw the volcanic eruption of sects and heresies during the religious frenzy of the Civil War. And also beheld the reaction from all enthusiasm to the passion for common sense and for science as organized common sense, which came in with the Restoration. Hobbes's works did not encourage religious enthusiasm, or mysticism, or belief in the ineffable spiritual experiences of devout men, from John Bunyan with his visions, to Ralph Cudworth, 1617–1688, an Anglican divine. With his Neoplatonic hints at union with the absolute, true intellectual system of the universe, eternal and immutable morality. The learned and the unlearned wrote books on either side, skeptical or in favor of belief. The Royal Society impartially included Joseph Glanville, 1636–1680, with his Vanity of Dogmatizing, and his Saggicismus Triumphatus, the pioneer of psychical research, with its tales of poltergeists, wraiths, and levitations. Some of them fairly well authenticated. The Royal Society also gave a place to the far more famous philosopher of liberal common sense philosophy, John Locke, 1632–1704. Locke's first 18 years were passed under the shadow of the Great Rebellion, and at Christ Church, Oxford, under a head who was an independent divine. He did not like the new freedom, in which he found the old slavery, but after the Restoration he found liberty for discussion, in which enthusiasm was not permitted to enter. His attitude towards mental philosophy was not unlike that of Bacon. He disliked Aristotelianism as then held at Oxford, thinking that words usurped the place of facts, and in his Essay on the Human Understanding he employed that plain style which the Royal Society enjoined. The work was written at intervals during 17 years, disturbed when as a friend of Shaftesbury, Dryden's Achitophel, the turbulent patron of Titus Oates, he was sent into exile. The burden of the essay, which appeared in 1690, is opposition to the theory of innate ideas, the terms need defining, and insistence that we derive our ideas from the presentations of our senses. Average common sense was always kept in his view, and he wrote for the most part in the language of the marketplace. He wanted man to think as a human being very limited in his faculties, to distinguish between what is, and what is not comprehensible by us, and his treatise had the most potent and enduring effects on continental as well as on English philosophy. He was a friend of his junior, Berkeley, whose philosophic fancy took a wider and more audacious range. His Treatise on Government and Thoughts on Education followed rapidly. He obtained a place as Commissioner of Trade and Plantations, Colonies, and advised England to anticipate Scotland in founding an emporium at Darien, in Spanish territory, as the Scots were to discover. We have not space for much more than the names of other prose writers of this great age. John Arbuthnot, 1667–1735, a Scot in London, was an admirable humorist, a great physician, and the friend of all the wits. Himself a good-humoured swift in prose satire. Bishop Atterbury, 1662–1732, excited an enthusiastic devotion in Pope, who proposed to accompany this clerical conspirator into exile, after his great Jacobite plot was crushed in 1723. Atterbury was an accomplished general writer, while the great scholar and master of Trinity, Richard Bentley, 1662–1742, gave to his classical criticism of the forged Epistles of Phalaris the merit of vigorous literature. His conjectural various readings in Milton's text are now and then comical, and seem a parody of classical criticism. The Viscount Bolingbroke, Henry St. John, 1678–1751, was a wit among politicians, the patron, friend, and inspiration of the wits. He had his fame as an eloquent rhetorician in his life, and as a daring thinker, but he really wrote best when he wrote simply and humorously, as in his satire of his Jacobite allies, the Epistle to Wyndham, 1716. His Ideal of a Patriot King also preserves his literary reputation, 1738. Anthony Ashley Cooper, Earl of Shaftesbury, 1671–1713, was an elegant philosopher, a thinker of taste. While George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne, born at Kilkenny 1685, died 1753, was an idealistic philosopher and man of science, the theory of vision, whose style, in grace and irony, is akin to the manners of Plato and of Pascal. The best and most delightful of his works is the dialogue Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, directed against the skeptics and deistical writers. Berkeley's character was not less admirable than his works. XXIII, Georgian Poetry. 1. Edward Young. Is it to the credit or discredit of Young, as a poet, that of his night thoughts the French are particularly fond? So asks Croft, the sardonic author of a notice on Young in Dr. Johnson's Lives of the Poets. The preference is certainly not to the credit of the French. Born in Hampshire in 1683, the son of a clergyman, Young lived till 1765, writing much verse, and more prodigal of praises to the great than any other poet of any age. Young's father, in 1703, appears to have been poor, for the son, to save expense, was hospitably entertained in the lodges of the warden of New College and the president of Corpus. A fellowship was found for him at All Souls, and as he was chosen to make and speak the Latin oration at the founding of the fine Codrington Library, it may be supposed that, at All Souls, he was held to be more than mediocriter doctus. The qualifications for a fellow were said to be, well-born, well-dressed, moderately learned. Young's earlier poems, and his dedications always, seem bids for patronage and preferment. In his Last Day, 1710, an archangel eminently bright, from off his silver staff of wondrous height, unfurls the Christian flag, which waving flies, and shuts and opens more than half the skies. Angels are asked, on the annihilation of the universe, to say where Britannia is now. All is lost, no monument, no sign, where once so proudly blazed the great machine. In the dedication, which Young later suppressed, nothing was left but Queen Anne, whom the poet distinctly saw floating upwards, and leaving the fixed stars behind her. The clever but eccentric and unfortunate Jacobite Duke of Wharton was a patron of Young, and the defender of Atterbury. The Duke died, under arms for the exiled James III, or Chevalier de St. George, at Lerida. He was then composing a tragedy on Mary, Queen of Scots. Young suppressed, in later years, the dedication to Wharton of his successful tragedy, The Revenge, 1721. In 1725 to 1726 Young published his satires, The Universal Passion. They read like a poor imitation of Pope's satires, but in point of time they precede the Dunciad. Why slumbers Pope, who leads the tuneful train, nor hears that virtue, which he loves, complain? Pope was not slumbering, he was counting every groan of virtue, to whom he was so devoted, and was about to lash vice with the best of them. The universal passion which Young flogs, is the love of fame. Every one is the fool of fame except this earl or that, at whom Young dedicates his strings of epigrams which remind us of Pope, with a difference. Sloane and Ashmole are derided for their museums. Young even dedicated a satire to Sir Robert Walpole, He must smile, or the Nine inspire in vain. He also adulated the Duke of Newcastle in 1745, when a Pope-bred princeling crawled ashore. Meaning, the prince who did in Moidart land, with 7 men at his right hand, and all to conquer kingdoms 3. Oh, he's the lad to wanton me. As a poet of the opposite party exclaimed, the inglorious Duke is Hollis, immortal in far more than fame. In 1727 Young became a clergyman, at the ripe age of 44. His Night Thoughts, in blank verse, are of 1741 to 1742, in 9 nights. My song the midnight raven has outwinged, and the midnight owl was outshrieked. From short, as usual, and disturbed repose, I wake, how happy they who wake no more. Yet that were vain, if dreams infest the grave. We remember, in that sleep of death, what dreams may come. A few lines are in the common stock of quotations such as, An undevout astronomer is mad. There are good passages, here and there, but long sermons in a kind of blank verse which does not overstimulate, are not immortal. Young has the trick of joining the turgid with the familiar. But with all his faults he was a man of genius and a poet. He was not, as people, misled by the existence of one William Young, foolishly supposed, the original of Fielding's Parson Adams in Joseph Andrews, but Young may be the original of Robert Montgomery. Who added to the piety of Young the ebullitions of an unprecedented genius for nonsense. James Thomson. Romance secured a firm footing in English literature, after the artificialities of the 18th century had sunk into dotage, through the genius of a borderer, Sir Walter Scott. But another borderer, long before, had seen glimmerings and had heard strains of the fairy world and the fairy songs. This was James Thomson, son of the parish minister of Ednam in Roxburghshire. The father was presently translated to South Dean, in the Cheviots, and on the old line of Scottish marches, by that way they rode, as Froissart shows, to Audubon fight. Thomson's father died while trying to lay a ghost in a house near South Dean, when the son was at the University of Edinburgh. The haunted house was demolished. Thomson studied divinity, but abandoned the prospective pulpit for poetry, and went to London to seek his fortune in 1725. He lost his letters of introduction, and he needed a pair of shoes. His only resource was the manuscript of his Winter, in The Seasons. A dedication brought to Thomson 20 guineas, the piece was praised by Aaron Hill and Mallock, or Mallet. Mallock is a MacGregor name, the poem was liked. Spring and summer followed, and Thomson dallied over autumn till 1730. In 1730 he had been successful with the moral tragedy of Sophonisba, though in opposition to the court party, Thomson had obtained several noble patrons, and they did their best for his drama. A long poem on liberty was not a triumph, but the Prince of Wales gave the author a pension of £100 yearly. His tragedy of Tancred and Sigismunda was popular, 1745, and a patent place brought to the poet £300 a year, which he did not long enjoy, dying on August 27, 1748. Thomson was notoriously indolent, and his last, perhaps his best, work is The Castle of Indolence, in the Spenserian stanza. The Seasons are in blank verse, a welcome change from the eternal rhyming couplets, and prove that Thomson, unlike his contemporaries, wrote with his eye on the object. He had been bred in the wide places of the shepherds, among the lonely border moors and hills. He had not always been a man of towns. In the sunless winter day, scarce the bittern knows his time, with bill engulfed, to shake the sounding marsh, or from the shore. The plovers went to scatter o'er the heath, and sing their wild notes to the listening waste. This was a new voice. Being a borderer, Thomson was an angler, and describes fly fishing well, though not better than Gay. In that old theme of the Middle Ages, the symphony of spring, the songs of birds, he shows knowledge of their ways, and if he makes the hen nightingale the singer, so does Homer, following the myth. In Summer, Thomson describes, with wonderful tact, sultry climes in which he never breathed, and adds the little idyll of Musidora. Autumn includes a picture of fox hunting, a sport which James probably did not indulge in, and celebrates the Argyle of Malplaquet and Duncan Forbes of Culloden, and the water of Tweed, whose pastoral banks first heard my Doric reed. Despite his power of rendering nature, the artificiality of his age is still strong with Thomson, and it cannot be said that The Seasons are very attractive to modern readers. The Castle of Indolence, by virtue of the poet's return to the measure of an author in his day despised, Spenser, yields a welcome change from the eternal rhymed couplets. A pleasant land of drowsy head it was, like the land of the lotus-eaters in Tennyson. The stanza beginning, and when a shepherd of the Hebrid Isles, set far amid the melancholy main, is the voice of reviving poetry, and is immortal. Nobody has the slightest sympathy with the knight of arts and industry, and his achievements fair, that by his castle's overthrow secured and crowned were. The castle is a very good castle, it is good to be there, where no cocks disturb the dawn, no dogs murder sleep, no babes, no wives, no hammers, make a din. But soft embodied fays through airy portals stream. William Collins. The grandeur of wildness and the novelty of extravagance, were always desired by Collins, but not always attained, says Dr. Jonson. After half a century of tame poets, we are happy to meet with one who did not cultivate the trim parterre, and who sometimes did attain to being exquisitely wild. Collins was born at Chichester on Christmas Day, 1721, was educated at Winchester, and at Oxford was a Dhimmi, or scholar of Magdalen, like Addison. About 1744 he came to London with many literary projects in his mind, and very little money in his pockets. Jonson met him, while immured by a bailiff. Collins cleared his debt with money advanced by a confiding bookseller on the credit of a contemplated translation of Aristotle's Poetics, with a commentary. A legacy of £2,000 from an uncle, Colonel Martin, was a sum which Collins could scarcely think exhaustible, and which he did not live to exhaust. His mind weakened, he died in 1759, sane, but incapable of composition. His odes, 1746 to 1747, are the firm base of his renown. The little volume is extremely scarce. Collins is said to have burned, in disappointment, the greater part of the edition. Of his Persian Eclogues, 1742, Collins said that they were his Irish Eclogues, being inadequately Oriental in local color. The brief Ode, 1746, How Sleep the Brave, of Fontenoy and Culloden, in 10 lines has the magic of an elder day, and of all time. The Ode to Evening, where the poet sees Hamlet's brown and dim discovered spires, and hears their simple bell, and marks o'er all thy dewy fingers draw the gradual dusky veil, has escaped from the manner of the 18th century. And preludes to Keats. There are fine free passages in the Ode to the Passions, and the dirge in Cymbeline is not unworthy of its place. The Ode on the Popular Superstitions of the Highlands was long lost, and did not receive the poet's final touches. He obtained his knowledge of the second sight from John Home, author of Douglas, who was a Hanoverian volunteer in the 45, and inspired in Collins an unfulfilled desire to visit Tay and Teviotdale and Yarrow. The conventions of his age sometimes disfigure Collins's poems, but his face was set towards the city of romance. Tastes still vary as to the relative merit of Collins and Gray, Matthew Arnold being the advocate of Gray, Swinburne of Collins. There is no way of settling such disputes. Each writer, at his best, was truly a poet, neither, at his best, is staled or dimmed by time. Both were almost portentous exceptions, when really inspired, to the conventional rules of their age in England. Thomas Gray. Nature occasionally brings into the world pairs of men destined to be distinguished in literature, and, without their own consent, to be pitted against each other as rivals. We have Scott and Byron, Dickens and Thackeray, Tennyson and Browning, and Collins and Gray. Gray was the elder, born in 1716, Collins was born in 1721. If Collins's father was a hatter, Gray's mother was a bonnet maker, if milliners make bonnets. Collins went to Oxford, after being at Winchester. Gray, before going to Peterhouse, Cambridge, was at Eton. Both poets wrote little. The health of Collins broke down. Gray, from his boyhood, was of a gentle morbid melancholy, and had humor enough to laugh at himself. Collins was neglected. Gray died, later, at the age of 54, beyond competition or dispute the foremost of English poets at the moment. Both men had their faces set to the north as the home of old poetry and poetic beliefs. Collins wrote his ode on Highland superstitions. Gray was delighted, at first, by Macpherson's Ossian. He translated ancient Norse poems, visited Scotland, and appreciated the Highlands, and the lakes that Wordsworth was to make famous. Both men were scholars. Collins meant to translate Aristotle's Poetics, Gray meant to write a history of English poetry. Both broke away from the tyranny of the rhymed heroic couplet, both especially cultivated the ode. There is no doubt as to which of the two is and always has been the more popular. Eton has made Gray her own. The great General Wolfe, before falling in the arms of victory at Quebec, recited the elegy in a country churchyard to one of his officers, saying, "I would prefer being the author of that poem to the glory of beating the French tomorrow." It is not easy to criticize Gray, because so many of his lines are household words, and have been familiar to us from childhood. It may perhaps be said that Gray never attains to the magical effect of Collins's "How Sleep the Brave," and of the "Ode to Evening." But there are cadences in the elegy, and sentiments noble, pure, pious, and modest in his poems which lend to them an unspeakable charm, while the ideas are such as come home to men's bosoms. It is true that his habit of personifying abstract ideas is an unfortunate survival of the weary allegorical company of the Romance of the Rose, and no more than Collins does he escape from the mannerisms of his age. But like Collins, and indeed like his friend Horace Walpole, he was passing towards the kingdom of romance. At Eton he acquired Walpole's friendship. And if, after leaving Cambridge, he and Walpole quarrelled in Italy, Walpole confessed that he was to blame, made the first steps to reconciliation, and cherished, admired, and at last regretted Gray with all the ardour of a heart devoted and constant in friendship. For the rest, Gray's life was passed quietly, and in a melancholy way, at Cambridge, which he reckoned a bare garden, and a home of indolence, and, with his mother and aunt at Stoke Poges, where he wrote the elegy. His poems distilled very slowly from his genius. The Eton Ode appeared, and was unnoticed, in 1747. In the same year were written, to Horace Walpole, the rather hard-hearted lines on Walpole's handsome cat. "'Twas on a lofty vase's side." The Eton Ode was composed, with a beautiful sonnet commemorating a private sorrow, in 1742. "In vain to me the smiling mornings shine." Earlier in the same year the Ode to Spring, marked, to be sent to Fave, to West, his friend commemorated in the sonnet, had been written, not knowing he was then dead. Again, in October, 1742, another death prompted the elegy, which lay unfinished for about 8 years. Grief had shaken Gray out of causeless melancholy, and 1742 was his great poetic year. In 1750 he wrote the light and bright, long story, on an unexpected visit from some poet-hunting ladies. In 1753, Walpole had Gray's 6 poems published, in 21 pages, with illustrations by Bentley. In 1754 he began the Pindaric Odes, of which the Progress of Poesy is the noblest and displays most of the pride and ample pinion that the Theban eagle bear, sailing with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air. To compose, the Welsh bard, took 2 years and a half, and neither the style nor the ideas of the odes were thought pleasing or comprehensible by the public and Dr. Jonson. In his demure way the little poet was a rebel, and Dr. Jonson knew it. Gray never practiced the adulation of the great that was customary. He asked for no places, he refused the laureateship. Late in life a sinecure professorship at Cambridge was given to him. The professor never lectured. Not to lecture was the convention, and against this happy convention Gray did not rebel. He studied, made notes, learned Norse, translated, visited haunted Glamis, with the chamber where Malcolm II was murdered, visited the lakes, wrote the most delightful letters, and died at 54 in 1771, the year of the birth of Sir Walter Scott. The year of Burns's 12th birthday. Gray had genius, not a great, but a new genius, and had many accomplishments. His satires were surprisingly sharp and fierce. He had the light French touch of the day in verses of society. There is something of the noble pensiveness and mysteriously appealing music of Virgil in his best poems. If he be a second-rate poet, an unkind way of saying that he is not a Shakespeare or Homer. He shares with first-rate poets the power of moving all readers. He is not the poet of a set of refined amateurs. He who moved and soothed the heart of James Wolfe in the crisis of his fortunes, and who has charmed every generation of the English race since Wolfe and Montcalm gloriously fell, has done more than enough for fame. The Wartons. Gray's taste for ancient Scandinavian poetry, itself a symptom of the tendency to study all poetry, however old, exotic, and unconscious of the rules of the 18th century, was not a new thing. We are apt to think of Swift's patron, Sir William Temple, as an example of mere gentlemanly and conventional ideas, though happy in the gift of a pure and sometimes exquisite style in prose. But Temple in his essay of Heroic Virtue shows that he was capable of taking sincere pleasure in Old Norse poetry. Though he knew it only through the Latin translations, by Olaus Wormius in his Literatura Runica, who has very much deserved from the Commonwealth of Learning, and is very well worth reading by any that love poetry. And to consider the several stamps of that coin, according to several ages and climates. Temple speaks of the death song of Ragnar Lodbrog as a sonnet and applauds an ode of Skallagrim. But his remarks, I am deceived if in this sonnet and ode there be not a vein truly poetical, and in its kind pindaric, taking it with the allowance of the different climates, fashions, opinions, and languages of such different countries. Though well meant, show a curious idea of the nature of the sonnet. Here we have, before the end of the 17th century, the essence of historical comparative criticism of literature, an admiration for a kind of poetry as remote as possible from the standards of the 18th century. Temple handed on the torch to the elder Thomas Warton, professor of poetry at Oxford in his day, who himself translated from the Latin, as a runic ode, 2 stanzas of the death song of Ragnar Lodbrog. 39. One of Warton's sons, Thomas, born 1728, was professor of poetry, at Oxford, 1757 to 1767, and, from 1774 onwards, he died in 1790, published a history of English poetry, which may be unsystematic, but is both interesting and erudite. Warton had to read the earlier and later medieval poets, French and English, in the manuscripts, and he quoted profusely from sources then scarcely known. Partly through the store of new matter that is provided for the reading public. Partly through the zest and enthusiasm of its students, the spirit of adventure which is the same in Warton as in Scott, his book did more than any theory to correct the narrow culture, the starved elegance, of the preceding age. The elder brother of Thomas, Joseph Warton, born 1722, was a schoolfellow of Collins, and published Odes in the same year as he, 1746. In his preface he boldly said that the fashion of moralizing in verse has been carried too far, and he looks upon invention and imagination to be the chief faculties of a poet. He preached what Collins practiced, he wrote good criticism in Dr. Jonson's paper, The Adventurer. In his essay on Pope he tried to impress on the reader that a clear head and acute understanding are not sufficient alone to make a poet, that it is a creative and glowing imagination. And that alone, that can stamp a writer with this exalted and very uncommon character. These were to be the watchwords of the Romantic movement, into which Warton, dying in 1800, did not live to enter. John Dyer. Of John Dyer we know from his most famous poem, Grongar Hill, that, on a certain occasion, he sate upon a flowery bed, with my hand beneath my head. If he had lain upon a flowery bed the posture would have been more poetical. In blank verse, deserting Grongar Hill, he found, lo, the resistless theme, imperial Rome. His Ruins of Rome are less impressive than Spenser's sonnets translated from Du Bellay. His Fleece, an instructive epic of the wool trade, though praised by the illustrious Akenside, proved no golden fleece to its publisher. The prose summaries are pleasing. Disputes between France and England on the coast of Coromandel, censured. Dyer, at his best, is less successful than Thomson. He was born in 1700, son of an eminent solicitor of Carmarthen, was educated at Westminster, attempted the painter's art, visited Italy, took holy orders, published The Fleece in 1757, and died in 1758. Briefer notes must suffice for the Rev. Mr. Blair of Athelstaneford, 1699 to 1746, who wrote The Grave, later recommended to amateurs by Blake's illustrations, and Matthew Green, who wrote The Spleen, 1696 to 1737, a somewhat lively sub-satirical effort. William Shenstone. Shenstone was one of the many poets who owe their reputation to their luck in being contemporaries of their biographer, Dr. Jonson. No Jonson could keep records of all the versifiers of the 19th century who have occasionally written good things. William Shenstone was born in November, 1714, at the Leasos, in Halesowen. His life was much devoted to landscape gardening. And his harmless taste made him a noted character in his day. He learned to read of an old dame, and pleasantly described her, or some other old dame, in The Schoolmistress, an agreeable idyll in the Spenserian measure. In 1732 Shenstone went to Johnson's College, his Nest of Singing Birds, Pembroke, in Oxford. He took no degree, he rhymed, printed his rhymes, and The Schoolmistress appeared in 1742. Thenceforth he landscape gardened, being so little of an angler that he was indignant, says Jonson, when asked if there were any trout in his purely ornamental water. His expenses in gardening brought the haunting forms of bailiffs into his groves, but Jonson informs us gravely that his life was unstained by any crime. He died in February, 1763. Several of his innocent poems, such as I have found out a gift for my fair, I have found where the wood pigeons breed, are still familiar to many memories. They are from the Pastoral Ballad. He perceived the demerits of the rhyming heroic couplet, as it was then written, as apt to render the expression either scanty or constrained, and preferred the verse of 4 lines with alternate rhymes. Thus, on the death of Pope, now sadly lorn, from Twitnam's widowed bower, the drooping muses take their casual way, and where they stop a flood of tears they pour, and where they weep, no more the fields are gay. Of such matter are Shenstone's elegies composed. His ballad on Jemmy Dawson, a martyr of the Jacobite cause, was celebrated and popular. Poor Jemmy's ladylove died of grief and horror at his execution. XXIX Georgian Poetry. 2. Thomas Chatterton. The name of Thomas Chatterton, the youngest and most short-lived of English poets, is curiously connected with that of Horace Walpole. Born, at Bristol, on November 20, 1752, under the shadow of the beautiful old church of St. Mary Redcliffe, Chatterton from infancy became, as it were, possessed by the charm of the edifice and of the Middle Ages. Members of Chatterton's family had for more than a century been associated with the church as sextons. Probably they had never given a thought to its beauty and historical associations, but these haunted their descendant, and the story of his childhood reads like a fantasy by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Among the clergy and people of Bristol the spirit of the 18th century, indeed the natural, usual contempt for things old, beautiful, and not understood, was complacently active. The chests which contained the archives of the church had been broken into by the vestry, and quantities of old parchment documents, some of them illuminated, had been thrown about. Chatterton's father, died 1752, a schoolmaster, had taken as much of the stuff as he chose, and manuscripts in the house of the boy's mother were used for domestic purposes. The little boy, till the age of 6, had been curiously lethargic, and far from truthful. The sight of the illuminated parchments awakened his intellect. He stored all that he could find in a den of his own, and became a voracious reader. In 1760 he was sent to Colston's Hospital, a school resembling Christ's Hospital in London. He was soon, at the age of 10, a versifier. His muse was first the sacred, then the satiric. But already, by the age of 11, he had made for himself, as some children do, a society of invisible playmates, notably T. Rowley, a secular priest, of the age of Henry VI and Edward IV, and already he was writing, in a kind of Old English made up out of glossaries, poems which he passed off as Rowley's, found by himself in the derelict archives of the church. In short, Chatterton might have seemed to be a victim of split personality, and to be now Rowley, and a number of other secondary selves, now the actual Chatterton, apprenticed to an attorney. His conduct was almost as abnormal as his genius was precocious, and his passion for fame or notoriety was not quite sane. But, in fact, he knew very well what he was about, and, in December, 1768, attempted to dispose of Rowley's ancient poems, including The Tragedy of Aella, to Dodsley, the publisher. The success of Percy's Ballads from the Old Folio, 1765, may have suggested his scheme to the boy, but Dodsley was not tempted. Horace Walpole had published the first edition of The Castle of Otranto at the end of 1764. He used the conventional device, already familiar to the Greek romancers in the 3rd century AD, of pretending to have found the tale in an ancient manuscript. Chatterton had proclaimed his discoveries in manuscripts in the summer of 1764, when he was 12 years old. In Horace Walpole he recognized, in 1769, a kindred spirit, and offered to show Walpole not only poems by Rowley, but a history of English painters by the same learned divine. Walpole replied very courteously and gratefully, "But I have not the happiness of understanding the Saxon language." In a reply Chatterton explained his circumstances, his youth and position. And Gray had assured Walpole that the manuscripts sent were forgeries. Walpole therefore advised Chatterton to adhere to his profession, adding that experts were not convinced of the genuineness of the papers. He took no notice of several letters from Chatterton, and, after receiving a curt and angry note, July 24, 1769, sent back the manuscripts without further comment, and thought no more of the matter till he heard from Goldsmith, at a dinner of the Royal Academy, that Chatterton had committed suicide in London. After an attempt to support himself by hackwork, political and other, the poor boy, whose pride could not stoop to soliciting charity, had poisoned himself on the night of August 24, 1770. 6 weeks earlier he had been buying and sending presents of porcelain, fans, and snuff, to his mother and sister. 12 days before his death he had written that he intended to go abroad as a surgeon's mate. Even when he wrote in ordinary English, Chatterton showed rare precocity. When he wrote in Rowleyan, in an invented dialect as remote from real English of any day as the language of the planet Mars, evolved by Mlee. Helene Smith, is remote from French. Chatterton often produced lyrics of great charm as in The Tragedy of Aella, and he invented a curious form of the Spenserian stanza. His touches in descriptions of nature are sometimes charming. But he never quite escapes, as is natural, from the conventions of the 18th century, and his best inspiration is derived from Percy's Relics. What he might have been and might have done, in happier circumstances, it is impossible to conjecture. Genius he had, with more than the wonted abnormality of genius. William Cowper. The overlapping of styles in poetry and of tastes in poetry is pleasantly illustrated in the case of Cowper. He was born in 1731, Scott was born in 1771, and in Miss Austen's Sense and Sensibility, we find the sensible Mary Ann Dashwood hesitating between the rival charms of Cowper and Scott. Byron, it appears, had not yet reached her fair hands. Cowper is a bridge between Thomson and Wordsworth. He was averse to the Popian couplet. In his translation of Homer he preferred a blank verse which, at best, is not rapid. In writing of nature he had his eye on the object. His exit from the triumphant common sense of the 18th century was by way of spiritual religion, the evangelical revival promoted by Wesley, Whitefield, and their followers. They made appeal to the souls, not to the passions, of the populace. And Cowper's own sympathy with their bodies, with their poverty, like his love of retirement, and of newspapers, makes him akin to Wordsworth. Born of the powerful Whig family of Cowper, the poet was the son of the rector of Great Berkhampstead. His mother, whom he lost when he was 6 years of age, yet ever remembered daily with intense affection, was of the name and lineage of Donne. He was cruelly bullied in childhood at a preparatory school. The innate savagery of boys of 15 sometimes wreaks itself on a single small child, and we might think that his sufferings had their share in depressing the spirits of Cowper, did he not tell us that, at his public school, Westminster, he was eminent in cricket, which Horace Walpole and Gray despised at Eton. His master, Vinnie Bourne, a Latin poet, was dear to him. He made many clever and lively friends, and, despite his attack on public schools in Tirocinium, 1784, he seems to have been reasonably happy at Westminster. Though he learned no more in one way than to write ladies' Greek without the accents. Tirocinium is a vigorous satire in Pope's metre. But Cowper, despite the vices and brutalities of school life, confesses his affection for the old place. The clergy at large come under Cooper's birch. The parson knows enough who knows a duke. Behold your bishop, I well he plays his part. Christian in name and infidel in heart. In denouncing emulation for prizes, Cooper hit a blot that seems to have vanished, for anything like ungenerous emulation of this kind appears to be a lost vice. No boy studies less for improvement than to tickle spite. Macaulay's victims, Warren Hastings and Elijah Impey, were at school with Cooper. He went to no university, but was articled to a solicitor. And idly giggled and made giggle with his cousins, Theodora and Harriet. He was in love with Theodora, but was disappointed. Harriet, Lady Hesketh, was one of his best friends. At the age of 32, 1763, hypochondria or hysteria shattered his life. In a private asylum he was suddenly converted, and recovered, and religion was henceforth, now his joy and happiness, now, when the black cloud came over him, the cause of his despair. At Huntingdon, and later, at the uninviting village of Olney, he lived retired, the friend of Mrs. Onwin, my Mary, and of a clerical ex-slave trader, the Reverend John Newton. With Newton, Cooper wrote hymns. The ladies encouraged him to occupy himself with moral poems, table talk, truth, the progress of error, retirement, charity, hope, all in the metre of Pope, and all more or less satirical. Kings, in table talk, are the first to suffer. One of the speakers in the dialogue is rather revolutionary. Indeed, the mild tea-drinking Cooper, with his denunciations of the great, the clergy, and the unthinking squires, preludes to the French Revolution, which he took very calmly. After politics comes talk of poetry, and the well-known lines on Pope occur. He made poetry a mere mechanic art. And every warbler has his tune by heart. Of poets in his own age Cooper prefers the reckless satirist, Churchill. Of Gray and Collins nothing is said. In The Progress of Error the much-enduring Nimrod is attacked, in company with the well-graced popular preacher. And novelists are assailed as flesh-flies of the land, while men who study art in Italy come home worse dunces than they went, and finally the deist and atheist are publicly birchied. It is not for his satires that Cooper is remembered, they were suggested to him, in the interests of religion and morals, by Mrs. Onwin, while Lady Austen, a lively person of quality, appointed to Cooper the task, or rather gave him the subject of the sofa, out of which grew the task. The poet ambles, in an essay in blank verse, as much at his ease and as fond of digressions as Montaigne, from the days when man squatted on the ground, to his invention of a three-legged stool, the addition of a fourth leg, cushions, armchairs. The settee, finally the sofa. The sofa pleases the gouty, never may the poet have gout, he has done nothing to deserve it, in boyhood he has fed on scarlet and strong haws. The bramble, black as jet, and sloes austere. This introduces a rural digression. Here ooze, slow winding through a level plain of spacious meads with cattle sprinkled o'er, conducts the eye along his sinuous course. Delighted, we think of a river winding slow by cattle, on an endless plain. The ragged rims of thunder brooding low, with shadow streaks of rain. How different are the methods of the two painters in words. The poet, finding geologists in the course of his wanderings, pities them, truth disclaiming them. Like Wordsworth he praises retirement, welcomes the newspaper, and welcomes tea. In the charming lines, the retired cat, temporarily shut up in a drawer lined with linen of the softest kind, he seems to smile at his own cozy retirement. The teacups, the happy listening ladies. He is full of human kindness, of love for children, cats, and his own tame hares. He sets out to gather flowers, he says, and comes home laden with moral fruits, and religious reflections, and with his sketch book full of landscapes like Gainsborough's, and studies of cattle like Moreland's. The task won for the poet countless friends who never saw his face. And, though we have become attuned to blank verse of many beautiful modulations which he never dreamed of, though now and then they were attained by Thomson, the task may still be read with sympathy and pleasure. Many of Cooper's shorter poems, grave or gay, are in all memories: The Wreck of the Royal George, as spirited and sad as a ballad, the ringing notes of Boadicea. The idyllic sweetness of The poplars are felled, farewell to the shade. And the whispering sound of the cool colonnade. The lines, addressed to a young lady, brief and beautiful as the most tender epigrams of the Greek anthology, from which Cooper's translating hand gathered a little garland. Of these, The Swallow, Attic Maid with Honey Fed, are worthy of the original, as is The Grasshopper. Cooper shone in occasional verses on trifling matters such as The Dog and the Water Lily. And pretty kindly compliments, such as Gratitude, to his cousin, Lady Hesketh, and things tender and touched with the sense of tears in mortal things, as in the Epitaph on a Hare, and the To Mary, of 1793. His John Gilpin is an unusual frolic. The translations, in blank verse, of the Iliad and Odyssey, could not displace those of Pope, who, in Cooper's opinion, had done all that could be done in rhyme. Blank verse, especially that of Cooper, cannot convey, as Pope does, the sense of the speed of the great epic, nor was Cooper's scholarship exempt from curious errors. He was overworked. Mrs. Unwin fell into the condition described in To Mary. His terrible melancholy returned, but his last original verses, The Castaway, 1798, are penned by no maniac's hand, nor can a poet have written them without pleasure in his own genius. Cooper died in 1800. His letters are reckoned among the best in our language, and their delightful wit and gaiety fortunately assure us that there was much happiness in a life so blameless. Literature in Scotland, 1550 to 1790. Before approaching the great northern contemporary of Cooper, Robert Burns, it is necessary to cast a backward glance at his predecessors in Scottish letters. We left them in the reign of James V, when Sir David Lindsay was the reigning poet of the court and of the people. It is not easy to fit some remarks on Scottish literature after Sir David Lindsay into a chronological sequence parallel with the development of literature in England. The Scottish writers under James VI produced no effect on their English contemporaries, the kings, Riolus and Catullus, in poetical criticism, and his Basilican Doran, a treatise on kingcraft, with his Counterblast to Tobacco, and his Demonology, are the work of a clever general writer, but now only interest the curious. Alexander Scott and Alexander Montgomery continued to practice in Scots, the style of Dunbar, though Scott shone most in love lyrics, often musical, while Montgomery survives in an allegory of the old sort, The Cherry in the Sleigh, and an old-fashioned, flighting. Sir Robert Ayton, 1570 to 1638, lived in London with the wits of the time, and, like the Earl of Stirling, died in 1640, and William Drummond of Hawthornden, deserted for English the Scots vernacular. The most distinguished of these poets, William Drummond of Hawthornden, 1585 to 1649, entertained Ben Jonson at his beautiful house, and has left brief notes of Ben's rather crabbed criticisms of his great contemporaries. In the previous year, when James, with a salmon-like instinct, 1617, revisited his native country, Drummond celebrated the event in Fourth Feasting, a panegyric in fairly regular rhymed heroic couplets. Some of his sonnets have charm and are not forgotten. But the times darkened, and Drummond, who showed common sense and public spirit when Charles I unjustly persecuted Lord Balmerino, 1633, advising the king to read George Buchanan's book on the royal power in Scotland, was unlikely to find an audience for his learned verse during the subsequent troubles. His Cypress Grove, a meditation in prose on death, is poetic in phrasing and cadences, while the periods are not overlong and overburdened. But the brief years in which Scottish wits might have learned many lessons from the great contemporary literature of England soon went by. And Scottish writers for nearly a century were confined to wranglings over theology and sermons, and to bitter tracts and pamphlets, valuable to the historical but not to the literary student. The great Marquis of Montrose is credited with one charming cavalier lyric, "My dear and only love, I pray," and with verses sincere but rugged and full of conceits on his own death and his king's, but he tuned his elegies to trumpet sounds. The favourite measure of Burns was kept alive by Semple of Beltrees, in his vernacular elegy over a piper. On bagpipes now no body blaws. Sen Habby's dead. The translation of Rabelais, 1653, by the learned, militant, and eccentric Sir Thomas Urquhart of Cromarty, 1611-1660, is an imperishable monument of the author's amazing wealth of strange vocabularies, and vigour of appropriate style. The task of making Rabelais talk in English seemed little fit for a Scottish cavalier who fought at Worcester, but Urquhart, aided by Rabelais, won a kind of immortality by his success. His translation is final and decisive, in which it stands alone. Of the preachers and controversialists, bitter or humorous, there is no space to speak, but the saintly character and gentle eloquence of Archbishop Leighton, 1611-1684, live in his commentary on the first epistle of St. Peter and his other expository writings. The historical works of Gilbert Burnet, 1643-1715, Bishop of Salisbury, are English, except in their occasional Scotticisms, as much of his life was spent in England. He had seen much of the inner wheels and springs of politics, was fond of talking of himself and of his part in great affairs, and, like Leighton, represents the Scottish divine, politician, and author, who has been anglicized out of the Presbyterian precision and acerbity, and is as English as he can make himself. His very conceit, and his almost incredible want of tact, make this Scotch dog, as Swift loves to call him, a most entertaining gossip. His History of My Own Times was judiciously kept from publication till after his death. Burnet cannot be relied on as a safe authority either in what he insinuates most basely, against William III, or states, without an atom of corroboration, against James II. In the latter case, however, Macaulay has accepted and given circulation to Burnet's narrative. By far the greatest man of letters of the Restoration, north of Tweed, is "that noble wit of Scotland," in Dryden's phrase, Sir George Mackenzie of Rosehaugh, 1636-1691. Beginning with a heroic romance, Aratina, influenced by Sidney's Arcadia, 1660, and the French school of heroic romances, and with verses, in which he did not shine, Mackenzie, in the Religio Stoici, 1663, shows that he, like a L. Stevenson, has been the sedulous ape of Sir Thomas Browne. He has many admirably harmonious sentences, a very lively wit, and a becomingly pensive air of disenchantment. The scuffle of drunken men in the dark, the bloodshed and bitterness of the wars of the Covenant, have saddened him, and left him an enthusiast for Montrose. At once his country's glory and her shame. But political and professional ambitions carried Mackenzie away from pure literature into dark and tortuous paths. His work on the criminal law of Scotland has considerable literary as well as great legal merit. His observations on the persecution of witches are of great interest, and the worst of his Memoirs of the Affairs of Scotland is the fragmentary condition of the manuscript. Mackenzie was the cause of the foundation of the Advocates' Library in Edinburgh. After the Revolution of 1688 he retired to Oxford, where he was hospitably welcomed. The Rev. Robert Wadrow, 1679-1734, a country clergyman, would gladly have taken all knowledge for his province. His was a most inquiring mind, and perhaps no man so assiduous in his parochial duties ever left behind him so huge a mass of unpublished manuscript. His great work is The History of the Sufferings of the Church of Scotland from the Restoration to the Revolution. He was, of course, a partisan, but an honest partisan. He consulted all accessible documents, and often printed them at full length. He occasionally makes errors in the direction of his bias, but never makes them consciously. He neglects not one of the humblest of the sufferers, and, as he did not belong to the extreme left of the Covenanting party, he was savagely criticized by its members. He is a most serviceable writer, and his Analecta, or Materials for a History of Remarkable Providences, published long after his death, is a delightful collection of ghost stories, and tales of witches. The evidence for the ghosts is extremely frail. Wadrow was in frequent correspondence with an American divine, as simple, learned, and credulous as himself, the Reverend Cotton Mather. Wadrow, after 1714, saw the beginnings of latitudinarianism, or moderatism, in the Kirk. Young ministers began to study the characteristics of that polite philosopher, the 3rd Earl of Shaftesbury, 1671–1713. To doubt whether virtuous heathens and Catholics must inevitably be excluded from salvation, to wander from the Calvinism of John Knox, to aim at rhetorical airs and graces, and to regard the chief end of religion as the promotion of virtue. These moderates despised enthusiasm, and while the fiercer Presbyterian leaders separated themselves from the Kirk, the abler moderates attempted, sometimes with much success, to distinguish themselves in secular studies, and took part in secular amusements, being patrons of the stage. To understand the new Georgian revival of polite letters among the clergy and laity of Scotland, we should study the writings and life of Professor Francis Hutcheson of Glasgow University, 1694–1746, a follower of Shaftesbury, and a writer on aesthetics and on moral philosophy. But for a true, lively, and humorous picture of ministers who loved society, the stage, and the company of the wits, in London and in Edinburgh, we should read the autobiography, posthumously published, of the Reverend Dr. Alexander Carlyle, minister of Inverrisisk, 1722–1805. In youth he had revelled and drunk deep with the wicked Lord Lovat, and that stern Presbyterian, dear to Wadrow, Lord Grange, well remembered for his energy in packing off his termagant wife to seclusion on the Isle of St. Kilda. Carlyle had seen the rout of Sir John Cope at Prestonpans. He had amazed Garrick, at his villa on the Thames, by the accuracy of his driving at golf. He had championed his brother minister, John Home, when Home offended the Kirk by writing the once famous play of Douglas, and he lived to be the acquaintance of Sir Walter Scott. Carlyle, called Jupiter Carlyle, from his noble presence, knew every one worth knowing in Scotland, and if we think him a kind of good-humoured pagan, he is nevertheless reported to have been an excellent parish minister. For human pleasure, in the reading, the memoirs of this most unspiritual of divines are the best thing that the literary revival in Scotland has bequeathed to us. Very few Scottish writers had paid attention to the graces of composition, except in the period of the tenure by James I of the English crown, and in the cases of Sir George Mackenzie and Archbishop Leighton during the Restoration. But the papers of Addison and Steele, the Tatler, and the Spectator, went everywhere, were eagerly read in Scotland, and provoked imitation in the matter of style. Literary clubs met in Edinburgh taverns, and men corresponded with Berkeley on philosophical subjects, as Mackenzie had corresponded on literature with John Evelyn. In addition to the literary clubs, a centre of interest in poetry and prose was the shop of Allan Ramsay, 1686–1758, who passed from the trade of a wigmaker to that of a bookseller. In 1724 he published The Evergreen, a collection of old Scots verses from the manuscript made by George Bannatyne, 1545–1608, during a visitation of the plague, 1568. 40 Ramsay's Tea-Table Miscellany, 1724–1727, was a medley of old Scots and new songs and lyrics, the new made by Ramsay and his disciples to be sung to the old Scots tunes. The old verses were the basis of the new, which are a mixture of the simple ancient matter with that of the 18th century. Hamilton of Gilbert Field, who, by modernizing Blind Harry's Wallace, produced a book very inspiring to Burns, was a contemporary of Ramsay. They wrote to each other epistles, in verse, in the manner continued by Burns. Ramsay's Gentle Shepherd, 1725, contains matter more true to Scottish shepherd life than is common in pastoral poetry, and Ramsay's elegies, in Burns's favourite metre, on such personages as Maggie Johnstown, an alewife, were models for Ferguson and Burns. Allen was no friend of the more rigid Presbyterian party, and once, at least, in the pretty song of The Blackbird, he showed the colours of the Jacobite. Another poet, Hamilton of Bangor, 1704–1754, was actually out with Prince Charles in 1745. His slim volume of 1744, Poems on Several Occasions, contains little that dwells in the memory except the beautiful and melancholy song of Yarrow. Busk ye, my bonny, bonny bride. In this little Renaissance, whose poets always had their eyes on the romantic past, Lady Wardlaw, 1677–1727, produced what was taken for an old ballad, Hardnut, the first, Scott said, that he ever learned, the last that he would ever forget. But it needed a poetic child to find so much merit in Hardnut. Ladies like Lady Grizzel Bailey, 1665–1746, with Were Na My Heart Licked I Wad Dee, and Miss Jean Eliot of Minto, with The Flowers of the Forest, a lament for Flodden, were surpassed in the number. And equalled in the merit of their songs by Lady Nairn, an Oliphant of Gask, and a hereditary Jacobite, 1766–1845. She was the best of the known and named poets of the cause which has had so many singers, and her strains were continued by the last of these lady minstrels and musicians, Lady John Scott, a Spottiswoode, 1810–1900. The new day was dawning in Scotland, thus early in the 18th century, and the birds were singing prelusive to Burns, Scott, and Hogg. Indeed, Lady Nairn's Will Ye No Come Back Again? And The Auld House, and Why, 100 Pipers and and The Land o' the Leal, are far better remembered than the poems of Robert Fergusson, 1750–1774, who died so young, the harmless, hapless Villon of St. Andrews and Edinburgh, and, in certain poems, the model of Burns. These poets were not more determined to be Scots, though Ramsay and Fergusson also wrote in English, than the wits who attempted prose were set on speaking English with the English accent, and on avoiding Scotticisms. The Select Society, 1754, was a debating society whose members were taught to speak English by an Irishman, the father of the famous author of The School for Scandal. The results were matter of admiration. They produced an Edinburgh Review, which survived into 2 numbers. It had intended to appear every 6 months, but expired, though Edinburgh was full of literati, including the Rev. Hugh Blair, a once celebrated preacher, and Hume's friend, the Reverend John Home, 1722–1808, whose tragedy, Douglas, gave the clergy cause for speculation. Hume declared that Home possessed the true theatric genius of Shakespeare and Otway, refined from the unhappy barbarism of the one and licentiousness of the other. Posterity has not confirmed Hume's verdict, but Home is the one mellow glory of the Scottish stage. The Reverend Adam Ferguson, 1723–1816, as chaplain of the Black Watch, went in at Fontenoy with the claymore. "Remember your commission, sir," shouted his colonel. My commission, sir," shouted the chaplain. His History of Margaret, otherwise called Sister Peg, 1760, is a humorous and valuable sketch of the antipathy between England and Scotland in 1760–1770. These men, and many others, Lord Kames, Lord Monboddo, Lord Hylleys, a serviceable critical historian, Beattie, the poet of The Minstrel, and the satirist of the dead Churchill, kept alive the interest in all forms of literature. The great men of the time, to be treated in a later chapter, alas, fall under the censure of Charles Lamb, that their books are no books, but Charles's sympathy with Scotland was confessedly imperfect. Out of this medley of new and old, of the vernacular Scots with the affected English of Edinburgh, out of the ancient ballads and old frolicsome rural ditties, arose the style of Burns. Robert Burns. The place of Burns in poetry may be called unique. His genius was the incarnation, as it were, of his country peoples through many centuries, generations, from the one musical stanza on the death of Alexander III, 1285, to the simplest song that the milkmaids crooned at their work. In literary poetry, as we have seen, the part played by Scotland had been partly derivative. The greatest poets, those of the 15th and early 16th centuries, were professed followers of Chaucer. Drummond of Hawthornden was a lyrist and sonneteer under Italian and Elizabethan influences. Of Barber and Blind Harry, Burns had little but the burning patriotism. His real predecessors were the many named or nameless popular songmakers, and makers of lays of rural merriment. and the music of the Scottish tunes to which their words were wedded. Of the popular ballads, romantic or historical, he professed no high esteem. No, white plumes were dancing in his eye, chivalry was not his subject, his matter was rural life and nature. And he had the true Scottish love of the rivers and burns of his country. In the furnace of his genius all the ancient poetic material, all the folk song, but not the fairy way of writing, was recast and refashioned in forms singularly varied, vivid, and real, while, to pursue the metaphor, the furnace was fanned by all the winds of his age, now of democracy, now of loyalty to a man undone, and a dying dynasty, now of patriotic resistance to haughty Gaul, and her threats of invasion. In the fire of his nature and of his passions Burns resembled Byron, but his humor was kindlier, his ear more tuneful, and his gift of creating character was infinitely more varied. He had the eye of Molière or of Fielding for a hypocrite, and combined the delusion that the Covenanters were the friends of freedom, with a scornful contempt of the discipline and doctrines of the successors of the Covenanters. In affairs of the heart he exhibits the usual pastoral morality, that of the shepherds and goatherds of Theocritus, with little of the Sicilian grace and charm. The life of Burns is so familiarly known that the briefest survey must suffice. Born on January 25, 1759, in a clay bigging in the parish of Alloway, in Ayrshire, he was the son of a small labouring farmer of the class whence so many of the martyrs and stout fighting men of the Covenant sprang. His father, a grave liver and devout, like them, managed to obtain for Burns, and out of every book which came in his way Burns picked up for himself, a fair literary education. He owed much, especially many opportunities of reading, to a young tutor, Mr. Murdoch. He never was such a bookish man as Hogg, neglected as Hogg's education was in youth, but he acquired a knowledge of French, and studied Molière. The hardships of a poor farmer, in a cold soil, under a heartless factor, the severest struggles for existence were known to Burns, but he also had his fill of dancing and daffing, and the consequent kirk discipline. On this aspect of his life and adventures what is best to say has been said by Keats, in a letter written from Burns's country. Entanglements of love affairs, and despair of success in life, caused Burns to contemplate emigration to the West Indies, but first he published at Kilmarnock, July, 1786, a collection of his songs and verses which instantly made him famous. Invited to Edinburgh, he passed a winter there in learned, noble, and festive society, carrying the celebrated Duchess of Gordon off her feet, as she said, but winning far more admirers and boon companions than serviceable friends. The Earl of Glencairn, whom Burns immortalized in sincere and glowing verse, died young. The age of Harley and Bolingbroke, of pensions and places for poets, was long dead. Burns met Scott, then a boy of 15. Scott later said that he was unworthy to tie Burns's shoes, but had the men been of equal age, better work would have been found for Burns than the perilous and bitterly uncongenial task of the exciseman, 1789. Not successful as a farmer at Ellisland, his capital was no more than the scanty profits of his poems. Burns settled in the pretty little town of Dumfries. Here his wit and genius made him the guest of the town and country, of lairds and tourists and tradesmen. A constitution naturally robust, though injured by early privation, broke down. He had not the energy to continue in the vein of Tam o' Shanter, but poured out his songs, original, or recreations of old popular ditties, till his death on July 21, 1796. Burns was singular as a poet. In one point, he needed, as it were, to have a keynote struck for him, and he prolonged and glorified the note which had inspired him. Far from concealing the fact, he acknowledged, with perfect candor and generosity, his debt to Robert Fergusson. This poet, born in Edinburgh, 1750, and educated at the University of St. Andrews, died, after an interval of madness, in 1774. He, like Burns, had been too welcome a guest of more seasoned convivialists for the sake of his wit. His verses in English are commonplace, but his lyrics, in Burns's favourite measure, on the rude pleasures of Edinburgh tavern life, his Leith Races, the Farmer's Ingle, Ode to the Goudspink, and other pieces, gave Burns the needed keynote for The Cotter's Saturday Night, the holy fair, the sacramental meeting in the open air, a relic of covenanting days, and, perhaps, for the poems on The Mouse, and The Mountain Daisy. Burns has so entirely eclipsed Ferguson that he is scarcely remembered, even in Scotland. Poor Maylie's Elegy had a much older predecessor. And, generally, Burns's songs start from an old tune, to which, through the ages, new verses had been set in new generations. There was a Jacobite, Auld Lang Syne, there was a Jacobite, for a, that, there was a very improper, green grows the rashes, oh, and so on, endlessly. But Burns, in many cases, transfigured his original. That he shone more in Scots than in English is admitted, but the best verses in his Jolly Beggars are in English, and there is only one word spelled in the Scots fashion in. Had we never loved sae kindly? Had we never loved sae blindly? Never met or never parted? We had ne'er been broken-hearted. The same song contains the conventional lines. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. The vigor and variety, the humor, the pity, the scorn, and the sentiment of Burns were all entirely new when he wrote, and his variety enabled him to please the most widely different tastes. Critics who were horrified by The Jolly Beggars, and The Holy Fair, and the reckless song to Anna found consolation in The Cotter's Saturday Night, and the lament for Highland Mary. Thou lingering star with lessening ray. In English. Poems in the manner of these two last are sometimes spoken of as sentimental, but the sentiment was as real a mood, while it lasted, as the scorn, or the revelry. Of Burns it may be said that, beloved as he has been, not always for his best qualities, by the uncritical, he has been no less admired by the greatest poets of the age that followed his own, Keats, Scott, and Wordsworth. No poet ever was more truly national, none had more of the genius of the popular past, and the aspirations of the popular future, none was more essentially and spontaneously lyrical. None was more at home with human society, with the life of the animal world, too, as in The Twa Dogs, and, in the humorous tale, none has excelled Tam O'Shanter. No poet wears better in the changes of circumstance and taste. His letters, though of capital biographical interest, are sometimes of a comic complexion. The style of the Bird of Paradise prevails, now and then, in his English prose. But his English verse, as Scott found to be the way with his countrymen when they had, in passionate moments, gotten to their English, is sometimes the natural vehicle of high reflection or of sincere grief. Charles Churchill. Satire is the least worthy kind of poetry, for it is almost never sincere. The writer is always in a fatiguing state of virtuous indignation about matters for which he really cares very little, except when his virulence is brewed out of personal spite. Satire, in fact, is only tolerable when combined with the smiling humor of Horace, the occasional majesty of Juvenal, the grace, wit, and finish of Pope, or the airy contempt and sonorous lines of Dryden. Charles Churchill had little of the qualities of these poets, yet was, no doubt, the most popular writer of satire in the rhymed heroic couplet between Pope and Byron. He was born in 1731, the son of the rector at Rainham. Was at Westminster School a contemporary of Cooper and Warren Hastings, did not study at either university, though he was admitted to Trinity, Cambridge, married at 18, and married unwisely. Took orders, and returned to lay costume and pursuits, and in 1761, looking about for a theme of satire that promised notoriety, had the happy thought of attacking the actors and actresses of the day in The Rosciad. The profession is sensitive. The actors were not silent about their wrongs, there was plenty of hubbub, and the satire was remunerative. Any man who stoops to taunt actors, and even actresses, by personal attacks in rhyme, can make himself notorious. Perhaps the best-known rhymes of Churchill are: On my life, that Davies hath a very pretty wife. There were replies and hostile reviews, and Churchill, in The Apology, assailed Garrick as the vain tyrant with his puny green-room wits and venal bards. Garrick is said not to have dared to contemn things contemptible, and to have propitiated Churchill. As ally of Jack Wilkes, he took the Wilkes and Liberty to assail Scotland in The Prophecy of Famine. Waft me, some muse, to Tweed's inspiring stream, where, slowly winding the dull waters creep, and seem themselves to own the power of sleep. In fact, the glittering and resolute streams of Tweed, as the old Cromwellian angler, Richard Frank, styles them, are only dull and sleepy in the dubs where England provides their flat southern bank. In 1763 Churchill assailed Hogarth in an epistle, and Hogarth replied in kind with a truly English caricature. He wrote several other satires and a Hudibrastic skit, in 4 books, on Dr. Jonson's incursion into psychical research, in the matter of the famous Cock Lane ghost. Churchill died at Boulogne, in November, 1764, and is buried at Dover. In private life he displayed some kindly and honourable qualities, and Byron, before leaving England for ever, in 1816, consecrated a poem to his grave. To the discredit of Scotland, Dr. Beattie lampooned Churchill, after he was dead. George Crabbe. Born more than 20 years after Cooper, but making his first noticeable entry into literature at the same time as he, Crabbe belongs in curious ways to different schools and different ages. In verse he follows the tradition of Pope and Goldsmith. Writing, in his best-known works, in the rhymed 10 syllables, and much influenced by Goldsmith's Deserted Village, and by reaction against the smiling conventional pastorals, but perhaps Crabbe's genius, stern and almost grim, was unfortunate in finding no other vendible vehicle of his thought than verse, for his natural bent was to the modern, realistic novel on the squalor, sufferings and sins of the neglected rural poor. He had a genius like that of several modern novelists, for painting all that in nature or human nature is dark, lowering, and sullen. He is unsparingly devoted to actual study from the life, and yet he has a peculiar humor of his own. His later works were tales, short stories in the measure of Pope, but destitute of brilliance, and extremely prolix, so that, though these narratives in verse were apparently more popular than the contemporary novels of Miss Austen, the rapid rise and universal popularity of the prose novel began to deprive Crabbe of readers even in his own later years. Crabbe, who had been praised by Dr. Jonson, lived to enjoy the generous applause of Scott, Byron, Miss Austen, and, what was more rare, the approval of Wordsworth. But as, in the beginning of his career, he censured the newspaper as the supplanter of poetry, so, before his death in 1832, he found that the world preferred novels in prose to short tales of modern life in verse. He profited by the brief period of the bloom of poetry, but his biographer, Canon Ainger, observes that Crabbe is practically unknown to the readers of the present day. The gaiety and grace which in Cooper alternate with gloom, and make many of his poems so generally familiar, were not elements in the genius of Crabbe. He was born at Aldborough, on the coast of Suffolk, on Christmas Eve, 1754, the son of a man who had been a schoolmaster, but later obtained a small post in the customs. In Crabbe's day Aldborough was not, as now, a watering place, but through the inroads of the sea, was become a squalid smuggling village with a desolate background of poor and ill-cultivated land, as described in The Village. Crabbe was from childhood a great devourer of books, and at the second of his 2 country schools acquired Latin enough for his later purposes. He was apprenticed to a surgeon, fell early in love, at 18 won a prize for a magazine poem, Hope, made songs to his mistress's eyebrow, printed, 1775, a moral poem, Inebriety, at Ipswich practiced medicine in a humble way, and in April, 1780, went to London with his surgical instruments and £3 in his pocket. He wrote poems which were declined by publishers, though there was an opening for a poet. When verse her wintry prospect weeps, when Pope is gone, and mighty Milton sleeps, when grey in lofty lines has ceased to soar, and gentle Goldsmith charms the town no more. Lines of 1780. But the opening was occupied by Cooper, and Crabbe was as destitute as Chatterton, when a letter written by him to Burke excited the sympathy of that generous heart in 1781. Burke offered encouragement and hospitality, Thurlow gave money. Crabbe was introduced to Fox, Reynolds and Dr. Jonson, took orders, was made curate of his native village, liked it not, and became chaplain of the Duke of Rutland at Belvoir. Later he held a variety of livings, and, for a poet so satirical about clerical neglect of the poor, was, inconsistently, a pluralist and an absentee, till his bishop made him mend his ways. His first poem of any note, The Library, 1781-2, has no great merit. We see that the novel, to Crabbe's mind, was represented by the old heroic romance. Bloody deeds. Black suits of armor, masks, and foaming steeds. In The Village, 1783, Crabbe showed his true self in realistic descriptions of wretchedness. He first tells the pastoral muse that her day is over. I paint the cot, as truth will paint it, and as bards will not. There follows a perfect masterpiece of landscape in his manner, the thin harvest with its withered ears, beyond the burning sands, the blighted rye, the thistles, poppies, blue bugloss, slimy mallow, the tares, the charlock. The peasants are a wild amphibious race of smugglers and fishers, the farm laborers. Hoard up aches and agues for their age. And mend the broken hedge with icy thorn. In the poorhouse, amidst unspeakable filth, the dying are neglected by the doctor and the sporting curate, and the dead are buried without rites. There is not a gleam of hope or sunshine, except in the accidental mention of the flying ball, the bat, the wicket. The poet ends with applause of the heroic death in action of Lord Robert Manners, and with consolatory remarks to the Duke of Rutland. The poem was successful and was admired by Scott, then a lad of 18, a few lines had been contributed by Dr. Jonson. Deserting the topics in which he was strongest, Crabbe, 1785, published, the newspaper, the papers are a daily swarm that banish every muse. For these unread the noblest volumes lie. For these unsoiled in sheets the muses die. For daily bread the dirty trade they ply. Coin their fresh tales and live upon the lie. The puffing poet is also censured. Crabbe continued to write, but not till 1807 did he publish The Parish Register, which returns to the theme of The Village. He was now doing duty at his parish, Muston, and, not unnaturally, found that, in various forms, the people had become nonconformists. He now took a much more cheerful view of the cot, and found its bookshelf well occupied by the Bible, Bunyan, and Old English fairy tales, while the garden was rich in salads, carnations, hyacinths, and tulips. But Crabbe turns with more zest to this infected row we term our street. He enumerates the smells, and describes the horrible results of overcrowded dwellings, and catalogues the disguises, the weapons, and the implements of the poacher. There follows the sad story of the miller's daughter, and another girl who thus addresses her clerical rebuker. Alas! Your reverence, wanton thoughts, I grant, were once my motive, now the thoughts of want. This is a fair example of Crabbe's favorite punning antitheses, like loose in his gaiters, looser in his gait. In The Parish Register, Crabbe reduces the story of a life to the brevity of an anecdote, and in the dearth of novels his book was very popular. A better book of a similar scope and aim, in prose, Galt's Annals of the Parish, was being written, but, taking time by the forelock, Crabbe, in 1810, produced The Borough, descriptions of a large country town, including tales in verse of more considerable length. But, in 1804 to 1805, he had written a poem which is strange in his work, Sir Eustace Grey, a tale told by a madman, a record of the dreams of madness, closely resembling De Quincey's account of the visions begotten by opium, and, in essence, not unlike Coleridge's Pains of Sleep. The metre is that of the French ballade, and of the oldest Scottish ditty on the death of Alexander III. Thus, they hung me on a bough so small, the rook could build her nest no higher. They fixed me on the trembling ball that crowns the steeple's quivering spire. They set me where the seas retire, but drown with their returning tide, and made me flee the mountain's fire, when rolling from its burning side, This adventure into romance has imaginative merits, and a speed of movement elsewhere unexampled in the work of Crabbe. The hymn with which poor Sir Eustace consoles himself might have been written by Cooper when first converted and, from cells of madness unconfined. Pilgrim, burdened with thy sin, come the way to Zion's gate. There, till mercy let thee in. Knock and weep, and watch and wait. Knock. He knows the sinner's cry. Weep. He loves the mourner's tears. Watch. For saving grace is nigh. Wait. Till heavenly light appears. Crabbe thought it necessary to apologize for the enthusiasm of the hymn, and to point out that Sir Eustace, had he been sane, would not have been converted by a Methodistic call. The world of dreams, in the same stanza, might take its place in Sir Eustace Grey, so similar are the processions of terrible fantastic visions. These things are very strange among the vigorous but heavy-footed marches of Crabbe's habitual style. To return to the Borough, Crabbe paints its very aspect with his Dutch precision. And, incidentally, strikes at his rivals, the enthusiasts of various sects, who were much more popular preachers than himself. Their earth is crazy and their heaven is base, he says of the followers of Swedenborg. As for the Jews, they will not study and they dare not fight, he exclaims, making an exception for Mendoza and other famed Semitic bruisers. The poem is of some value to the social historian, and the tales of the country coquette, and the horrible and haunted Peter Grimes, have a gloomy vigor, and somewhat resemble, in poetry, the moral pictures of Hogarth. Crabbe's later works were collections of tales in verse, and with all their merits their versification condemns them to general neglect. His Lady Barbara, or The Ghost, is not so successful in rendering the well-known story of the Beresford Ghost as is Scott's early ballad, The Eve of St. John. To read with attention novels of everyday life narrated in the metre of Pope, without the skill of Pope, requires a vigorous effort. In his tales, as when a sturdy orthodox farmer expels the demon of skepticism from his son by a sound trouncing, Crabbe is often somewhat remote from our sympathetic modern tolerance of honest doubt. His method of narration is obsolete. In The Patron, the patronized youth of humble birth, who has loved the squire's daughter, is neglected. And in The Bed of Death the youth reposed. The nymph of his adoration is thus corrected by her mother. Emma, the lady cried, my words attend. Your siren smiles have killed your humble friend. The hopes you raised can now delude no more. Nor charms, that once inspired, can now restore. People did not speak in that style in Miss Austen's day, or in any other day. Crabbe died in the same year as Sir Walter Scott, who, like Byron, Wordsworth, and Tennyson, appreciated that in him which was rare, excellent, and original. XXX Georgian Prose. 1. The Great Novelists. The novel, since the days of the medieval romances, and the Elizabethan prose stories from Sidney's Arcadia to the tales of Greene and Nash, was never quite unrepresented in England, for example. There were translations and imitations of the huge French heroic romances. Bunyan's stories are religious and moral novels, and under the Restoration Mrs. Afraben, 1640–1689, wrote short novels of love which do not quite deserve the bad reputation conferred on them by an anecdote told by Sir Walter Scott. Eliza Haywood, 1693–1756, was prolific in prose tales, and is the author of a little romance of Prince Charles's adventures in 1749–1750, disguised as A Letter of H.G. Henry Goring, the Prince's Equerry. But in literary circles, the novel was held in as high disdain as it was later, before Scott produced Waverley, 1814. The novel of modern life, manners, and sentiment first came to its own as the universal joy of reading mankind in Richardson's Pamela, advertised as it was, in modern fashion from the pulpits of all denominations. Samuel Richardson, the son of a Yorkshire joiner, was born in 1689, and after being educated at the Charterhouse was apprenticed to a London printer. As a boy he made small sums by writing love letters for maidservants and others who were unable to write for themselves, and when, as a middle-aged man, he turned to writing novels, he cast them in the form of letters. Pamela, which he began to publish in 1740, is the story of a girl who is a waiting maid to a lady and is persecuted by her mistress's son. In the end he marries her and becomes a model husband. It may annoy us from the very strange and unnatural way in which all the characters behave. Pamela strikes us less as a being of equal innocence and virtue, mistress of her own passion for, the dear obliger, Mr. B. Only the initial is given, than as a young woman who knows her game and plays her cards most adroitly. Her snobbishness was, no doubt, in the manner of her class in her day, but we approve of Pamela no more than Fielding did, when he overwhelmed it with the sturdy laughter of his parody, Joseph Andrews, brother of Pamela. And as virtuous as that paragon, yet no milksop. But Pamela was admired beyond this side idolatry. Clarissa, 1748, is another novel of virtue in danger and distress, but Clarissa is a lady of good family and fortune, and of a pure and heroic spirit. Decoyed from her home and friends by the wiles of the professional seducer, Lovelace, a rake so brilliant and witty and reckless as to win the hearts, if not of Clarissa, of all Richardson's lady readers. Clarissa is exposed to the last extreme of misery, steadily refuses to marry the scoundrel who has wronged her, and dies slowly among the sobs of the congregation. Sir Charles Grandison, whose name has become a proverb in the English language, appeared in 1753, and is one of the longest books that ever was printed. It is very badly constructed too, and contains lengthy episodes which have nothing to do with the story, and only puzzle and confuse the reader. Properly speaking, it is not so much a novel as a series of incidents, all tending to the glorification of the hero, who is made up of long words, fine sentiments and whalebone. The women of the tale are less exasperating than the men, though they can hardly be considered attractive. The reason of this may be found in the fact that Richardson neither sought nor was sought by men, while he was in the habit of reading his manuscripts to a group of enthusiastic young ladies, among whom was the future Mrs. Chap I, in his garden at Fulham. Unluckily his audience, who might have been of service to him in pointing out that well-bred people had other manners than those of the characters of Richardson, were too deeply engulfed in admiration to be capable of criticism. Or possibly they may not have been aware, as Lady Mary Wortley Montagu was, that Richardson did not know the society which he described. The letters themselves, besides showing a frankness and lack of reticence which it may confidently be said few real letters could ever parallel, are of a length which even on a desert island no one could write. The genuine letters in his correspondence, between him and the unknown but worshipping Lady Bradshaw, and their romantic and elaborate arrangements to discover each other in Hyde Park, are far more amusing reading. Richardson has been accused, and justly, of a portentous lack of humor, but if his reader has any of his own, he will not read the novels in vain. These censures are the candid criticism of the modern reader who finds that he cannot think himself back into the circle of Richardson, who finds its virtue and its sentiment hardly intelligible. Though he is entirely at home with the society of all degrees that Fielding describes, or that lives in Boswell's Life of Jonson, and in the letters of Horace Walpole and Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, expressing themselves like people of this world. But though Richardson lived in a kind of moral and sentimental hothouse, where one can scarcely breathe, though he had a more than feminine liking for accumulated minutenesses of details and a more than medieval prolixity, yet his full-length pictures of his personages, stippled like a miniature in a ring, delighted not only English but continental, especially French readers. It was an age when people took little exercise, were little in the open air, and passed endless hours in conversation on the ethics and philosophy of love and sentiment. The memoirs of Madame d'Épinay are partly a romance in the manner of Richardson, and to read them is to understand the society which found in him its ideal novelist. The man would hang himself who tried to read Clarissa for its story, said Dr. Jonson, a friend of the author, partly because the author was the friend of virtue. We, if we please, may detest and disbelieve in Lovelace, who was, none the less, the conqueror of the hearts of the ladies of the time, that implored Richardson to convert a hero so brilliant, witty and amiable. But for Richardson it had been enough to convert Mr. B., and he was artist enough to refuse to gratify tastes which, in the manner of Charles II, demanded that all tragedies should end happily. Scott, with the resurrection of Athelstane. Dickens, with the conversion of Estella, were more good-naturedly and erroneously amenable to the requests of friends. There was a blush between Charles Lamb and the girl who sat down beside him to read Pamela, and, in fact, Richardson's way of educating girls in virtue may seem apt to have effects which he did not contemplate. Other times, other manners. Henry Fielding. To say anything at once new and true about Henry Fielding passes the power of man. His defects and his qualities. The good in him and in his work, and the not so good, are so conspicuous that his contemporaries, and later generations down to our own, have passed on them the same remarks. There are the admirers of Fielding, who justly see in him one of the three very greatest of English novelists of contemporary life and manners as exhibited in the portions of society which he knew and illustrated. But he did not take all contemporary society for his province. Born at Sharpham Park, in Somerset, in 1707, he had far greater advantages of birth than other men of the pen. The house of Fielding is ancient and noble, though, unlike Gibbon in his monumental compliment to Fielding, Mr. Horace Round cannot accept its connection with the House of Habsburg. The Fieldings had two earldoms, of Desmond, in Ireland, and of Denbigh. Fielding's father was of a cadet branch of the family. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu was a kind of cousin of the novelist. He was educated at Eton and in the law-loving University of Leiden, but when he came upon the town, in 1728, he did not associate himself with the circle of Pope and Bolingbroke and the wits and the great ladies. He does not draw his characters from that splendid society, though Lady Bellaston, in Tom Jones, is a member thereof. Fielding had to live by his brains, by writing comedies, and by journalism. He showed his genius for parody of the heroic tiresome tragedy that was such an unconscionable time odying, in Tom Thumb the Great, and his dangerous turn for political satire in The Historical Register, 1737. But the Licensing Act, making the Lord Chamberlain, or his subaltern, licenser of plays, excluded Fielding from that course. He was called to the bar, 1740, where he did not practice much. He was married in 1735 to the original, it is said, of the exquisite Sophia of Tom Jones. He wrote in the press. In 1745 he took the Hanoverian side, in The True Patriot, and The Jacobites' Journal, in mockery so named. And during all this period he saw a great deal of the world, especially the world of the stage and of light literature. But of all this he makes little display in his novels. He falls back on the humours of the country, on the country parson, Adams, the Tory squire, Squire Western. A neighbour, in character of Sir Tunbelly Clumsy, and so good an Englishman that he rejoices when he hears that 20,000 honest Frenchmen are landed in Kent to back the rightful king, and the landed interest, against Hanoverians, financiers, and Whigs in general. His excellent Allworthy is no townsman. Mr. Thomas Jones, a foundling, is country-born and country-bred. Most of the adventures of Joseph Andrews take place in the country. In Amelia, we are in town, and in taverns and prisons often, but by no means, in society. Jonathan Wild is a tale of town villains and rogues. And Fielding's minor characters, from postilions to philosophers, like Philosopher Square, landlords, landladies, serving men, lawyers, parsons, unfortunate ladies, people on the road, are of ordinary humanity, with a considerable sprinkling of hypocrites. He had heard the chimes at midnight and much later, he had hunted, he had lived the tavern life, the life of debts and expedients, but he had kept the bird in his bosom, the sterling excellence of his heart, pity for the poor and oppressed, honor, good humor, tolerance, and manly indignation. To Fielding, Richardson's Pamela, the text of many a sermon, the snow-pure prudent Pamela, with virtue rewarded by the hand of the enterprising Mr. B., was even as a red rag to a bull. He did not weep over Pamela's tears, these pearly fugitives. He no more believed in Mr. B.'s return to virtue than in that of Vanbragh's Lovelace. Respectability was so far from being his favourite virtue, that, like many very inferior writers, he inclined to identify it, unjustly, with hypocrisy. Consequently he began Joseph Andrews as a parody or burlesque of Pamela. That paragon had a brother, appropriately named Joseph, and the virtue of Joseph is assailed like that of his sister, but in vain. Joseph is invincibly respectable, yet no hypocrite, but a very manly young fellow with an honest love in his own rank. The story soon ceased to be a parody. That grotesque, learned, excellent and extremely muscular Christian, Parson Adams, came into the tale with the egregious Mrs. Slipslop. And the thing became a picaresque novel, a tale of the road and of chance meetings, with the lesson that kind hearts are more than coronets, and a postilion, later guilty of robbing a hen roost, is a better Christian than a whole coachload of Pharisees. Indeed St. Augustine, once at least, robbed an orchard, yet became a shining light, having been misled, as regards the apples and pears, by his sense of humor. Joseph Andrews, though its language is occasionally coarse, as regards its meaning is not obscure, and it is certainly one of the most amusing works in our language, though it is not written for small boys and little girls. We meet Pamela and Mr. B, cruelly styled Mr. Booby, again at the close, and they behave ill in church, when Joseph is married. Richardson was very much hurt, of course, and spoke very ill of Fielding. If he forgave Fielding, he forgave him as a Christian, like Rowena in Ivanhoe, which means, said Wamba, that she does not forgive him at all. There is an endless discussion about Fielding's morality. Natural goodness of heart is everything with him. Of his Tom Jones the epitaph might be that devised by Joe Gargery in Great Expectations, for his reprobate of a father. Whatsoever the failings on his part, remember reader he were that good in his heart. Thomas was that good at his heart and lectures young Nightingale very nobly on the infamy of corrupting virtue. But where there is no virtue to corrupt in others, Thomas pays no attention to his own. Perhaps he could have resisted temptation, in Nightingale's circumstances, but he is wisely kept out of it by the author. He does what is thought the very basest thing that a man can do. Colonel Newcome never forgave him. If we are to pardon Tom it must be, as Dumas urges in the case of Porthos, because, other times, other manners. This affair is the dangerous step in Tom Jones, 1749, that epic of the 18th century. Fielding thought of it as an epic in prose. He is fond of burlesquing Homer and of quoting Aristotle. The plot has been praised by Coleridge and justly, as on a level with that of the Oedipus Tyrannus, of Sophocles. The construction of plots has not been the strong point of most great novelists, but Fielding set this good example, not immaculate of course, but admirable. The real merit of the book lies in its pell-mell of characters, all delineated with exquisite humor, wit, and observation, from the mysterious mother of the hero, and the adorable Sophia, to the adroit hypocrite, Blifil. The uproarious stupid fox hunter, the Jacobite who drinks healths, Squire Western, the philanthropic yet really good Allworthy, the delightful pedantic Partridge, with his tags of Latin quotations, the rural ruffian, Black George. The harmless vanity of Miss Western, the aunt, the sternly Protestant and Anglican, but not immaculately virtuous Philosopher Square, and all the attendant crowd. The moral introductory reflections may, of course, be skipped, yet not by wise readers, for they are full of Fielding's humor, and display his confidence in the immortality of his book. Fielding was Thackeray's master and model. In his too frequent reflections he follows Fielding too closely. If all men were equally fortunate, they would all read Tom Jones, in the 6 small volumes of the first edition, but in any edition the book is delightful. Charlotte Brontë thought it corrupting to such young fellows as her brother, the unhappy Branwell, but Branwells will go their own way, with or without the aid of the too fortunate foundling. Fielding was a sturdy Hanoverian, but he was mortal and an author. He must have been pleased had he known that the hero of 1745, the year in which the tale is cast, that Prince Charles then lurking in a Parisian convent, purchased Tom Jones, both in French and English. Earlier than Tom Jones is Jonathan Wild the Great, the romance of a thief-taker and sharer of spoils with thieves, who was gibbeted in 1725. It is customary to speak of this book, a satire of the greatness of men like Julius Caesar, as a masterpiece of irony, and as a success in the field where Thackeray, on the same estimate, failed with Barry Lyndon. If irony is to be openly noisily unveiled in every page, then Jonathan Wild may be a masterpiece of irony. The reader may be left, if he can read Jonathan Wild, to compare it with Barry Lyndon, for himself, and to draw his own conclusions as to the relative merits of these books. The deliciously absurd adventures of Mrs. Heart-free, like those of the heroines of late Greek romances, are, at all events, intentionally or unintentionally funny. Sir Walter Scott disliked this masterpiece, and after reading it, and the commendations which eminent modern critics bestow upon it, the writer cannot honestly dissent from the disrelish of Sir Walter. He is said not to have understood Fielding's meaning, which Fielding constantly proclaims and avows, namely that greatness of intellect and ambition without goodness of heart is a mischievous monstrosity. Mr. Carlyle, in some moods of hero worship, might have differed, but we can give a general assent without wading through Jonathan Wild. Fielding's own heart was as good as Steele's. He adored his beautiful wife as Steele adored Prue. But, while the greatest blessing is a faithful and beloved wife, says our author in Amelia, it rather tends to aggravate the misfortune of distressed circumstances from the consideration of the share which she is to bear in them. But the circumstances were distressed because Fielding, like Amelia's Captain Booth, was a good fellow, and, like Jonson's friend, Savage, was at no time of his life the first to leave any company, over the punch bowl. And Amelia was listening for every footstep, and dreading every accident of the streets, and money was a minus quantity, and a scrag of mutton was a rare festival, because Captain Booth had every generosity except that of a little self-denial. By 1749 Mr. Fielding, as his friendly biographer says, was a martyr to gout. He had not stolen it, and we have heard of another sufferer, a martyr to delirium tremens. By this time his wife was dead. Later he married her maid, an excellent woman, Mary Daniel, probably of an old and ruined Jacobite family of Daniel. At the end of 1748 Fielding had been made a stipendiary magistrate for Westminster. Unlike his Jonathan Thrasher, Esq., J.P., who was infamously corrupt, and as ignorant of the law as the country justice before whom Frank Osbaldistone appears in Rob Roy, Fielding brought to his work his honesty, courage, and sympathy with the poor. The first chapters of his Amelia, 1751, contain pictures of the contemporary corruption of justice, and the laxity of the prisons. Thence came the misfortunes of Captain Booth, a true lover, but also a young man in the prime of life. From this error of the captain's, who met a Circe in prison, and from the greatness of his wife's character, the beautiful Amelia, the plot of the novel adroitly develops itself. She was too good to be true. On the other hand, the high spirit and temper of Miss Matthews make her a kind of shady Brynhild, and only coincidences in which Captain Booth recognized the hand of Providence prevent the most tragical catastrophe. Men worship women on their knees. When they get up they go away, says Fielding's great successor. They never get up and go away when they worship Amelia. The book, in addition to her and Miss Matthews, presents the delightfully amusing characters of Colonel Bath, Old Honor and Dignity, who fights Booth in Hyde Park from motives of the purest friendship. Colonel James, with a philosophy of love rather like Lord Foppington's, Sergeant Atkinson, a kind of later great heart, Mrs. Ellison, a lady, not of the nicest delicacy, Murphy, a Jonathan Wild as attorney. And a score of other characters worthy of their creator. With Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones, Amelia is an immortal glory of English fiction. Fielding's experiences led him into plans for suppressing lawlessness, and for important social reforms. In 1753 he took the side of Elizabeth Canning in that unsolved mystery of a girl who, if not a good girl, has been too hard for me, says Fielding. His own behavior, in the case of Miss Virtue's examination, is rather startling to the modern student. And whether he ended as a partisan of the gypsy or of Elizabeth Canning is uncertain, 1753 to 1754. Elizabeth made a good marriage, in America, whither she was banished, and lived and died respected. In his pamphlet on Elizabeth's affair, which excited and divided London for more than a year, Fielding speaks of his illness and overtaxed strength. He spent what was left of it in his public duties, was advised to voyage to Portugal, and his Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon, written with a dying hand, is the record of his sufferings and reflections. He sailed in the Queen of Portugal. Captain Veal had intervals of enjoyment, and sketched, with his usual humor, the events and incidents of the expedition. He died at Lisbon on October 8, 1754. Tobias Smollett. The name of Smollett is coupled as familiarly with that of Fielding as the name of Thackeray with that of Dickens. Smollett and Fielding were contemporaries, both came of ancient families, each had a profession. Smollett was a physician while Fielding was a barrister, but each lived mainly by journalism, literature and fiction. If opinions as to their relative merits were divided in their day, posterity has awarded the crown to Fielding. The reason is obvious. Fielding is full of good humor, in him there is no rancor, he admires good women almost to adoration, and paints them as only the very greatest poets have done. Again, his tales are well constructed, especially Tom Jones. On the other hand, Smollett allows his story to wander in the roads and haunt the inns, and encounter grotesque adventures. He has bitter grudges against all and sundry, especially against his patrons and his kinsfolk. His heroines are regarded by his heroes rather as luxuries than as ladies. His heroes, to be plain, are not merely libertines, but often behave like selfish ruffians. And his relish for odious images and thoughts is hardly surpassed by that of Swift. These faults in temper and taste have made Smollett unpopular, despite his wide knowledge of life. His irresistible power of compelling laughter, his swaggering vein. But, if he drew Roderick Random and Peregrine Pickle from himself, he gave them bad qualities far in excess of his own, and did not endow them with many of his own better attributes. Smollett would never have used the loyal strap as Roderick Random often does, and was incapable of what may be styled the dastardly plot in which Peregrine was fain to have imitated Richardson's Lovelace. Smollett was born in 1721, a younger son of the ancient house of Smollett of Bonhill, on the Laven near Loch Lomond. An ancestor of his, he says, blew up a galleon of the Spanish Armada in Tobermory Bay. He did indeed, by an act of suborned treachery. Like Burns, Tobias celebrated in verse his native stream. Like Burns in boyhood he devoured the truculent romance of Wallace, by Blind Harry. He was poor, and believed himself to be badly treated by his kinsfolk. After studying at Glasgow University he was apprenticed to a surgeon. In 1739 he went to London to push his fortunes, carrying with him a foolish tragedy on the murder of James I, which was the apple of his eye. No manager would accept it, wherefore Smollett raged against Garrick and Lord Lyttelton. He puts the story of his woes into Roderick Random, where Mr. Melopoyn, unhappy poet, is the sufferer. He got what Chatterton and Goldsmith failed to obtain, the post of surgeon's mate in a ship of war. Lived through the distresses of the siege of Carthagena, 1741, and obtained that knowledge of naval squalor and brutality, and of the good qualities of seamen, which he used in Roderick Random, and in the characters of Bowling and Trunnion. Leaving the navy, he married in Jamaica, came to town, practiced as a physician, and certainly lived in most fashionable quarters. He speaks of Bob Sawyer's method of advertisement by being hastily called out of church as an old trick. Perhaps Dickens, a reader of Smollett from his childhood, borrowed here from Count Fathom. His patriotism was stirred by the fatal disaster of Culloden, and he boldly published his Tears of Scotland, 1746. In 1748 he published Roderick Random, the history of a meritorious orphan who lives on his servant, cheats his tailor, is a gambler, and enriches himself in the slave trade. But all is to be forgiven to Roderick's ebullient vigor and occasional sentimentalism. There are countless changes of scene and varieties of character, from the ocean to the Marshalsea prison, to adventures in French service, from Strap and Bowling to the literary Miss Snapper and the unfortunate Miss Williams. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu supposed her cousin, Fielding, to be the author, which showed little discrimination, though her ladyship's letters are among the wittiest and most brilliantly amusing of her century. Smollett had a bitter feud with Fielding, we do not know, or care, for what cause. The briskness of the book, and the novelty of the nautical horrors, made Smollett's reputation. Going to Paris in 1750, Smollett found some of the characters who appear in the crowd of Peregrine Pickle, 1751, of which the first edition aroused censures on passages later pruned by the author. It is a work of amazingly careless vigor and humor. The irrepressible Peregrine is even a less desirable hero than Roderick, and an infamous Jacobite spy was not ill-advised in choosing Pickle for his pseudonym. Amelia is more than too good for the rascal to whom she descends in marriage, after escaping plots of his which might have disgusted Pamela's Mr. B. But Cadwallader Crabtree, Hatchway and Pipes, and Commander Hawser Trunnion are immortal characters. It is cruel to call Trunnion caricatured, he is a comic masterpiece. The Ferdinand, Count Fathom, 1753, the adventurous son of a sutler and murderess, is not a much worse man than Peregrine, but, in place of Trunnion and Pipes, we are entertained with a queer attempt at romance in the loves of Rinaldo and Monimia, who meets her lover as he weeps over her empty tomb. Sir Lancelot Greaves, a modern Don Quixote, armor and all, was preferred by Scott to Jonathan Wild, and, despite the patent absurdity of the armed knight, is really a much more agreeable story. In 1763 Smollett visited Italy, and his grumbling hypochondriacal narrative of his tour was ridiculed by that more sentimental traveller, Sterne. His Adventures of an Atom, 1769, is a scurrilous political satire. On the other hand his Humphrey Clinker, 1771, a narrative, in letters, of a journey by English travellers in Scotland, is both more good-humoured and more amusing than any of his other stories. Matthew Bramble is a favourable study of his later self. Lieutenant Lismahago is a kind of Dougal Dalgetty, born more than a century later than the Laird of Drumthwacket, and the spelling and innocent good-hearted absurdity of Winifred Jenkins endear her to every reader, as a contrast to Tabitha Bramble, a bad kind of old maid. Here we meet Ferdinand, Count Fathom, as a sincerely converted character. Smollett is not only remarkable for variety, humour, vigour, as a social observer, he strongly influenced both Fanny Burney in Dickens. His History of England has been justly described by Sir Pitt Crawley as less interesting but less dangerous than that by Hume. Smollett, revisiting Italy, died at Monte Nero, near Leghorn, in the early autumn of 1771. XXXI, Georgian Prose. Point 2. Samuel Johnson. We could scarcely understand how Dr. Jonson gained his immense influence and acknowledged chiefship in literature if we had only his works of various kinds before us. But he had a friend and biographer, James Boswell, Esq., younger of Auchinleck in Ayrshire, and, Bossie, by showing Jonson as he was and talked, explains his supremacy. In an age when classical learning counted for something, Jonson was, especially in Roman literature, vastly learned. In a time when people who could tear themselves from cards, took little exercise, but sat and talked, over wine or over tea, or as they slowly sauntered, Jonson was probably the best and certainly the best reported of the talkers. While politicians like Burke, and painters like Sir Joshua Reynolds, and musicians like Burney, Fanny Burney father, were men of letters, critics, talkers, a scholar and author who could talk like Jonson was certain of his reward, was sure to be at the front. Though he confessed himself not specially partial to clean linen, though he did not eat in a neat and cleanly fashion, though he had the strange tricks which we know so well. Though if his pistol missed fire in argument he knocked you down with the butt. Though he had curious prejudices, was at heart a Jacobite, and could be extremely rude, yet the excellence of his heart, his large sagacity, his immense knowledge and readiness, his humour, all of him that is immortally delightful to read about in Boswell's life, won his forgiveness and his welcome from the most refined of men and women. He thought himself a ladies' man, he said, and a man of the world, and he was thoroughly a man's man, with heart, and tongue, and hands, if that were necessary. As a playwright, he had not great success, and his friend Goldsmith's comedies keep the stage, unlike Jonson's tragedy. Jonson's tale, Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, has wisdom and humor enough, wit enough to keep it sweet, but it never did nor ever can share the popularity of Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield. Jonson's essays, in The Rambler and The Idler, may still be but are seldom read. They are far less alive than the essays of Addison and Steele, and are weighed down by the ponderous harmonies of the Latinist style. Of his books, the Lives of the Poets, written in his old age, are, to some, we may hope to many, readers, entrancing. Here we find the Jonson of conversation. He is not, indeed, a scientific biographer, a searcher among old letters and old records. But his memory was rich in anecdotes of the half-century before his own. His style contains many a humorous comment, and his criticism is often acute, and always honest, and unaffectedly tinged, especially when he writes of the Republican and Puritan Milton, or of the dainty, yet, in poetry, revolutionary Gray. With all the literary and political prejudices that gave salt to his conversation. There may have been more enlightened critics, but none was ever more entertaining. If his literary biographies are not of the most exact, they are occasionally minute enough. Pope's weakness was so great, that he constantly wore stays, as I have been assured by a waterman, of Twickenham, who, in lifting him into his boat, had often felt them. Again, Pope once slumbered at his own table while the Prince of Wales was talking of poetry. In his Life of Swift, Jonson is by no means friendly, and publishes an anecdote which was indignantly denied. His Life of his friend, Richard Savage, a most detestable person, is an example of Jonson's loyalty and tolerance. Supposing that Savage was the son of the Countess of Macclesfield, and was persecuted by her with incredible cruelty, yet his conduct in most ways was detestable, though Jonson, who candidly narrates the facts, good-humoredly condones them. The conversation of Savage must, apparently, have won the heart of the great lexicographer. Even the Dictionary of the Doctor contains several of his good sayings, and perhaps the learning and persevering industry which Jonson displayed as a drudge increased his reputation, and won for him friends and admirers, as much as his more literary works. The outlines of his life are too well known to need more than a brief summary. His family was matter of interest to the Highlanders when he visited them. Was he a Mackian of Glencoe or a Johnston of the Border? He was born at Lichfield, September 18, 1709, his father was a bookseller. His Oxford career, at Pembroke College, was embittered by poverty, but he retained a great affection for his college and university, which delighted to honour him. He kept a school without much profit, and, coming to London with Garrick in 1737, lived the life of Grub Street, doing translations, writing for Cave's Gentleman's Magazine, compiling parliamentary debates in which he took care not to let the Whig dogs have the best of it. Of his doings in 1745 Boswell could learn nothing, and there was a fancy that he was inclined to take part in what he called a gallant enterprise, that of Prince Charles. His London, an imitation of Juvenal, was well thought of by Pope, and Scott took more pleasure in no modern poem than in Jonson's manly, resolute, and mournful Vanity of Human Wishes, also based on Juvenal's satire, 1749. The Rambler and Idler were his next works, with the Dictionary, and in 1759 he rapidly wrote Rasselas, to pay the expenses of his mother's funeral. In 1762 he accepted, from a king who gloried in the name of Britain, a pension of £300 yearly. He lived much, after this date, at the house of Mrs. Thrale and her husband, my master, as she called him, the rich brewer. Here he was happy in the society of many wits, of the beautiful Sophie Streatfield, with nose and notions à la grecque, and of Fanny Burney, blessed in the success of Evelina. Mrs. Thrale and Miss Burney have left many reminiscences of him which complete the account by his young Scottish adorer and butt, Boswell. Jonson founded the club, and such was his influence that the club did not blackball Bossy. With him Jonson made his difficult journey to the western islands of Scotland, so happily described both by Boswell and himself. Stayed at Dunvegan Castle, was entertained by Flora MacDonald, met a learned minister in Skye who was a skeptic about Homer, inquired into the second sight, stayed at Inverary Castle with the Duke of Argyll, and at St. Andrews was told that at Oxford they had nothing like the St. Andrews University Library. On hearing this, Dr. Jonson, for once, made no reply. His Lives of the Poets was written in 1779 to 1781, when he was 70 years of age and more. His cruel last illness was nobly borne. He died on December 13, 1784, one of the best, greatest, wisest, and most humorous of Englishmen. His Lives, and the life of him are among the works which time cannot stale. Read 10 times over they please the more, and more excellencies are discovered. No man of times past is known so well, and none was so well worth knowing. His critical tastes and rules are not ours, and perhaps even in his own day were falling out of fashion, but they are none the less historically valuable. Oliver Goldsmith. Dr. Jonson carried all his set with him into renown, and though Oliver Goldsmith was a writer of versatile and charming genius, but for his friendship with Jonson he would have been much less successful in life, and less well loved and remembered after his death. Like several great writers born in Ireland, Goldsmith was of an English family, but they had been so long settled in Ireland that they had become more Irish than the Irish. Goldsmith's father had the care of Protestant souls at Pallismore, County Longford, where, November 10, 1728, the poet was born. The father obtained a cure worth more than the £40 a year at Lissoy in Westmeath, and Lissoy contributes some features to the Auburn of the deserted village, an ideal village, in an ideal state of desertion. His father, according to Goldsmith's poetry and prose, was a most excellent man, more capable of teaching his family how to spend large fortunes in benevolence than how to earn a maintenance. More skilled to raise the wretched than to rise. He was the generous host of All the Vagrant Train, of The Long-Remembered Beggar, an Irish Edie Ochiltree, of The Ruined Spendthrift, who claimed kindred, and came to scorn, and of The Broken Soldier. Careless their merits or their faults to scan. His pity gave ere charity began. This pity was Goldsmith's own characteristic. When an exceedingly poor scholar at Trinity College, Dublin, his feats of charity matched those of St. Francis or St. Martin of Tours. He is said to have given away his blanket, and slept in the ticking of his bed. A love of fine clothes was no less part of his nature than love of his neighbors, while he liked the cards, and the bowl and tavern talk. He took his bachelor's degree in February, 1749, idled away a year or two at home, learned to play the flute, failed to take holy orders, and, as a medical student, went to Edinburgh University, 1752 to 1754, lived on the benevolence of an uncle. Contarine, and, on his way to Leyden, was taken in the company of 5 or 6 Scottish gentlemen in French service, who had been recruiting for King Louis in the Highlands. Alan Breck may have been in this adventure. Throughout 1755 to 1756, Goldsmith roamed about the continent, supporting himself by his flute, and entertained by the hospitality of the universities. "Sir," said Jonson, he disputed his way through Europe, as the admirable Crichton had done, 170 years earlier. At Padua, it is thought, if anywhere, he obtained his doctor's degree. His adventures later gave him materials for essays, for The Wandering Scholar in The Vicar of Wakefield, and for his poem, The Traveller. He was making himself all the time. Returning to England in 1756, he lived as an usher in a small school, as a corrector for the press, as a kind of indentured reviewer and general hack to Griffiths the publisher. Failed to pass as a naval surgeon, wrote with Smollett's literary gang, conducted a weekly booklet or magazine, The Bee, for a few numbers, 1759, and published An Inquiry into the Present State of Polite Learning in Europe. He was much more successful, 1760, with letters in The Public Ledger, in the assumed character of a Chinese visitor to London. In the former work Goldsmith complains that young genius effervesces at college and is unrewarded, while dull plodders fatten. The link between the great and the literary now seems entirely broken. An author is a thing only to be laughed at. His person, not his jest, becomes the mirth of the company. Indeed, Goldsmith's person was quaint, his attire, when in funds, was that of the bird of paradise. While his wit flowed from his pen, not from his tongue, his repartee was not ready, eager he was but apparently absent-minded in company. As for the publisher, it is his interest to allow as little as possible for writing, and of the author to write as much as possible. Writers for the stage suffer from the competition of the dead. Like 2 or 3 men of genius of our day, Goldsmith asks, who will deliver us from Shakespeare, from these pieces of forced humor, far-fetched conceit, and unnatural hyperbole which have been ascribed to Shakespeare. Here is skepticism. Managers make new authors wait some years before giving their plays a chance, a malady most incident to managers, and Garrick believed that he was attacked. The not unnatural acrimony of a neglected man appears in some of the Chinese letters, published in book form as The Citizen of the World, notably in the Visit to Westminster Abbey. Goldsmith had a spite against the patronage, given to the art of painting, and made his Chinamen share it. The same critic looks on Sterne's Tristram Shandy as a lewd compound of pertness, vanity, and obscene buffoonery. The Chinaman also attacked the brutality of the criminal law, that of his own country being so mild, and generally inveighed against the state of society. The letters are an unflattering picture of the times. By 1761 Jonson had made the acquaintance of Goldsmith, and henceforth Goldsmith had not to complain of neglect from wits and authors. In 1764 he published his moral and contemplative poem, The Traveller. With his Deserted Village, it is perhaps the last good thing of the old school of poems in rhymed heroic couplets. The dedicatory preface to the author's brother, the Rev. Henry Goldsmith, tells us that, as society becomes refined, painting and music offer the feeble mind a less laborious entertainment than poetry, which they supplant, while what criticisms have we not heard of late in favor of blank verse? And Pindaric odes, anapests, sick, and iambics, alliterative care and happy negligence. Every absurdity has now a champion to defend it. Goldsmith, in social matters rather a socialist, is, in poetry, opposing the slowly dawning freedom, and upholding the school of Pope. But there is, in both of his longer poems, a kind of softness in the versification, and of sincerity in the sentiments and descriptions of nature, which we miss in Pope, while each piece, as the man said of Hamlet, is made up of quotations. Of lines which live in many memories like household words. The pictures of the parish clergyman, of the schoolmaster, of the harmless old rustic ale-house, in the deserted village, may be called imperishable. And Goldsmith cries, back to the land, and denounces landlordism, and forced migration to North America, where crouching tigers wait their hapless prey. Goldsmith, in fact, never revisited the decent church, the hawthorn bush, the harmless pothouse, and other scenes of his infancy. In his poem he blends an ideal Irish with an ideal English village, and ascribes the result to a tyrannical landlord with admirable pathetic success. Of his other poems, The Haunch of Venison, imitated from Horace, and the witty and kind raillery of Retaliation, in which his pen supplies the wit that often failed his tongue in the wit combats of The Club, are both in anapests, and are the most important. The Lament for Madame Blaise is a lively adaptation from the French, and the Elegy on the Death of a Mad Dog is a most vivacious piece. As a ballad, Edwin and Angelina, though popular, is too unballad-like. The works on which Goldsmith's fame depends are not his essays, histories, or view of animated nature, genially unscientific, but his Vicar of Wakefield, written earlier, but sold by Jonson for while Goldsmith was in a sponging house in 1764. And his 2 plays, The Good-Natured Man, and She Stoops to Conquer, 1768, 1773. The Vicar of Wakefield drew the highest possible praise from Goethe, and the most furious of attacks from the critical pen of Mark Twain. Nobody says that it shines in construction, but its humor and sweetness, the goodness, the simplicity, the true wisdom, and the learned foibles of the vicar, with the humors of his wife, daughters, and wandering scholar son, an usher, a dweller in Grub Street, make The Vicar of Wakefield a book to be read once a year. Finding that the best things had not been said on the wrong side, I resolved to write a book that should be wholly new. The learned world said nothing to my paradoxes, nothing at all, sir. In The Sun's narrative Goldsmith has his usual flout at art and amateurs of art, and Pietro Perugino. The plays are too well known for comment, with Croker and Lofty, the bailiffs, Tony Lumpkin, Mrs. Hardcastle, the revellers at the Three Pigeons, and young Marlowe. They are at least as familiar on the amateur as on the professional boards. They brought to Goldsmith fame, some money and more credit, but he was still a drudge, still working for booksellers, and deep in debt, when his death on April 4, 1774, made Reynolds for once lay down his brush, saddened the club, and filled the stairs of his chambers in Brick Court with poor weeping women to whom he had been kind, their only friend. Nullum fere scribendi genus non tetigit, nullum quod tetigit non ornavit, wrote Jonson in his epitaph, adding a new phrase to Latin proverbial philosophy. 41. Edmund Burke. It seems probable, says Burke's biographer, Lord Morley, that Burke will be more frequently and more seriously referred to within the next 20 years, from 1899, than he has been within the whole of the last 80. Yet we do not find many references to Burke, who, living, speaking, and writing through some 30 years of discontents and revolutions, the American and the French, and bringing to problems like our own a masculine judgment and a lucid and energetic style, might seem worthy of general study. In a sketch of the history of literature, space for the works of Burke, saturated with politics as they are, and only to be understood in the light of ample historical knowledge, cannot be provided. The speeches of most successful orators are brilliant, and persuasive for the hour, with crowds who wish to be persuaded. The speeches of Burke are sometimes, when his pity and indignation are stirred, as by the fate of Marie Antoinette, or the alleged infamies of Warren Hastings, rich in floral components, in impassioned rhetoric. But, as a rule, his best orations required to be read if they were to be appreciated. They are too full of thought and knowledge and too logically built to be generally effective at the moment. Whatever our political opinions may be, we cannot but find Burke's speech on moving his resolutions for conciliation with the colonies, March 22, 1775, a very great and noble literary work. For its purpose it was futile. Fierce peoples are not to be guided by all the eloquence and all the wisdom of the wise. We are called upon, as it were by a superior warning voice, again to attend to America, to attend to the whole of it together, and to review the subject with an unusual degree of care and calmness. Surely it is an awful subject, or there is none so on this side of the grave. It was an awful subject, but it was also a party question. Knowledge, care, and calmness were, therefore, put out of action. On an infamous proposal to reduce the high aristocratic spirit of Virginia and the southern colonies, by proclaiming the freedom of the black slaves and raising a servile war, Burke said, "Slaves as these unfortunate black people are, and dull as all men are from slavery, must they not a little suspect the offer of freedom from that very nation which has sold them to their present masters? From that nation, one of whose causes of quarrel with those masters is their refusal to deal any more in that inhuman traffic, the slave trade. The idea of sending, in the same ship, samples of fresh, black ivory, and a proclamation of freedom for all blacks, not unreasonably seemed absurd, to Burke. This speech, so moving to the reader, is said to have driven members out of the House. The gestures of the orator being clumsy, his tones harsh, and his delivery hasty. Jonson said that his wit was blunt. Goldsmith, on the other hand, that he cut blocks with a razor. He to party gave up what was meant for mankind, but, save through party, mankind is not to be helped by the politicians. To glance at the main facts of Burke's life, he appears to have been, as far as his name shows, of Norman but long Hibernicized stock on his father's side, of native Irish blood on that of his mother, a Miss Nagle, a Catholic. He was born in Dublin, apparently on January 12, 1729. His father was a solicitor. After 2 years at a small school kept by a learned Quaker, Burke went to Trinity College, Dublin, where he showed eager intellectual appetites, without paying much heed to the academic round of studies. In 1750 he went to London, to the Middle Temple, and studied law, but did not practice. In 1755 his father cut off his allowance. In 1756 he married. He cannot have made money by his Vindication of Natural Society, 1756, written in the rhetorical manner of Bolingbroke. The book is an ironical reply to Bolingbroke's argument for natural against revealed religion. Transfer the view to society. Our religion may have its anomalies, yet our society has far more and worse. Do you propose, therefore, to return to natural society? Natural society was then supposed by the wise and learned to be a happy-go-as-you-please innocent communism. In fact, if savage society be natural society, it is enmeshed in the strangest and most artificial, cruel, and filthy set of laws and customs, the marriage laws, when carried, as they sometimes are, to their logical conclusion. Make marriage impossible. All this was not understood, but Burke, while arguing against a sudden and violent breakup of society, did perceive and state brilliantly the glaring injustices of our society, as Goldsmith did in The Deserted Village. Burke's philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful, 1756, is a study in the science of aesthetics, a science which, if it has reached no very conspicuous results, is now pursued with instruments and by a method not extant in Burke's day. He only sought for the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. He went into the psychology of pain and pleasure, and found beauty to be some quality in bodies acting mechanically upon the human mind by the intervention of the senses. But what is the quality and why does it automatically produce the effect? The qualities which automatically excite in the mind the apperception of the beautiful are comparatively small, smooth, varied without angularity, delicate, and in color clear and bright, but not strong or glaring. But a mountain, or fire, is beautiful yet does not present the six qualities. Consequently we must not call a huge rough mountain beautiful but sublime. Burke does not pretend to know the ultimate cause of the emotions produced in the mind, and he censures the daring of Sir Isaac Newton in accounting for things by ether. But ether seems to prosper in modern scientific thought. We cannot follow Burke into metaphysics, but the ordinary reader may test, by experience, his description of a lover in the presence of the beloved. As far as I could observe, says Burke, the head reclines something on one side. The eyelids are more closed than usual, and the eyes roll gently with an inclination to the object, the mouth is a little opened, and the breath drawn slowly, with now and then a low sigh. The whole body is composed, and the hands fall idly by the side. Thus it seems probable that beauty acts by relaxing the solids of the whole system. On the other hand, the sublime ought to string up the solids, and we do hear of sublime objects which petrify the percipient. Burke sought, at all events, for the answer to his problem in the nature of man, in psychology. The nature of Burke's financial resources, beyond what he made by writing in the New Annual Register, 1759, 100 a year from Dodsley the publisher, is as mysterious as the address of his fellow countryman, the Mulligan, in Thackeray's book. In 1759 the so-called single-speech Hamilton employed him. In 1761 he went to Ireland with Hamilton, who was secretary to Lord Halifax. Hamilton treated him badly, and in 1765 he became secretary to the Marquis of Rockingham, entered Parliament as member for Wendover, a pocket borough, made his mark at once. Wrote Observations on the Present State of the Nation, 1769, and the admirable Thoughts on the Present Discontents, a book always in season. How Burke, in 1768, contrived to buy Beaconsfield and Bucks, £22,000, and to live at a rate of £2,500 a year, the rental being £500, is a mystery deeper than that of The Man in the Iron Mask. Apparently there was a suffering marquis in the background, at least Burke owed large sums to Lord Rockingham, who forgave the debt. No discreditable source of Burke's fairy gold can be conjectured or conceived, as Goldsmith said he was. Too nice for a statesman, too proud for a wit. Too nice, meaning, too scrupulous. Burke did not hold office, save for 1 year, 1782 to 1783. Though a Whig and a pro-American, Burke never liked, never approved of the French Revolution. Early in 1790, he spoke in Parliament, breaking away from those enthusiasts for liberty in her wildest mood, Fox and Sheridan. His Reflections on the French Revolution, 1790, had a large sale and wide influence. People will judge Burke's influence, conduct and eloquence, at this time, in accordance with their politics and prejudices. His Letters on a Regicide Peace, and other work of his last years cannot be discussed without partisanship. He died on July 9, 1797. "The age of chivalry is gone," is one of Burke's best-remembered phrases. When was there an age of chivalry? If no swords leaped from their sheaths for Marie Antoinette, in 1793, not one was drawn for Jeanne d'Arc in 1431, not one for Mary Stuart in 1587. The revival of the ballad. Throughout the 18th century, despite the dominance of Pope and his followers, and the poetry of the town, despite the sturdy resistance of Jonson, despite Goldsmith's complaints against odes and anapaests and blank verse and happy negligence, there were streams of tendency making for literary freedom. Addison had lovingly praised both the blank verse of Milton and the purely popular art of the ancient ballads. Men were beginning to look back with personal interest at antiquity. Not only at Spenser, Chaucer, and Shakespeare, but at all the art and poetry of times past. As early as 1706 to 1711 Watson's Choice Collection of Old Scottish Poems was published, and Allan Ramsay gave old things mixed with new in his Evergreen and Tea Table Miscellany between 1724 and 1727. Others appeared in D'Urfey's Pills to Purge Melancholy, 1719, others in Old Ballads, 1723. We have seen the antiquarianism of Gray, in his translations from the Norse, and his interest in Macpherson's so-called Ossian, 1760 to 1763. Though there was no written Highland epic in existence, there were, and are, Ossianic ballads, in Gaelic, late popular survivals of Irish poetry. Working in his own way on these, and on prose legends, apparently, Macpherson led men's fancies back to the racing sounds of the North, back to the Highland beliefs that had already fascinated Collins, and emancipated poetry from the chatter of the coffee-house and the tavern. The charlatanism of Macpherson disgusted Jonson. Anyone could write Ossianisms, he said, who abandoned his mind to it, but Macpherson, at least, pleased thousands, including so enthusiastic a student of Homer as Napoleon Bonaparte, and stimulated Gaelic researches. In 1765 the publication of an old and famous manuscript folio by Bishop Percy, The Relics, not only gave a new and popular source of pleasure in ballads and old relics, but caused a noisy controversy, which, again, led to close research. Percy restored, altered, added to, and omitted from his materials as taste and fancy prompted, arousing the wrath of the crabbed antiquary, Joseph Ritson, who denied that the manuscript folio existed. Had Percy published it as it stood, which Furnival and Hales at last succeeded in doing, the book would have been unread except by a few antiquaries. Arranged by Percy, the ballads became truly popular. They were followed, from 1774, by Thomas Warton's History of English Poetry, the work of an Oxford professor of poetry, 1757 to 1767, who, in a lazy university, was a serious student. Nothing is more ruinous to literature than ignorance, excitedly absorbed in the momentary present. In the manner briefly described, men's minds became awake to the merits of the English literature of many remote ages, and even to the interest of chivalry in chivalrous romance. To the beauty of all art that had been discredited as Gothic and barbarous. Horace Walpole. A man who, if in an amateur and dandified way, assisted the advance in literature, was the son of the famous and far from literary Whig minister of George I and George II, Sir Robert Walpole. Born at the end of September, 1717, Horace Walpole went to Eton in 1727, where he won the friendship of Gray and prided himself on avoiding cricket and fights with barges. For Conway, Marshal Conway, and George Selwyn, famous later as an eccentric wit, he had a lifelong affection. From Eton, Walpole went to King's College, Cambridge, where he studied French, Italian, and painting, being congenitally incapable of the mathematics, like Tennyson and Macaulay. His letters were already witty and amusing. He began his tour with Gray in 1739, and, at Rome, was far gone in medals, lamps, idols, prints, etc. I would buy the Colosseum if I could. Though he wrote fleeringly of his own tastes, he was, in fact, far in advance of his age in appreciation of the best old art, whether of classical Greece and Rome or of the early Italians. To collect, to study society, to write his famous correspondence with Horace Mann and many others, an informal social, political, and literary history of his time, was the business of Walpole's long life. He gave himself dandified airs. He knew that he was not in a strict sense a scholar, but he had an eagerly inquiring mind, and we owe more to him than to Mr. Pepys. He practically began neo-Gothic architecture, with all its faults he meant well, by the building of his villa, Strawberry Hill, and, in a concatenation accordingly, wrote the earliest pseudo-historic novel of supernatural terror. The Castle of Otranto, 1764. Like stories of R. L. Stevenson and Coleridge's Kubla Khan, the tale is based on a dream. The author found himself in a Gothic castle, and, on the uppermost banister of a great staircase I saw a gigantic hand in armor. The rest, with its odd horrors and comic interludes of the servants, Walpole wrote without plan, making his characters natural, not heroic, his events as much supernatural as he could. From this fantasy came the novels of Mrs. Radcliffe, whose habit of explaining the supernatural away Walpole derided, and, from Mrs. Radcliffe, in part, came the impulse of Scott, and the moody heroes of Byron. From the mustard seed of Otranto grew a tree with birds in all its boughs. Walpole's play, The Mysterious Mother, was even morbidly romantic in conception, 1768. His historic doubts on Richard III show a new spirit of historic skepticism, and a desire to trace accepted historical ideas to their ultimate sources of evidence. Such minute inquiry was not common, when Hume and Smollett were our historians. Walpole, who had succeeded to the earldom of Orford, died on March 2, 1797. His Anecdotes of Painting and Royal and Noble Authors are all they aimed at being. His letters, in extent, observation, inner knowledge of society, and wit, have no rivals in English, but his real position in literature and taste is that of a pioneer. The essential Horace was very unlike Macaulay's splenetic portrait of him, and did not deserve Thackeray's nickname, Horace Waddlepuddle. Under his many affectations he was a true friend and a good patriot, a delightful wit and an agency in the advance of literature and taste. Between him and Dr. Jonson, of course, there was a gulf that neither man dreamed of trying to cross. Laurence Sterne. Laurence Sterne can scarcely be ranged in any species of writers. He was not a novelist, though his most humorous and exquisitely finished characters, Mr. Shandy, Uncle Toby, Corporal Trim, Obadiah, Dr. Slop, Yorick, and Mrs. Shandy appear in what professed to be a kind of novel, The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gent, 1760–1767. These characters are really studies like those of Addison, but they appeared in a long succession of volumes which obtained their great vogue first of all, perhaps, by wild eccentricity, with blank pages, asterisks, irasians, and even pages of marbled paper. Next, now by an undercurrent, now by an overflow, of indecent or indecorous story or suggestion, thirdly, by the fact that these were the recreations of a country parson. These allurements were the first and transient causes of Sterne's popularity, these and a quantity of odd anecdotes, often borrowed wholesale from Burton's then forgotten Anatomy of Melancholy. As the lewd anecdotes were taken from French collections of the 16th century. But while these baits, this merriment of a parson, allured the town, every reader of taste had the noblest excuse for reading the book. It contained the grave and logical humors and exquisite intellectual caprices of Shandy the father. The patient, kind, dull tolerance of Mrs. Shandy, whose unexpected associations of ideas resemble those of Mrs. Nickleby, the gallantry, simplicity, and noble goodness of Uncle Toby, a person not wholly unlike a Colonel Newcome of the 18th century, the similar qualities of his more chivalrous Sancho, Corporal Trim, the wiles of the widow Wadman. And, what is pleasing to reflective minds, the curse of Arnulfus, bestowed on him, Obadiah. Our men swore terribly in Flanders, said Uncle Toby, but the ancient formulae of Catholic curses went far beyond our men. For the sentimental there was the death of Lefebvre, which, in school reading books, but ineffectually appealed for tears to men now old. Thus much of Tristram Shandy is as good can be, and might be collected, with explanatory passages, and exhibited without harm or offence to any reader. But, so presented, it would lose the attraction on which Sterne deliberately counted. The intermixture of insinuation and buffoonery with character and sentiment. Great parts of Tristram Shandy, once, it seems, essential to its success, are now detrimental to its general diffusion, all the more because the high and low tumbling is that of a clergyman. The author, born 1713, was English by family and descent, grandson of a cavalier English clergyman of the Great Rebellion, and Archbishop of the Restoration. We meet his father, Roger Sterne, an ensign in a regiment of foot, in Thackeray's Esmond, where, in his wild way, he makes a very sensible remark, when the exiled king, fighting for France, rides up to the English lines. For several years, Lawrence Sterne followed the drums of his father's regiment, till, at 10 years old, a kinsman sent him to school at Halifax, 1723, and the life of a camp where men swore terribly inspires his pictures of soldiers. But was not the most chaste school for a little boy. In 1733, rather old, he went to Jesus College, Cambridge, and made the friendship of John Hall, Stevenson, of Skelton Castle. A humorist, a reckless liver, he had a great and unholy influence on Sterne, who took orders and 2 small livings in Yorkshire, and, 1741, married a lady of some property, after a sentimental wooing. Sentiment did not last. Sterne, an accomplished philanderer, became passing weary of her love, and the pair were only kept together by Sterne's affection for his daughter, Lydia. Not till 1760 did the first volume of Tristram Shandy appear, born of a casual spite against Dr. Slop, Dr. Burton, a Jacobite physician of York. Tristram instantly made Sterne a lion in London, a friend of the great, and a diner out. In winter he wrote more Shandy, and published sermons on the strength of his success. In the summer he worked at home, till a consumptive tendency sent him to the least desirable parts of southern France, by way of Paris where he met everybody, and, later, to Italy. He died in London, alone, 1768, save for the lodging-house keeper, and a footman, a MacDonald of the Keppoch branch, whose father followed Prince Charlie, and whose own childish adventures, in 1745, as he has described them, were a subject made for the hand of the expiring humorist. He had kept on publishing, with varying success, new volumes of Tristram Shandy, almost to the end, when he had the happy thought of beginning his sentimental journey. With its bewildering mixture of the old favorite matter with pretty vignettes of southern scenes and manners, pictures with the prettiness and other qualities of the French painter, Groys. Here we have both the admired hungry donkey, fed by Sterne with macaroons, and the sentimentalized dead donkey, which provoked the skepticism of Mr. Samuel Weller. Sterne sketched the French as Hogarth did, but with infinitely more sensibility and sympathy. He is a classic in France, no less than in England. Sterne's letters and Journal to Eliza, a very characteristic piece, are collected in Mr. Louis Melville's Life and Letters of Sterne. His biographer, Mr. H. D. Trail, 1882, says that Sterne undergoes, I suspect, even more than an English classic's ordinary share of reverential neglect. If this be so, Sterne himself, with his acrobatic clowning, is to blame, but the loss lies on the readers of mature age who neglect this contemplator of human life, this creator of characters, this painter of manners irrevocably past. 42. David Hume. David Hume, a younger son of the Laird of Ninewells in Berwickshire, was born in April, 1711. He attended lectures in the University of Edinburgh at a very early age, and, when about 17, devoted himself entirely to solitary study, classical, poetical, and philosophic. The ruling passion of his life was the desire of literary fame, of which, with all his success, he never obtained more than he wanted. Various attempts in other professions ended in his return to his studies. He was only 25 when he wrote his Treatise of Human Nature. He published it in 1739, was disappointed by its reception, affected to disavow it, but reproduced, in more finished literary form, many of its doctrines in his later essays. The earlier essays, of 1741 to 1742, were successful. The philosophical essays, 1748, were attacked by orthodox divines, whom the Essay on Miracles, of which the central idea occurred to Hume while arguing with a Jesuit in France, was not apt to conciliate. Some essays he left for posthumous publication. He was in evil odour on account of his opinions, and obtained no better post in Scotland than the keepership of the Advocates' Library. But in Scotland his geniality, good humour, and practical wisdom, made him dear even to those who thought his opinions dangerous. By great frugality he made himself independent of the great, while his History of England, begun in 1754, though, like most honest histories it at first offended all parties, proved not unprofitable and greatly increased his reputation. In 1765, he was made Secretary of Legation in Paris. Later he obtained the post of Under-Secretary for Home Affairs, and finally returned to Edinburgh, in opulence, as he said, with £1,000 a year. He had many friends among the preachers of the moderate party, and died in 1776, contented, and not without some parade. Dr. Jonson thought, of his philosophic fearlessness. In Paris he was highly popular. But, though England had done much for him, he used to express great dislike of the English. He laboured, none the less, to purge his style of Scotticisms, of which he drew up a list. Alienarly, and, alongst, are to be avoided. And he determined to write a pretty girl enough, in place of a pretty enough girl. Hume's philosophical ideas belong to the history, not of literature, but of philosophy. His position, in a continuation of Locke, was sceptical, and had immense influence in causing a reaction and a closer criticism, first in Germany, then in England. Professor Huxley, Hume's biographer, has exposed many of the fallacies in his Essay on Miracles, and others are glaring. Of the natural history of religion, he wrote unembarrassed by much knowledge of the subject, for early men, as far as we know, often reasoned otherwise than Hume thought that they would necessarily reason. Philosophy and history are always in a state of flux, through the influence of criticism, of new discoveries, and of historical documents, with which Hume had little acquaintance. But a study of modern metaphysics must still begin with the works of Hume, though no one can go to his history for full and accurate information. Unable, or reluctant, to speak his mind quite freely, he adopted the ironical method, without the sometimes elephantine frivolity of Gibbon. Like his fellow countryman, Dr. Robertson, he was no enthusiastic worshipper of the heroes of the Reformation. And, though nothing less than a Jacobite, he was Tory enough to be tolerant of the Stuart kings, or rather to study them in the light of the conditions under which they lived. It is in the same light that Hume and his philosophy must be regarded. His letters are among his most interesting works, and his attack on Macpherson's Ossian, with his defense of the Epigoniad, the Theban epic of his friend Professor Wilkie, in themselves give a correct and rather amusing view of his tastes and limitations. Robertson. William Robertson, 1721–1793, the son of a parish minister in Midlothian, was also a minister of the Church of Scotland, and the leader of the moderate party, as against the enthusiastic spiritual descendants of the Covenanters. The moderates aimed at taste, learning, and the acquisition of a style free from Scottish idioms. This style Robertson displayed, 1759, in his History of Scotland. A topic could scarcely be more unpopular than his, the publisher said, but his book had a very wide success south of the border, and his later works on the reign of Charles V, and on American history were not less popular. His manner is calm, reflective, and studiously destitute of enthusiasm. Both he and Hume viewed the religious history of their country with a critical tranquility very unlike the spirit introduced by Carlyle. His defect lay, not in the art of clear and definite presentation, but in limited knowledge of original documents. Edward Gibbon. The old reproach, that no British altars had been erected to the muse of history, was recently disproved, says Gibbon, by the first performances of Robertson and Hume, the histories of Scotland and the Stuarts. The perfect composition, the nervous language, the well-turned periods of Dr. Robertson, inflamed me to the ambitious hope that I might one day tread in his footsteps, the calm philosophy. The careless inimitable beauties of his friend and rival, Hume, often forced me to close the volume with a mixed sensation of delight and despair. After 10 years' work by Gibbon at his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, a letter from Mr. Hume, 1776, overpaid the labor, but I have never presumed to accept a place in the triumvirate of British historians. The fondness of Caledonian patriotism cannot accept the compliment paid to Robertson and Hume by the modesty of the author of The Decline and Fall. The works of the two Scottish historians, though still very readable, and distinguished in style, are superseded by histories much more learned and based on documents not accessible to the Scots. But the monumental edifice of Gibbon is a possession forever. Born at Putney, early in May, 1737, Edward Gibbon came of an ancient though not historically distinguished family, whose wealth was impaired by the connection of his grandfather with the South Sea Bubble, and by his father's lack of economy. Gibbon's health, in boyhood, was bad, and his education irregular. He was a sufferer in an age when the schoolboy may have been whipped for misapprehending a passage, in Phaedrus, which Bentley could not restore, and which Burman could not explain. Thus he writes in his autobiography, in this work he affects to compose with artless effort, but the rounded periods of his great book come unbidden to his pen, or rather, he devoted elaborate care to the 6 drafts of his memoirs. In 2 years passed at Westminster School, Gibbon did not master Greek and Latin. His next 3 years were passed in wide desultory reading, in translation of the classics, and in modern history, which from boyhood was his passion. Going to Magdalen College, Oxford, before he was 15, with a stock of erudition that might have puzzled a doctor, and a degree of ignorance of which a schoolboy would have been ashamed. He was disgusted by the indolent ignorance of the fellows of his college, decent easy men, at whose table as a gentleman commoner he dined. In close grammatical study under his tutor he found neither profit nor pleasure. He lived in or out of Oxford as he pleased, read Catholic books, professed himself a Catholic. The offence, says Blackstone, amounts to high treason. It amounted to petty treason. Gibbon's father removed him from Magdalen to the tuition of Mallet, a freethinker, and thence he was carried to Lausanne and the house of a Calvinist minister, who in 2 years brought him within the Presbyterian fold. After such a series of theological adventures it is not strange that Gibbon's aversion to Christianity declares itself wherever he has a chance of sneering at that religion. He returned to England in 1758, after sighing as a lover and obeying as a son, when his father commanded him to resign his passion for Mademoiselle Kirchard, later Madame Necker, the mother of Madame de Staël. At Lausanne he had studied very widely and with elaborate organization of his work. In England he still read, never handled a gun, seldom mounted a horse, but devoted himself to his duties as an officer in the Hampshire militia. Here he acquired some practical knowledge of military affairs which was valuable to him in his remarks on the discipline of the Roman army. He meditated several historical topics. Returned to the continent, and at Rome, October 15, 1764, conceived, as he has told us in imperishable words, the idea of writing The Decline and Fall, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the temple of Jupiter. The distractions of society, and of politics, for he had a seat in Parliament, and belonged to White's, Boodle's, Brooks's and the club of Dr. Jonson, did not draw Gibbon from his great ambition. He had studied style till, in conversation, his polish was occasionally finical. He moved to flutes and hautboys. George Coleman the younger has left a portrait of Gibbon in verse, which is corroborated, as far as his manner in conversation went, by a letter of his own, 1764. His person looked as funnily obese, as if a pagad, growing large as man, had rashly waddled off its chimney piece to visit a Chinese upon a fan. Such his exterior, curious 'twas to scan. And oft he rapped his snuff-box, cocked his snout. And ere his polished periods he began, bent forwards, stretching his forefinger out, and talked in phrase as round as he was roundabout. Roundness, meditated balance, are the characteristics of Gibbon's style. Before he wrote a note or a letter he arranged completely in his mind what he wished to express. He says, "It has always been my practice to cast a long paragraph in a single mold, to try it in my ear, to deposit it in my memory, but to suspend the action of my pen till I had given the last polish to my work. As one consequence, my first rough manuscript, without any intermediate copy, has been sent to the press." Gibbon's history, in the vast whole, as well as in each sentence, was thus premeditated, under his ruling philosophic idea of what such a history should be. He had completely assimilated his mass of materials, and each topic was reduced to its proper dimensions, without encumbering details, while all marched to the flutes and hautboys of his rounded music. We may think it occasionally monotonous, and marvel that so many periods should conclude with a clause introduced by the preposition of. But this is a trifling criticism, he had chosen his vehicle. And, though we should not imitate his style, yet a style it is, admirably adapted to its purpose. His reading was enormous in every branch of learning, including the science of coins. He constantly refers to the metals as well as the historians. It may be curious to note that while he devotes 4 pages to the criticism of the iron cage of Bajazet, 1402, he neglects to mention that such cages or hutches were commonly used for the safeguarding of important prisoners of war by the contemporary chivalry of France and England. It is, of course, impossible, it would not be easy for the most learned of historians, to criticize in a few words a historical work of such vast survey, and concerned with so many and such various topics. With the affairs of so many races and religions, throughout so many centuries. The faults which have been chiefly criticized are Gibbon's total inability to be generous towards Christianity, and the bad taste of some of his notes, which appear to be the refreshments of a natural fatigue. In his day, he says, history was the most popular species of composition, and he is at a loss how to describe the success of the work, without betraying the vanity of the writer. He ended his task, and he has described his emotions when all was done, on June 27, 1787, at Lausanne, the place of his boyish exile and of his solitary affair of the heart. He died in 1794, having been mainly busy with the drafts of his autobiography. These drafts, with his most interesting letters, have been published by the piety of the Earl of Sheffield, the grandson of his devoted friend, John Holroyd, 1st Lord Sheffield. In his early letters Gibbon is no purist. "I tipped the boy with a crown," he says, an early use of a familiar modern term. Richard Brinsley Sheridan. Richard Brinsley Sheridan, 1751–1816, like Burke and Goldsmith, was an Irishman by birth. His family provided Prince Charles, in Sir Thomas Sheridan, with a most inefficient tutor, and an unfortunate comrade in war. Sheridan's own family was Protestant, his grandfather was a friend of Dean Swift in Ireland, and a humorist. His son, though in Dr. Jonson's set, was regarded by the great lexicographer as a prodigy of natural dullness, highly cultivated and improved by art. Educated at Harrow, young Richard never gave any cause for the complaint that he was dull. At 21 he eloped from Bath with the beautiful Miss Linley, a charming singer, the Saint Cecilia of Reynolds's painting. In 1775, Sheridan produced The Rivals, at Covent Garden. One of the few plays of the 18th century which still live on the stage, and perhaps can never cease to amuse, thanks to Mrs. Malaprop's exquisitely well-chosen derangement of epithets, and the unexpected variety of her parts of speech. Malapropisms may be styled a mechanical form of humor, but Mrs. Malaprop's own are happily expressive of her character. To know Lydia Languish is to love her. And Sir Lucius Otrigger scarcely caricatures the ideas of his dueling fellow-countrymen, whilst Bob Acres is the most sympathetic of all the comic poltroons of the stage, though too sanguine in his belief that dams have had their day. Sir Anthony Absolute is a delightful variation on the stock character of the angry father, and these diverting figures make the sentimental parts of the serious lovers, Falkland and Julia, rather ungrateful. The school for scandal may be called conventional in the contrast of hypocrisy and reckless goodness of heart in Joseph and Charles Surface. But convention is permitted to the stage, while Sir Peter and Lady Teazle, with the happy high spirits of the whole farcical comedy, and the varieties in the candour of the scandalmongers, make the play at least the rival of the rivals. As it is far more provocative of mirth than the wit of Congreve. The critic, again, in its delicious nonsense and satire of authors, actors, and critics, Sir Fretful Plagiary is as diverting as realistic, infinitely surpasses its old model, the rehearsal. We laugh aloud as we read, and are convulsed as we look on when the piece is acted. Who forgets the nod of Lord Burleigh in the drama of the Armada, and the exquisite reason for which the characters cannot behold the galleons of Spain, and the romantic demeanour of the two Tilburinas, and the governor who remains fixed, while the father is moved? Of Sheridan's other plays, St. Patrick's Day is not seen on the stage, while the Duenna does not attain unto the first three. As manager and owner of Drury Lane Theatre, Sheridan proved himself to be not more skilled in finance than Balzac. In debt always, he somehow kept afloat. You would have said that he was not the stuff they make wigs of any more than Charles Fox. In Parliament, however, 1780, he attached himself to that statesman's party. Attacked Warren Hastings, and amused the Prince of Wales, George IV, who certainly appreciated literary genius, from Sheridan and Scott to Miss Austen. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu. Born a Pierpont, daughter of the Earl of Kingston, 1689 to 1762, and wife of Edward Wortley Montagu, Lady Mary, a toast at 8, lived through the great age of Anne and Pope, her absurd admirer before he was her shameless satirist. She was equally celebrated for her beauty, her wit, and her introduction of inoculation against smallpox, from Constantinople, where her husband was English ambassador, 1716. Her light verses are sparkling and malicious. Her fame rests on her letters, from the East, from England among the wits, to her sister, who married the Jacobite Earl of Mar, and lived in France, and, in later life, to Lady Bute, from Avignon, with its Jacobite colony, and from Italy, where she read and remarked on the great novelists of the day. Even Walpole's letters are scarcely more entertaining, and more brilliant records of society in the 18th century do not exist. Lady Mary was not sentimental, and laughed at Pope's lightning-stricken lovers. Or rather at the artificiality of Pope's sentiment concerning them. Junius. Stat nominis umbra. Because we do not know who wrote the letters of political invective signed Junius, and published by Woodfall in The Public Advertiser, 1768 to 1773, much has been written about the mystery of the author's identity. From Sir Philip Francis, who seems to be the favourite, like Mathioli for the Man in the Iron Mask ship, to the wicked Lord Lyttelton and Edward Gibbon, there have been about a score of candidates. Mathioli was certainly not the Man in the Iron Mask, and perhaps Sir Philip Francis was not Junius, who gives himself, very cleverly if he were Sir Philip, the air of being some great one. The letters, except to the professed historian, are repulsive. The worst quality of satire, spite masquerading as virtuous indignation, is their chief characteristic. Their style is that of antithetical rhetoric, highly inflated. Their subject is party politics and personal invective. XXXII The Romantic Movement. Coleridge. The so-called Romantic movement in the English literature of the early 19th century was, first, the result of a tendency to expansion in every conceivable direction. There was delight in the freedom of the open air and of nature. In the late 17th and 18th centuries, most men who were not fox hunters were devoted to the stuffy business of living in houses, and passed the greater part of the day in coffee houses and taverns, drinking wine, tea, chocolate, and ceaselessly conversing. The fat Georgian faces of Hume and Gibbon, the early corpulence and early gout are indications of the life led, when they could afford it, by men of letters. The return to nature, in poetry implied a reaction against these habits. Politically, there was, in connection with the French Revolution, expansion in the direction of universal brotherhood. Be my brother or I will cut your throat, sois mon frère, oujete Tuesday, was the motto of extreme philanthropists. It's comin' yet for a that man to man the world o'er. Shall brithers be for a that? Wrote Burns while the guillotine was in the making, and the thunder was approaching of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. These emotions of hope for the near future entered, no less than the love and study of nature, into the romantic literature, and the minds of the poets also expanded in theological and mystical speculation, half German, half in the style of Greek Platonic philosophy. The sentiment of human unity also turned to the past, history was revivified, medieval art was appreciated, chivalry was an ideal, and a very excellent ideal, were human nature capable of carrying it into practice. Verse was emancipated, all that Goldsmith protested against, sonnets, blank verse, happy negligence, anapaests, flourished, and the characteristics of the new age were variously illustrated by men all born within some 5 years of each other. In the North or the South, William Wordsworth, 1770, Walter Scott, 1771, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772, Robert Southey, 1774, and Charles Lamb, 1775, to whom we may add Walter Landor, 1775. Of these the most inspiring influence was probably that of the man who produced the least in bulk of great literature, Coleridge. He was, as it were, the Socrates of the time, the talker. Coleridge was born at the vicarage of Ottery Mary, in the Devonshire which Herrick and Keats so much disliked, on October 21, 1772. His father, the Rev. John Coleridge, was vicar and master of the grammar school, and for goodness, learning, and ignorance of the world was compared by his son to Fielding's Parson Adams. Coleridge describes himself as a dreamy child, useless at games, timorous, and a telltale, despising most boys of my own age. You can't think how ignorant these boys are, said Scott, when asked, as a child, why he was not playing with his little neighbors. Like R. L. Stevenson, Coleridge suffered from night fears and visions of fever, born of the Arabian Nights. He had seen too many ghosts to believe in them. After the death of his father, who appreciated him, Coleridge went to Christ's Hospital in London, 1782, and Lamb has described his life, and his early homesickness at that painfully Spartan academy. Though he revived by internal light, the trees, the meadows, and his native stream. While a schoolboy Coleridge's spirits were high, he made friends enough, Charles Lamb being the first, read widely. Dipped, like other curious boys, into the dreams of the post-Christian Neoplatonists, Iamblichus, the great authority on spiritualism, and Plotinus, so good in parts, and adored, at 17, the 20 sonnets of the Reverend Mr. Bowles, 1762–1850, afterwards the opponent of Byron in the question, was Pope a poet? Bowles, at all events, handed the torch of non-Popean poetry to Coleridge, who won scholarships and exhibitions that maintained him at Jesus College, Cambridge, 1791. Here he met Wordsworth of St. John's, already a printed poet, at a meeting of an essay society. But Coleridge had not written his essay. He now fled from Cambridge, to be a dragoon, which did not suit his genius. He returned to Cambridge, visited Oxford in 1794, met Southey of Balliol, and with him made a plan to migrate with kindred souls to the States, and found a pantisocratic society, wherein all should be brothers and equals. Coleridge was as fit to be a farming colonist as Mr. Micawber, and, being just off with one love, he presently engaged himself to another, Miss Sarah Fricker, a sister of Southey's bride. Coleridge at this time wrote a good deal of verse and described his own hand as graspless, his genius as sloth jaundiced all, while, elsewhere, he spoke of his fat vacuity of face, an 18th-century face, with full lax lips, redeemed by dark intelligent eyes. Coleridge was like some bold seer in a trance, seeing all his own mischance. He left Cambridge without a degree, married on the prospects of his poetry, started a weekly serial, The Watchman, and, 1796, published poems. Some of them were written at school. Many of them are full of Gray's allegorical figures. One, Religious Musings, in blank verse, is on the nativity and the evils of society. Others are imitative of Bowles. An Ode to a Young Jackass is reminiscent of Sterne's Donkey. Perhaps some stanzas named Luddy, or the Circassian love chaunt, alone suggest the essential qualities of Coleridge. In 1796 to 1797, Coleridge took a cottage at Stowey. The light shall stream to a far distance from the taper in my cottage window. He was busy with an unfinished poem on Jeanne d'Arc. In blank verse, fragments appear in The Destiny of Nations. He represented her as seeing her saints first when of the age of 20, to which she never attained. Her eyebrows were wildly haired. The voices, in Coleridge, spoke to Jeanne about the Pacific Ocean, the protoplast, Leviathan, and kindred matters, not much in her way. Jeanne has suffered as much at the hands of poets as from her French judges. Lamb induced Coleridge to abandon these absurdities. In Midsummer, 1797, Coleridge met Wordsworth and his exquisite sister, Dorothy, who paid a visit to Stowey, and settled near him. A play, Osorio, was not accepted for the stage. The two poets formed various projects of collaboration. One resulted in The Ancient Mariner, March, 1798, the quintessence of romance. In 1798 Coleridge met and carried captive Hazlitt, who later broke his bonds with a glee and fury unworthy of him. By this time, according to Hazlitt, Coleridge had made experiments in opium, of which the bondage was never broken. In 1798 the famous volume, Lyrical Ballads, by Coleridge and Wordsworth, challenged the world with Wordsworth's Idiot Boy and Tintern Abbey, examples of the opposite poles of his genius, with The Ancient Mariner, among other things. In 1798 to 1799 Coleridge was studying in Germany, absorbing philosophies. In 1800 he removed with his family to Greta Hall near Keswick, or to Windermere, while the Wordsworths were at Grasmere, hence the name of the Lake Poets. Coleridge was now working at the second part of the never-to-be-finished Christabel, begun at Stowey. Sir John Stoddart read or repeated some stanzas of Christabel to Scott, who followed the metres of Coleridge in The Lay of the Last Minstrel, 1805. Coleridge, who did not publish Christabel, and the extraordinary fragment composed in Sleep, Kubla Khan, with The Pains of Sleep, till 1816, was not unjustifiably annoyed by the anticipation of his metre, which was not new, but was first used by Coleridge in romantic poetry. Scott seems to have been quite unconscious of sin. Despite the large number of Coleridge's poems, it is generally confessed that only The Ancient Mariner, Christabel, Kubla Khan, Love, All Thoughts, All Passions, All Delights, Youth and Age, 1822 to 1832, Time, Real and Imaginary, with Dejection, an Ode, 1802, and Parts of France, an Ode, 1798, represent that in the poet which was absolutely his, and his alone. The vision, supernaturally clear, the music, the glow, the strange beauty, are present in these poems, things inimitable and unequaled. Coleridge was always a teacher, and had been a Unitarian preacher. His early poems are constantly didactic, but, in his poems which live, there is no lesson, unless we regard The Ancient Mariner as a tract for the prevention of cruelty to animals. The great poems appear to have been given to him in flashes of vision, as Kubla Khan certainly was given in sleep, and broken by the arrival of a person from Porlock on business. It is fairly apparent that Christabel had its germ in a brief vision of the meeting of the innocent heroine with a being beautiful and horrible. I guess, 'twas frightful there to see a lady so richly clad as she, beautiful exceedingly. We may even conjecture at the close of the vision, a thing so grotesque as well as terrible, that the poem could never find a conclusion. It is not clear that Coleridge's poems had much effect on those of younger contemporaries. Without Coleridge, Shelley would have written as he did write. If anything by Keats is influenced by Coleridge it is La Belle Dame sans Merci. To Scott, Coleridge gave only the idea of the metre of Christabel. In close intimacy Coleridge and Wordsworth stimulated each other. In other respects Coleridge's critical and philosophical ideas welled from him in lectures, orally delivered. His Shakespearean criticism was of the highest merit in spiritual appreciation. In The Friend, an unsuccessful and unexhilarating periodical. In his Biographia Literaria, 1817–1818, which is not so biographical or so literary as it is reflective, and critical of Hartley's philosophy in Wordsworth's poems, he is too discursive to be easily read. And the systematic works on philosophy about which he dreamed and talked were never produced. His life, after his visit to Italy and Malta in 1804–1806, was desultory. His friendship with the Wordsworths was interrupted. Lamb, always true to him, could describe him as a damaged archangel. Hazlitt, furious with Coleridge's later conservatism, insulted his Christabel in the Edinburgh Review, and declared that the praises given to it by Scott and Byron were inspired by desire of praise from Coleridge. From 1816 to his death in 1834 Coleridge lived quietly and more happily with Mr. Gilman at Hampstead, much visited by people who hoped to be instructed as well as charmed by his conversation, or rather by his monologues. In 1820 Keats met him and walked 2 miles with him. He broached 1,000 things, nightingales, poetry, on poetical sensation, metaphysics, different genera and species of dreams, a dream accompanied by a sense of touch. A dream related, first and second consciousness, the difference explained between will and volition, so say metaphysicians from a want of smoking, that is detecting, the second consciousness, monsters, the kraken, mermaids. Southey believed in them, Southey's belief too much deluded, a ghost story. The second consciousness may be the subconsciousness or subliminal self of modern psychologists. He is a kind good soul, says the sardonic Carlyle, full of religion and affection, and poetry and animal magnetism. Scott met this extraordinary man at dinner. Coleridge, after dinner, lectured on the Samothracian mysteries as the origin of all fairy tales, and on the Iliad as a miscellany contributed to by many authors during a century. Zounds, I never was so bethumped with words. Walter Scott. Sir Walter Scott, descended from the hardened branch of the great clan that had kept the marches through centuries of English wars, was born in Edinburgh on August 15, 1771. Neither from his father, the father of Alan Fairford, in Red Gauntlet, nor from his mother, of another border clan, the Rutherfords, can he be supposed to have drawn his genius, though Mrs. Scott appreciated literature. In early childhood a mysterious malady inflicted on him a lifelong lameness, in contrast with his great physical strength, and his preference for the profession of arms. His early childhood was passed in the heart of the borders, at Smailholm Tower, overlooking Tweed, Teviot, and the scenes of 100 battles. The old ballads were his earliest reading, and tales of Prince Charles's War, told by veterans of the 45, his great delight. At school he flashed from end to end of the form, rising by his general information, and falling by his indifference to grammar. He was an omnivorous reader, forgetting nothing, a teller of tales, a roamer on foot through the countryside, and he left the High School of Edinburgh, quite Greekless, for the university, where he learned no Greek. But of Latin, including medieval Latin, he had enough for his purposes. His quotations show indifference to quantity and meter, and French, Italian, and German he acquired for the purpose of reading their poetry and romances. His native appreciation of verse astonished people in his childhood, love of the past was his dominant passion, and in nature the historical memories of places were even more to him than natural beauty. After the customary training in his father's office, he was called to the Scottish bar, enjoying little practice, but making friends in every rank, and enduring a disappointment in love, by which his heart, though fairly mended by his marriage in 1797, to a Miss Charpentier, was broken but not embittered. His earliest published verses were translations from German ballads, including the famous Lenore of Berger, and he published a translation of the Gotts von Berlichingen of Goethe. These essays attracted little attention, more was paid to such imitations of the old ballads as Glenfinlas, and Cadzo, and The Eve of St. John, abounding in poetic spirit, though not archaic in diction. He obtained a long-deferred reversion of a place as clerk in the Parliament House, and the sheriffship of Selkirkshire, the Forest of Ettrick, where in summer he resided, first at Ashestiel-on-Tweed, the centre of the beauties and legends of the border. In yearly raids into almost roadless Liddesdale, he learned to know the dandy Dinmonts, and collected the traditions, and the ballads of the Border Minstrelsy, of which the first edition, with copious historical and antiquarian notes, was published in 1802. The famous false alarm of invasion of 1803, described in The Antiquary, sent him on a ride of 100 miles, to Dalkeith, the house of his chief, the Duke of Buccleuch, and the trysting-place of the borderers. A command of the Duchess suggested a ballad on a tradition of a goblin page. Parts of Coleridge's unpublished Christabel, which he had heard recited, gave the model of the irregular octosyllabic verse, and in 1805 the result, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, made Scott by far the most popular of poets. The Lay was the most spontaneous, and in many ways the best, of his romances in verse. Marmion, 1808, more studied, more tragical, and fortunate in the magnificent canto on the Battle of Flodden, and The Lady of the Lake, 1810, with its blending of Highland and Lowland characters and scenes in the reign of James V. About 1535, only confirmed his popularity and success. Rokeby, 1812, was, despite its excellent songs, and a highly Byronic outlaw preceding Byron, less favourably received. And The Lord of the Isles, 1815, on the adventures of Bruce, a subject long meditated, was not saved by its Battle of Bannockburn, a fight only inferior to the Flodden of Marmion. Byron, with his modern romance and his living celebrity, had defeated the historical muse, and Scott did not put forth his strength in Harold the Dauntless and The Bridal of Triermain. He was the best judge of his own poetry, written for young people of spirit, he said, though he did not allow his own young people to read it, a deprivation which they took very unconcernedly. It is not to Scott's poetry, except in some of his lyrics, that we look for deep reflection on human destinies, or for delicate subtlety of phrase. All the charm of all the muses, often flowering in a lonely word. His reflections he kept to himself, he told his story in his galloping, light horseman, style of verse, he made the dead past live again. He repeopled with their dreams the roofless towers of the borders, the highland caves and bothies, the deserted palaces and castles, whose last native king was then dying, a priest, in Rome. His verses, read aloud to Wellington's men in Spain, inspirited them in the charge, as they awoke among all men what had long been slumbering, the love of poetry. Scott, like Yama, the first of men who died, opened a pathway unto many, inclined men to give an ear to verse. He set Byron the model for his popular versified tales of Oriental adventure. And he was unceasing in recommending the poetry, so unlike his own, of Wordsworth, and in applauding Byron with unfeigned generosity. While his devotion to the Old English drama displays itself in quotations in his prose, and in imitations, improvised chapter headings, in his novels. From his first translations of ballads, to the snatches sung by Madge Wildfire, the song of Proud Maisie, and the ringing lyric of Bonnie Dundee, he first awoke and then kept vigilant the spirit of ancient popular minstrelsy. In short, his poetry was such as came to a man of his genius, during his grand gallops among the hills, while he was thinking of Marmion. His laxities in form are, indeed, less glaring than those of Byron, but, from the first, were conspicuous to himself and to his critics. His appeal to names of hill and loch and sea strait, rivers and burns and towers and glens, makes half of his charm in the ears of those to whom the places are dear and familiar. He was the latest minstrel, the Homer, the creative and unifying successor of many nameless men who left great verse unto a little clan. Above all, he was a narrator, a storyteller, a creator of characters, a humorist, and his essential genius, his dramatic gift, his knowledge of the past and the present, found its true vehicle in the prose of his novels. Scott's career falls naturally into two parts, first from the Minstrelsy, 1802, to The Lord of the Isles, 1815, and next from Waverley, 1814, to the author's death in 1832. But in the earlier years were sown the seeds of disaster. Scott had, before 1813, been entangled in financial troubles, owing to his association with the printing and publishing affairs of his old friends, James and John Ballantyne. Despite his common sense, Scott was sanguine and unpractical as a publisher. His enterprises were dominated by preferences, personal or antiquarian. His hospitality and his tastes were expensive, and his associates were not the men to control and direct him, or even to keep the commercial books of the concern. In fact, shipwreck, once at least, seemed inevitable, before Scott struck a vein of fairy gold in prose romance. Before speaking of Scott as a novelist, it should be said that he was the most copious, various, and readable of the critics and general writers of his time. His great edition of Dryden, now reinforced by the notes of Mr. Saintsbury, still holds its ground, in despite of the contempt of Leigh Hunt, and his Life of Swift is still the most valuable, for the judgment of so sane and generous a mind on the mystery of Swift's character and career. Scott's many essays, collected from periodicals, mainly from the Quarterly Review, which he practically founded, are treasures of information and anecdote. His criticism, for example, in the Lives of the Novelists, errs most in the direction of generosity. His Tales of a Grandfather, written for his little grandson, John Lockhart, who died in childhood, combines delightful versions of historic legends of early times with the most impartial treatment of such difficult and disputable periods as the Reformation and the Age of the Covenant. Scott had strong sentimental leanings towards Mary Stuart, the Cavaliers, and the Jacobites, but, in writing history for the young, he deliberately corrected his bias. A Life of Mary Stuart he refused to write, because his reason was at variance with his feelings. His Napoleon was a piece of taskwork, executed with cruel rapidity, and, of course, he had not access to many sources of information now open. Of course, too, like any man who had lived through the Napoleonic Wars, he was a partisan, in his case of his country's party. But he did not carry political partisanship into literature. He had no part, despite ignorant assertions, in the attacks on the Cockney School. He tried to tempt Charles Lamb to visit him at Abbotsford, and he seized an opportunity of applauding Mrs. Shelley's Frankenstein because he believed it to be by Shelley. William Wordsworth. The contrast between the friends, Coleridge and Wordsworth, was that which poets observe between the South and the North. The child of the soft enervating air of Devonshire, Coleridge, according to his own early diagnosis already quoted, had every other gift, mental and moral, but lacked energy and resolution. His hand was graspless. Wordsworth, on the contrary, born at Cockermouth, April 7, 1770, was a child of the North and of the Border, and a grandchild of Dorothy, born Krakenthorpe, a member of a family which, in the old border laws, is named among the watchers of the fords, against the Scottish raiders. To a genius as great if not as diversified as Coleridge's, Wordsworth united an iron will to be a poet and, as he said, a teacher. With the keenest love of universal nature from the mountains and the storms to the meanest flower that blows, he combined that sense of unity with nature, and with something still more deeply interfused, which Coleridge speaks of in a poem, 1795, composed before he and Wordsworth became intimate. Says Coleridge, "Oh, the one life within us and abroad, which meets all motion and becomes its soul. A light in sound, a sound-like power in light. Rhythm in all thought, and joyance everywhere." Coleridge adds that when he lies at midday on the side of a hill, his fancies traverse his brain, as wild and various as the random gales that swell and flutter on this subject lute, namely an Aeolian harp placed in the open window. Wordsworth, to the same emotions as of a conscious Aeolian harp vibrating to the universe, added an invincible resolve to extract the moral out of every vibration, and to register it in verse. In this task he knew no slackness, he was daily observing, daily composing, consequently the mass of his poetry is very great, and very unequally inspired, since it needs heaven-sent moments for this skill of the poet. while Wordsworth was busy at all moments. After a boyhood happily passed, when he was out of school, in angling, skating, boating, and setting springes for woodcock, Wordsworth went to St. John's College, Cambridge, in 1787, taking his bachelor's degree in 1791. He was an orphan. His father, a solicitor, had been far from prosperous, and it was perhaps to the generosity of his uncle that he owed the advantage of being allowed to mew his mighty youth, in what the world calls idleness. He had the same intense consciousness of and reverence for his own genius as Milton and Tennyson possessed. He would be a poet and nothing but a poet, for the position of stamp distributor which he later enjoyed was a sinecure. Concerning all his poetic childhood and boyhood, and residence in France, from the end of 1791 to the opening of 1793. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. But to be young was very heaven. Down to his wantoning in wild poesy, with Coleridge, 1797, he has told his tale in The Prelude, 1799 to 1805. This extremely long poem in blank verse was regarded by Wordsworth as subsidiary to the preparation for the construction of a literary work that should live. After thus investigating the origin and progress of his own powers as far as he was acquainted with them, Wordsworth intended to produce a philosophical poem, having for its principal subject the sensations and opinions of a poet living in retirement. This poem, also in blank verse, was to be called The Recluse, whereof only a few hundred lines exist, but The Excursion was designed for the second part. The Recluse, Wordsworth says, was to be a kind of Gothic cathedral, the Prelude is the antechapel. And the lyrics, sonnets, and other poems not so large as the antechapel, may be likened to the little cells, oratories, and sepulchral recesses, ordinarily included in these edifices. These oratories are the most favorite portions of Wordsworth's cathedral. And all his poems, long or short, except the tragedy, The Borderers, have for their principal subject the sensations and opinions of a poet living in retirement, but listening with a keen ear to hints and murmurs of the world. From enthusiasm for the French Revolution, Wordsworth, like Burns, when haughty Gaul invasion threats, turned gradually to patriotism, as the French armies of emancipation conquered Switzerland, invaded Spain, and menaced England. Now, like Glenn Bucket at the Battle of Sheriffmuir, 1715, he prayed for 1 hour of Dundee. This unprincipled change of sides caused Wordsworth's poems to be insulted by Hazlitt, and in the Edinburgh Review. He was constant, indeed, to his sympathy with poverty and toil, detested the factory system, and loved his mountains and lakes not only for the beauty of the clouds, mists, and gleams of sunlight, but because labor here preserves his rosy face. A servant only here, of the fireside or of the open field. A freeman therefore sound and unimpaired. The Recluse. But Wordsworth had not a noble scorn of militarism. He sang of Nelson, and the happy warrior, as well as of the lesser Celandine, and was attached to the Anglican establishment. These things were not forgiven to the poetic renegade by Whig critics, or to Coleridge, or to Southey, while Scott, it was admitted, had never turned his coat. Wordsworth was singularly fortunate in the ideal affection of his sister Dorothy, whose eye for natural beauty was as keen as his own, and in his wife, to whom he attributed 2 lines in The Daffodils. They flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. Of his friendship with Coleridge, and of their volume, Lyrical Ballads, we have spoken. They contain examples of his theory, first given in the preface of the second edition of Lyrical Ballads, that the poet ought to imitate and, as far as is possible, adopt the very language of men. I have taken as much pains to avoid what is usually called poetical diction as others ordinarily take to produce it. But Wordsworth could not, of course, keep up to his own standard. Asked what has become of the wild swans, no mortal could reply. The dalesmen may have aimed the deadly tube. The Recluse. Thus, in Lyrical Ballads, in The Idiot Boy, Wordsworth wrote, and I never wrote anything with so much glee. And he must post without delay across the bridge and through the dale, And by the church, and o'er the down, to bring a doctor from the town. Or she will die, old Susan Gale. Dr. Jonson had anticipated this theory of non-poetic diction in poetry. As with my hat upon my head, I walked along the Strand. I there did meet another man, with his hat in his hand. Wordsworth stood courageously, all the more stiffly because he was laughed at, by his theory. In practice he made the poor woman of The Affliction of Margaret talk of the incommunicable sleep of the dead. Here the not ordinary word has a meaning not ordinary. The lyrical ballads contained poetry so remote from The Idiot Boy as the lines on Tintern Abbey. With a sense sublime of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean and the living air, and the blue sky, and in the mind of man, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. Mens agitat molem, it is the philosophy of Virgil. The consciousness of this unity with nature and of both with that which is divine had been with Wordsworth from his childhood, as he records in The Prelude, and elsewhere, and this aspect of his thought even affected Byron. In the last part of Childe Harold, Wordsworth's life was uneventful. He made tours, very fruitful in poetry, to Scotland, 1813, 1814, 1831, 1833, they are dated by Yarrow Unvisited, Yarrow Visited, Yarrow Revisited. The tour of 1831 gave occasion to the noble and tender sonnet, A Trouble Not of Clouds, or Weeping Rain, on the departure of the dying Scot for Italy. With this, 1831, in our memories we cannot say that save for the ode, composed on an evening of extraordinary splendor and beauty, all Wordsworth's good work was done in the decade between 1798 and 1808. His poems of the year 1807 are, no doubt, the least lacking in uniform success. Among them is the ode, On Intimations of Immortality. But, The White Doe of Rylstone, published in 1815, and proclaimed by the Edinburgh Review to be the very worst poem that ever appeared in quarto, was written in 1807, written in such stress of the spirit that the poet was not punctual to the dinner bell, as he informs us. The poem was an excursion into Scott's metres, and one of Scott's historic periods, but its intention was purely spiritual, and very unpopular. The Laodamia, 1814, the meeting of the heroine with the spirit of her lord, the first man slain at Troy, has been highly praised by an excellent judge, Mr. F. W. Myers. But when the appearance says, Thy transport's moderate, we are in touch with the poetic diction of the 18th century and far from the inspiration of the Greek. Thrice I sprang toward the shadow of my mother dead, thrice she flitted from my hands as a shadow or even as a dream. It is, in fact, true that after 1808, with 42 years of life and poetry before him, Wordsworth often failed. Hail, Orient Conqueror of Gloomy Night, is an address to the sun which any follower of Pope might have written, Ode for the Morning of the General Thanksgiving 1816. Many of Wordsworth's most inspired passages are to be found in the long, lofty, and rather bleak antechapel and nave of The Prelude and The Excursion. But lovers of poetry are most apt to kneel in his chapels and oratories, and to read, with unceasing delight and gratitude, in the sweet shire of Cardigan, I heard 1,000 blended notes, there was a boy, ye knew him well, ye cliffs. She dwelt among the untrodden ways, Lucy Gray, beggars, sweet Highland girl, to the cuckoo, the ode to duty, the happy warrior, and the multitude of sonnets of the highest and most varied excellence, in which his genius, like the Follett of Molière, rides his pen and his power comes to its own. Science or stupidity may some day try to compile the statistics of inspiration in poetry. Inspiration cannot easily be defined, but may be described as represented, in a poet's work, by the passages in which, according to the common consent of readers, he reaches a level immeasurably higher than that of versified matter in general, and of his own efforts in particular. In any such calculation the proportion of Wordsworth's inspired verse, a verse of the very highest and most singular merit, is far above the proportion in Coleridge. Few readers who may amuse themselves by trying to place modern English poets after Milton will give Wordsworth anything lower than the second, while very many will give him the foremost rank. But the amount of his uninspired verse, a verse immeasurably below his best, is enormous, and this, with some other circumstances, accounts for the opposition, the refusal to accept him or take him seriously, which he had to encounter in his long life, April 7, 1770 to April 23, 1850. Another obstacle, to be plain, was the infinite number of occasions in which the little pronoun I occurs in his poetry. Great, beneficent, and unique as was the genius of William Wordsworth when he conceived the prelude as only the beginning of what he wanted to say about himself, and about the universe as mirrored in his own intelligence, it became only too manifest that he was, in an unexampled degree, destitute of humor. Amusing anecdotes are told, by Lockhart, of conversations between Wordsworth and Scott in which Wordsworth's poetry was the sole theme, by no means to Sir Walter's discontent. On no contemporary but Burns and Coleridge did he bestow his approval. It may be doubted if he had spent half an hour with Byron's, Shelley's, and Keats's verse. To be sure this self-absorption is a malady most incident to poets. In later life, 1820 to 1837, Wordsworth visited the continent, even reaching Italy. In 1839 he received a noble welcome and an honorary degree from Oxford. In 1843, on Southey's death, he accepted the laureateship, which, before Southey's appointment, Scott had refused, and on April 23, 1850, he passed away, leaving to Tennyson the laurels. He wished to teach us wisdom. He did something better, he gave us happiness. Robert Southey. The name of Robert Southey, born at Bristol, August 12, 1774, was always connected with the names of the Lake School of poets, Coleridge and Wordsworth. Though his theory and practice in poetry were quite distinct from those of the authors of lyrical ballads. Southey was educated at Westminster, where his troubles began in his editorship of a little paper, The Flagellant, which was opposed to flogging. On entering Balliol College, Oxford, 1792, he declared himself a rebel, wearing his hair long, as becomes men of genius, while women of genius commonly wear their hair short. He also despised his dons, and, nearly 20 years later, on meeting Shelley, then aged 19, he found in Shelley the counterpart of his undergraduate self. Shelley, however, did not, when at Oxford, contemplate taking holy orders. Southey soon abandoned the idea, and, meeting Coleridge at Oxford in June, 1794, devised with him the scheme of a pantisocratic community in America. With Coleridge, Southey wrote The Fall of Robespierre, and, by himself, an epic in blank verse on Jeanne d'Arc. Of this boyish effort, ambitious, and, in history, ill-informed, he had a high opinion, writing, in 1800, My Joan of Arc has revived the epic mania. But it is not everyone who can shoot with the bow of Ulysses, and the gentlemen who think they can bend the bow because I made the string twang will find themselves disappointed. Southey was always twanging the string of epic poetry. Even at school he had contemplated a series of epics, to be written at the fate of one a year, on the mythological legends of the world. In 1795 he married Miss Edith Fricker, a sister of the wife of Coleridge, and visited Portugal, acquiring, then and on a later visit, an unusual knowledge of the languages and literatures of the peninsula. After an attempt to study law, he went to live at Westbury, near Bristol, began Madoc, an epic in blank verse on a legendary Welsh prince who discovered America, and fought the Aztecs, and he also began Kihama, an epic on Hindu mythology. And Thalaba, the Destroyer, an epic based on the mythology of Islam. While Madoc deals largely with the sanguinary religion of Anahuac. In Madoc, which was not completed till after Southey settled at Keswick, near Wordsworth, but not too near, he had chosen for a theme perhaps the most romantic adventure in human history. He assigns to his fabulous Welsh prince the part actually taken by Cortés. The Cymry defeated the Aztecs as did the Spaniards. Southey's blank verse is somewhat Miltonic, though he was no such inventor of harmonies as Milton, while in descriptions of adventure among unknown peoples, and fighting with Aztec weapons, he reminds the reader of some of the romances of Mr. Rider Haggard. Books 14 to 15. The Stone of Sacrifice, and The Battle, cannot but delight any boy who reads them. They are full of spirit and abundantly picturesque. While the notes are as rich as Scott's in the charm of strange lore, and delightful passages from forgotten books. Thus from the Jesuit missionary, Lafitau, for Southey fully appreciated the virtues of Jesuit missionaries, he calls a Red Indian legend, one of the worldwide variants of the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice. Sir Walter Scott, in 1807, wrote to Southey, "I have read Madoc 3 times since my first cursory perusal, and each time with an increasing admiration. But a poem whose merits are of that high tone does not immediately take with the public at large. In fact, Thalaba, written in a strange unrhymed measure, devised by Dr. Sayers, deals with topics of no earthly interest, the feud of Thalaba and the demons of Don Daniel." Southey himself said that Thalaba was like highly seasoned turtle soup, while Wordsworth's poems were like asparagus and artichokes, wholesome and edible with the aid of melted butter. But the world did not care for Thalaba, nor for the monstrosities of Hindu mythology in the eccentric measures of Kihama. Landor, whose Geber Southey heartily admired, offered to pay for the printing of as many epics as Southey chose to write. He cast a longing eye on Zoroaster. But Southey had a wife and family, a sacrifice was made. Kihama was his last epic, unless we reckon Roderick as an epic poem. Southey was not destitute of poetic genius. Passages in his epics, and among his lyrics, "My days among the dead are past," and "The Holly Tree," attest his gift, but the epic has seldom indeed been written with success, and never anywhere in such measures as those of Kihama and Thalaba. It was necessary for Southey to turn his hand to prose, and he supported his family and bought his books by reviewing in political writing, first in the Annual Register, then in the Quarterly Review. Though it was against the grain that he wrote in a political serial. He was a friend of his country as against Bonaparte. He was a friend of order, while he was clear-sighted about the oppression and abuses which sheltered themselves under the shield of order, and he was a religious man. Like Scott, he was anxious that the Quarterly Reviewers should keep their swords clean as well as sharp, but the political blades of both the Quarterly and the Edinburgh were dirty and poisoned, and were wont to slash about in literary criticism. Southey was the common butt of abuse from liberal reviewers, and was supposed by Shelley and Byron to have attacked them in criticisms to which he was a perfect stranger, though of the new morality of both poets he expressed his opinion privately, and publicly struck back at Byron for his brilliant assault on Southey's English hexameters concerning the admission of George III to heaven. Southey must have been deserted by the sense of humor when he wrote that astonishing piece of verse in the capacity of poet laureate. This little piece of preferment Southey obtained in 1813. Sir Walter, to whom it was offered, despite the rapacity of which Macaulay accused him, had declined the laurels, and, believing that the post was much better paid than it is, had suggested the appointment of Southey. The little salary, under £100, enabled Southey to provide for his family by insuring his life. In answering Scott's letter, "I am not such an ass as not to know that you are my better in poetry," Southey said, "there has been no race. We have both got to the top of the hill by different paths." There is something very winning in Southey's noble simplicity of nature. Neither he nor Scott had won to the top of Parnassus Hill, and Scott was well aware of it. But Southey to the last, in spite of public neglect, believed in his own success as a supreme poet, yet abandoned his epics for the homely task of winning a poor competence for his family by reviewing, and by doing job work for the publishers. As his prose was of the first quality, he was able to earn £300 by his masterpiece, the immortal Life of Nelson. As an article for the Quarterly, it brought 100, another 100 when enlarged, a third when published in the Family Library. His Life of John Wesley was only second to his Nelson in merit. His History of Brazil could not expect a due reward, his general writings, though full of pleasant erudition and fanciful humor, were not popular. Towards the end of his life the revenues which he derived from a score of books amounted only to £26. He mentions the fact without bitterness, without complaint. His long and noble life of industry ended in 1843. For some time he had sat in the library which he had made without the power to read his books. Shelley. Percy Bysshe Shelley, born August 4, 1792, at Field Place, Horsham, the seat of his father, Sir Timothy Shelley, Bart. Seems to have incarnated the spirit of the Revolution. He had no brothers to check his tastes and impulses. He ruled his sisters, was lonely at a private school, but at Eton, where he already defied tyrants, boys and masters, he seems to have become popular, despite his eccentricities. Like many other boys he made chemical smells and explosions in place of mastering his Greek grammar. He read Godwin, in whom he invested his great natural powers of belief to the neglect of more orthodox securities, and he combined Godwinism with the romantic mechanism of Mrs. Radcliffe's novels in two schoolboy romances, Zastrozzi, the more amusing of the pair, and Saint Irvyne. He is said to have received some money for Zastrozzi, if he did the case was unparalleled in his later experience. When at University College, Oxford, he published Poems by Victor and Keziah, his sister Elizabeth, and a little incoherent volume, Posthumous Fragments of Margaret Nicholson, a maniac who aimed at murdering George III. He had no intimate friend except his future biographer, Thomas Hogg, a skeptic, but a Tory, and his studies were desultory, self-directed, and much concerned with efforts to retain or ruin some remnants of belief. His little thesis on the necessity of atheism, and his distribution of the paper, were perhaps as much inspired by his humorless love of practical jokes and aversion to the authorities as by conviction. His expulsion, which Hogg insisted on sharing, was the rash reply of dons who were tired of being baited, and Shelley, now a martyr, rejoiced in proclaiming the ideas for which he and Hogg had suffered. On ill terms with his father, he married Miss Harriet Westbrook, a very young girl, more from a sense of duty and honor than from love. And in various rural places he lived, wrote, read Godwin, corresponded with him, preached his ideas in Ireland, and idealized and quarrelled with various friends of both sexes, till he met Mary Godwin, the very young daughter of the philosopher. Shelley had grown passing weary of his wife, who now declined to live with him as a sister while Mary took her natural place. He retired with Mary and her stepsister, Jane Clairmont, calling herself Claire, to Switzerland, and returned to England, because the stove in his room smoked badly. Reconciled to Hogg, whom he had accused, truly or falsely, of trying to put his own ideas of free love into practice with Mrs. Shelley, he wrote Queen Mab, 1813, in which his natural genius shines unmistakably, and Alaster, 1816, the story of a lonely spirit fleeing from itself through scenes of grandeur and desolation. Homeless, like Shelley, and like him unsatisfied. His own wanderings were restless rather than remote, to Geneva, where Claire Clairmont carried out his ideas with the aid of the reluctant Byron, back to great Marlowe. And thence, after marrying Mary Godwin, on the suicide of his injured wife, to various parts of Italy, Claire being still his camp follower. He had become the friend and benefactor of Leigh Hunt. Godwin's demands for money followed him like harpies, he was deprived of his children by his first marriage. His long romance in Spenserian stanzas, Leon and Sithna, though expurgated and rechristened The Revolt of Islam, 1818, attracted little but unfriendly attention. Despite its many and extraordinary beauties and radiant visions of storm and rainbow, clouds and winds and fire. With unwonted humor Shelley said that you might as well ask for a leg of mutton in a gin shop as apply to him for studies in human nature. Madness, said Medwin, a man who was much in his company, hung over Shelley like the sword of Damocles. In his earlier years he was like an Aeolian harp on which all the winds of the spirit played, making strange music and strange discords. He was even too fluent, Keats told him, as Jonson said of Shakespeare, sufflaminandus erat. Ideas of beauty springing up in his mind, he followed them, followed the cloud, the shower, the meteor, the evanescent loveliness, was borne up by the wild west wind, the breath of autumn's being, leaving his narrative of human fortunes. He was a born visionary and mystic, beholding things unapparent, believing in experiences that never were actual. Yet withal, when control was needed, he could control himself wonderfully, as was especially notable in his difficult and dangerous relations with the wild Claire Claremont and Byron. In his poetic art, this growing power of control is especially manifest in his drama, the Cenci, 1819, and his swan song, the matchless Adonais, 1821, the lament for Keats. But the Cenci, a drama on a theme which was made to the hand of Ford or Webster, the story of a soul more devilish in limitless cruelty and desire of evil than the soul of Volpone. Of a maiden martyr more cruelly entreated than Jeanne d'Arc, was not possible on the modern stage. The polemics of Prometheus Unbound against the world as it is, and in favor of suffering and oppressed humanity, lost themselves, the contradictions vanished unreconciled in the music of the immortal lyrics. The escape from a world in which, as God made it, ye canna hae everything as ye wad like it, to reach an undisturbed haven of love and loneliness. To live for climate and the affections, inspires, The Witch of Atlas, 1820, and Epipsychidion, 1821. Shelley's soul was always seeking its predestined and ideal mate, with whom, the wilderness were paradise enow, and then these ideal friends or mistresses, in a moment, became horrors to him, and Mary remained. Mary and A Song in the Ears of Men Yet to be Born. In his many immortal lyrics the poetry of Shelley is most accessible to all, in them he is not baffled and foiled by the world as it is. What his powers might have become, for they were maturing rapidly, cannot be guessed. By a death in strange harmony with his genius, portended by omens, and predicted in his own words, he was born darkly fearfully afar, being drowned in a brief sudden tempest in the Gulf of Spezia, July 19, 1822. The fire received what the water returned to earth, and his ashes sleep beside those of Keats in A Place So Beautiful That It Makes One in Love with Death. Byron. George Gordon Byron, born 1788, who succeeded in boyhood to the title of Lord Byron, was the son of a wild father, John Byron, and of a mother as much wilder as the blood of the Gordons of Gite, in Aberdeenshire, could make her. Of all the gay Gordons, her family carried to the most extreme point the least estimable and more ferocious qualities of their glorious fighting clan. It is impossible to judge by a common measure the child of John Byron and Catherine Gordon. Byron was a man of all-conquering personal beauty, and great strength, marred by a painful and disfiguring blemish of lameness, and possessed by rather than possessing an intellectual fire that burned lawlessly where it listed. At Harrow, Byron was, as always, inordinately conscious of his title. He was passionately affectionate, sullen, capricious, and, despite his lameness, played for the school against Eton. 43 When at Harrow, Byron, who from the age of 8 was often in love, lost his heart to a girl older than himself, Miss Mary Chaworth, who married Mr. Musters in 1805. On this affection, among others, he never ceased to brood and write verses, now protesting that he had been jilted, and now denying the charge. At Cambridge, Byron was most noted for insubordination, and contempt of the dons. His earliest volume of verse, Hours of Idleness, 1807–1808, first privately printed in various forms, which showed some promise, in places, was attacked in the Edinburgh Review. The trifle was noticed because the author had a title, and Geoffrey, in the words of Thackeray's Bar-G, liked whopping a lord. This lord countered heavily, in English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, 1809. For a satirist of 21 this is a fine exhibition of hard-hitting in every direction. On looking through a number of his works later, Byron pronounced his satire to be the best of them. Byron's feud extended to the whole of his mother's country, and he did not spare Scott, who merely remarked to a friend that the satirist was a young whelp. Sir Walter was not the man to be dragged into a quarrel of words, and, in his own phrase, would rather meet an opponent where the muircock was bailey. Between 1809 and 1811 Byron voyaged about the borders of the Grecian Sea, doing and suffering what adventures and misfortunes nobody precisely knows. In 1812 appeared the two first cantos of his Childe Harold, in Spenserian verse, and Byron, in his own phrase, awoke one day to find himself famous. Here was a poetical satirical picture of Spain and the Levant, here was living romance with a living young lord for the hero, a peer of a reckless and defiant character, as beautiful as a fallen angel. This was more thrilling than lays of the moss troopers and Scottish kingly adventurers of the remote past, and Scott frankly owned that he was bet by the brilliant young rival with whom he was, henceforth, on the best of terms. Sir Walter produced but one more romance in rhyme, while Byron was the most enthusiastic admirer of Sir Walter's novels. Indeed, it is to Scott's descriptions, with their serene tolerance, sympathy, and charity, that we must look for the best portrait of Byron, at his best. Of Byron at his worst we have enough in some of his own letters, in a very few of Shelley's, and in the Revelations, published in an evil hour by Leigh Hunt. While a lion, as the term was then used, in society, a conqueror of hearts, a dandy, and a student of the noble art of self-defense under Gentleman Jackson, Byron wrote and published his Oriental Tales in imitation of Scott's measures. The history of these poems, 1813 to 1816, is certainly a veiled revelation of Byron's life during these strange years. In 1818, 2 years after their separation, his wife wrote to another lady that egotism is the vital principle of his imagination, which it is difficult for him to kindle on any subject with which his own character and interests are not identified. But that he veiled his poetical disclosures by introducing fictitious incidents and changes of scene and time. The Gr. 1813 grew, in successive editions, June 5, 27 November, from 800 to more than 1,300 lines, and the editions contained, like The Bride of Abydos, cryptic references to Byron's own loves and attendant remorses during that period. To these affairs many dark references occur in his letters and journal, from August, 1813, to March, or later, in 1814. Byron always rushed into print at the earliest moment, in the new editions of The Gr. The Bride of Abydos, written in a week of passion, November, 1814, The Corsair, Lara, 1814, and the separate lyrics published with each of these. It is not very difficult, but it is neither pleasant nor profitable, to disentangle history from fiction in these poetical disclosures. The Siege of Corinth, and Parisina, were written in Byron's year of married life. The famous passage in The Gr. He who hath bent him o'er the dead, is compared, by Byron's latest editor, with a passage in Mrs. Radcliffe's Mysteries of Udolpho, and Mrs. Radcliffe appears to have been a common source of Byron's inspiration. Between he who hath bent and the poet's return to he and to the structure of the sentence, 20 lines interfere, so hurried is the composition. The magnificent rhetoric of Climb of the Unforgotten Brave, the waking chant of Greek freedom, was an addition to the second edition. None of these poems of 1813 to 1816 can perhaps now be read with the enthusiasm which greeted their first appearance. Of The Corsair, 10,000 copies were sold on the first day of publication. The extreme rapidity of the composition, the fatal facility of the octosyllabic verse, as Byron says, adding that Scott alone had triumphed over it, and something theatrical in the Giaours and Turks, Zulicas and Laylas, no longer command intense interest. Byron himself saw the objections to the facile measures in narrative poetry. In blank verse he feared to find a rough and barren rock, and in The Corsair he tried the good old and now neglected heroic couplet. He always maintained that the age of the heroic couplet was the great age of English poetry, that Pope was its chief, and that the new romantic movement was a blunder. He was conscious that his strength lay in satire, but his passionate nature, and the fashion set by Scott, combined to lead him into romantic narrative verse. Early in 1815 Byron married Miss Milbanke, an heiress, at least in expectations, though his motive was not mercenary. He was instantly pursued by creditors, his temper and behavior became insufferable. And, as soon as possible after the birth of a daughter, his wife returned to her own people, and early in 1816 left him forever. Her whole conduct, and the conduct of all concerned, is difficult to explain on any theory, and Byron, under a heavy cloud, left England for Switzerland and the society, for a few months, of Shelley, Mary Godwin, and Claire Clairmont. The party were pursued by curiosity, and scandalous rumor was as active on the continent as at home. The play of Manfred, in which the mysterious hero, in his moods of romantic remorse about nobody knows what, courts peril among alpine peaks, tempests, and glaciers, was supposed to represent the passions and the pursuits of the noble poet. Goethe was much interested in Manfred. His own Faust, partly translated to Byron by Shelley or Monk Lewis, was certainly one of the elements in the making of the poem. Byron fed the public curiosity about himself and his wife and sister by various pieces of verse, including the admired Dream, in which he displayed his moods repentant, or angry, but always annoying to the persons at whom he wrote. The third canto of Childe Harold, written in Switzerland, was full of personal disclosures, and contained the familiar stanzas on the Duchess of Richmond's ball on the eve of Quatre Bras. There are curious traces of Wordsworthian influence, received through Shelley, in this canto. Byron proceeded to Venice, where he lived an unwholesome life for several years. Finishing Childe Harold, after a trip to Rome, in this part he introduced descriptions of many works of ancient art, and expressed his contempt for its critics. His ecstasies over the Venus de Medici were in accordance with the taste of a period that knew not the Greek art of the age of Phidias, till the Elgin marbles, reft, to Byron's natural and laudable indignation, from the Parthenon, had been studied. The dying gladiator was the motive of one of the most admired passages of the fourth canto of Childe Harold. The spirited Mazeppa. The lively Beppo, the verse fashioned on an Italian model, the dramas of Marino Faliero, the two Foscari, Cain, dedicated to Scott, Heaven and Earth, much admired by Goethe, and the beginnings of Don Juan, with, later, the continuation of Don Juan, and The Island, and several minor things, proved the astonishing energy of Byron, while living at Venice, Ravenna, Genoa, and elsewhere. The Vision of Judgment, an attack on Southey through his poem on the death of George III, and Don Juan, show the high water mark of his powers as a satirist. Always ready at freedom's call, Byron went to inspire and direct the Greek War of National Independence, and, after struggling to reconcile the feuds and jealousies of the patriots, died of fever, malaria, and the results of the climate. At Missolonghi, on April 19, 1824. The question as to whether Byron was a great poet, or merely a man of extraordinary mental energy, wit and rhetorical force, expressing himself in verse, must be decided by the taste of the reader. No discoverable rule seems to guide the verdicts of critics. The resonance of Byron's name, due in great part to his title, his beauty, his mystery, his love affairs, to the pageant of his bleeding heart, and to his fiery attacks on convention, still echoes on the continent. Byron's reputation abroad, especially among those who have not read much of him, and of Shakespeare have read little or nothing, is perhaps the highest that is accorded of any English poet. At home, if he bet Scott, it was rather in popularity than in performance. While Wordsworth, Keats, Shelley, and Coleridge were neglected, though Wordsworth from the first had a small but constantly growing flock of devotees, Byron, by Don Juan, and by the romance of his death, recovered a vogue that had been waning, till a new generation arose. And the contemporaries of Tennyson's undergraduate time declared, like Thackeray, that Byron was never sincere. It is impossible to conjecture what the reaction to the poetry of Byron will be in each reader's case. He was revolutionary. Matthew Arnold was not, but it is the placid Arnold who hails Byron as the greatest force in the English literature of the 19th century. And it is the revolutionary Swinburne whose copious vocabulary is overtasked in the effort to find epithets of disdain and disgust. The intellectual energy of Byron is like a meteoric force of nature, that is undeniable, whether we admire his poetry, or think it but rhetoric carried to an unexampled pitch in verse. It is for future generations and not for the ordinary critic to pronounce a verdict on so much humor, wit, and capricious genius. There is at this hour no complete and critical life of the poet, many letters and other documents remain unpublished. But if ever a biography, critical and complete, is produced, the discredit thrown on English hypocrisy because of English treatment of the poet will probably be seen to be based on ignorance and sentiment. Byron was, undeniably, dowered with the scorn of scorn. It was his humor to mock at what was best in his own impulses and in the nature of man, and it is probable that his excellences were sincere while his mockery was an affectation. The result of inherited qualities, and of the amari aliquid always mixed with the cup whereof he had to drink. He was, unquestionably, in so far sincere, that his poetry was the reflection of his character, which never overcame the noble tolerance of Scott, though, at last, it repelled and disgusted the not intolerant Shelley. His poetry has now to meet the rivalry of contemporaries little heeded in his day, Shelley, Keats, and Wordsworth, and of such successors as Tennyson, as careful as Byron was disdainful of form. So that new generations are not apt to begin with enthusiasm for the author of Childe Harold. Keats. John Keats, born in London, 1795, was the son of a livery stable keeper. His education was not neglected, though he had no Greek, and in boyhood he could appreciate the magic of Virgil, which does not usually charm boys, and made some progress with a translation. In physique he was powerful, and no mean boxer, despite the inherent weakness of his constitution. He became acquainted with Hazlitt, and Leigh Hunt, who introduced him to some of the Old English poets. Spenser he found out for himself, like Cowley, and revelled in the Faerie Queene, like a young horse turned loose in a pasture. Another friend of Keats was the witty John Hamilton Reynolds, whose parody of Wordsworth's Peter Bell was published before the original. Shelley and Keats were acquainted but were never intimate, Shelley advising Keats not to publish his first blights, and Keats admonishing Shelley to write less rapidly and copiously and to load every rift with ore. In no long time Keats discovered in Leigh Hunt certain unendearing qualities which never appear to have been noticed by Shelley, for of Hunt, which is strange, Shelley's good opinion never altered. Keats, at first, by imitation, or through inexperience, rivaled the pea-green verduriousness of Hunt's urban rusticities, which was unfortunate. And, as an intimate of Hunt, he was included by the noisy and brutal literary Tories of the press in their assaults on the literary radicals of the Cockney school. To appreciate Keats, and to understand the manly and resolute character which was falsely supposed to be effeminate, it is necessary to read his delightful correspondence. His first small volume of verse, 1817, contains but occasional promise of his greatness. One suffices, the sonnet on first reading Chapman's Homer. In Endymion, 1818, he attempted a long narrative, holding that readers might like to wander here and there on Mount Latmos with him, even if they did not pursue the tale from cover to cover. Shelley declared that Keats seemed to have tried to make himself unreadable, and, indeed, if we read for the story's sake alone, we are more unfortunate than if we take up Clarissa Harlowe with the same purpose. On the other hand, the frequent passages of beauty proclaim the author a poet, who has not yet arrived at his later perfection. Keats was violently attacked as a Cockney and as an apothecary's boy, in Blackwood's Magazine, and in the Quarterly Review. These libels are as base as the assault on Coleridge in the Edinburgh Review, though not nearly so abominable as what Byron wrote about Keats in private letters and now published. The Scots who attacked Keats might have repented had they read his enthusiastically sympathetic appreciations of Burns, in the letters written during his tour north of the border. It was not criticism but the consumption which killed his brother Tom, increased in feverishness by a love affair, that slew John Keats, in Rome, February 13, 1821, a year after the publication of his third volume, Lamia, which in brief compass contained verse that placed him in the first rank of the poets of England. His character had rapidly advanced in noble seriousness, high ambition, and sympathy with mankind. His best sonnets, as, on reading Chapman's Homer, are on a level with the greatest by Milton and by Wordsworth. His Odes to the Nightingale, to Autumn, on a Grecian urn, and others have the classic beauty of Greek art of the Periclean age, with all the magic of romance, the mysterious charm of words that evoke visions of ineffable beauty. Romance herself inspires, La Belle Dame sans merci. Keats had divined and made his own all that is best in the Greek which he could not read, and in the early medieval French lyrics which in his day were unpublished. In The Pot of Basil, he exalts beyond itself the genius of Boccaccio, of a time when the classical revival was dawning in Italy, and in Lamia tells a story that had fascinated Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy. The fragment of Hyperion, again, recalls Greek art as no other modern has succeeded in reviving its majestic simplicity, while the measure of In a Drear Night December preludes to the music of Swinburne's Garden of Proserpine. In all that is best of Keats we look, as in his own poem, through magic casements opening on the foam of perilous seas in faery lands forlorn. English non-dramatic poetry contains no greater example of pure inexplicable inspiration than the genius of Keats, while his character, some ebullitions of poetic youth, and of torturing ill health apart, excites the strongest affection and admiration. Walter Savage Landor. Contemporary with all of these great poets, and with Tennyson and Browning, and the youth of William Morris, the two Rossettis and Swinburne, was Walter Savage Landor, 1775–1864, who thus, like Nestor, reigned through 3 generations. He was coeval with, but was not influenced by, the Romantic movement, but followed his own path. He was a very copious writer both in prose and verse. He did not aim at and did not win popularity. Landor is said to have prophesied that he would dine late, but in good company, that recognition when it came to him, would come from the best judges. The Essay on Landor, by Swinburne, places his plays, such as Count Julian, and his poem in blank verse, Geber, on topless towers, of panegyric. To smaller, other eyes, those of the ordinary reader, Geber, 1798, seems well described as concentrated and majestic, just as Mr. Wopsel's Hamlet was concrete and massive. But Geber is not, as a narrative, interesting or plausible. Its blank verse is rather frigid, as a rule, and the poem is best remembered for the 2 lines on the shell held to the ear. And it remembers its august abode, and murmurs as the ocean murmurs there. The blank verse is somewhat in the manner of Milton, with far less life and variety. The wrestling match between Geber's brother, the piping shepherd, and the lovely lady unknown who lands from a boat and challenges the swain, indicated Landor's colossal lack of humor, which, to be sure, is no small part of a noble and haughty poetic nature. If the play, Count Julian, be academic, if it have found even fewer admirers than Geber, Mr. Swinburne as an admirer was himself a host. The huge body of short verses, in which every reader will find many delightful things, is crowned by Rose Aylmer, which would be a pearl of great price even in the treasure house of the Greek anthology. His lyric verse is always graceful, and occasionally moving. Landor left Trinity College, Oxford, under the wrath of his dons. He had only fired a fowling piece out of his windows, at the shuttered windows of a room occupied by a noisy wine party, and no harm was done. Many persons may remember similar excesses at Oxford which caused no expulsions, but Landor, the Boythorn of Bleak House, was extremely explosive, and his dons, like Shelley's, took the first fair opportunity to send him down for a term. He came to Oxford and his friends no more. In England his life was more or less turbulent and perturbed, most of his literary work was done in Italy, and the greater part of his abundant prose is written in the form of imaginary conversations. In one, Southey and Landor, he says, "From my earliest days I have avoided society as much as I could decorously. For I received more pleasure in the cultivation and improvement of my own thoughts than in walking up and down among the thoughts of others." If Landor had remembered Lord Foppington's similar explanation of his own avoidance of books, and preference for the sprouts of his own wit, Landor might have been less frank. In this conversation Landor and Southey compare Milton and Homer, and it is to be hoped that Southey had no sympathy with the purblind criticisms which are put into his lips. Landor ends, "A rib of Shakespeare would have made a Milton." The same portion of Milton, all poets born ever since. It is certainly in his Conversations, and in the long series of imaginary letters entitled Pericles and Aspasia, that the late diners with Landor are most likely to find desirable things, lofty thoughts, impassioned language, and deep meditation. The conversations, naturally, differ in merit. That between Bothwell and Mary Stuart, after her abduction, is not in anything likely to have been their manner, and has no tragic touch, though no scene could be richer in the elements of tragedy. While in the talk of Jeanne d'Arc and Agnes Sorel two persons were brought together who were not likely to meet, especially at the moment when many of our wisest and most authoritative churchmen, says Agnes, believe you in their conscience to act under the instigation of Satan. When Agnes addresses the maid as sweet enthusiast, we are far away from the style of 1430. In the dialogues of even remote historic personages, more than half the mind of Landor is with his own day and its problems and politics. While he was perhaps the last Englishman who lived with the Roman genius so much that a good deal of his prose and verse is written in Latin. He even wrote a version of Geber in the language of Virgil. He was the friend of, or was admired by, many of the best minds of his long stay on earth, Southey, De Quincey, Browning, and Swinburne. In 2 sentences Sir Sidney Colden has put forward the character of much of Landor's work. He drones. It is a classical, and from the point of view of style an exemplary form of droning, but it is droning still. 33 Later Georgian novelists. With the death of Sterne it might have been said that the English novel expired for the time, though of course, as Donne admitted in the case of the decease of Miss Drury, a kind of world lingered in existence. Indeed, plenty of novels were published and read. But they are forgotten. Experience proves that nobody need waste his time over the tales of Clara Reeve, such as The Old English Baron. And only infinite leisure and curiosity need try to disengage the qualities from the defects of Brooke's Fool of Quality, while Beckford's Vathek is certainly worth notice as the ingenious and in places impressive feat of a millionaire. It is curious that the most poignant detail of the Hall of Eblis, the phantasms of lost souls, wandering each with his hand pressed to his heart, occurs in the mythology of an Australian tribe, the Yuletei. Research might discover a wilderness of forgotten novels, probably quite as good, given the conditions of the ages, as the myriads of masterpieces, which our newspaper critics daily receive with stereotyped formulae of applause. Frances Burney. When a novelist did appear, a girl gifted with a delight in observing traits of character, and recording them from her early teens in a diary, when Fanny Burney came, she received such a welcome as warms the heart after all these years. Frances Burney, 1752–1840, was born while the Ely Bank plot for kidnapping the royal family in the interests of the king over the water was maturing, and she outlived by 8 years the author of Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since. The daughter of Dr. Burney, a teacher and historian of music, and a friend of the great wits, Jonson, Burke, Reynolds, Garrick, and the rest, Miss Burney, from childhood, was observing mankind and womankind. Was reading The Vicar of Wakefield, and Sterne, the novels of the Abbé Provost and of Marivaux, and apparently of Smollett no less than of the moral Richardson. She was writing, too, in secret. But at the command of her stepmother, probably when she herself was about 16 or 17, she burned all her works, including a novel on which her first published romance, Evelina, 1778, was based, or rather out of which it was developed. We cannot estimate the merits of those first blights, as Keats says, but the little character-monger, as Jonson called her, continued to make her sketches of character in her journal and in letters to her kind old mentor, Daddy Crisp. A man much older than her father, who had retired from society and the sorrows of the playwright to a hospitable country house near Epsom. As the favorite and assistant of her musical and historical father, the retiring observant girl lived till, at about the age of 24, she returned to her first love, and, under great difficulties, wrote, and copied in a feigned hand, her Evelina. With secrecy enough for a Jacobite conspiracy the book was conveyed to a bookseller, accepted, and published in 1778. Among her burned works was The History of Caroline Evelyn, a young woman of moving adventures, whose mother was a vulgar barmaid, married, for the second time, in France, to a Monsieur Duval. As Caroline died of a broken heart, leaving a legitimate daughter, Evelina, Miss Burney told the story of that daughter's fortunes, situated as she was between her well-born English father's kin and her barmaid Frenchified mother. with her grotesque associates. The scheme had great possibilities, of which the author took full advantage, her chief successes being the members of the city family, the Branghtons, their smart low-bred friend, Mr. Smith, and the naval captain Mere Van, whose language is discreetly veiled, while his bullying of Madame Duval and other persons is rather more than Smoletian. Evelina, through all the dangers which then beset the fair at Vauxhall and other resorts of the gay, reaches the haven where she and Lord Orville would be, and all ends happily, as in a novel all ought to end. There is an extraordinary wealth of characters, Burke thought them too abundant. The novel set literary society on fire with delight and admiration, Dr. Jonson leading the chorus of praise, and Miss Burney was his darling, and was welcomed by Mrs. Thrale, Reynolds, Burke, Garrick, Mrs. Montague, even Horace Walpole, though he kept his head, applauded. The triumphs of Fanny are recorded in her diary and letters, a contribution to history even more delightful than her Evelina. All the good fortunes that Miss Austen missed, or shunned, fell to Miss Burney, who well deserved them. Her later novel, Cecilia, 1782, is not really inferior to Evelina, but it is not the first sprightly runnings. After her years as a tiring woman of Queen Charlotte, whereof the record in her diary is at least on a level with her novels, her Camilla appeared, was subscribed for by all the world and Miss Austen, and was censured by John Thorpe in Northanger Abbey. This immortal crown is hardly deserved by Camilla. The story of Miss Burney's marriage to that amiable émigré, the Comte d'Arblay, is told in Macaulay's famous essay, which, again, is toned down and corrected by Mr. Austin Dobson, Fanny Burney, in English Men of Letters. But the novels themselves, and the diary, remain monuments, and not dull but delightful monuments, of social and personal history. We need not dwell on that lucrative failure, The Wanderer, 1814. Miss Burney had opened the way, which was later to be trodden by the lighter feet of a far greater genius, whom some men have named with Shakespeare, Jane Austen. Mrs. Radcliffe. It is impossible to restore a faded popularity, and in a generation which sees at least 24 new novels bloom every week, the desire to revive the taste for Mrs. Radcliffe's romances is a vain hope and vision vain. None the less, Mrs. Radcliffe, and Ward, born in the birth year of Horace Walpole's Castle of Otranto, 1764, and married to a Mr. Radcliffe in 1787, was the grandmother, as Horace Walpole was the great-grandfather, of the Romantic school of fiction. Her first tale, The Castles of Athlone and Dunbayne, 1789, is but a pioneer work. Mrs. Radcliffe knew nothing of the castles and manners of the Mackays, Sinclairs, and Guns, in the Dark Ages. In 1790, with The Sicilian Romance, Mrs. Radcliffe found herself, and opened the way for all the terrors of Mr. Rochester's house in Jane Eyre. The remarkable phenomena of the haunted Sicilian castle are not supernormal, but, till you discover that they are caused by the concealed wife of the proprietor, Ferdinand, 5th Marquis of Mazzini, they strike terror, later they move pity. Northanger Abbey is the inspired parody of Mrs. Radcliffe's effects in this work, which also contains the germ of a thrilling scene in R. L. Stevenson's Kidnapped. In The Romance of the Forest, 1791, Mrs. Radcliffe struck the keynote of the novels about the Valois court, which we owe to her spiritual descendants, Alexander Dumas and Mr. Stanley Weyman. To local color and the historical atmosphere, Mrs. Radcliffe was indifferent. But she always had a story to tell, a story new and startling, and she managed her chiaroscuro with the touch of genius. She awakened curiosity, she struck terror, she skillfully interwove the many threads of her plots. She was far from being destitute of humor, and her Italian landscapes are designed after Poussin and Salvator Rosa. Every reader, says Scott, felt her force, from the sage in his study to the family group in middle life. Her Mysteries of Udolpho is hardly worthy of its reputation. But in The Italian, she anticipates the manner of Hawthorne. Her Wicked Monk, Schedoni, is, as Scott himself saw and said, the original of Byron's G.R., and his other darkling lurid heroes. And her comic valet, Paolo, who loyally follows his master into the dungeon of the Inquisition, is the model of Sam Weller, in the Fleet Prison, with Mr. Pickwick. Mrs. Radcliffe's genius is not appreciated merely because she is not read. The student who gives her a fair chance is carried away by the spell of this great enchantress, and The Italian is by far the best romantic novel that ever was written before Scott. He applauded her with his wonted generosity, but objected to her habit of explaining away her supernormal incidents. But this was done in homage to the stupid common sense of her age. After her masterpiece, The Italian, Mrs. Radcliffe deserted fiction, wrote The Female Advocate, in defense of woman's rights, and suffered from unhappy domestic circumstances for which she was in no way responsible. She died in 1823. Maria Edgeworth. A more fortunate and prosperous pioneer than Mrs. Radcliffe in the way of novel writing was Maria Edgeworth. Born on January 1, 1767, at Black Bourton, not far from Oxford, Miss Edgeworth was the daughter of Richard Edgeworth, an Irish landlord and British moralist. In the words of Hudibras, he married his punctual dose of wives to the number of 4, and had 4 families. They were wonderfully harmonious, and as Maria Edgeworth was of the first family, and only some 22 years younger than her father, she was the constant companion of an energetic and intelligent man. Reckoned one of the leading bores of his age, and tinctured with the ideas of his friend, the humorless Mr. Thomas Day, author of Sandford and Merton. Miss Edgeworth saw much of Irish life, fashionable and rustic, at Edgeworthstown, and very early began to write under the direction of her father, whose muse was the didactic. She wrote the stories in The Parent's Assistant for her own little brothers and sisters, to whom, as to children generally, she was devoted. The self-consciously virtuous Frank is her father, idealized, we cannot believe that she consciously satirized him, and the ever-delightful Rosamond is herself. Modern children may rage against the cruelty of the mother of Rosamond, in the tale of The Purple Jar, but probably children of an earlier date were too much interested in Rosamond and the jar to grieve over the heroine's lack of shoes. Lazy Lawrence, Simple Susan, Waste Not, Want Not, and the rest, are all dear to persons who read them at the right age, and draw from the last-named tale an undying love of long, sound pieces of string, saved from parcels. It seems to be a matter of ascertained fact that Mr. Edgeworth too often had his or in the paper boats of his daughter's novels, that he altered, and transposed, and suggested, and inserted moral sentiments, and could not keep the maxims of Mr. Thomas Day out of the memorial. Miss Edgeworth had abundance of humour, and would not have made Sir James Brooke lecture to Lord Callambie, a total stranger, on all ancient and modern authors on Ireland from Spenser, why not from Giraldus Cambrensis to Young and Beaufort. In Castle Rackrent, 1800, Mr. Edgeworth had no hand, and it is reckoned the best of Miss Edgeworth's books on Ireland. It is not a novel. Thady, an ancient peasant, merely tells the tale of 4 generations of O'Shaughnessy's, squires who much resembled the Osbaldistone family as described by Diana Vernon. All were greedy and reckless oppressors of their devoted tenantry, but one was more of a drunkard, another more of a litigant, another more of a cruel debauchee, and the last more of a good-natured fool. As innocent of worldly matters as Leigh Hunt, but not so much to his own advantage, than the rest. Their wives are worthy of them. Poor Thady maintains his great respect for the family throughout, and there is a humorous pathos in his topsy-turvy code of ethics, constructed out of insanely depraved Irish moral conventions of the period. The fairy belief, and the banshee, peep out in the notes. Miss Edgeworth was the precise reverse of Mrs. Radcliffe in the matter of romance. The book at once became popular, with Belinda, a very readable story of London society, and The Absentee, in which the Irish characters are much better when in their own green isle than when abroad. The horrors of an estate ruled by a corrupt and cruel agent are barely credible, and the hero is a wooden if generous puppet, while Lady Colburney, trying to be more English than the English, in London, is not really so amusing as similar characters in Thackeray. Scott, with his usual generosity, publicly asserted more than once that Miss Edgeworth's example led him to attempt the delineation of his own countryfolks, and perhaps the happiest of weeks at Abbotsford was spent during Miss Edgeworth's visit. In Paris, Edinburgh, and London she was a lioness, and enjoyed all the pleasant rewards of friendship and fame which fortune denied to Miss Austen. Her later novels, Ormond, Harrington, and Helen, were duly appreciated. In May, 1849, she ended a long, happy, and beneficent life. Charles Brockden Brown. Charles Brockden Brown, 1771–1810, is commonly regarded as the first American novelist. He came at an unfortunate moment, for in the years of his activity as a romancer, 1797–1801, English fiction was at a low ebb, and, uninfluenced by Fielding and Sterne, and neglectful of Fanny Burney, he followed Godwin, in Caleb Williams, and adopted the mysterious effects of Mrs. Radcliffe. In his Wieland, the terrific and fatal agency which brings down fate, is akin to that which Monsieur de Saint-Luc used to frighten Henri III, and which Schickett exposed, in Dumas's novel. In Arthur Mervyn, Brown wrote with much vigor a realistic description of a yellow fever hospital. His friendly critics place him above Mrs. Radcliffe in his mastery of the truly horrid. But though his books were republished in England, they do not appear in the list of Miss Catherine Morland in Northanger Abbey. If Brown were superior to the great enchantress, at least he followed the model which she had created, without the humor which affords relief in The Italian. He did not deal in Italian castles and abbeys of the Valois period, but cast his romances in his native Philadelphia. Jane Austen. Scott's first novel was finished and published in 1814. His friend, Morritt of Rokeby, said that before Waverley appeared, novels were read only by ladies' maids and seamstresses. Yet, 18 or 19 years before the birth of Waverley, novels as great in their own style as Scott's, and as imperishable, had been written by a girl of 21, whose first published works of fiction came earlier than Waverley into the world. Before 1803, Jane Austen, born 1775, had written Northanger Abbey. Before the beginning of the 19th century, Pride and Prejudice, and Sense and Sensibility, were completed by her. But though a speculative publisher bought Northanger Abbey in 1803, he never published it, and Sense and Sensibility, 1811, with Pride and Prejudice, 1813, lay long neglected, like the poems of Theocritus in their dark chest. Before they were given to the world, they were not received, like Miss Burney Evelina, with triumphant acclaims. The author was not surrounded and flattered by the wits, as was Miss Burney. Indeed, Jane Austen, in her lifetime, was never made a lioness. Slow and all but silent approval of her genius advanced by degrees and deepened into the diapason of her ever-widening renown. She was the daughter of a country clergyman, the rector of Steventon in Hampshire. Much of her later life, she died at 42, in 1817, was passed at the hamlet of Chawton near Winchester. Bath was her metropolis. She describes its pleasure and society with inimitable charm and humor in Northanger Abbey, and Persuasion, published after her death, in 1818. She lived in the heart of a kind and happy family, among her nephews and nieces, brothers and sisters, with such squires, clerics, doctors, solicitors, sportsmen, naval officers, and old maids as clustered round her visited Steventon and Chawton. She watched them with a smiling intense observation. She winced from their mindless gregariousness. They are never out of their neighbors' houses. But she was only a very little cruel, even to the most brainless of baronets, or the stupidest of mothers, or the least well-bred of jolly good-humoured matrons, or the noisiest of children. She does show the trifling defects of spoiled children, but she was the kindest and best beloved of aunts. Meanness she does brand in the really awful characters of John Wood and his wife. Stupid pride in Sir Walter Elliot and Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who receives her deserts from Miss Elizabeth Bennet, and clerical sycophancy in the immortal Mr. Collins. But Mr. Collins is so amusing that we can no more be angry with him than with Mr. Pecksniff. Mr. Woodhouse, in Thema, is next door to an idiot, and in actual life he would have been insufferable, except to the good and gentle. But the excellence of his heart, and the sweetness of his manners, cause him to be surrounded by patient and silent affection from all who know him, and not less good and fortunate is the most voluble of chatterboxes, Miss Bates. Only for a single moment is Emma, the heroine, unable to hold her peace when Miss Bates is too intolerable, and this youthful excess is bitterly repented by the beautiful sinner. Emma was extremely young when she was a snob. Miss Austen did not draw an angel in Emma, but a good, human girl. We cannot really call Miss Austen severe. Though we cannot but see how much she must have suffered among people so dull that a lady's recollection of the name of her dead son's naval captain is described as one of those extraordinary bursts of mind that sometimes do happen. Less than 20 years divided Miss Burney Evelina, 1778, from the composition of Northanger Abbey and Pride and Prejudice. These years had brought an astonishing change. The Smollettian element in Miss Burney books and the horseplay have vanished. Vanished has that amazing style which the fair Fanny evolved. The manners of naval officers have passed from the brutal to the courtly. Miss Burney is antiquated, she is archaic, she belongs to another world than ours, while Miss Austen is perennially fresh, and sparkling with wit. She recaptures, without imitation, the humor and the ease of Addison. Unlike Scott, she is almost never stilted. Her people, as a rule, talk like men and women of this world, not like Helen Macgregor. Northanger Abbey, which is in part meant as a quiet but delightful mockery of Mrs. Radcliffe's haunted abbeys, secret panels, and mysterious sounds, was written but 6 years after The Sicilian Romance sent a shudder through its myriad readers, and is almost of the year of The Mysteries of Udolpho. The girl of the Steventon Rectory was already mocking The Great Enchantress, and the smile outlives the shriek. Miss Austen shunned the romantic. Like Wordsworth she might have said, "The moving accident is not my trade, but her incidents move us," for example, Louisa Musgrove's fall off the cob at Lyme Regis. And the mystery of Jane Fairfax's piano in Thema is as exciting as the black curtain behind which Catherine Morland expected to discover the skeleton of Laurentina. John Thorpe said of Mrs. Radcliffe's novels, which he had not read, "There is some fun and nature in them, and there is plenty of fun." Miss Austen found in them much more of fun than of nature. It is said that she is afraid of the passions, but what can be more passionate than the constancy of an Eliot, or more ardent than the first love of Mary Ann Dashwood? All the family of the Bennets are charming or diverting in their various ways. The humorous father, the foolish mother, the witty and spirited Elizabeth, the gentle, beautiful Jane, the pedantic Mary, the colorless Kitty, and Lydia who might have shone in a comedy by Vanbrugh. It is rather hard to believe that Elizabeth could accept Darcy after he, like the Master of Ravenswood, had told his lady that her father was not a gentleman. But then Elizabeth came to see Darcy's house and place in Derbyshire. If one novel is not quite so good as the rest, it is Mansfield Park, but to name it recalls Mrs. Norris, and the return of the heavy father as his progeny are rehearsing a dubious play from the German. And one has a tenderness for the good little heroine, and for her rather squalid kinsfolk, and for both of the naughty Crawfords. Mansfield Park is a masterpiece like the rest. Perhaps Miss Austen's heroes are not so good as her heroines. But Henry Crawford and Frank Churchill, in Thema, prove that her young men are not mere lay figures. She never went outside of the life she knew to draw wicked dukes and the virtuous poor. She had no villains, no rebels. If she read Crabbe's lurid and realistic studies of poverty and crime, she did not imitate them in prose. Her characters are perfectly indifferent to public affairs, throughout the struggle with Napoleon. Except when the authoress cannot conceal her passionate enthusiasm for the men who fought under Nelson and Collingwood. But the expression is not enthusiastic in terms. Miss Austen's art has the exquisite balance and limit of Greek art in the best period. She knew what she could do, she did it to perfection, and, naturally, the humorless Charlotte Brontë thought her tame and dull. But from Scott himself to Macaulay and Archbishop Whately, nay, from the Prince Regent, George IV, who had a set of her novels in each of his houses, the best judges recognize the greatness of one of the 6 greatest English writers of fiction, and, a century after the publication of Pride and Prejudice, she is a more popular favorite by far than in her own brief day. To judge by a miniature of Miss Austen, done when she was of the age when Catherine Morland began to give up playing cricket and baseball, her face and figure were as bright and charming as her genius. Like Milton's Eve, Miss Austen is fairest of her daughters, in art, though among them are Mrs. Gaskell and Miss Thackeray, Lady Ritchie. Walter Scott. The novelist. When Scott, in 1814, sought for some fly-hooks in a bureau, and found the lost first chapter of Waverley, a novel begun in 1805, prose fiction seemed to be under general contempt, was only fit for milliners, said his friend Morritt of Rokeby. Yet, in fact, the good novel was not left without a witness. Miss Edgeworth's tales of Irish life and manners excited, said Scott, his own wish to write of his own people, and Miss Edgeworth's Castle Rackrent is of 1800. Jane Austen had written Northanger Abbey, in 1797, it remained unpublished, but Sense and Sensibility is of 1811, Pride and Prejudice of 1813, thus both were prior to Waverley. But neither, great as are their merits, attracted attention then, as Miss Burney novels had done from the first. And probably the contempt of novels was one of the various causes, the chief being that, it was his humor, which made Scott conceal his authorship of his prose romances. Waverley, in the first and long-lost chapters, is reckoned tame. But the hero's youth in peaceful rural England was deliberately designed as a quiet approach to his richly varied adventures under the white cockade. From the moment when Waverley enters the village, so strange to English eyes, and the still stranger castle, of Tullyveolan, he passes into the land of romance. All was, to English readers, as novel and unexpected as if Edward had joined a tribe of Central Africa. The ancient feudal manners, lowland or highland, the learned, eccentric, brave old baron, the half-idiot jester, Davy Gellatley. The baillie, Balmawhapple, the clansman, the Celtic chief, Fergus MacIvor. The survivor of the remnant, gifted Gilfillan, were humorous and masterly creations, while the gallant figure of the doomed prince in his wonderful adventure, narrated with sympathy, completed the charm. The world was taken by storm, believed in Flora MacIvor, and wept afresh over the shambles of Carlisle. Written in 6 weeks, the romance of Guy Mannering, 1815, with its pell-mell of characters from the Colonel, who was thought like Scott, and his lively dark-eyed daughter Julia, certainly like Mrs. Scott, to Pleydell, Meg Merrilees, Glosson, the bankrupt Bertram Laird, to Dominie Sampson, and Dandy Dinmont with his dogs, was only less popular from the first. The Antiquary, 1816, added a romance of dark complexion to a study of modern manners of the preceding decade. While Old Mortality, at the end of the year, did for 1679 in the Covenanters, with even greater skill, what Waverley had done for the clans and the 45. Old Mortality is probably the greatest of Scott's historical novels. The friends of the persecuted remnant exclaimed against historical unfairness, but the friends of the indulged of 1679, and of Claverhouse, had as good a right to pick a quarrel. The Black Dwarf was condemned by Blackwood the publisher, and posterity has not differed from his verdict. The story had been written on a larger scale, but was truncated, said Scott, to the proportions of the dwarf. In 1817 Rob Roy gave us the best of all Scott's heroines, Diana Vernon, and the deathless Andrew Fairservice, and Baillie Nicol Jarvie, and the Dougal creature, with Rob himself, a tower of strength. But Helen, his wife, is somewhat melodramatic, as probably she actually was, and the plot, with its financial embroilment, is only good for bringing in fine things. It is difficult to decide between the rival excellences of The Heart of Midlothian, 1818, with another heroine, Jeanie Deans, as good and original in her way as Diana Vernon, and of Old Mortality. We are apt to prefer the novel which we read last. Written, in torments, and totally forgotten by Scott after he had composed it, The Bride of Lammermoor has won tears for generations, though The Doomed Master is something of a lay figure. And the pathos of the old steward is better than his humor, which grows mechanical. The darkening of the omens towards the close is matched only in the Odyssey and Njaal's Saga, for, though the novel is not in the first rank, it contains much of the author's best, and could have been written by no other mortal. With The Bride came the brief Legend of Montrose, in which the great Marquis is half forgotten, for Dougal Dalgetty, that matchless creation, runs away with Scott's fancy, happily carrying him to meet the rival Marquis of Argyll. Confessedly Scott could adhere to no predetermined plan, he tried to do so, again and again, but was conscious of failure. His characters were alive and masterful, and led him where they would, but he had never contemplated a romance in a theme above romance, the action and passion of Montrose. Leaving Scotland, lest the field should be overworked, for England in the Middle Ages, Scott, in 1819, won the hearts of most boys and many men, by Ivanhoe, the Crusader who returns disguised, like de Wilton in Marmion. It is to be believed that Scott disliked Rowena at least as much as Thackeray did, and was no less in love than he with Rebecca. Merely to think of the characters is a pleasure, Geth, Wamba, Locksley, de Bracy, Friar Tuck, Isaac, the Abbot, while, if Urfried is extremely incoherent in her pagan creed, the Templar is Byronic enough for the taste of that day. Scott, in fact, could draw a dark Byronic daredevil before Byron came into the field. The Monastery, 1820, with the White Lady of Avenel, and the Euphuist Knight, was not well received, but Sir Walter boldly carried on the tale in an infinitely better sequel, The Abbot, with all the charm and horror of Mary Stuart at Loch Leven. With a hero full of spirit, and a heroine worthy of him in Catherine Seyton. In Kenilworth, 1821, a most audaciously anachronistic tale, Scott treated Queen Elizabeth with a chivalry amazing in a Scot. His fated heroine, Amy Robsart, has unusual spirit and womanliness, and his villain, Varney, is his Iago, while Michael Lambourne is a perfect sketch of the Elizabethan adventurer of the baser sort. In The Pirate, 1821, Scott chose the scene of his tour in the Orkney Islands, 1814, and his hero is, like George Staunton in The Heart of Midlothian, rather a Byronic being. Minna and Brenda, the two fair sisters, were immensely admired, but Norna of the Fitful Head is much inferior to Madge Wildfire and Meg Merrilies as a seeress and a romantically eccentric being. While Claude Halcrow and Triptolemus Yellowlay are the least entertaining of Scott's bores. The Fortunes of Nigel, 1822, is enriched with all the wealth of Scott's knowledge of Elizabethan and Jacobean plays and pamphlets, and the unsatisfactory hero, much the least sympathetic of Scott's June's premieres, is redeemed by the delightful humours of gentle King Jamie, by the two grim Trapbois, father and daughter, by the flower of Scottish serving men, Richie Monoplies, and by all the life of the court, of the ordinary, and of Alsatia. In Peveril of the Peak, 1823, Scott is less fortunate in his treatment of English society during the Popish plot, a theme which seemed made to his hand. His Charles II is the least excellent of his kings, and the plot is more than commonly rambling, while Fenella is the feeblest of his romantic and eccentric puppets. Quentin Durward, on the other hand, with the adventures of a gallant but canny Scot at the perilous court of Louis XI, is perhaps the best constructed of all his novels. In drawing Louis XI, the author excels himself. We have not too much of Leslie Le Balafre, the Dougal Dalgetty of the age. The adventures are many and exciting, and the book was welcomed eagerly in France, though at first it was scarcely appreciated at home. St. Ronan's Well was a tale of contemporary manners, but Scott was not skilled in describing the humours of a Tweedside watering place, interwoven as they are with a dark domestic tragedy. Spoiled by an incongruous conclusion which was forced on the author by the prudery of James Ballantyne. In Red Gauntlet, Scott recovered himself. The manners and characters are a little earlier than those of his own boyhood, and mingled with the adventures of the hero on the border is the last tragic appearance of that prince who, 20 years earlier, had shaken the three kingdoms with the claymores of the clans. The brief Wandering Willie's tale, in Red Gauntlet, is Sir Walter's masterpiece of humour and terror. This story he worked on very carefully, and his care was rewarded. The Edinburgh Lawyers, the Eccentrics, Nanty Ewart, and the heroine of the Green Mantle, are worthy of their places in this great romance, made the more moving by many touches of autobiography. The Talisman, 1825, is a brilliant tale of Coeur de Lion and Saladin. The Betrothed is less appreciated than it ought to be. In 1825 to 1826 came The Ruin of Scott, entailed by that of his publisher, Constable. How he bore it, how he labored and died to redeem it, by long heavy task work at The Life of Napoleon, by Woodstock, in which the characters of Cromwell and of Charles II. In youth, are among his best creations. By The Fair Maid of Perth, with the great character of the timid chief, and the finale of the clan battle of Perth. By The Chronicles of the Canongate, and by his latest works, written with a half-palsied hand, composed by a brain in ruin, yet again and again inspired, is a familiar story. The eyes are dimmed as these words are penned. So potent is the spell of that rich, kind genius, of that noble character, over the hearts of those who love and honor the great and good Sir Walter. He created the historical novel. He opened the way in which no man or woman has followed him with such genius as his. We may say this even while we remember Esmond, and The Virginians, Kidnapped, Catriona, and The Master of Ballantrae. Les Trois Mousquetaires, and La Dame de Montsoreau. After a voyage to Italy, Sir Walter returned to Abbotsford, where he died in his own house with the murmur of Tweed in his ears as he passed away, September, 1832. I say, wrote Byron emphatically, that Walter Scott is as nearly a thoroughly good man as a man can be, because I know it by experience to be the case. James Fenimore Cooper. James Fenimore Cooper, 1789 to 1851, bearing a name dear to grateful boyhood, is even now, with Hawthorne, an infinitely greater man, the American novelist best known on the continent of Europe. In France as in England, he was the delight of the youth of men of letters, among the characters of fiction concerning whom Thackeray says Amo he places Leather Stocking with Dougal Dalgetty. Many of us, no doubt, at about the age of 10, have made stone heads for our arrows, like the noble Neolithic Indian braves of Cooper, and have found, like Scottish savages, when flint was scarce, that slate served our purpose. Cooper was born in New Jersey, and passed his childhood on his father's new settlement at Otsego Lake. Here were real deer and real red Indians, and here Cooper's ply was taken. He was sent down from Yale, as inappreciative of the studious habits of the pale faces. He went to sea, thus obtaining another string to his bow as a novelist, next saw service in the Navy, by lake and sea. And, after a subsequent life of leisure, was stimulated by a bad English novel to vow that he could write a better. His tale of English life, Precaution, has not had the vogue of Persuasion. Cooper turned to American topics in The Spy, a story of the War of Independence. Scott's example may have led him to choose a recent historical topic. His knowledge of the forests and his remarkable hero, Harvey Birch, did the rest, and his success was assured. His work was welcomed both in France and England. Then came The Pioneers, the first in composition of the 5 tales where Leather Stocking, with his peculiar and silent laugh, leads us through forests, haunted by the Mingo and other fearful wild fowl. Then he turned to the sea, to Paul Jones, that renegade of Galloway, and Long Tom Coffin. This was the first of various novels of the Navy which are to American boys what Marryat's were and ought to be to our own. The Last of the Mohicans, of 1826, marks the culmination of Cooper's talent, and Chingachgook, the Great Serpent, and Uncas, if not the pale-face heroine, are imperishable in the memory. Cooper's visit to Europe led him into writings which rather exacerbated the American eagle and the British lion. Most of his very numerous later works are more or less polemical. He was no psychologue, his heroines are forlorn of admirers. In style he had nothing to touch R. L. Stevenson. He is Cooper of the Wood and Wave. Washington Irving. The true beginner of accomplished literature in America was Washington Irving, born in New York, April 3, 1783. His father was of the old border family of the name, his mother, the daughter of an English clergyman. In his 21st year he visited Europe. On his return, with friends named Paulding, wrote light essays in a serial named Salmagundi, and, later, a burlesque History of New York, with the humors of Diedrich Knickerbocker, a book in which Scott recognized gleams of Sterne and Swift. After the war ending in 1815, when he was under canvas, if not under fire much, he revisited England, and stayed with Scott at Abbotsford, of which he has left a pleasant record. In 1819 appeared his sketch book, with the immortal story of Rip Van Winkle, and the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. He had not quite shared Scott's enthusiasm for the scenery about Abbotsford, mainly resting for its charm on historical and legendary associations unfamiliar to him, but he gave legends to his native Catskill Hills, and the Hudson River. His style has an Addisonian felicity and kind humor, and in his Bracebridge Hall he handled old-fashioned England as if he loved it. His Tales of a Traveller, he now visited Italy, France, and Spain, are not, throughout, of his best work. Spain and the Spanish inspired his Life of Columbus, which in England was deservedly popular, and the picturesque Conquest of Granada, and the Alhambra. In 1829, Irving became secretary of the American legation in London, and, returning, produced Astoria, to boys, at least, a delightful account of the wilds. In 1842 he went as American minister to Spain, and, at home, wrote an attractive Life of Mahomet. He carried into historical work the grace of his essays, and the power of visualizing characters and events. He did not write of Europe as an American, with his eyes very open to the comparative merits of his own country, and he did not write of America as a European. He was at home in the past as in the present, and though in his country's literature he was a pioneer, his performance has none of the roughness of pioneering work. He had the amiability of his favorite Goldsmith, whose biography he wrote. He died in November, 1859. If he were not a great writer, he is a delightful writer. We think of him with Addison and Goldsmith, without the occasional little petulancies of the author of The Vicar of Wakefield. When he began his work America had no literature, when he died her chief poets and historians had given full assurance of their powers. Magazines and essayists. Magazines, critical, literary, social, and antiquarian magazines, had flourished in the later years of the 18th century. With the 19th, in 1802, appeared the Edinburgh Review, critical and political, edited by Francis Jeffrey, born at Edinburgh, 1773, died 1850. Though a man of ability and of a crackling kind of cleverness, Jeffrey was wholly incompetent to criticize the works of the great Romantic poets, the chief glories in literature of an age so rich in the renowns of war. Scott aided Jeffrey at first, but partly vexed by the coxcombry of his review of Marmion, more by the pro-French tone of his Whig review, the sheriff deserted the Blue and Buff, and helped to found the Tory Quarterly Review. Published by Murray, and edited by the learned but crabbed and dilatory Gifford. Both magazines had esteemed contributors. The Edinburgh was enlivened by the high spirits and wit of Sidney Smith, 1771 to 1845, qualities not always controlled by good taste when he made merry with nonconformists. Bishops, of course, were reckoned fair game, and with squires, old familiar butts of every wit. Henry Brougham, later Lord Brougham, 1778 to 1868, was always ready to write the whole magazine, if needful. What Macaulay thought of him, much later, may be read in the letters of the historian. Edinburgh professors and Francis Horner helped. Horner died young, much had been expected of him. The modern reader of the old Edinburghs will not find in them much entertainment, except from Sidney Smith's gaiety and Jeffrey's exhibitions of conceited incompetence as a judge of poetry. Both the Edinburgh and the Quarterly carried political rancor into literary criticism, both dealt in insolent personal bludgeon work. From such matter the contributions in the Quarterly of Southey and Scott were free, and as Scott dealt with topics of permanent literary and historical interest. His essays retain their value, though Canning and other contributors to the Anti-Jacobin wrote for the Quarterly, their buoyant humor of parody and their high spirits did not lighten up its august pages. As the younger poets, Shelley, Byron, and Keats, were either revolutionary or, in Keats's case, supposed to be, at least, Whigs and associates of Whigs. The Quarterly was more frequently disgraced by political abuse of poetical works than the Edinburgh. Blackwood's magazine, after a few months of stagnation, came into the hands of Mr. Blackwood, a bookseller of sound sense and masterful character, who was practically his own editor, though he allowed John Wilson, 1785 to 1854, and John Gibson Lockhart, 1794 to 1854, to play their pranks. Wilson, of Magdalen College, Oxford, was a splendid athlete, and excelled in country sports. Lockhart, of Balliol, very young in 1817, was of remarkable beauty, with a strongly sarcastic pen, the Scorpion, and as sardonic as his faraway cousin in the past, Lockhart of Carnwath, the manager of Jacobite affairs under James VIII. And the author of valuable memoirs. These two, on a night of claret and mirth, composed the Calvi manuscript, a jape written in scriptural style on all the notables of Scottish literary society. To persons who understand the allusions, it is still full of very mirthful matter, but many grave sufferers were as little amused as John Knox was by a delightful parody of himself and his associates by young Thomas Maitland, brother of Maitland of Lethington, Secretary of State to Queen Mary. Thenceforth, Blackwood's was for several years engaged in broils, which culminated in the death of John Scott, then editor of the London Magazine, in which Lamb often wrote. In this serial Scott attacked Lockhart, who went to London to fight him. Scott kept advancing reasons for not meeting Lockhart, who posted him and went home. Scott, then entangling himself in a dispute with Lockhart's college friend, Christie, put himself in the hands of Horace Smith of The Rejected Addresses, and of Mr. Patmore. Mr. Patmore's ignorance of the laws of the duello made it necessary for Christie, who had fired once in the air, and thereby legally ended the duel, to shoot in the direction of Scott, who fell mortally wounded. The brawls of Blackwood's were detested by Sir Walter Scott, whose daughter Lockhart had married. Wilson, who had no connection with this tragedy, was an early devotee of Wordsworth's poetry, and himself wrote The Isle of Palms, The City of the Plague, and 2 or 3 Kailyard novels. His memory is best preserved by the high spirits and occasional sentiment and humour of his Nox Ambrosiani dialogues, in which the Ettrick shepherd is the most conspicuous hero, not always with his own goodwill or to his own advantage. Wilson was of a most mercurial temperament, his fiery style was apt to be too florid, his caprices of temper were unaccountable, and probably his most permanent work is found in his descriptions of nature and of sport. He was for long professor of moral philosophy in the University of Edinburgh. Lockhart is seen to most advantage in his immortal Life of Sir Walter Scott, a noble union of perfect candour with passionate affection for the great man of whom he wrote. His social fastidiousness must always have been vexed by Scott's intimacy with the Ballantyne brothers, who, again, had been incapable of controlling Scott's tendency to large expenditure. Indeed, the books of the firm were in a state of chaos. The strictures on these Ballantynes were a blemish in a book which, with Boswell's Jonson, holds the highest place in English literary biography. It is even more in a few pieces of original verse, such as Carlyle's favourite, It Is an Old Belief, than in the best of his Spanish ballads, that Lockhart reveals the poetry within him, and the tenderness of a heart on which he laid the fetterlock of his ancient scutcheon. Of his novels, as we have said, Adam Blair is by far the best. He became editor of the Quarterly Review in 1825, his death, 1854, took him from a world darkened for him by many bereavements and other sorrows. His body sleeps in Dryburgh Abbey, at the feet of Sir Walter Scott. We now turn to the great essayists of the early 19th century. Charles Lamb. He who would write briefly of Charles Lamb is under this disadvantage: to open a volume of Lamb's essays or letters is to remain absorbed in them, and in wondering affectionate admiration. A man is fascinated by the book, however often read before, and cannot take up the pen. Born in Crown Office Row, in the Temple, February 10, 1775, Lamb was the son of the clerk of a barrister, Samuel Salt, a Lincolnshire man. His maternal grandmother was housekeeper at the ancient house of Blakesware, in Herts. Lamb has described these people and that place in his essays, Old Benchers of the Inner Temple, Blakesmoor in Shire, and his own infantile mental state, much like that of R.L. Stevenson in some ways, in Witches and Other Night Fears, while his own and Coleridge's school days are commemorated in Recollections of Christ's Hospital, and here he assumes the part of Coleridge. In Christ's Hospital 35 years ago. To begin the study of Lamb with these essays is in part to understand him, and is wholly to fall in love with him. We see his father, with his honesty, courtesy, and courage. With his merriest quips and conceits and many little artistic accomplishments, a brother of the angle, moreover, devoted to the theatre, an enthusiast for Garrick, and, too early, in the last sad state of human weakness. Babbling of his boyhood. Lamb inherited the merry quips, and was an inveterate punster. The conceits derived from constant reading of Burton and Sir Thomas Browne, and the then neglected early dramatists, abound in his style. The love of the stage he also inherited, and constantly expresses. And, he says, from my childhood I was extremely inquisitive about witches and witch stories, and fond of a picture in a great book on the Bible, of the witch raising of Samuel, which I wish I had never seen. The present writer's childhood was dominated by the same picture. He never laid his head on the pillow, from his 4th to his 8th year, without an assurance which realized its own prophecy, of seeing some frightful spectres. He supposed that these imaginations might date from our ante-mundane condition. They were, in fact, proofs of his imaginative genius in infancy, for any child may have the fears, yet never fancy that it sees the phantasms. Conceivably the strain of madness in Lamb's blood, the madness which made his sister Mary slay her own mother, and affected her at frequent intervals, was also for something in his childish terrors. In later life his dreams wandered in great cities never visited by him, which he saw, with a map-like distinctness of trace, a daylight vividness of vision. He thought that, the degree of the soul's creativeness in sleep might furnish no whimsical criterion of the quantum of poetical faculty resident in the same soul waking. His verses, like When Maidens Such as Hester Die, though exquisite, give less proof of his poetical faculty than his essay on Dream Children, and on his lost love, which is perhaps the most beautiful example of his peculiar pathos. Thus, throughout his essays, Lamb is constantly studying and revealing himself, his sister, his friends, with varying disguises and alterations of circumstance. In his Character of the Late Elia, his pseudonym, he is his own critic. Better it is that a writer should be natural in a self-pleasing quaintness, than to affect a naturalness, so called, that should be strange to him. Unnatural it would have been to him, even in the briefest note to a friend, to write in a plain forthright style, but his quaintnesses and his conceits are never obscure. Elia gave himself too little concern about what he uttered and in whose presence. That this is too true appears in the famous scene where he desired to feel the bumps of a very stupid comptroller of stamps, and was not to be restrained by Wordsworth's mild "My dear Charles." What pranks, with his confessed, imperfect sympathy, with Scots, he may have played before the avenging Carlyle, no man knows. His friends were, for the most part, persons of uncertain fortune, a ragged regiment. He never greatly cared for the society of what are called good people. The impressions of infancy had burnt into him, and he resented the impertinence of manhood. Passing all his best hours at a desk in the India Office, he returned to his gambols when free. His essays were part of his playtime, in them he was his real self. From 1782 to 1789 he was at Christ's Hospital, but did not attain to the high rank of Grecian, nor enter either of the universities which he loved. He continued to meet Coleridge during vacations at The Salutation and Cat, and contributed verses to Coleridge's volume of 1796, Cottle, Bristol. In 1796 befell the tragedy in his family, and henceforth the care of his sister Mary, the Bridget of Elia, dominated his existence of unrepining self-sacrifice. In literature, in addition to the old writers, he admired Burns, and Wordsworth, from the first. It is more curious that Burger's Ballad of Lenore, The Death Ride, struck Lamb as potently as it inspired Scott, who appreciated Lamb much more than he was by Lamb appreciated, and in vain invited this resolute Cockney to visit Abbotsford. In 1797 he contributed more sonnets to a volume by Coleridge and Lloyd, and in 1798 published his tale Rosamund Grey. Friends going up to examine it. Observe a good deal of Charles Lamb in it. To parody Browning, it has passages of his style. Quotations from his favorite old authors. One chapter is an essay in his own manner, and there is even an anticipation of Dream Children. Shelley praised the story highly, but Lamb was not enthusiastic about Shelley's poems or Byron's. His John Woodville was intended for the stage, and the tragedy was published in 1802. It contains fine passages of verse, and a great deal of the local color of the Restoration. Perhaps the chief merit lies in the restoration of the accents of old poetry. The farce of Mr. H. was a foredoomed failure. There is room for variety of opinion as to the suitability of the Tales from Shakespeare, much of which was executed by Mary Lamb, for children, but the peculiar merits of the style are beyond dispute. The same remark may be made on The Adventures of Ulysses. On the other hand, the notes to the Specimens of English Dramatic Poets, 1808, reveal Lamb at his best as a critic and a master of language. While the selections are invaluable to readers who have not the time nor the taste for the perusal of the entire works of many most unequal dramatists. The book was a revelation to all but a few readers who, like Scott, had dwelt much with Marlowe, Chapman, Ford, Webster, and the rest. Lamb found himself and found a public, at first small but ever increasing, when he wrote his first essays for the London Magazine in 1820, under the name of Elia. Republished as Essays of Elia in 1823. The very names of the essays are fragrant in the memory, and the characters drawn have become household words, while the personal touches are, with Lamb's delightful and fantastic letters, his best biography. In 1825, Lamb retired, with a liberal pension, from the India Office, and was a freed man after 33 years' slavery. See his essay, The Superannuated Man. Lamb's last essays were published in 1833, and the author did not long survive the death of his lifelong friend, Coleridge, in July, 1834, he passed away on December 27, 1834. His name stands with those of Addison and Steele among English essayists. Indeed, he is much more read than they, as he was nearer to our own time. While more closely connected than they with the best literature of the great centuries which preceded the 18th. His self-revelations too are more serious than those of his famous predecessors, and the character revealed is more potently attractive. Leigh Hunt. Born 9 years after Lamb, in 1784, and, like Lamb and Coleridge, educated at Christ's Hospital, Leigh Hunt perhaps holds, after Lamb and Hazlitt, the third place among the English essayists of his age. While love of literature, of wide and very miscellaneous reading in Old English and Italian poetry was the chief pleasure of Hunt, he also took, with great vigor, a side in the politics of his age. A friend of the people, a contemner of kings, and no sympathizer with his country in the Napoleonic Wars, Hunt, with his brother John, started, in 1808, the Examiner, a radical weekly journal of politics and literature. In 1812 he published what the law called a libel on the Prince Regent, and for 2 years occupied prison rooms which he decorated in his own taste, leaning to roses on the wallpaper, and plaster casts. Among these he received his friends. Though he had a rapid perception of new poetic excellence, though he was the first to perceive and welcome the star of Keats, and, almost alone, encouraged and applauded Shelley. Hunt was blind to the merits of poets who were not of his own political party. In the text and notes of his Feast of the Poets, 1814, first published in The Reflector, he insulted Scott, Coleridge, and Wordsworth, and made, for rhyme to straw. When his Story of Rimini appeared, 1816, it told Dante's tale of Paolo and Francesca with a cockney jauntiness, and abounded in such epithets as perky, bosomy, farmy. Whiny Hunt's theory was that, the harmonious freedom of our old poets, their freedom in continuing the sense of the heroic rhyming couplets, should be united with the vigor of Dryden. His verse was based on Chaucer's, and on some examples of the 17th century, and his metrical example influenced Shelley, while Keats followed him in retelling Italian stories, and, at first, even in his affectations. Rimini and its author were furiously attacked, for reasons of politics, by the young Tory writers in Blackwood's magazine, to whom Hunt's ineradicable vanity and lack of taste lent handles. He was dubbed King of the Cockneys, and Keats himself shrank from his ways and manners. He joined Byron and Shelley in Italy in 1822. They were to work together on a journal, The Liberal, but, from the first, and especially after the death of Shelley, the relations of Byron with the needy and familiar Hunt were intolerably unpleasant. In 1828, after Byron's death, Hunt avenged himself in his Lord Byron and His Contemporaries, a book which, as he came to see, should never have been written. The rest of Hunt's life was spent in journalism, mainly literary. His essays, often delightful reading, were republished in Men, Women, and Books, Imagination and Fancy, A Jar of Honey from Mount Hybla, while in his last work, Autobiography, he forgives all his enemies, among whom he had actually reckoned Sir Walter Scott. He was the friend of Dickens and Carlyle. He wrote concerning Carlyle's style, how could he exculpate this style, in which he denounces so many shams, of being itself a sham, of being affected, unnecessary, and ostentatious? A jargon got up to confound pretension with performance, and reproduce endless German talk under the guise of novelty. Here was candor. Leigh Hunt cultivated the virtue described as the independence of the heart. William Hazlitt. Lamb as a man was universally beloved, except by Carlyle, and as a writer he is the friend of the human race. On the other side, Lamb's friend and fellow essayist, William Hazlitt, in a letter to Leigh Hunt, says, "I want to know why everybody has such a dislike to me. There is much pathos and a plentiful lack of humor in the question." The brief answer is that Hazlitt acted as if he were trying to make himself disliked. In this he was pretty successful. He quarreled even with Lamb, but never shook Lamb's constant affection. There is so much of Hazlitt's self in his works that, greatly as his good qualities delight us, there are times when we can scarcely forgive his defects, and are apt to conceive a personal grudge against him. Born at Maidstone on April 10, 1778, Hazlitt was the son of a distinguished nonconformist minister. After visiting America, which was not tolerant of his doctrines, the elder Hazlitt returned to England, where the son resided from 1788 to 1802. In 1798 he met Coleridge preaching in a blue coat and white waistcoat. The great and peculiar merit of Hazlitt's essays is his power of expressing and communicating the zest of his enjoyment of nature, human nature, preaching, juggling performances, prize fighting, painting, fiction, sculpture, and the game of fives. In his description of the voice, the manner, the personal magic of Coleridge, then in his glorious youth, Hazlitt outshines himself, as he does in his criticism of Kavanagh's style in the Fives Court. Hazlitt visited Coleridge at Stowey, and heard Wordsworth read his Peter Bell, heard Coleridge speak with contempt of Gray, and with intolerance of Pope, and express a dislike of Dr. Jonson. These were divine days. But politics crossed the friendships of Hazlitt. The others had been enthusiasts, like himself, for the French Revolution, but not for Napoleon, as objecting to be emancipated by a hero who subdued hereditary kings, and supplied to conquered nations his own brothers and captains to be their princes. Hazlitt, on the other hand, rejoiced in the superb genius of Napoleon as he did in that of Shakespeare and in the sunlight. Bonaparte he could no more keep out of his essays on poetry than Mr. Dick could banish that comely head of Charles I. from his memorial. To Hazlitt, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and other friends became anathema, as renegades. And it is when we read his odious attack on Coleridge's poetry, in the Edinburgh Review, that we understand why everybody has such a dislike of me. People who have read his Liber Amoris, still more they who have studied the original letters partly published in that book, perceive other ways in which Hazlitt became antipathetic to human nature. He was, in the Scots phrase, thrawn, and as he could seldom avoid exhibiting his temper in his writings, he may be and is admired for his generous qualities, and power of interpreting poetry and art, of elevating and enlivening the appreciative powers of his readers. But he can never be liked without reserve. His course of life, after he abandoned the study of metaphysics and the art of painting for the lecture room and the pen of the ready essayist, put him too much in the way of temptation. He was too free to bring his personal and political animosities into his work, it is such easy writing. He was also unskilled in the management of his life, and both his marriages, not to mention the unsuccessful passion of his liber amoris, were fountains of bitterness. Living in London, 1812 to 1820, Hazlitt gave his lectures on English poetry and comic writers, 1818 to 1819. Of 1817 are his Characters of Shakespeare's Plays, and his Round Table, essays on all sorts of subjects reprinted from Leigh Hunt's paper, The Examiner. In the work on poetry it is surprising to find him ranking Ossian with Homer, the Bible, and Dante, but when he gives his reasons it is natural to envy his powers of appreciation and enjoyment. To read him on Chaucer and Spenser is to desire to read Spenser and Chaucer themselves, so nobly does he recommend them, and Shakespeare, and so on, till, over Burns, he falls into a quarrel with Wordsworth, and then lashes the Lake School. Sniffs at Scott, and discovers but one fine passage in Christabel. His politics prevent him from appreciating what is excellent in the Cavalier poets, and even when writing of Milton, Satan suggests to him Bonaparte, and he goes off full-mouthed on that trail. Among the novelists he is as much at home, and as convincingly right in his criticisms, especially of Richardson, as he is lost in a mist when he touches on Racine and Molière. Over Scott's novels he first breaks into a passion of admiration, and then, remembering politics, pelts the author, who never gave a thought to him, in the manner of Gulliver's yahoos. Hazlitt, unhappily, lived at a time when both parties in the state carried, with inconceivable rancor and stupidity, their politics into the field of literary criticism. His Characters of Shakespeare was slandered by Gifford in the Quarterly Review, and he keeps telling us the sale of the book was stopped. Why members of his own party did not continue to buy it, he does not ask. In Blackwood's Magazine, 1817 to 1818, he was styled Pimply-Faced Hazlitt, a leader of the Cockney school, and he says that Keats died of being called a Cockney. In fact, these stupidities did not affect Keats more than any other man of sense, while Hazlitt never ceased to avenge on people perfectly innocent, and on the guilty Gifford, the insults which he ought to have disregarded. For these reasons, and because he wrote so much, his essays are unequal, though when he is at his best, and he is often at his best, he is in the foremost rank of critics. He died in 1830. "Well, I have had a happy life," was among his latest words, and his finest works are reflections of his happiest hours. Thomas de Quincey. An essayist whose works are probably more read than those of Leigh Hunt is Thomas de Quincey, one of the extraordinary men whose boyhood was in the 18th, and whose works were produced in the first half of the 19th century. Born in Manchester in 1785, and dying in Edinburgh in 1859, de Quincey was precisely the contemporary of Hunt. His father, dying young, left his children adequately provided for, and, to judge by de Quincey's autobiography, they were extraordinary children. William, the invincibly amusing, died young, and de Quincey's first great sorrow was the death of Elizabeth, when he himself was 6 and she was not 10 years of age. His description of the vision and the mysterious music which attended his visit to her as she lay dead, is one of the most remarkable and characteristic passages in his writings. 69 years later, his very last act was to throw up his arms and utter, as if with a cry of surprised recognition, "Sister! Sister! Sister!" He was, indeed, a born seer. And probably other persons, if so ill-advised as to follow his example in taking quantities of laudanum, would not behold the visions which first charmed and then tormented the English opium-eater. De Quincey was a wanderer and a fugitive from his school days, at least such he became after receiving an accidental stroke on the head from a cane, which prostrated him for weeks, and quite conceivably was one cause of his eccentricities. As he has told us, he ran away, quite needlessly, from school at 16 or 17, tramped, a sentimental traveller, in North Wales, starved, lurked, and walked the midnight streets of London with Anne. Ran away from Oxford, Worcester College, when his papers had astonished and delighted the examiners, and, generally, flew in the face of common sense. He came into his little fortune, behaved to Coleridge with the generosity of Shelley, settled long near Wordsworth at Grasmere, made the acquaintance of John Wilson, Christopher North, married a country girl, and fell into the miseries of the opium eater. Poverty ensued. De Quincey returned to his fugitive life of lurking in London, and, in 1821, astonished the world of readers by The Confessions of an English Opium Eater, published in The London Magazine, for which Lamb and Hazlitt used to write. De Quincey was acquainted with Lamb, and Wordsworth and Coleridge he knew well. But he belonged to none of the rival sets of writers, Cockneys, or Edinburgh wits. And, in his freakish moods of schoolboy-like high spirits, he wrote personal banter of his best friends, deriding Coleridge's corpulence and large expanse of cheek. The retort, as to cheek, was obvious. In 1830 De Quincey moved to Edinburgh. And in lodgings there, and at a cottage near Laswade on the Esk, he mainly passed the rest of his strange, industrious, eccentric life. He wrote alternately for Blackwood's and Tate's magazines. Almost the whole matter of his 16 volumes appeared originally in magazines, and was written with the wolf and the printer's boy at the door. His vast store of reading, accumulated before 1821, embraced the old English writers and the new German philosophers, magic, political economy, and the records of police trials. That sketch for a murder with a pair of dumbbells, by the murderer Thurtle, the same who was generally censured for murdering the late Mr. Ware, occurs, not only in the essay on Murder considered as one of the fine arts, but in the long essay on Style. The story of the very mysterious murder, at noonday, of Mrs. Ruscombe in Bristol, is very well told in Autobiographic Sketches, The Priory. Confessedly some essays, such as Dreamfugue in The English Mail Coach, are records of visions inspired by opium. The dream knows best. And the dream, I say again, is the responsible party. These essays on the mail coach, then the marvel of rapidity of travel, offer, in miniature, the type of De Quincey's style, with its sonorous poetic cadences, its quaint colloquial familiarities, with his insatiable intellectual curiosity, and his digressiveness. He discusses the origin of the word snob. Finally the dream has its way, after the wonderful description of the laurelled coach bearing news of Wellington's and Blucher's victory to England, and to two lovers the sudden face of death. De Quincey, with his wide reading, with the songless poet in his nature, and with his strange freakish habits, his following a chance association of ideas far beyond the field of his essay, is, naturally, one of the most unequal of writers. His prose is, on occasion, aureate or ornate, in a manner which has, perhaps, had its day, and again he deals in schoolboy slang. Only parts of his famous essay on Jeanne d'Arc are excellent. Taste has moved away from, and may return to, the mystic eloquence of The Three Ladies of Sorrow. But in De Quincey there is variety enough for all tastes, and he is perhaps especially inspiring and delightful to young readers. He died at Edinburgh on December 8, 1859. XXXIV, Poets after Wordsworth. We now turn to the poets of the 19th century, after Wordsworth, though the first on the list was his senior in years. He is less important for his work than as the pioneer of the poets who, in the United States, contributed to the poetic literature of the English language. Philip Freneau. Philip Freneau, 1752–1832, was the first American poet of any note. America, colonial or independent, has scarcely any early literary history, which may be mainly accounted for by the preoccupation of men's minds in taming the waste, in dispossessing the warlike natives, in establishing the Puritan theocracy in New England, and in war, whether colonial, against France and her Indian allies, or against the old country. Yet we might have expected lyrics, at least, from the non-Puritan settlers of the very literary age of Elizabeth and James I, and from cavalier exiles of the period of Charles I. They must have been in love. But that poetic passion, among the colonists, was singularly tuneless. We might have looked for volumes on the new country in addition to the learned volume of William Strachey, who compares the religion, rites, and legends of the Red Tribes with those of Greece and Rome, and the larger and more romantic tome of Captain John Smith. The Anglo-Saxon colonists of this Isle of Britain lived even more hardly than the colonists in America, yet we have seen that, even in its scanty fragments, their poetry has distinction, sentiment, and pathos. But American poetry did not begin at the beginning in poems of personal sentiment and experience and in heroic lays. Religion, theological controversy, colonial history, and witchcraft fully occupied the flowing pen of Cotton Mather, 1663 to 1728. The theocracy, like that of Calvin, Knox, and Andrew Melville, which he supported, was broken by the turn of public opinion in 1692, against the hangings of witches on spectral evidence, subjective apparitions of the witches to their victims. On the witches, on religion, on colonial history with a controversial purpose, Magnalia, and on many other themes, Cotton Mather wrote at enormous length. He was a Bostonian, a Harvard man, and learned. In fact, he was the counterpart of his correspondent, Wodrow, the author of the History of the Sufferings of the Kirk under the Restoration. His style is Jacobean rather than late Caroline, and the curious will find him full of matter. Religion inspired Jonathan Edwards. Politics, science, and homely Hesiotic advice occupied Benjamin Franklin, but, as for poetry in America, it begins with Freneau, who was born 8 years before Prince Charles's last hope of recovering England failed, and who died in the death year of Sir Walter Scott, 1832. Freneau was a sailor, a journalist, a writer of patriotic verse during the War of Independence, and his best-known poem is The Indian Cemetery, which displays the same regret for a vanished people as the Anglo-Saxon, the ruined city. Thomas Campbell stole, consciously or unconsciously, a line from this piece. Here is Campbell, in O'Connor's Child. Now on the grass-green turf he sits, his tasselled horn beside him laid. Now o'er the hills in chase he flits, the hunter and the deer, a shade. Freneau has, by midnight moons, o'er moistening dews, in habit for the chase arrayed. The hunter still the deer pursues, the hunter and the deer, a shade. This plagiarism, by a Scot who ought to have known better, must be taken as a real case of extremely petty larceny. Any mortal who cared for grammar would have written, not the hunter and the deer, a shade, for arithmetically there were 2 shades, but the hunter like the deer, a shade. Campbell, if not Freneau, must have known that the passage coincides with the scene in Homer, Odyssey, Book 11, where the shade of Heracles pursues the shades of the animals which on earth he had slain. The cadences of Freneau are those of Mickle in Cumnor Hall. The dews of summer night did fall. The moon, sweet regent of the sky, silvered the walls of Cumnor Hall, and many an oak that grew thereby. As a rule, Freneau's muse, like that of Mr. Lothian Dodd when slightly exhilarated, was the patriotic, inspiriting to the contemporary warrior, but not of imperishable literary value. As senior in years to Tennyson and Browning, Freneau's compatriots, Bryant, Whittier, and Longfellow, may here follow him in chronological order. William Cullen Bryant. William Cullen Bryant, 1794 to 1878, was one of those concerning whom Saint-Beuve says that they carry about in them a poet who died young. His tendency was to write hymns to Proserpine. Among the works which fascinated his boyhood were Blair's Grave, Bishop Porteous on Death, The Ghost of Mrs. Veal, 1705, A Qualified Critic, preferred Drelincourt, and the hectic verses of Kirke White. Later came Wordsworth, perhaps too late. For Bryant's Thanatopsis, written when he was 17, descends from such later works as follow the author of the Anglo-Saxon poem of The Grave. Not much later came The Waterfowl, a favorite of the compilers of anthologies. Thanatopsis was frequently retouched, and now closes with a passage of the highest ethical dignity, though to be sure there is little of hope in the idea that each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death. He was successful as a journalist, the friend of freedom's cause. As far away as Paris is, And also at home, where the Negro was concerned. He did not cease when an editor to write poetry, and he translated Homer into blank verse. In reading Bryant's poems we cannot but see that he offered the best wine first, in pieces like, To a Waterfowl, and, The Yellow Violet. The former is full of charm in atmosphere and cadence, though the concluding moral, as in, The Yellow Violet, is inspired by Wordsworth. His best pieces of landscape, pictures of autumn and winter, are somewhat reminiscent of Cooper. The Ages, a summary of the world's history in the stanza of Spenser, is more remarkable for the happy patriotism of its conclusion than for originality of thought. It is really amusing to see his inability to escape from the charms of the tombs of red Indians, or of conquerors or of kings, in dusty darkness hid, all are welcome to him. And in The Child's Funeral, the reader is happily surprised by the discovery that the infant, prematurely placed in the vault, is alive and enjoying himself. John Greenleaf Whittier. Whittier, 1807–1892, was born of a rural Quaker family in Massachusetts. He was mainly self-taught. He early commenced journalist, on the side of the party opposed to slavery, and he retained no high esteem for his early flights in verse. He wrote much in the journal, The New Era, which was fortunate enough to publish Mrs. Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, and during the Great War he was one of the bards who stimulated the valor of the North. Much as another Quaker, by waving his hat, encouraged the Duke of Cumberland's dragoons at Prince Charles's rearguard action at Clifton. But there the side befriended by the English Quaker was not victorious. In Snowbound, 1866, the name-giving piece is a delightful picture of a happy winter's night in such a cottage as that of Whittier's boyhood. Whittier first met a popular success as a poet. Though already some of his poems, probably pirated, were not unpopular in England. He was a good, earnest and amiable man, and, as a poet, copious and wholesome, rather than of curious and exquisite distinction. Many of his verses are religious, moral or political, and, despite his love of nature, his lines are not always, where nature is concerned, on a level with the best of Bryant. His stories in ballad or balladish form were naturally popular. Maud Muller is perhaps the best known in England. He had a variety of themes, colonial, Red Indian, and generally historical. He even went to the Rig Veda. And catholicity of taste is shown when an American Quaker sings of Soma, the rather mysterious nectar of Indra and other deities of the Indian Olympus. That his poems of war should be energetic, while he was professedly a man of peace, is not so remote from the practice of the earlier Friends as we are apt to suppose. 44. His life, his rustic and laborious youth, his irregular education, his absorption in the politics of his own country, his enthusiasm for freedom's cause, has a resemblance to the life of Burns, and makes him distinctly a national poet. But it is needless to enumerate the points in Bums which are missing in Whittier. Perhaps an alien may venture to utter an idea which was in his mind before he found that it had been expressed by a fellow countryman of the poet. Professor Barrett Wendell writes, concerning some of Whittier's pieces, they belong to that school of verse which perennially flourishes and withers in the poetical columns of country newspapers. The verse of the country newspaper was the wild stock of Whittier's Rose, the wild stock of Burns was the folk song of Scotland. Whittier had to educate himself, and his genius often lifted him far above the artless verse of his youth. He was not wholly unimitative. In his famous appeal, Massachusetts to Virginia, we read, "And sandy Barnstaple rose up, wet with the salt sea spray. And Bristol sent her answering shout down Narragansett Bay. Along the broad Connecticut Old Hampton felt the thrill. And the cheers of Hampshire's woodmen swept down from Holyoke Hill. And the red glare on Skiddaw roused the burghers of Carlisle. It is Macaulay's Armada. There is a mountain peak in America which bears the name of the renowned statesman, Daniel Webster." Whittier, in days before the war, had written against Daniel Webster, more in sorrow than in anger, the poem called Ichabod. So fallen. So lost. The light withdrawn. Which once he wore. The glory from his grey hairs gone. For evermore. Much later, in a kind of palinode, he, addressing the shade of Webster, gave a good example of the vigor of his octosyllabics. But, where the native mountains bear their foreheads to diviner air, fit emblem of enduring fame, one lofty summit keeps thy name. For thee, the cosmic forces did the rearing of that pyramid, the prescient ages shaping with fire, flood, and frost thy monolith. The rigorous critic may say that the idea is derived from Byron. An object to forces did the rearing of that pyramid, as a somewhat colloquial idiom, but the lines have very great speed and vigor. If we insist that a very young literature must produce for inspection her national poet, and Mr. Lowell says that foreign critics made this demand very early indeed, the poet cannot be Poe, and Whitman is hardly eligible. Whittier seems, so far, to be the best candidate for the bays. Many admirers of Burns will be eager to confess that Whittier's Snowbound has merit superior to those of the Ayrshire Ploughman's companion piece, The Cotter's Saturday Night. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Longfellow, by far the most popular, in his own country and in England, of American poets, was born at Portland, Maine, in 1807, he was 2 years older than Tennyson. He was a contemporary at Bowdoin College of his country's greatest novelist, Nathaniel Hawthorne. In 1826 he began 3 travel years, which prepared him for the chair of French and Spanish literature, first held by George Ticknor in 1817. He first taught at Bowdoin, and in 1836 succeeded Ticknor at Harvard. American literature now began to be affected by the poets of the European continent, which had, ever since Chaucer, and especially in the Elizabethan age, fostered the poetry of England. Only the morally pure and elevating elements in continental literature affected Longfellow, and this was not precisely the case where Chaucer and the Elizabethans were concerned. Indeed, the greater literature of the United States is not mastered by the passions. Byron, Shelley, and Burns were never its idols, and Hawthorne did a daring thing when he wrote The Scarlet Letter. Longfellow, whom Poe absurdly accuses of plagiarism, was no imitator. He had a note, simple indeed, but his own. As far as any traces in his work of Scott, Wordsworth, Byron, Coleridge, Keats, and Shelley, are apparent, we might suppose that he had never read them. This kind of originality is not always found even in considerable poets. The measure of Scott's lay is borrowed from Christabel. Burns usually had a model which he transfigured. Byron's Oriental tales in verse are bad copies from Scott in versification, but the minor poet is always imitative. Longfellow, like the enemy of Bonaparte mentioned by Heine, was still a professor, till 1854, when he was succeeded by Mr. Lowell. While occupying an academic chair he published perhaps his best-known work, The Voices of the Night, 1839, his Evangeline, Pathos in English Hexameters, in 1847, and The Golden Legend, in 1851. In his first book Longfellow made a bull's-eye in hitting the public taste. The bull's-eye rang to the anvil strokes of The Village Blacksmith. Young men shouted Excelsior as they walked the streets, like the 2 riders to the Signet who met each other shouting lines from Flodden in Marmion, on the North Bridge of Edinburgh. It is true that to the Lords of Convention 'twas Claverhouse spoke. Or the stubborn spearmen still made good their dark impenetrable wood. Or the laurel, the palms, and the paean, the breasts of the nymphs in the brake, are perhaps even more provocative than Excelsior to him who shouts for his personal diversion. But it is much to write verses which provoke this kind of enthusiasm among persons not apt to be stirred by literature. On mature reflection, the maiden in Excelsior was rather in a coming-on disposition. He answered as he turned away. What would the junior proctor say? Is a pardonable academic parody. If you analyze the similes in The Psalm of Life, you meet some shipwrecked brother who, though he has piled up his bark on some reef, is still sailing o'er time's dreary main, and taking comfort in observing, through his glass, that somebody has left footprints on the sands. Enfin, these poems have, that, as Reynolds said, though the metaphors are mixed as if by the masterhand of Sir Boyle Roche. These things are not Longfellow's masterpieces, and they, with the apocryphal Viking's skeleton in armor, are best read in happy and uncritical boyhood. At any age we may appreciate such lines as the welcome, the thrice prayed for, the most fair, the best beloved knight, and I remember the black wharves and the slips, and the sea tide, tossing free, and Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and the mystery of the ships, and the magic of the sea. Simplicity is dominant in Longfellow's verse, and he has a message on which he is perhaps too fond of dwelling. In one of his anti-slavery poems the hero, like Aphra Behns' Orinoco, is a king in his own country, though the slave trade in black ivory direct from Africa was no longer extant. In Hiawatha, he reproduced the measure of the Finnish Kalevala with much of the woodland perfume of the original poem. To boys fresh from Cooper's novels the tale is a delight if it has palled on more sophisticated tastes. Theocritus hoped that his verses would be on men's lips, above all on the lips of the young. If this were Longfellow's ambition he had his reward in full. He wrote for a young people, in the boyhood of its own literature, and opened for it the magical volume of old romance, and his hold on those who read him in youth can never be shaken, being strengthened by all happy and tender memories. His muse sits and gazes at us with those deep and tender eyes, like the stars, so still and saint-like, looking downwards from the skies. Alfred Tennyson. Born in 1809, the son of the Rev. George Tennyson, rector of the parish at Somersby in the Lincolnshire Wolds, Alfred Tennyson was a schoolboy when Keats and Byron died. At the age of 8, he says, I remember making a line I thought grander than Campbell, or Byron, or Scott. It was this. With slaughterous sons of thunder rolled the flood. The context is absent, but the line is sonorous, and utterly unlike anything that the child could find in the poems with which he was already acquainted, those of Thomson, Scott, Byron, and Campbell. Even if he had read Milton, the line gave promise of his originality as an inventor of harmonies, in blank verse. After imitating Pope, and, on a large scale, 6,000 verses, copying Scott, Tennyson wrote, at 14, a drama in blank verse. Of this a chorus survives in Tennyson's volume of 1830, and in such lines as these about the mountains riven by secret fire and midnight storms that wander round their windy cones. We already find his manner, his use of a favorite epithet, and his interest in the forces that draw down the Ionian hills and sow the dust of continents to be. At 17, 1826, after being dominated by Byron, he put him away altogether, and this was the tendency of his generation at Cambridge, of Thackeray, Monckton Milnes, and others. In 1827, poems by two brothers, Alfred and his brother Frederick, Charles, too, contributed, were published, but contained none of the verses stamped with his own unmistakable mark which he had already composed. Among these the ballad on a wooing like that of the Bride of Lammermoor is specially original. At 19, 1828, Tennyson wrote The Lover's Tale in blank verse. He had not yet read Shelley, but the Italian scenery, and the rich imagery, are somewhat in Shelley's manner. The book was published 50 years later, 1879. Only the two first parts were written in youth. Tennyson went up to Trinity College, Cambridge, in 1828, where he met Thackeray, Fitzgerald, Milnes, Lord Houghton, and Arthur Hallam, son of the historian, and the foremost of his friends. He contributed to the essays of this set, The Apostles, a paper on ghosts, and won the prize poem on Timbuktu, by an obscure production in blank verse. Concerning the cause of its success there is an amusing if apocryphal anecdote. In 1830, when Bulwer Lytton was declaring that novels had killed the taste for poetry, Tennyson's first volume appeared. The obvious fault was the affected diction, babblings as of Leigh Hunt. But in Mariana in the Moated Grange, Tennyson declared his real self, as in The Ode to Memory, The Dying Swan, Recollections of the Arabian Nights, and Oriana. Here we discern Tennyson's mastery of original cadences. His close observation of nature, his opulent language, and his visions of romance. The supposed confessions of a second-rate sensitive mind displays the doubts that recur in Memoriam. And The Mystic reveals a very potent element in his character, that of the visionary with elusive experiences of dissociation approaching to trance. In a beautiful passage of In Memoriam, these experiences are again cast, as far as possible, in matter-molded forms of speech. Before 1830 Tennyson had anticipated, in an essay, the modern doctrine of the evolution of man from the lowest rudimentary forms of life, and had also personal psychological experiences like those of Plotinus and other late Platonic philosophers. In 1832 almost all of the poems of the new volume of 1833 had been composed. This book included the first shape, magical but more or less humorous, and confused in form, of The Lady of Shalott. With the first form of Oenone, written in the Pyrenees during a tour with Hallam, the miller's daughter, which needed and received much correction, as did The Palace of Art. Here, too, first appeared the Passion of Fatima, the perfect Mariana in the south, and The Lotus Eaters, which has, in brief space, all the languor and all the charm of Spenser. It is a poem never excelled by Tennyson. A very amusing review, by Lockhart in The Quarterly, mocked at all the many faults, but never alluded to the more numerous and essential beauties of the book. 10 years later Lockhart repented, and handed Tennyson's 2 volumes of 1842 to his friend Sterling, for criticism which could not be mocking. The poet, though naturally sensitive to criticism, had bowed to censures which, as he saw, were deserved, and had substituted noble lines for the earlier inequalities and eccentricities. The sudden death at Vienna of Arthur Hallam, in September 1833, was a shock and a sorrow which left an indelible mark on the poet's character and genius. He composed, not much later, The Two Voices, and the resolute and noble Ulysses. With Sir Galahad, that absolute romantic lyric, Tithonus, perhaps the most perfect of all his poems on classical mythology, the Morte d'Arthur, the greatest of his idylls on the cycle of Arthur, and he wrote many parts of In Memoriam. He had chosen poverty for his mate, with poetry, like Wordsworth. In 1842 appeared the 2 volumes which contain the flower and fruit of Tennyson's youth. Much that was new, with more that was reformed from early immature phases, was offered. And such excellence in so many various styles, including the rural idylls, the light and charming Day Dream, the Sleeping Beauty, the Talking Oak, and again, the Dream of Fair Women, the strange romantic Vision of Sin. The classical and Arthurian poems, to mention no others, was never exhibited by a young English poet. There was little to regret or discard, and even The May Queen had this merit or demerit that it at once became extremely popular. Here was a fortunate alacrity in sinking. In the opinion of old Fitzgerald, Tennyson never regained the level of these 2 thin volumes of 1842, perhaps we may say that he never rose above that level. The Princess, 1847, contains several of his most perfect lyrics, and all the charm of his blank verse, but it is professedly a fantasy. The poet is not always wholly serious, he writes somewhat in the vein of Love's Labours Lost. In 1850 appeared, anonymously, In Memoriam, the record of 3 years of pain, and of strivings with the giant of Bunyan's doubting castle. We cannot discuss the reasonings, the waverings, the reviewings of the then most recent theories of evolution, with their presumed theological consequences. But the lover of poetry who cannot find it in Memoriam, may perhaps be regarded as not destitute of prejudices. Tennyson would be more universally appreciated as a great and delightful poet if he had never expressed any of his personal opinions about politics, society, morals, or religion in verse. His 2 volumes of 1842 contain nothing, or very little, that can annoy the most sensitive up-to-date spirit. In 1850, Tennyson, by that time married, succeeded Wordsworth in the laureateship. The first fruits of his office was the magnificent Ode on the Death of the Duke of Wellington, 1852. In 1855 appeared Maud, which is prejudiced by the topical allusions to the Crimean War, and by the appearance, as hero and narrator, of a modern master of Ravenswood, who is, according to the poet himself, a morbid poetic soul. An egotist with the makings of a cynic. The love poetry is beautiful, and most beautiful are the exquisite lines, "Oh, that 'twere possible." But the day for a kind of tale or novel of modern life, in verse, had passed before the death of Crabbe. In 1859 appeared the first 4 Idylls of the King, Enid, from a medieval tale in the Welsh Mabinogion, Elaine, and Guinevere, from the Morte d'Arthur, and Vivian, the beguiler of the wise Merlin, from the same source. All are rich in beauties of style, in visions of nature, in such characters as Elaine and Lancelot, and in delicate observation. Except Vivian, all the Idylls were eagerly welcomed. Though some critics held that Arthur preached too much to his fallen queen. Thackeray wrote to his dear old Alfred that the Idylls had given him a splendor of happiness. Gold and purple and diamonds, I say, gentlemen, and glory and love and honor, and if you haven't given me all these, why should I be in such an ardor of gratitude? But I have had out of that dear book the greatest delight that has come to me since I was a young man. Old men who were schoolboys when Thackeray wrote thus, felt, and feel, what Thackeray expresses. The Idylls were continued later, to the number of 12, not all are of equal merit. None perhaps is so good as the Morte d'Arthur of 1842, but the whole are the poetic rival, in romantic charm, in haunting evasive allegory, and in ethics, of Malory's great old book. In the Idylls, as in Malory, we find, as Caxton had written 400 years earlier, the gentle and virtuous deeds that some knights used in these days, noble and renowned acts of humanity, gentleness, and chivalry. For herein may be seen noble chivalry, courtesy, humanity, friendliness, love, cowardice, murder, hate, virtue, and sin. The tragedy of Lancelot and Guinevere, the mystic interlude of the quest for the Grail, the ruin of that world, and the passing of Arthur, were all given by old romance, and are all beautified by charm of diction, and countless pictures of nature. And similes worthy of Homer, such as, "So dark a forethought rolled about his brain, as on a dull day in an ocean cave. The blind wave feeling round his long sea hull. In silence." In Enoch Arden, 1864, Tennyson again displayed his matchless variety of command over all classes of poetic themes, and added to In Memoriam a lyric full of the tranquil tenderness of an immortal love, in the Valley of Cauderetz. Once more choosing a novel and difficult and sublime topic, he gave us Lucretius, a study of the magnificent ruin of a supreme heart and soul and intellect. Of the 7 plays published between 1875 and 1892 there is not space to speak. But by common admission the genius of Tennyson was not fitted for the drama of the stage. In 1880 the poet, unconquerable by time, gave, in Ballads and Other Poems, the nobly passionate dramatic monologue of Rizpah. And his most thrilling war song, The Revenge. With 1885 came the Virgilian cadences of the lines to Virgil, written for the poet's townsmen, the Mantuans, on that golden branch amid the shadows. Kings and realms that pass to rise no more. Tennyson's genius was, indeed, akin to that of Virgil in tenderness, in the sense of tears in mortal things, in elaborate and exquisite art, and in the selecting and polishing and resetting of jewels from the poetry of ancient Greece. We saw, in the opening of this volume, how from age to age Homer's descriptions of the Elysian land, and of the home of the gods, reached an Anglo-Saxon minstrel. And now Tennyson recasts the thoughts in his picture of the island valley of Avilion, the Celtic paradise. At the age of 81, like Sophocles unsubdued by time, and still absolute master of his art, he composed one of his supreme lyrics, Crossing the Bar. We repeat it and we marvel at the exquisite unison of thought with music. Even in The Death of Oenone the aged hand no uncertain warbling made. The poet crossed the bar on October 6, 1892, his Shakespeare by his side, and his open chamber window flooded by moonlight. It is probable that we live too near Tennyson to appreciate his greatness. Men hardly know how beautiful fire is, says Shelley, the phenomenon is too familiar. But later generations will know and understand, and through the darkness of time will follow the light of this golden branch among the shadows. Robert Browning. Born 3 years later than Tennyson, in May, 1812, Robert Browning's first published poem, Pauline, appeared in the same year as Tennyson's second volume of verse, namely in 1833. Thenceforward the careers of the two poets were, in some respects, curiously similar, as each flourished most decisively in 1840 to 1850. Browning was a native of a London suburb, his father was a man of very active intelligence, a reader of old books. And though Browning, in boyhood, was educated at a private school, his essential instruction was that which he gave himself in his father's library. At an early age, about 16, he read Shelley, and an intense enthusiasm for Shelley, as a man and poet, pervades his Pauline. The poem is a monologue addressed to Pauline, on the incidents in the development of a soul, little else is worth study, as Browning wrote in the dedication of Sordello. The poem is, naturally, more or less autobiographical. Like Wordsworth's The Prelude, it was intended to be but part of a large work, so many utterances of so many imaginary persons, not mine, poetry always dramatic in principle, so the author wrote in 1867. And the speaker in Pauline is really but as one of Browning's men and women, and dramatis personae. The work contains several passages of great beauty, written in a regular style of blank verse without eccentricity, and is full of promise of success in a path which, later, as far as form is concerned, Browning did not follow. The construction of the paragraphs of blank verse is in places difficult, indeed obscure, a fault which haunted the poet's manner. Of Pauline not a single copy was purchased, and it was with reluctance that Browning, much later, permitted it to appear among his works. His Paracelsus, 1835, is in form a drama with 4 characters, and is, again, a story of incidents in the development of a soul, that of a famous chemist, half mystic, half charlatan, 1493 to 1541, who determined to become the greatest and most glorious man on earth. For him unattainable science is La Belle Dame sans merci, and her dead votaries call to him. Lost, lost. Yet come. With our wan troop make thy home. There are 1 or 2 charming lyrics, but there is a weight of prolixity, and almost entire absence of action. The poem, however, obtained for Browning recognition among men of letters and special students of poetry, when he was not yet 24 years of age. He knew Talfourd, whose Ion, 1835, was a recognized dramatic triumph at the moment. Forster, the friend and biographer of Dickens, with Forster, Browning's relations later were stormy, and Macready, the actor, who, 1837, put his Strafford on the stage, with but slight success. Browning's dramas intended to be acted have had even less hold on the scenic world than Tennyson's. A Blot in the Scutcheon, 1843, might have fared better but was thwarted by the internal politics of the stage. Sordello, 1840, a narrative in heroic verse, though of an original sort that would have puzzled Dryden, was again the study of a soul, that of a legendary Mantuan medieval poet and soldier, mentioned by Dante. The abundance of medieval Italian history, introducing, as familiar to all, matters which were but vaguely known by few, and the long hurrying sentences, following trains of ideas associated only in the poet's mind, defeated the ordinary reader. As here the chief immeasurably yawned. In a long passage of exposition, so did the world, and Sordello was a stumbling block in the path of the poet's fame. On the other hand, in Pippa Passes, 1841, Browning produced a drama partly lyrical, partly in prose, partly in blank verse, full of variety, humor, strength, and charm, and with that vein of optimism which is never unwelcome. Just as Tennyson came to his own with his 2 volumes of 1842, so the works published by Browning, 1841 to 1846, in cheap numbers, as Bells and Pomegranates, gave assurance of his originality and his greatness. His dramatic lyrics, when they came, were poetry of a new kind, in measures as various as the moods. Here was a garden of the souls so rich and strange, so full of novelty of incident, of observation in Italy and in England, as had never before been presented to a world which, for the moment, regarded it not. The strangeness in places might throw a shade on the beauty. The poet did not by any means always choose to make audible, in his verse, the music to which, as an art, he was devoted. In 1855 his Men and Women did at last win to the favor first of an enthusiastic few, then of all lovers of poetry. The very names of the poems, from Bishop Blougram to In a Gondola, Porphyria's Lover, Fra Lippo Lippi, The Last Ride Together, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came, A Grammarian's Funeral, call up a troupe of visionary pictures. While Christmas Eve and Easter Day, 1850, opens Browning's series of meditations on faith and the mysteries of existence. The poet's life, from his marriage to another poet, Miss Barrett, 1846, to her death in 1861, was spent, in great part, in Italy, mainly in Florence, and Italian history, literature, art, and politics constantly inspired him. In 1864 appeared his Dramatis Personae, of the same varied character as Men and Women. Of the new poems the speculations of A.B.T. Vogler, the musician, of Rabbi Ben Ezra, the faith pronouncing all things very good, the gallant resolution in face of death of Prospice. Won for Browning the applause of readers who value thought in poetry. Of these, many preferred the passages most difficult of comprehension, and found joy in mysteries where the difficulties were really caused by the manner of the poet. In 1868 a world which had neglected Browning fell with enthusiasm on the 4 successive volumes of The Ring and the Book. Here all persons concerned in a peculiarly brutal set of murders of 1698, and many lookers-on, give their own versions and their own views of the characters and events, while the lawyers have their say. And the Pope sums up all in a poem by a 4th part longer than the Gilead. The last 20 years of the poet's life were prolific in books very various in character, from Fifine at the Fair, 1872, and Red Cotton Nightcap Country, 1873, to Asilando, in 1889, the year of his death. His transcript from Euripides is not merely rugged, but very quaint. The method is the old method, but a growing willfulness often mars the results, the defect of Browning's quality. His resolute courage never failed. He was firm on the rock of his belief, but it is probable that he will always be best known by the work of his central period, from Pippa Passes to Dramatis Personae. He is the poet of love, of life, and of the will to live. Here and beyond the grave, and he is the expounder, and, indeed, the creator, of innumerable characters, while, if his poetry lacks natural magic, and supreme felicity of phrase, his pictures are largely and vigorously designed and colored. No poet perhaps, save Scott, showed so little of the poet in general society, no man was more kindly and natural in his ways. Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Poe, born in 1809 at Boston, was on the mother's side English, but in genius he was of no nationality. His parents, who were actors, died early, and he was adopted at the age of 2 by a gentleman of Virginia, Mr. Allan, with whom he passed 5 years in Europe, 1815 to 1820. From the University of Virginia he passed, as poets are apt to do, in the disfavor of his dons, nor did he long abide at West Point, the military school, leaving in 1831 in very unfortunate circumstances. Like Shakespeare in the tradition, he was given to all manner of unluckiness, such as losing more money at cards than he could pay, which estranged his guardian. In 1827, at the age of 18, he had published the now almost indiscoverable volume of verse, Tamerlane and Other Poems. He betook himself to journalism, writing verses, criticisms, whereby he made many enemies, and short stories. With his genius for these, whether tales of gruesome mystery, or of treasure hunting, or of a marvelous detective, he would, in the America of today, have been rich, as authors count riches. But his pay was infinitesimal, and he lived in dire poverty, always longing for a magazine of his own, but his engagements as an editor were neither permanent nor lucrative. He was, in The Gold Bug, the founder of all stories of hidden treasure, and all detective stories descend from The Murders in the Rue Morgue. In composing crawlers, as R. L. Stevenson called tales of horror, he had no rival. He always avoided the supernatural, his effects were mortuary, and he was too partial to premature burials. His style was that of an artist, clean and sober, in The Gold Bug, but in such pieces as The Fall of the House of Usher, he aimed at poetical effects in prose. The doors of the doomed mansion threw slowly back their ponderous and ebony jaws. Poe appears to have had the wish to be a scholar. He may even, by many allusions to unfamiliar books, give the impression that his reading is very wide, but scholarship was inconsistent with his restless and poverty-stricken life. Yet something of the fastidiousness of the scholar possessed him, and made him a student of style, and a relentless reviewer of the many nobodies who formed the majority of his literary contemporaries. His poetry is the very reverse of a criticism of life. His heroes, if in love at all, are constant to some Belle Morte, Annabel Lee, or the lost Lenore. And he has no hope of attaining to the love of his most beautiful poem. Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, where Nicean seems to mean Phaeacian. He combines the maximum of music in his verse with the minimum of human nature, of flesh and blood. His Ululum, with its recurrent and re-echoing double rhymes, trembles on the verge between pure nonsense and some realm beyond the bounds of known romanticism. Hard by the dim lake of Aubert, in the misty mid-region of Weir, Weir, we surmise, is not far from the sunset land of Boshen, in the midmost of the ocean, where dwelt the Yongi Bongi Bo. The celebrated Raven, probably by far his most popular poem, winged his way to Poe's study from the cliffs which frown on the dim lake of Aubert. His fancy forever dwells, out of space, out of time, where it has learned that mysterious music of his which can be parroted, but cannot be recaptured. He has heard the harping of Israfel, and follows it in immortal melody. Thus, in The Haunted Palace, banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden times long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Poe's versification was self-taught, and his verse, so small in volume and so original, was precisely adapted to the dreams of which his poetry is made. He wrote, "There is no such thing as a long poem," meaning that no long poem can be uniformly exquisite. Yet he never attained to what is most entirely exquisite, apart from actuality, and dreamlike, Coleridge's Kubla Khan. As has been said of Gerard de Nerval, his urgent spirit leads him over the limit of this earth, and far from human shores, his fancy haunts graveyards, or the fabled harbors of happy stars. Night is light to him, and daytime is darkness. Like Gerard's, his overword is "O sont nos amoureuses. Elles sont au tombeau. Elles sont plus heureuses. Dans un séjour plus beau." Perhaps because he is so non-American, so decidedly a citizen of no city, Poe has been more admired on the continent, and translated into more languages than any poet of America. His works were admirably rendered into French by Charles Baudelaire, himself an adorer of "the love whom I shall never meet, the land where I shall never be." Poe died in 1849, legends of his life are many and negligible. He is a poet who has not much honor in his own country, or who, at least, has more honor in countries not his own. To call him a great poet is impossible, but he is a haunting poet. His prose stories were dismissed as Hawthorne and delirium tremens by a great English critic, but really his horrors are carefully designed and elaborated works, polished ad unguium, rather cold than frenzied, witness, The Cask of Amontillado. Critics, and many readers, have a passion for classing poets, as if they were in an examination. We cannot call Poe great, for poetry deals with life, with action, with passion, with duty, and with the whole of the great spectacle of nature. To the muse of Poe these things are indifferent, but to the singing of the dreams with which he dwells he brings such originality of tone and touch as is rare indeed in the poetry of any people. As a critic, too, he is a pioneer of the school of l'art pour l'art, of art for art's sake, a school distinctly decadent, and therefore in modern Europe he, rather than Aristotle, is hailed as a prince of critics. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1803, was born at Boston of what the autocrat of the breakfast table liked to call the Brahmin caste, that is the educated clerical class, ministers from father to son. A similar class existed in Scotland after the Reformation. 45 Preaching was in the blood of these gentlemen of Boston. Emerson, after breaking away from Unitarianism in a singular sermon at Boston, 1832, continued to preach, when he could find an audience, and then betook himself to lecturing, first on scientific subjects, and next on literature and things in general. In 1837 he delivered to the F.B.K. Society at Harvard a lecture on The American Scholar. He said, "Mr. President and gentlemen, this confidence in the unsearched might of man belongs, by all motives, by all prophecy, by all preparation, to the American scholar. We have listened too long to the courtly muses of Europe." Indeed Ticknor, Longfellow, and Lowell successively held a chair founded for the precise purpose of listening to the courtly muses of medieval and modern Europe. But the American scholar, it seems, was to listen neither to them nor to Homer, Virgil, and Horace, nor even to Isaiah, who was much about an Asiatic court. Walt Whitman must be the typical American scholar, from the point of view of Emerson. The position of Emerson, as poet and essayist, is matter of controversy among the learned of his own country. In a poem styled Nature, Emerson writes, "She is gamesome and good, but of mutable mood. No dreary repeater now and again. She will be all things to all men. She who is old but nowise feeble, pours her power into the people." As to his prose, Professor Barrett Wendell of Harvard writes, "The essays are generally composed of materials which he collected for purposes of lecturing. He would constantly make note of any idea which occurred to him. And when he wished to give a lecture he would huddle together as many of those notes as would fill the assigned time, trusting with all the calm assurance of his unfaltering individualism that the truth inherent in the separate memoranda would give them all together the unity implied in the fact of their common sincerity." The fact that these essays were so often delivered as lectures should remind us of what they really are. Emerson's essays, in short, proved to be an obvious development from the endless sermons with which for generations his ancestors had regaled the New England fathers. Professor Trent of Columbia University asks, "Shall we not follow Emerson's own lead, and call him frankly a great poet?" Basing the title on these and similar essays, Circles, and The Oversoul, and on the somewhat scanty but still important mass of his compositions in authentic poetic form, of which a poor specimen has just been given. Some of Emerson's fellow citizens, Professor Trent says, answer his question in the affirmative. Emerson, on the strength of his prose and verse, is a great poet. Others equally cultivated maintain that many of his poems are only versified versions of his essays, and declare that save in rare passages he is deficient in passion, in sensuousness, in simplicity, while Mr. Trent, speaking for himself, says that Emerson is prone to jargon, to bathos, to lapses of taste. Mr. Matthew Arnold, and Charles Baudelaire, agreed with the second and less favorable party of American critics. Baudelaire's remarks were intemperate in style, but Mr. Trent thinks that, it seems as if the time had come for Emerson's countrymen frankly to accept the verdict of Matthew Arnold, that Emerson's prose was not of sufficient merit to entitle him to be ranked as a great man of letters. It does not become an alien to interfere in this unsettled controversy. In literary criticism of modern English poetry Emerson said that Pope wrote poetry fit to put round frosted cake. Walter Scott wrote a rhymed traveller's guide to Scotland, Wordsworth had the merit of being conscientious, Byron was passional, Tennyson factitious. It is, of course, impossible here to discuss Emerson as a philosopher. He is spoken of as an idealist, but he seems to lean a little to pragmatism. The advantage of the ideal theory over the popular theory is this, that it presents the world in precisely that view which is most desirable to the mind. To whose mind? Emerson visited England twice. After the second tour he wrote English Traits. Dickens had done, regrettably, the same sort of work in American Notes, and Martin Chuzzlewit. Authors on each side of the Atlantic took the advice of the elder Mr. Weller, and abused the countries and peoples that they visited, Emerson hitting the darker blots in our society. He had an influence, mainly over young men, in both countries, scarcely inferior to that of Carlyle. But left nothing so massive and concrete as Carlyle's Frederick, Cromwell, and the French Revolution. Having quoted from Professor Barrett Wendell passages which leave rather a mournful impression, we must add that, in his opinion, Emerson's work surely seems alive with such unconditioned freedom of temper as makes great literature so inevitably lasting. Professor Trent, while confessing that true poetic glow and flow are almost entirely absent from Emerson's verses, and that his ever-recurring, often faulty octosyllabic couplets soon become wearisome, declines to rank him with Tennyson, Shelley, or Longfellow, and ends, but to Americans, at least, Emerson is an important poet, whose best work seems likely to gain rather than to lose value. James Russell Lowell. The poetic qualities of Whittier and of James Russell Lowell, 1819–1891, are pleasantly indicated in Mr. Lowell's sonnet to Whittier on his 75th birthday. 46. Here is deserved praise of Whittier's studies of nature, and of his anti-slavery tertian verse, while the poet betrays his own affection for the sonorous, heroic song of early medieval France, the Song of Roland. The circumstances of Lowell's birth and career were as different as possible from those of the tuneful farm boy. Lowell, like Holmes, Emerson, and so many others, was of the hereditarily cultivated class of New England, clergyman from generation to generation. He was born at his father's place, Elmwood, near Cambridge, was educated at Harvard, lived there, as Matthew Arnold said of himself at Balliol, as if it had been a great country house, was sent down, for some frolic, to Concord, where he met the sage Emerson, chaffed that philosopher and Carlyle in rhymes, and displayed, generally, the gaiety of the undergraduate. Mr. Lowell, in fact, in manner and personal appearance, was, though an enthusiastic patriot, like anything but a foreigner. He was called to the bar, but preferred literature to law, and wrote prose and verse for the magazines. In 1846 he began the first set of the Biglow Papers, very lively studies in American politics as rurally understood by the Reverend Hosea Wilbur and Bird O. Freedom Sawin. In satiric and humorous poetry, in dialect, he was supreme from the first. In 1848, he produced A Fable for Critics. The idea may have been suggested by Suckling's rhymed and bantering criticism of contemporary minstrels, in his Session of the Poets. The rhymes in The Festival of the Poets are more than Hudibrastic. The measure is anapestic. It is the work of a young man who is amusing himself in a crowd of scribblers, each claiming to be the American Scott, the American Dante, and so forth. Hawthorne finds a place in Cooper. Here's Cooper, who's written 6 volumes to show he's as good as a lord. Well, let's grant that he's so. But he need take no pains to convince us he's not. As his enemies say, the American Scott. Of Emerson. His prose is grand verse, while his verse, the Lord knows, is some of it PR. No, it's not even prose. All admire, and yet scarcely 6 converts he's got. To I don't, nor they either, exactly know what. As for Bryant, somebody calls B the American Wordsworth, but Wordsworth may be rated at more than your whole tuneful herd's worth. Cries this patriot. Whittier's manliness is applauded. But his grammar's not always correct, nor his rhymes. And he's prone to repeat his own lyrics sometimes. Concerning Poe, 3/5 of him's genius and 2/5 sheer fudge. Which is perfectly true, but where, except in Poe and Hawthorne, was the man with even 2/5 of genius? That Theocritus, were he living, would scarce change a line, in the hexameters of Longfellow's Evangeline, is a criticism dictated by friendship. The mere name of The Vision of Sir Launfal suggests the influence of Tennyson. The verse, however, is not imitative. The moral is excellent, and American children, we learn, have been set to studying Sir Launfal in annotated editions, perhaps a pathetic illustration of what may be called the patriotic fallacy in matters connected with literature. 47. In 1862 to 1863, the Civil War gave a motive for new, Biglow papers, which were deservedly popular in England as well as in America. The Commemoration Ode has the same origin, in patriotism and resentment of the European attitude. This ode is perhaps the seal of Mr. Lowell's diploma as a poet. The third and fifth sections, on the Harvard men who fell in battle, are swift, sonorous, and inspiring. When the poet exclaims, "Tell us not of Plantagenets," the critic can only murmur that he had no notion of telling of persons like Richard Coeur de Lion, whose thin blood crawls. "'Tis with Lincoln, not with Richard, that the poem has to do," Bret Harte might have said. Indeed, the ode is too long. The ode under the old elm, practically an ode to Washington, is dignified, and of historic interest. Perhaps no other poet has more worthily celebrated that unblemished gentleman, the national hero, and the last section, addressed to Virginia, has a noble dying fall, like the close of the Gilead. But not of popular appeal are such lines as these. "Oh, for a drop of that cornelian ink, which gave Agricola dateless length of days." Here the professor, who held Longfellow's chair at Harvard, interrupts the poet. The reference is to the brief biography by Tacitus of his father-in-law. In 1877 Mr. Lowell went as American minister to Spain, a country always of high attraction to American men of letters, historians, or poets. From 1880 to 1885 Mr. Lowell represented his country at the court of St. James, and won the hearts of all who had the honor of his friendship. As a speaker on many occasions where literature and art were concerned he was without a rival. In conversation his humor, wit, vast knowledge of men and of books, and his simple spontaneous kindness, endeared him to all. With Shenstone his friends might say, "Quanto minus est cum reliquis versari, quam tui memoris," memory of him is dearer than life with others. Concerning the mass of Mr. Lowell's shorter poems, many of them occasional, it may, perhaps, be said that few of them stamped themselves on the memory by any strong individuality of thought and cadence, and that he did not take Keats's advice to Shelley. "Load every rift with ore." In a favorite passage opening, "And what is so rare as a day in June? Then, if ever, come perfect days. Then heaven tries the earth if it be in tune, and over it softly her warm ear lays." The last line has a certain dissonance. His critical essays are of many various degrees of value. In his essay on Swinburne's Tragedies, 1866, Chastelard, and Atlanta, he never seems to perceive the extraordinary and unprecedented merit of the lyrical measures, which are something better than graceful, flowing, and generally simple in sentiment and phrase. In quite a different field the long essay on Witchcraft is rather antiquated, because we now know so much more about the psychology of the subject than was known when the essay was written. After philosophizing with Mr. E. B. Tyler on the origin of the belief in spirits, the critic honestly exclaims, "I am puzzled, I confess, to explain the appearance of the first ghost, especially among men who thought death to be the end-all here below." That is the puzzle, and Lucretius, who is quoted, could not solve it, nor had Mr. Lowell heard of deferred telepathic impressions. This kind of topic allowed the author to bring in countless illustrations from his wide knowledge of all literatures, especially from the early medieval French, of which he was a votary before Aucassin et Nicolete, and the heroic epics and sweet earliest lyrics were appreciated out of France. The essay on Rousseau contains the usual apologies which critics of English blood make for a man of genius whom at heart they do not like, while the criticism of Pope is true and just, but not specially original. And the paper on Milton, a review of a recent biography and edition, would be better if purged of comments on Professor Masson. The comments on Wordsworth are extremely amusing to non-Wordsworthians, for the Wordsworthian draws a decent veil over the poet's incredible treatment of Helen of Kirkconnell. And Bruce, as soon as he had slain the Gordon, sailed away to Spain, and fought with rage incessant against the Moorish crescent, using, no doubt, the javelin with which he had pinked Lochinvar. In The Excursion, we are driven to the subterfuge of a French verdict of extenuating circumstances. It is not that Mr. Lowell judged Wordsworth by his feet of clay, but having once observed the absurdities of the Bard of Rydal he did not know where to stop in treating a theme so diverting. To Dunbar he was absolutely ruthless. Whoso is national enough to like thistles may browse there to his heart's content. I would rather have written that half-stanza of Longfellow's in The Wreck of the Hesperus, of the billow that swept her crew like icicles from her deck than all Gawain Douglas's tedious enumeration of meteorological phenomena put together. Mr. Lowell was not a Scot, and was an attached friend of Professor Longfellow, whose half-stanza is not of ravishing merit. This raid across the border is made in an essay on Spenser, wherein Nash is said to have far better claims than Swift to be called the English Rabelais. This is extremely severe on Rabelais. The undying youth of Mr. Lowell as of Matthew Arnold, may bear the blame of such freaks as theirs in criticism. Shelley's letters are not really of more merit than his lyrics, nor, if we are to call anyone an English Rabelais, is Nash more worthy of the compliment than the author of Gulliver. Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold, 1822–1888, was the son of the Reverend Thomas Arnold, the famous headmaster of Rugby, and author of A History of Rome. At Rugby in Balliol he gained the prize poems. He was a Fellow of Oriel, where he did not reside long, marrying and becoming an inspector of schools in 1851. Melancholy as much of his poetry seems, he was known to his friends as Glorious Matt, and, in his own words, he and his brother Thomas lived in Balliol as in a large country house. He was a great walker in Wordsworth's country and a keen trout fisher. His first verses, signed A, The Strayed Reveller and Other Poems, appeared in a slim volume in 1849. They have nothing of the amateur, and possess a note of their own, though the influence of Wordsworth is discernible. He is the man for me, Arnold might have said, as Boileau did of Molière. Arnold did not think Tennyson un esprit puissant. Indeed, Wordsworth was the last of our poets whom he greatly admired, though he placed Byron, for other than Wordsworth's qualities, on the same eminence, and preferred Shelley's letters to his lyrics. Such were what most amateurs think the freaks of Arnold as a critic. Of the play, or masque, or whatever it should be called, Empedocles on Etna, his taste later rejected all but a few glorious passages. But again he relented, and admitted Empedocles within the canon of his works. He put forth a new volume of verse in 1855, Merope, an imitation of the Greek tragedy, not of much merit, in 1858, and New Poems, in 1867. The prefaces to Empedocles and Merope are good examples of his more sober style of criticism. Like his own Apollo he is young but intolerably severe, and, like Milton, he freely used, as in The Strayed Reveller, verse in short unrhymed measures. Though these are distasteful to some critics, others, in Arnold's and Milton's employment of them, find grace and harmony so delightful that they do not regret the absence of rhyme. Arnold's rhymed verse is in simple old-fashioned forms, in lyrics and in the beautiful stanzas of two of his most beautiful poems, Where Majesty and Sweetness Meet, The Scholar Gypsy, and Thyrsis, an elegy on A.H. Clough, the friend of his Oxford days. Never has the scenery around Oxford been so nobly celebrated. He makes classical, the stripling Thames, Bablock Hythe, the warm green muffled Cumnor Hills, the Fifield Tree, all the landscape through which Shelley wandered and left unsung. Thus Arnold has for Oxford men the same charm as Scott for borderers, he is their own poet, and the pieces called Switzerland seem to recall a long vacation in the Alps. They are full of beauty in the descriptions of nature and of Marguerite, a daughter of France, who seems to have inherited the charm of Manon Lescaut in the famous novel of the Abbé Prévost. For the rest, Arnold did not pen, or did not publish, sonnets to his mistress's eyebrow, and his lyrics reveal no more of his personality than his love of natural beauty, his delight in nature, and a melancholy not unconnected with instability of religious belief. As in the flux and reflux of the sonorous lines in Dover Beach, and, yes, in the Sea of Life Ennis led. There are moments in youth, perhaps confined to Oxonians, when the grave charm of Arnold, as in the verses in the conclusion of Sohrab and Rustum, seems the pearl highest of price in modern poetry. But in narrative, even in Sohrab and Rustum with its Homeric similes, still more in the narrative of Tristram and Iseult, Arnold does not shine, and in Merope he certainly does not overstimulate. His Forsaken Merman is perhaps most admired by readers who are least delighted with the mass of his best poems, and least appreciative of Requiescat, which is a worthy mate of the noblest swallow flights of song, in the Greek anthology. As hopeless and as beautiful as they. In his genius there was something Greek, there was nothing of frenzy and false excitement. Arnold's criticism cannot always be termed unaffected, and his manner and tone varied with the nature of the subject which he was discussing. It must be admitted that he was not always wholly serious, and his banter, his educated insolence, as Aristotle says, was apt rather to provoke than to convert people who differed from him, as to education, politics, social problems, or literature. But he had an unsurpassed skill in provoking discussion, and the public, which for long did not read him, became acquainted with his name, and his views through the newspapers. It is said that a meeting of persons connected with the income tax complained to him that his returns of his literary gains did not correspond with his immense literary reputation. He then, with his habitual urbanity, catechized his catechizers. Had any one of them ever bought or read a book of his? Not one could answer in the affirmative, so there, you see, he remarked. His Lectures on Translating Homer, delivered at Oxford when he was professor of poetry, 1857 to 1867, are not only admirable expositions of Homeric art, and the grand style, but rich in his peculiar vein of lofty irony and academic chaff, of a translator who did the Iliad into the meter of Yankee Doodle. He advocated the use of English hexameters, which, indeed, would be excellent, if any one could write readable hexameters. His Essays in Criticism, 1865, pleaded vainly for an academy on the French model, for ideas, and for culture, a term caught at and misapplied by feebler folk. His remarks on two unessential French writers illustrated his inability to appreciate the poetry as compared with the prose of France. He conceived, however, of the whole group of civilized nations as being, for intellectual purposes, one great confederation, whose members have a due knowledge both of the past, out of which they all proceed, and of one another. He had the knowledge, though appreciation did not always accompany it, while the French, he complained, were almost wholly ignorant of his favorite Wordsworth. Yet, much as he rejoiced in Wordsworth's criticism of life, a favorite phrase, he admitted that, save in 1798 to 1808, the poet was devoid of inspiration, though a great and powerful body of work remains, when the dross is cleared away. Generally, Arnold had a trick of taking a single line or two, perhaps of the worst, from a poet, using this inferior brick as a sample of the building, and contrasting it with specimens superlatively excellent from poets whom he wanted to extol. Thus he contrasted Théophile Gautier with Wordsworth, taking Theo as an inn on the road, and Wordsworth as a home eternal in the heavens. But surely we may tarry at an inn on our way and enjoy ourselves, though perhaps only one human being has seriously exclaimed, I place Théophile only after Shakespeare. In this case the trick of setting a verse from Gautier beside a verse from Wordsworth was not played. After the appreciation of Wordsworth it is curious to find Arnold speaking of Molière as altogether a larger and more splendid luminary in the poetical heaven than the Bard of Rydal. Because the two authors are not in any way comparable with each other. The high seriousness in which Wordsworth is preeminent was indeed familiar to the comic author called Le Contemplateur, but the nature of his art did not permit him to hint at the existence of this quality, except in irony. While Lucretius, not, as in Wordsworth's case, Plato, was his favorite philosopher. Arnold's eager curiosity led him into fields of which he had no first-hand knowledge, as in his delightful book on The Study of Celtic Literature. We cannot assign all natural magic in poetry to the Celtic strain of blood in the population, and the peculiar wistfulness of Old Gaelic and Welsh poetry may be found in Greek, Finnish, and even savage poetry. Though the book led others into much senseless writing, it is in itself full of revelations of beauty. Arnold was no Orientalist, and had no special knowledge of New Testament Greek, nor of the comparative study of religions. These defects, with surprising errors in taste, prevent his St. Paul and Protestantism, God and the Bible, and literature and dogma, from reaching a high level in their way. But Arnold wrote beautiful prose, and wrote with that high sense of critical superiority which was his own, as it had been Dryden's. Both occasionally surprise, or even shock, by their idiosyncrasies, as do Dr. Jonson and Hazlitt. But they all delight and excite and instruct. General writers. To the various and voluminous works of Mr. Ruskin, corresponding to every facet of his singular intellect and character, justice cannot possibly be done within our space. The son of a rich wine merchant of Scottish extraction, he was born and bred among books and works of art, and, without attending any public school, entered Christ Church as a gentleman commoner. He won the Newdigate Prize poem, and in 1843 published the first volume of his Modern Painters. His primary object was to assert the supremacy of Turner, which involved him in a comparative study of art, modern, medieval and classical, and of the intellectual, literary, social, and moral conditions of the societies in which the art, in each case, arose. He had also to observe nature accurately, from the contour of the Alps to the development of the forms of trees, and, indeed, of the meanest flower that blows. He drew excellently, and many of the copious and beautiful illustrations are from his own pencil. His own opinions, which, as he confessed, varied greatly at different times, were constantly exhibited, and he wrote in a style as highly pitched and colored as that of De Quincey. The effect of the whole, at least on young readers, was immensely exciting and inspiriting, whatever the topic might be on which he expressed himself. His was the prose of a man who was almost a poet, but his verses proved to the world, as they must have done to himself, that formal poetry was not his forte. In art his affections were with less primitives, the artists, holy and humble men of heart, before the revival of learning, before Raphael, and he was actually fierce over Claude and Salvator Rosa. The Seven Lamps of Architecture, 1849, and The Stones of Venice, 1852, continued the teaching of modern painters. In his Academy Notes, his attitude was thus described by a painter in Punch. "I sits and paints. Here's no complaints. I sells before I'm dry. Comes savage Ruskin. Puts his tusk in. And nobody will buy." Ruskin was extolling and defending the work of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, including Rossetti, whom he knew well, and bought from Gladly, Millais, Holman Hunt, and others less celebrated, with whom were joined William Morris and Edward Burne-Jones. They went back to the art of the Middle Ages, often applying its minute study of detail to incidents in modern life. The value of Ruskin's theories of art is now, and has long been, disputed. Ruskin was not an impressionist, and the libel action brought against him by Whistler, characteristically appealing to a British jury on a question of art and receiving 1 farthing of damages, left the questions open to each impartial mind. Ruskin's socialistic theories, in Unto This Last, have had infinitely more permanent and wide-reaching results than his aesthetics. But, be these right or wrong, his early works are of the highest and most varied interest, both in matter and expression. There never was a man more rich in pity, and more open-handed, whether it was his pictures and other objects of art, or his money that he lavishly bestowed. In the 60s and later he produced many small books with pretty symbolical titles, dealing with all things from personal confessions to social problems. He was Slade Professor of Fine Art at Oxford, where his lectures were crowded. And his Furs Clavigera, an autobiography in numbers, came out in parts. It contains many examples of his style at its best, that is, at its simplest. One glorious passage gives a great Turneresque picture of a scene viewed from a certain bridge over Ettrick, whence, in fact, to mortal eyes no such prospect is visible. In Furs, Ruskin wrote with great sympathy and affection about Sir Walter Scott. In his later years and writings, the contradictions of his complicated character, and the effects of overwork, and too keen a vision of the sad pageant of men's miseries, began to affect his work with eccentricity. And he sought retirement near Coniston Lake with his friends, Mr. and Mrs. Severn. Of joy in widest commonalty spread. Of joy in art and nature, he had made many thousands of people participators, for while others had written on art, none had done so with so much contagious enthusiasm, varied eloquence, and magnificent imagination. The rhythm of his style is almost as often invaded by blank verse, as in Dickens's case, and, according to R. L. Stevenson, an eruption of blank verse into prose is a symptom of great fatigue. In one short sentence of prose in Swinburne's essay on Lamb and Wither we read, "Behind him and beneath we see the Haslets prattling at his heel, the Dices labouring in his wake." Two other Oxford critics, Walter Horatio Pater, 1839–1894, and John Addington Symonds, 1840–1893, are so recently silent that they cannot here be critically estimated. Both were devoted to literature and art, classical, modern, and of the Renaissance. Both had their peculiar styles, that of Symonds very animated, but somewhat Corinthian. That of Pater remarkable for a kind of hieratic precision, and sedulous daintiness, and a vocabulary in which certain favourite terms occurred but too frequently. Symonds sufflaminandis erat. In his History of the Renaissance in Italy, he is certainly unable to keep the stream of his learning and enthusiasm within its banks. While an impatient reader might demand a more rapid and less obviously self-conscious movement in the style of Pater. His first volume, Studies in the History of the Renaissance, 1873, brought to young readers the same kind of pleasant surprise as The Defense of Guinevere or Atlanta in Caledon. The essay on Coleridge and the little poem in prose on the Mona Lisa of Leonardo appeared to be new models of excellence. This book remains the most characteristic of the author, though he seems to have thought that his style verged perilously on that of poetry. He avoided this possible danger, without ceasing, still to be neat, still to be dressed, in his reflective novel of Roman life, Marius the Epicurean, 1885, in which Marius is far from being an Epicurean in the vulgar sense of the word, but is rather the John Inglesant of the period. The book, like Clarissa Harlowe, is not to be read so much for the story as for the delicate dreamy succession of the moods, and of the inclinations and half-beliefs of the hero, and for the pictures of the manners of the age. Plato and Platonism is a valuable study, and Imaginary Portraits shows more imagination in the designing of character than Marius. The reef which he and R. L. Stevenson did not always steer clear of was Preciosite, over-anxious effort towards novelty and perfection of phrase. XXXV, Late Victorian Poets. Edward Fitzgerald. Edward Fitzgerald, 1809–1883, a contemporary at Trinity College, Cambridge, of Thackeray and Tennyson, was in later life the friend of both. Though he vehemently admired Tennyson's poems up to 1842, he never was quite contented with them later, yet detested all the work of both of the Brownings, as if jealous of the supremacy of his friend. He was, indeed, a humorous person, and a person of humours, in Ben Jonson's sense of the word. He was a great reader, a delicate and sound critic, where prejudice did not interfere, a most interesting letter writer. And, for the rest, passed away his life with his books, his garden, his boat, and his pipe. Nothing of the little that he wrote, for example, translations from Aeschylus and Calderon, reached the public, nor for long did his very free version of quatrains in the Persian, attributed to Omar Khayyam, an astronomer. It is impossible here to discuss how many of these quatrains are really, by Omar, how many are masterless verses assigned to him by tradition, and how much of the merit of the Rubaiyat is due to Fitzgerald. But it is hardly too bold to say that but for the new music and melancholy of Fitzgerald's verse, but for Fitzgerald's own contribution of a sad and humorous stoicism under an Epicurean wash of color, Omar and his company would never have been known to the general English reader. The slim pamphlet of the Rubaiyat, 1859, was a drug in the market, till the set of Rossetti and Swinburne discovered it and talked about it. Then a wider circle of young university men made it an idol, to adore it was a sign of grace. And, in the long run, to admire Omar and the old French tale of Aucassin et Nicolete became a substitute for a liberal education. It was no longer necessary to have read anything else. It was not Fitzgerald's fault that the saying of the Alexandrian Philistin in Theocritus, Homer is enough for all, became Omar is enough for all. But, though idolized by the worst judges, Fitzgerald's little masterpiece remains a very original and, in Wordsworth's phrase, a very pretty piece of paganism. His letters are probably the best and most interesting of any letters much concerned with literature that have been published since those of Byron. George Meredith. As a poet, Meredith attained, when he chose, and he often did choose, to a pitch of obscurity no less deserving of admiration, and of interpretative commentaries, than the darkest verses of Browning. He did not begin in this manner. His early verses, such as Juggling Jerry, The Old Chartist, Marion, Love in the Valley, have the charm of being fresh, natural, and easily readable by him who runs. While, like most of Meredith's verses, they are the poetry of a lover of the earth, with all that she bears and nourishes. Many poems read like hymns to earth by an earth-intoxicated pagan. But Modern Love, a long sequence of pieces of 16 lines, which exceed the sonnet in length without possessing its answering and echoing rhymes, contains a story, and a sad story, of the pangs of two wedded lovers. What that story is, perhaps some commentator has told in prose, if not, the poet needs such a commentary. The preluding sonnet to Modern Love may contain the secret. It closes thus. But listen in the thought. So may there come conception of a newly added chord, commanding space beyond where ear has home. In labor of the trouble at its fount, leads life to an intelligible lord. The rebel discords up the sacred mount. We listen in the thought, but conception of a newly added chord does not readily arrive, not where ear has home at all events, and nothing leads us to an intelligible lord, if that means an intelligible poet. Persons cultivated enough to love English poetry more obscure than an unseen piece of Pindar, find much matter in verses like these. The two lovers, married apparently, in Modern Love, are condemned to do the flitting of the bat, but, in the dark, we lose sight of them, and can only admire luminous breaks of 2 or 3 lines here and there. Glowworms in the darkness of the grass. The mystery of Byron's Manfred, reckoned fine in its day, the new poet explains as an after-dinner's indigest. Byron, no doubt, could have said something not less witty about the nuptials of Attila. Meredith's manner, in short, is not of the centre. Great poets rarely conceal their meaning like hidden wealth. He who does so, values too cheaply the leisure of the reader, or values too highly the reader's industry and ingenuity. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Elizabeth Barrett, later the wife of the poet Robert Browning, was born on March 6, 1806, died in 1861. Her father was a man of considerable wealth and eccentricity. At least he appears to have resented almost as much as Queen Elizabeth the idea of anyone marrying. His daughter had a good education, some knowledge of Greek, and wrote verse early. In several of her most pleasing verses, such as Little Ellie, and Hector in the Garden, we hear echoes of the memories of her childhood. She translated from the Greek, and also wrote a kind of romantic ballads, not in the manner of the border ballads, which had abundant life and movement. She took up the cause of children overworked in factories at an age when they should not have worked at all. Her health became deplorable, her life that of a valetudinarian, till, in 1846, Robert Browning married her and took her out of her father's sphere of influence. Thenceforth her health improved. At this time her fame and popularity as a poet of great variety and passion far exceeded those of the author of Men and Women. Her sonnets, really original, though published as, from the Portuguese, were not so popular as her lyrics and romances, but her genius, somewhat too eager and careless, especially in her recklessness of correct rhymes, was in need of the formal restraints of the sonnet. Her Casa Guidi Windows, 1851, and other poems displayed her enthusiasm for a free and united Italy. Her Aurora Leigh, a Tenden's novel in verse, attracted much attention, if it does not bear the test of time so well as her briefer poems. Her Poems Before Congress were of somewhat temporary interest. Mrs. Browning, with Miss Rossetti, holds the highest place among the women poets of England, but her muse is neither trimly girdled nor neatly shod. And her manner not infrequently does injustice to the pity and passion of her sympathies, conceptions, and emotions. Christina Rossetti. Christina Rossetti, 1830–1894, as a poet resembled her brother as much as a woman who lived a somewhat fugitive and cloistered life, practicing the rites of her religion and in the exercise of good works. Could resemble an artist so unapt for self-control as Dante Rossetti. Both felt the same half-exotic influences of a family half-Italian, both shared the same early enthusiasm for medieval art, and there is a certain sameness in the color and harmonies of their verse and in their use of words. In 1862 Miss Rossetti published, in brief, irregular rhymed lines, Goblin Market, a tale of the affection of sisters dwelling in a rural England that marches with a country of fantastic malevolent elves, a species of fairy of her own invention. The whole effect is magical yet moral, which is strange, and the moral is not strained or didactic, but natural, and a great part of the charm of this delightful composition. The Prince's Progress, in the same way, is suggested by the beautiful tale of the Black Bull of Norroway, but the suggestion is remote and the bewitched prince comes too late to his bride. The best lyrics of the author are singularly musical with an anticipation of some of Swinburne's effects, as in Dreamland. She left the rosy morn. She left the fields of corn. For twilight lone and lorn. And water springs. Through sleep as through a veil. She sees the sky look pale. And hears the nightingale. That sadly sings. When I am dead, my dearest, is not less musical and melancholy. Many of the sacred poems have great sincerity as well as original beauty of form. And some of these, with some of the sonnets, half reveal the sorrow of a life and its religious consolations. See the sequence of sonnets styled Mona Innominata, and Later Life. She is, indeed, a true poet of the inner life and of nature. To institute comparisons between her and Mrs. Browning is apt to cause injustice to either or to both. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. While Tennyson was in the mid-flush of his fame, there arose a school, in poetry and pictorial art, which, like him, turned to the Middle Ages for subjects and inspiration. But also reverted to the ideals of the great Italian painters who were before Raphael. The leader and the eldest of the Little Brotherhood was Dante Gabriel Rossetti, son of Gabriel Rossetti, a devout interpreter of Dante, and of his wife, a Miss Polidori, a kinswoman of Byron's strange and ill-fated young Italian physician. Dante was born in 1828, from his earliest days wrote verses and drew, and, after passing through King's College School, became a student of art, and a painter whose color was undoubtedly excellent. While his subjects were chosen from religion and romance. His portraits being in a high degree romantic, and his mannerisms tending towards the monotonous. They were the paintings of a poet, and his poetry is that of a painter. While some of his poetry, like The Blessed Damozel, his most characteristic piece, appeared early in the Oxford and Cambridge Magazine, 1856, and The Germ, he published no book before 1861. When his translations from the early Italian poets gave evidence that, as a translator, he was unique and unapproached. Bizarre circumstances, connected with his grief for the death of his wife, delayed the appearance of his collected sonnets and other verses till 1870, when the work excited enthusiasm among all who desired some new thing in poetry. While certain mannerisms of slight importance spoiled the pleasure of others, and the choice of themes in 2 or 3 cases offended the precise. Indeed, the sonnet has no wide popular appeal, and the sequence styled The House of Life, with its kind of mysticism proved nearly as puzzling, in another way, as the sonnets of Shakespeare. The pictorial and visionary beauty and the novel harmonies of the verse could not but be admired. The ballads were too artificial for the ballad farm, which is nothing if not simple, though the ballads also have Rossetti's special note and impress, his color, passion, mystery, and romance. Rossetti, after many years, vexed by insomnia and by sleepy drugs, died in 1882. It is not easy to say whether he was fortunate or unfortunate in that the newness of his manner had been to some extent anticipated, through the delay of his own poems, by the not dissimilar newness of his sister Christina, and of Swinburne. Their works made some aspects of his manner seem not so new, and at the same time not so likely to deter by entire unfamiliarity of tone. William Morris. A younger associate of Rossetti was William Morris, educated at Marlborough and Exeter College, Oxford. His muse was pre-Raphaelite and medieval in his early prose stories in The Oxford and Cambridge Magazine, 1856, and his later fictions, in the same archaic and fantastic manner. There were 7 of them between 1889 and 1898. Never could wholly recapture the magic of The Hollow Land of his undergraduate days. It is even the author's opinion that Morris never, in his voluminous later poetry, reached the same level of original effect as in several poems in his Defense of Guinevere, published when his age was 24, in 1858. This opinion can scarcely be the result of ossification of the intellect, which seldom sets in when the critic is an undergraduate, and is eagerly expecting a new poem from a favorite author. That poem, The Life and Death of Jason, 1867, was, to some devotees of The Defense of Guinevere, a disappointment. The vigor and melancholy of The Haystack in the Floods, and Sir Peter Harpton's End, and The Sailing of the Sword, and the unanalyzable magic of The Blue Closet and The Wind, were not in Jason, and could not be. And never will be anywhere again. In the earlier book the young poet had caught a rare element in medieval romance and song, a vague but poignant sense of color and yearning and mystery, not to be defined in prose, and scarcely, except perhaps in Sir Galahad, apprehended by Tennyson. We were carried again into such chambers as that wherein, beside the bed there was a stone, Corpus Christi written thereon. Or we were brought face to face with some forgotten tragedy of the 100 Years' War, and saw the true lovers and the parting that they had beside the haystack in the floods, such dull grey floods in a dull green land as Shelley saw in fact. And recognized with terror that he had seen before, in vision. The new poem, Jason, retold, with an approach to Chaucer's manner in versification and in medieval tone, the immortal pre-Homeric story of the adventure of the Fleece of Gold. The poem, in rhymed decasyllabic couplets, with songs interspersed, should be compared with the ancient poems on the subject, especially with the Argonautica of Apollonius Rhodius. Morris had succeeded in telling of the love of Medea and the adventures of the heroes, in the tone of romance, with abundant fluency, distinctness, and distinction. He had already in hand many of the tales in That Ocean of the Sea of Stories, The Earthly Paradise, in 4 volumes, 1868 to 1870. Of the 24 tales half are from classical, half from romantic sources. To some readers the opening, The Adventure of English Voyagers of the time of Edward III, who find the earthly paradise, is more congenial, the heroes being men of this world, than the languor which seems to hang over the personages in the tales of Lotus Land. The tales are more like work in tapestry than in painting. The manner tends to monotony, we need a wind from the wings of the muse of Homer. Morris called himself the idle singer of an empty day. No man was more industrious, not only in his great poetic task, but in Icelandic studies, hence the ringing anapests of his Sigurd the Volsung, in study of the arts of the Middle Ages. In manufacture and sale of objects of household decoration, and of furniture, in glass for church windows, and in printing. Coming into close touch with artisans and laborers, and being more and more impressed by the hideousness of their modern conditions of life, and by the contrasted mindless luxury of many of the rich, he founded a social democratic league. tersely described as meant to blow the guts out of everybody. The beauty and happy aesthetic simplicity of the society which is to follow after this initial process he described in News from Nowhere, and he chanted for the toilers in Poems by the Way. Not for the people, perhaps, in fact for few, he produced translations of the Volsunga saga, combining the fragments from Icelandic prose and poetry about that glorious tragic fable. And also rendered the saga of Grettir the Strong and others, into an English of his own, with archaicisms of various ages blended. His verse translation of Beowulf is obscure, owing to his effort to find living words in the form of their Anglo-Saxon equivalents. These things, and even the series of his tales, such as The Story of the Glittering Plain, and The Roots of the Mountains, are delightful to the few but caviar to the general. In things aesthetic, literary, and revolutionary, the idle singer of an empty day has been a most active and enduring influence. 48. It has been said of Morris that he is the most Homeric of English poets. Despite the excellence of his fighting scenes, as in The Story of Sigurd the Volsung, and the interest in the details of the arts and crafts which he shares with Homer, he has neither the strength nor the simplicity nor the speed of the Iliad and Odyssey, nor the delicate power in the drawing of character, nor the unconscious magic of the Achaean father of the rest. Indeed, no English poetry after Beowulf is, or in any way could be, Homeric. Swinburne. Algernon Charles Swinburne, of an old Northumbrian family, which, according to the poet's verses, had suffered in the cause of Mary Stuart and of the last Stuarts, was born in 1837, the eldest son of Admiral Swinburne and Lady Jane Ashburnham. He was educated at Eton, where, as he tells us, Charles Lamb led him to study the early dramatists. When he was aged 12 he composed a tragedy in imitation of Cyril Tourneur's works, The Atheist's Tragedy, The Revenger's Tragedy, but exceeding greatly their average of rapes and murders. The choice of themes, and of the model, argues unsurpassed precocity, among other things. Many of Swinburne's lyrics sang themselves to him in class time, when idle of hand as of tongue. He went up to Balliol, where he took no part whatever in the sports and amusements of the college, and appears to have lived in the society of Mr. T. H. Green, later the critic of Hume, an exponent of Hegel, and of Mr. John Nicol, later professor of English literature in the University of Glasgow. Swinburne obtained the Taylor Scholarship in Modern Languages, open to the whole university, and like Shelley and Landor, but not for the same sort of reasons, left Oxford without entering the final schools. He made the acquaintance at Oxford of Morris Burne-Jones, and Dante Rossetti, who were painting on the ceiling of the Union the romantic pictures which instantly vanished away owing to some defect in the medium employed. Swinburne must already have had an extensive and peculiar knowledge of literature. In his last year as an undergraduate he began his play of Chastelard, published in 1865, and he was contributing to The Spectator some of his poems including Faustine. He must already have been the master of his rapid, ringing, and infinitely varied meters. His blank verse, taste, and manner were already themselves in his neglected volume of 2 plays, The Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, and Rosamund, Fair Rosamund, 1860. And he had made an intimate study of the manners and absence of morals at the court of the Valois. He had the cruelty to poison Schicket, who, in Dumas, survives immortally. In 1865 appeared Atlanta in Caledon, a small quarto with a decorative white cloth binding. The poem at once swept every young reader off his feet by the wonderfully original and novel meters of the choruses, and by the remarkable beauty of the blank verse, which was entirely independent of the then reigning influence of Tennyson. Swinburne was indeed an inventor of harmonies, and if his persons were not strictly Greek, the verdict of youth was that they were something much better. The action of the tragedy, the avenging by Althea of her brothers on their slayer, her son, was more in the Germanic than the Greek taste, so here we had a revenger's tragedy wholly unlike that of Cyril Tourneur, and dignified by the beautiful figure of the maiden Atlanta. It is probable that Atlanta remains Swinburne's masterpiece in poetry, but, owing to its classical character, it did not achieve the instantaneous popularity of his Poems and Ballads of 1866. Here was a nest of singing birds of every note, from the sonorous splendor of The Triumph of Time, in a new stanza already employed in Atlanta, to The Garden of Proserpine, in the measure, improved. Of Keats's Some Drear Night December, and The Hymn to Proserpine, with the surge and reflux of its anapaests, and Dolores, in a measure which Mr. Chivers, an American poet, had already used, with a poor ha'porth of sense to a monstrous deal of sound. Some of the subjects, very curious and disgusting, and some of the sentiments, distinctly anticlerical, to state it mildly, were unfavorably criticized, not unnaturally, and the volume was transferred from Mr. Moxon, long the poet's publisher, to Messrs. Chatto and Windus. 49. But most of Swinburne's readers, at Oxford at least, were quite indifferent as to the nature of his opinions and sentiments, which were suspected to be, in Lamb's words, only his fun. He was staunch to them, however, always, both in prose and poetry. Indeed, whatever be the subject of his prose, he usually gets in hits at the clergy of all denominations, the blood on the hands of the king, and the lie on the lips of the priest. He also attacks Carlyle, in and out of season, and is severe on a race of reptiles unnamed who haunt his imagination. Meanwhile his Chastelard had not the attraction of his lyrics. Bothwell, the second in the trilogy of Queen Mary, was of excessive length, though the natural limit of a play is almost as much defined as that of a sonnet. And the last of the trilogy, Mary Beaton, was rather too daring in contradiction of historic fact. Mistress Beaton was not in love with Chastelard any more than Queen Mary was. She did not vengefully pursue her mistress to Fotheringay, but married Ogilvy of Boyne, when Lady Jane Gordon, in love with Ogilvy, married the Earl of Bothwell, who was in love with her, never with the Queen. In his poem of Farewell to the Queen of Scots, Swinburne sang of her eyes as blue, a curious error to make after so many years of study. Songs before sunrise were often of great technical beauty, abounding in the old political enthusiasms and aversions. While lovers of poetry almost wished, with all respect, that the applause of Victor Hugo could be taken as read, with the panegyrics of babies, and the abuse of Bonaparte the Bastard. The tragedy Erectheus more closely conformed to the early Greek model than Atlanta, but the subject was of inferior interest, and what Fitzgerald, speaking of Tennyson's later poems, called the old champagne flavor, was, in the choruses, less exhilarating. Narrative was not the poet's forte, he was too ebullient, and neither Tristram, in rhymed heroic couplets, nor Balin and Balin, in the stanza of The Lady of Shalott, was on a level with the early triumphs. 3 or 4 later volumes of verse were marked by the tour de force of using lines of extraordinary length. The skill never failed the poet, what failed more and more was the interest of his readers. The generation which first welcomed him had grown grey, it may be said, and cold to new poetry, but it did not appear that the new generation was warmer. In his delight in the sea, tempest, frost and fire, and all meteoric forces and elemental things, Swinburne resembled Shelley, but Shelley's music is more spontaneous and of a more natural charm than Swinburne's, who relied so much on apt alliteration's artful aid, and on double rhymes. His characters, in play and narrative poetry, do not dwell in the memory like the creations of great tragedians and narrators, they are rather sonorous than sympathetic, more heroic than human. Queen Mary and her Marys did not speak in Swinburne's tones, but like women of this world. Before his 40th year, Mr. Gosse informs us, there had set in a curious ossification of Swinburne's intellect. But this appears merely to mean that he saw no merit in Ibsen, Stevenson, Dostoevsky. As to Ibsen, it was not likely that he should see any merit. As to the others, most aging men rather shun new novelists, there is nothing curious in that. While with his hostility to Zola, it is easy to sympathize. The ossification left him as exuberant as ever in his old tastes, which included all that is best in the literature of the world, and as vehement in the old way on the old themes. But if, by 40, he had done his due, in Cromwell's phrase, the phenomenon is usual among poets, the new wine is best, with most of them, and perhaps none, save Scott, has ever been able to turn with success to an entirely fresh field. As a critic, Swinburne had a transcendent knowledge of literature, and a power of appreciation only rivaled by Charles Lamb, but whether he loved or hated an author, his language was certainly too violent in praise or dispraise. His essay on Wordsworth and Byron, and incidentally on Matthew Arnold, contains many things that are true, and needed to be said, but their truth would not be less apparent if the critic did not speak in the tones of a demoniac, and write sentences longer, and less easily to be construed, than those of Clarendon. Of his prose works the George Chapman, Essays and Studies, Note on Charlotte Brontë, Study of Shakespeare, and Miscellanies, may all be read with pleasure, instruction, and gratitude, though here and there with surprise and regret. The vehemence and turbulence appear almost incompatible with the possession of humor, of which, none the less, whether in Shakespeare, Scott, Dickens, or the Bab Ballads, Swinburne had a very keen appreciation. Humor was not conspicuous in his book of parodies, Cap and Bells, and memory recalls no amusing comic relief in his tragedies. But he must have meant to be amusing when he said that, in all things he desired to preserve the golden mean of scrupulous moderation. There is somewhat lacking to that remarkable genius of almost the last true English poet. We can but say, he was born to be so. As English in heart he was as Shakespeare, but a patriot need not have insulted the enemies of his country, especially, in one instance, when they were republicans. One field in which he worked industriously has yet to be mentioned, his punctual and frequent celebration of the recently dead. Of his many elegies that on Charles Baudelaire is perhaps the best, but it attains not unto Lycidas, Adonais, and Thyrsis. Poetic Underwoods. There was, in the age of the great poets of the early 19th century, a considerable growth of underwood. Among the more conspicuous plants are Thomas Campbell and Thomas Moore. Campbell, 1777–1844, was born and bred at Glasgow. His first verses, The Pleasures of Hope, in rhyming heroic couplets, appeared in A Poetic Dearth, 1799, and were fair samples of a kind of poetry which was near its death. His Gertrude of Wyoming was pathetic, 1809, few have even heard of his Pilgrimage of Glencoe, and Campbell lives by short-spirited things, Hohenlinden, Ye Mariners of England, of Nelson and the North, Lochiel, Lochiel, beware of the day. And the longer piece which displays the resolution and fortitude of The Last Man, in a very pleasing light. Campbell lived by ordinary writing, critical and editorial. He was a scrupulous, almost a timid corrector of his own verses. A draft for, one of his great naval songs, in the library at Abbotsford, is much longer and not nearly so good as the published version. Samuel Rogers, 1763–1855, was a man of wealth, and the friend of men of letters, especially of Byron, through as many generations as Nestor reigned over. His Italy, 1822, Se sauve sur les planches, on the plates by Turner. Thomas Moore, 1779–1852, had greater intelligence, vivacity, agility, an endearing if trivial lyric note of his own, and plenty of witty banter. His songs were meant to be sung, and were sung to the accompaniment of the piano, or the harp of Erin. He was born in Dublin, was barely 20 when he translated Anacreon, or the poems that were attributed to Anacreon, while his Poems by Thomas Little were more than Anacreontic. A duel with the editor of the Edinburgh Review, Geoffrey, would have advertised him better if Byron had not spoken of the Pistols as leadless. Byron and he, thereafter, became bosom friends, see Byron's correspondence, in which he tells whom he has been kissing. As the biographer of the noble poet, Moore's asterisks are not often successful in wrapping the facts in a mystery. By Irish Melodies, 1807, Moore chiefly lives. The twopenny postbag, being topical and dealing in Whig witticisms, cannot be popular with an age in which few have read The Rovers, The Loves of the Triangles, and the other classical drolleries of the Anti-Jacobin, mainly by Ellis, Frere, and Canning. Not to have read these is to be deficient in liberal education. Lalla Rookh, Oriental Stories in Verse, was welcomed almost as eagerly as Byron's Giaour, Lara, and similar romances of the land of the cypress and myrtle. The Life of Byron, 1830, was also, though hampered by disputes and the burning of Byron's memoirs, a great success, but neither then nor now can a complete view of Byron's life be given. Moore enjoyed his reputation and social opportunities in his own day, but the competition of the great contemporary and of later poets has injured his laurels. Thomas Lovell Beddoes, 1803–1849, was at the opposite pole from Moore as a man and a poet. Educated at Charterhouse and Pembroke, Oxford, he made poetry his main object in a lonely and dissatisfied life, always struggling with a chaotic tragedy in the most sombre Elizabethan manner, Death's Jest Book, or the Fool's Tragedy. He could not satisfy himself with it, chaotic it remains, but it contains beautiful passages, and, among other admirable lyrics, he produced If There Were Dreams to Sell. What Would You Buy? His letters, though frequently morbid, are often interesting. He died abroad, dubiously sane. What is poetic in the mass of Beddoes's writings is true poetry. It is not possible here to do more than mention Thomas Hood, 1799–1845, whose abundant animal spirits and puns were, and if any one cares to look into his facetious works still are, highly entertaining. His Plea of the Midsummer Fairies is in a serious vein, and though it has much charm, it never was appreciated. The Song of the Shirt and The Bridge of Sighs made for him a name by their pathos, while his character, his fortitude, and irrepressible spirits, not to be subdued by hack work and misfortune, made him an honor to his profession. Winthrop Mackworth Praed, 1802–1839, Eton and Cambridge, is remembered for his lively and adroit occasional verses, more than for his essay in the grotesque and terrible, The Red Fisherman. Praed was certainly the foremost writer of vers de société of his day, though he was not a gay or a prior.